The world knows that Hutu is the strongest among the 12 ancestral witches, but they do not know that there is also you, the 13th ancestral witch. You not only possess a powerful body like the 12 ancestral witches, but also wield the power of their laws, and even the inherent difficulty in childbirth among the witches has been solved by you. However, you are so powerful, but you hide in the Pangu Palace every day to cultivate, just because as a time traveler, you know deeply that in the future, the great calamity of the witch demon, the ancestral witches will all perish under the calculation of the sage. So in order to avoid ending up like them, you immediately decided to find a way to hold on to the thigh of Hutu. You should know that in the original trend, Hutu, the ancestral witch, felt the sorrow of the lost souls between heaven and earth, directly transformed herself into the 6 realms of reincarnation to open the underworld. By then, you can follow her to the underworld and become a judge of Fengdu, and then find an opportunity to break out again when the calamity of enshrining gods arrives. However, just as you were immersed in planning for the future, a rough voice suddenly sounded. Is this old 13 having a problem? Why does he look so silly? You were startled, and quickly got up and said, Wu Tian has met all the elder brothers, and has met Sister Xianming and Sister Hutu. Glancing at the 10 big fools, your gaze quickly fell on Xianming and Hutu, and suddenly your eyes lit up. In your past life, you were baptized by various innate holy bodies on Douyin every day, and you have seen the world. But those people cannot compare to the 2 ancestral witches in front of you. But before you could take another look, Xianming ancestral witch glared fiercely at you, and you quickly withdrew your gaze. Upon seeing this, Zhirong's ancestral witch seemed to have let go of his worries, laughing heartily and saying, he's also afraid of Xuanming's sister. Ha ha, it seems like he's not crazy. Hearing this, you were speechless. Can this also be considered a standard of judgment? Xuanming's ancestral witch's cold gaze would startle anyone who saw it. At this moment, Emperor Jiang Zuwu suddenly asked, Wu Tian, what is your rule? The ancestors naturally control the power of the rules, which is the advantage of being a descendant of Pangu's bloodline, such as Emperor Jiang controlling the spatial rules, and Zhu Jiuying controlling the time rules. As the 13th ancestor of the later Earth Zuwu, you should theoretically also control a rule. However, the next second you were stunned because at this moment, although your body was extremely powerful, you had no rule power at all. The ancestral witches all looked at each other after understanding the situation, and Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 even extended their divine senses to carefully investigate. After a moment, Emperor Jiang, with a very confident expression, said, I understand. Wu Tian is because he was born the latest. His origin is insufficient. He has some defects in himself, so he couldn't naturally control the power of the laws. When this was said, your brow immediately furrowed. How could you have a flaw? Give me yours, and I will have it. You even had a thought that it was actually the ancestral witches who had flaws in their bodies, and that you were the normal one. With this thought in mind, you immediately smiled and said, Brother, your words are wrong. Although I may not naturally control a law, it may well be arranged by the primordial god Pangu, just to carry your laws. Upon hearing this, all the ancestral witches were stunned. They felt that something was not quite right, but they couldn't pinpoint what it was. Most importantly, you cleverly brought up the god of Pangu, leaving them with no thoughts of refuting. And at this moment, Hutu suddenly walked out, smiling and said, Alright, let me try if you can refine my Hutu's essence and blood. With that, she suddenly patted her chest, and a drop of dark red ancestral witch's essence and blood flew out from her heart, instantly entering your body. The next second, a powerful force erupted in your body, and you quickly sat cross-legged, frantically circulating your blood and chi. Little sister, you, the ancestral witch of the Emperor River, was somewhat surprised, but the ancestral witch of the earth has been focusing on you all along, and replied with a light smile, it's just a drop of essence blood, so what if it fails? But if it's really as Wu Tian said. She didn't finish her sentence, but at the mention of Wu Tian, the Emperor River's expression changed. If it's true as Wu Tian said, wouldn't the witch clan be able to produce ancestral witches who control the 12 laws? Wu Tian would then truly become the inheritor of the Pangu father god. At this thought, all the ancestral witches gathered around, staring at you intently, eager to help you refine it personally. And so, 1 week, 2 weeks, finally, a faint mark of the ancestral law of the earth god slowly appeared on your soul. Then you slowly opened your eyes, and immediately you were startled, seeing all 12 ancestral witches looking at you with fiery eyes. Even the dark abyss ancestral witch who had just glared at you looked shocked. At this time, Zhirong's ancestor witch said somewhat incredulously, you little brat actually did it. You should know that the power of the ancestors' rules conflicts with each other. For example, Emperor Zhong's ancestor witch is a space ancestor witch, unable to refine the essence blood of the time ancestor witch Candle Join. At most, they can only extract the evil aura and blood essence from it, As for the power of the rules, it is impossible to comprehend, but they are watching you carry the rules of the Ho2 Ancestor Witch. The translation is, before Zhirong Zuwu could say the second sentence, Di Jiang Zuwu slapped him away, and then directly said to Jinji Zuwu, Rushu, give Wu Tian a drop of blood, and let him refine it. It has been verified that you can bear the power of the law of the earth. Next, Di Jiang wants to know if you can bear other laws. Therefore, he directly named Rusha Zuwu to take out the blood. Rushu is the Zuwu of the Western gene, born to control the law of gold. And among the 5 elements, earth gives birth to gold. Just now, you have refined the blood of the earth, so it is more appropriate to refine the blood of the Zuwu of gold next. Ryu didn't say much, silently forced out a drop of his own essence blood towards you. This drop of essence blood is as bright as gold, emitting an extremely sharp aura. Before you even touched it, you felt a piercing sensation. Seeing this, for a moment, you didn't know what to say because in your eyes, the power of the law is extremely precious. It is the most important thing for every ancestral witch, almost equivalent to the 3 clears opening heaven seal. If he crosses over to become the little brother of the 3 Qing, can he get the seal of the opening of heaven from them? Tong Tian would probably give it, not so much Tai Ching or Yuanshi, but the ancestor witch believed. Ho2 Ancestral Witch first stuffed a drop of essence blood to Wu Tian, and now Matsuo even wants to give him a second drop of essence blood. One moment, a thought arose in Wu Tian's mind. The ancestral witches are still weirdly nice. Chapter 3, the 12 ancestral witches have 13. Don't freeze, hurry up. The ancestral witches were all a bit anxious. Wu Tian nodded and ultimately said nothing. Then directly incorporate the essence blood of the ancestor witch of gold within the body. Frantically operating the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, began to refine. I don't know how much longer. After Wu Tian woke up once more, opened his eyes to see, the ancestral witches, one by one, were all overjoyed. Look, more and more excited. Zhu Rong and other human ancestral witches are even around the ghosts and wolves, bursting out a burst of roar, shaking Wu Tian's brain buzzing. This is, for me, become the whole village. Not, become the hope of all ancestral witches? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Emperor Jiang also laughed aloud. Ha ha, good, great, there is a successor to Father God Pangu. Saying that, he went up to the side of Wu Tian, and patted Wu Tian's shoulder with an eager face. And Wu Tian, who had just stood up, was almost pressed down again by his slap. Then he turned around and stood side by side with Wu Tian, speaking aloud to the others. All stop. Everyone contribute a drop of essence blood and take it to Wu Tian first so that he can do his best to refine it. The ancestral witches naturally had no problem with it. The Pango Hall was instantly filled with an incomparably thick aura of fury, and the auras of various laws collided with each other, and soon 10 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, which were glittering with different divine lights, appeared in front of Wu Tian. Ho2 and Meta have given it. Right now, naturally, there is no need. Wu Tian looked at the 10 drops of ancestor witch essence blood in front of him and a touching feeling was born in his heart. Then he looked towards the ancestor witches and once again lamented in his heart. Wicca, it seems really good. The ancestral witches were tyrannical and rude, but there really isn't any heart and soul. They won't even think about whether or not their own laws being refined by Wu Tian will do any damage to them. Wu Tian didn't even have time to fool around a bit more, so he just gave it directly. And the 12 ancestor witches' essence blood all came to hand. After a moment of emotion, Wu Tian solemnly and incomparably arched his hand to the ancestral witches and spoke aloud. Thanks a lot, brothers and sisters. The words were not finished. Pop. Tijiang came back with another slap, slapping Wu Tian's body all slammed, then said with some dissatisfaction, it's just a drop of essence blood. Do you need to be so polite? Wu Tian sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Hiss. There was a pang of numbness in his shoulders. Emperor Jiang this slap down. Simply let Wu weather blood are shaking up. He was a little speechless toward Emperor Jiang, not expecting that in the witch clan, politeness has also become a sin. There is still something not good enough about the ancestral witches. It's not even a little bit heavy-handed. Seeing Wu Tian's grimacing appearance, the ancestral witches also laughed loudly, and ancestral witch Shu Rong even spoke aloud. Older brother, you'd better hurry up and refine these essence bloods. After you refine all of them, it's the time when our 13 ancestral witches will dominate the flood. The ancestral witches nodded in agreement. Nice. This world opened up by Father God. Naturally we should be in charge of it. Even Emperor Jiang thought deeply. Wu Tian, however, laughed bitterly in his heart. The ancestor witches have only been out for a short time, and now they're thinking of dominating the flood? Do you know what's going on out there? At that moment, his heart moved and he smiled and spoke. Brothers, I have a comment I don't know if I should make. Emperor Jiang and the others looked over. Wu Tian then hurriedly explained. Little brother is still weak now, To refine these 10 drops of essence blood, I'm afraid it will take a long time. Brothers and sisters walking outside. It is better to take the name of the 12 ancestral witches. There are 13 of the 12 ancestral witches. Not a big problem. Facing the puzzled looks of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian continued to explain. What do you think? If in the flood, everyone defaults to the 12 ancestral witches, and as a result, I, the 13th ancestral witch, suddenly pops up and comes out of nowhere. Isn't it very interesting? Will it give them a surprise? In the midst of the original momentum, after the Hotu ancestor which felt the sorrow and suffering of the dead souls between heaven and earth, and transformed his body into the 6 paths of reincarnation and opened up the hell, the 12 ancestor witches lacked one of them, so that the 12 heavenly goddesses and Fury's great formation was incomplete. In the end, they lost both with the demon race. But what if another ancestral witch suddenly appeared from the witch race at this time, so that the 12 metropolitan divine Fury's grand formation could exert its original power? Most importantly, Wu Tian thought it was better to be meticulous, go in the witch tribe to practice well. First these ancestral witches essence blood refining, and then by virtue of foresight, seize the opportunities in the flood. Wait until you're strong. The flood wilderness traveled a little bit, saw the scenery that had not seen, and looked at the legendary goddesses of those innate goddesses. Well, there is also a change in the fate of the ancestral witches who eventually fell. Isn't that nice? Domination of the flood? Wu Tian looked at the ancestral witches again. With your irascible tempers and brains that are harder than Mount Buzhou, do you have the means to manage that? Can you count against the heavenly Tao? Can you count past Hongjun and the heavenly Tao saints? The ancestral witches didn't know what Wu Tian was really thinking, but thinking along with these words of Wu Tian, the more they thought about it, the more their expressions became more and more wonderful, and soon they looked at each other with odd eyes. Surprise? I think it's shock, isn't it? The expressions of the ancestral witches seemed to say, I didn't realize that you, with your thick eyebrows, were so sinister. You're a bit of a bad boy. But the ancestral witches were also born with anticipation, and wanted to see what kind of expressions the others would have when the time came. Emperor Jiang also made an immediate decision. Yes, just listen to you. You do need time to refine this essence blood, and I estimate that the further back you go, the longer it will take under the collision of laws. After you have carried all 12 laws and your strength has come to fruition, that's when you, the 13th ancestral sorcerer, will make a name for yourself. Emperor Jiang's eyes grew more and more satisfied as he looked at Wu Tian. You've got a lot of ideas, little brother. Among the ancestral witches, the level of intelligence is almost catching up with their own. Next time, the ancestral witches began to move around the foot of the Buzhou mountain, going out to hunt and kill ferocious beasts, absorbing the fury chi between the heavens and earth to strengthen themselves, while Wu Tian began to refine the ancestral witch essence blood with a single-minded focus. This was during the time of Long Han. The protagonists of heaven and earth are the 3 clans of Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn, as well as Hongjun and Luo Shuhu, who are hostile to each other, and all want to snatch the chi, and go further under the auspices of chi. Practice hiatus. Wu Tian also followed the ancestral witches out once. It's too scary. District 12 people actually made 1,000 army battle sound, simply with no life as, the flood is just too dangerous. No, I'd better go back and continue refining the essence blood, inscribing the power of the laws of the ancestral witches, and resolutely not come out until I've refined all of these 12 drops of essence blood. Wu Tian quickly returned. Continue refining the ancestral witch essence blood, even in the gap of cultivation, out of the Pango Hall, only in the foot of the Buzhou mountain activities, not at all to the 3 tribes fighting fierce places. The pressure of Pangu on Buzhou mountain was still heavy. There's also no need to worry about battle ripples. In the Pangu temple, when Wu Tian thought back to these experiences of his coming to the flood and becoming an ancestral witch, he couldn't help but smile lightly on his face, and became more and more satisfied with the present. If Go refines the ancestral witch essence blood in the Pango Hall, he can improve his strength, and he can talk and chat with the ancestral witch of Hotu if nothing else, so as to enhance his feelings and pull a relationship in advance. Isn't that nice? Just then, suddenly a voice came. Wu Tian, come fight me. Let me see if you've regressed lately. Wu Tian couldn't help but shiver. Turning his head to look, he saw 2 stunningly beautiful figures standing side by side. One was like an iceberg beauty. It was the Xianmei ancestral witch, and the Hotu ancestral witch by his side was full of warm smiles. The one who shouted was none other than the Xianmei ancestral witch. No need? Haven't we just drilled this before? Wu Tian's face suddenly smiled bitterly. I don't know if it was because at first, the way he looked at Xianmei ancestor which was remembered by her or what. Catching himself resting in his spare time, he had to come and drill himself. But where is the drill for Wu Tian? It's simply spoiled. A few battles down the line, Wu Tian also confirmed one thing. This woman's heart is colder than her arcane laws. Chapter 4, Cultivated Yuan Shen in this way? Seeing that Wu Tian didn't make a move, the ancestral witch of Xianmei instantly furrowed his brows. The air in the Pango Hall all seemed to be covered in frost, and the Xianmei ancestral witch said with great dissatisfaction, "Cut the crap. I'm coming over if you're not." Wu Tian threw a look for help towards the Empress Ancestor Witch, but Empress was all smiles and had no intention of opening her mouth to help at all. Wu Tian lamented in his heart. Ugh, what else can we do? I'm going to have to do this the hard way. Xianmei and the 12 Ancestral Witches. Strength is also can be counted on the top of the ranking. The temper is also cold, grumpy, against the Wu Tian at the moment. Simply do not too simple, and for a very righteous reason. How can a witch grow up without fighting? Don't you dislike fighting with ferocious beasts? That's fine. I'll personally come back to Pango Temple to help you. Bang bang bang. The battle was fierce, until Wu Tian force exhaustion, are close to the critical point when, Xianmei finally satisfied to stop. Pangu Hall in the middle of the quiet down. Only then did Wu Tian sit down again. He only felt pain all over his body. The muscles and bones around his body not only had damage caused by brute force, but also Xianwei law erosion. But it's also as Genji said, after his fleshly body suffered such pressure, the qi and blood in Wu Tian's body became more active, and the speed at which the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong operated was also violently accelerated. Thick blood fury aura flew out from the blood pool. It was crazily devoured by Wu Tian's body. It was not long after that again, Wu Tian finally fully recovered. A new look. The strength of the physical body is even a little stronger than before. For the several laws that have been refined, the control is also deeper. Seeing the situation, Xianmei grimaced and angled his head slightly. How? I told you, right? Still need to practice more. This was not refuted by Wu Tian. The body of the witch race seems to have a special feedback mechanism, and under the crazy destruction, as long as it can't die, in turn, it grows faster. But, it's not like he's a self-mutilator. Just take your time to practice. Why bother with this old sin? Wu Tian smiled and nodded, the heart but secretly muttered, but also determined. Wait until he completely refined 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. Will all the power of the law fusion of all the time? Must find Xianmei ancestor witch drill some. Today's insult will be avenged. What kind of a man am I if I don't crush you? Ancestral witch Xianmei asked with a frown as her eyes rolled back. What are you thinking? Wu Tian vetoed it in a hurry. Nope, I'm not thinking about anything. Looking at the two men's appearance, the ancestral witch of the Backlands immediately felt a bit amused. Looking at the two men and shaking her head slightly, saying without any good humor, "You guys ah." Then he turned to Wu Tian again. Don't blame Sister Xianmei. She is also for your own good. Refining essence blood is certainly important, but if you don't exercise your fighting sense, it won't work either. Wu Tian could only smile and nod. I know. Then he spoke to Genji. I naturally understand Sister Xuanmei's heart, but it would be better if she could strike a little lighter. Xuanhei gave him a blank look. It was obviously impossible to grant him this request. Wu Tian still wanted to say something, but suddenly heard Ho-Tu smilingly speak. Wu Tian, I've cultivated my Yuan Shen. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide open, instantly frozen. Cultivate the spirit? He was shocked beyond belief. Simply more shocked than when Ho-Tu told him he had a child. Really? Wu Tian couldn't help but ask again. He was the one who pushed for this. Although Wu Tian did not go out to fight with the ancestral witches much, he was not completely idle, and he wanted to create a persona for himself as a wise man of the witch race. After having this persona, he puts out his brain and lets the ancestral witches do the work. I've never heard of a military advisor going into battle to kill a. In this way, Wu Tian will be able to cultivate in peace, and at a critical point in time in the future, Wu Tian's speech will also be able to attract the attention of the ancestral witches, so that little by little, the destiny of the witch race will be changed. So, Wu Tian often makes small suggestions. When he saw that the ancestral witches were a bit unimpressed with the merits gained from slaying ferocious beasts, as well as absorbing the fury chi between heaven and earth, Wu Tian directly spoke. Why don't we give it all to Sister Ho-Tu? With the protection of merit, maybe Sister Ho-Tu can cultivate the Yuan Shen. Here's what to say. All living beings in the flood have souls, and with constant cultivation and seeking the way, their own souls are also promoted. From soul to divine soul to true spirit. After inscribing the law on the soul, the true spirit will be indestructible, even if the body is dead. As long as the true spirit disappears, it is also able to reincarnate, or perhaps even reappear in the world. But the ancestral witches were different. They were born to control the power of the law. The flesh is strong, their own fatal chi and thick and heavy, and the cultivation of the innate clear chi into the spirit of 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 the spirit. Their own soul is also closely integrated with the flesh. This has a downside. If the physical body is chopped, the true spirit is also unable to get out of the physical body. The ancestral witches do not even have the opportunity to reincarnate directly along with the physical body into the flooded heavens and earth. But if you can cultivate the Yuan Shen, that's different. Under the protection of the Yuan Shen, the true spirit escapes, even do not need to reincarnate, directly abandon the physical body. With the Yuan Shen cultivation can be. In the original Great Power, Hotu was the only ancestral witch who could cultivate a Yuan Shen. But because of the limitations of an ancestral witch's physical body, she directly became the Ping Xin Yang after incarnating in the 6 paths of reincarnation. There is also the saying that a flatheart is no longer a witch. But if Hotu had cultivated her Yuan Shen in advance, and even more so, had she cultivated her Yuan Shen to a higher realm, would that have changed the result? The Lady of Peaceful Hearts remains the same. And then there's another true Hotu ancestor witch? Wu Tian didn't know that, but he wanted to try. After hearing Wu Tian's suggestion, Di Jian, after a little contemplation, directly agreed to allow all the ancestral witches to give all the merit they had gained to Hotu. Try. What if the kid is right again? That's what ancestral witch Di Jian thought. But no one was actually holding out much hope. Not even Wu Tian himself, who felt that Hotu might not have a chance until after he had preached at the Purple Heavenly Palace. Bring it up now. Just want to prepare in advance and give the Hotu ancestor witch a foundation in advance. Never in a million years did it really come true. Swish. A metaphysical yellow-colored golden light of merit and virtue suddenly surged from the body of the Empress Hotu ancestor witch, suppressing her own baleful aura. And then under the wrapping of the golden light of merit and virtue, a 3-inch sized Yuan Shen emerged from the top of her head, alive and well, exactly like Hotu, sitting cross-legged in the golden light. See this scene. Wu Tian was finally completely convinced. A strong and incomparable joy was also born in his heart. Now that Hotu had cultivated the Yuan Shen in advance, no matter how it would change in the future, there was one thing that Wu Tian was very sure of. The thigh of the backwoods is thicker. Wu Tian's heart stirred and he asked again in a hurry, "May I inform my elder brother and the others?" Holu nodded with a light smile. Right at this moment, suddenly several loud voices rang out, echoing in the Pango Hall, giving Wu Tian a deafening feeling. "Backwoods sister, you really cultivated a Yuan Shen?" The next moment clattering figures rushed in. The ancestral witches gathered again, all gazing at the Yuan Shen above Hotu's head, their eyes filled with joy. After looking at it for a while longer, Emperor Jiang revealed a confident smile. "A look of all under my control," said with a light laugh. "I know. Among our ancestral witches, in addition to Wu Tian, is Hotu last out of the world. The body of the Bane is also the lightest, and now there are so many merits and virtues to protect and resist the role of the Bane, so that we can cultivate the spirit of the Yuan Shen." Wu Tian also nodded slightly. He had actually figured out that if he had made the suggestion a little later, when Hotu's strength was high, her flesh was even stronger, and the baneful chi within her body was even heavier, it wouldn't have been as easy as it was now. Instead, was thinking about it. Pop! Emperor Zhang's slap landed on Wu Tian's shoulder once again, instantly dispersing all of Wu Tian's thoughts. "Wu Tian, thanks to you this time." Emperor Zhang's eyes were scorching hot. "You're good, kid." Something. Chapter 5, I have another idea. After Emperor Jiang sighed, the other ancestral witches also complimented, and the Zhurong ancestral witch even made an effort to squeeze to the front, poked his head out, and asked Wu Tian, "Wu Tian, do you think I can do it?" Zhurong ancestor witch's eyes blinked. "I want to progress too. I also want to cultivate the Yuan Shen." Wu Tian was a little short of words for a moment. "I don't know if I should be blunt, or euphemistic." Ancestral witch Hotu was able to do so because even without Wu Tian's advice, she was the only existence within the ancestral witches that could cultivate a Yuan Shen, in advance of Wu Tian's intervention. That is also on the basis of this, coincidentally catching up with the Hotu ancestral which has only appeared not long ago, has not yet been crazy refining the heaven and earth of the baneful chi time. Sure, as the 13th ancestral witch who came out even later than Hotu, Wu Tian was very certain that he was able to cultivate the Yuan Shen. It's not like the other ancestral witches. All the baneful chi that entered his body, under the quenching of the technique inherited from his bloodline, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, directly became the most original power and merged into his fleshly body. And for that reason too, Wu Tian looks very different from the other ancestral witches. There is simply no feeling of the surrounding fury. Could it be that the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong that I practice is different from the other ancestral witches? Wu Tian had such doubts, but when he looked for the Hotu ancestral witch to corroborate it, he found that it was simply the same, and he could only attribute the reason to the fact that he was somewhat special. He hadn't cultivated his Yuan Shin yet, just honestly running the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong and continuously refining the ancestral witch essence blood. Wu Tian felt that he might have to wait until his fleshly body was strong and complete after he refined all of the essence blood, and at that time, the Yuan Shin was born by itself. Just as Wu Tian deliberated a bit, when he was about to open his mouth, a hand reached out from the crowd and directly yanked Shu Rong back. The Gong Gong ancestral witch spoke with a big smile. Don't add to the confusion. You think you're just like the Ho2 sisters, and you still want to cultivate the Yuan Shen. The Shu Rong ancestral witch was instantly furious. Immediately, he quarreled with the Gong Gong ancestral witch. Get the hell out of here. You guys. Emperor Jiang was instantly furious. Boom. Waving a slap at both of them, the laws of space were activated, directly sending the two out of the Pangu Hall. Seeing the other ancestral witches looking like they were laughing and watching, their eyes glared, and then they all drove them out as well. That left 5 people in the temple. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, Xian Mei and Ho2, as well as Wu Tian who was surrounded in the center. As the Ho2 ancestor witch cultivated the Yuan Shun, Di Jiang felt more and more that this kid was not simple. Among the entire witch clan, I'm afraid it's second only to me in intelligence. Emperor Jiang immediately asked curiously. The Ho2 sisters have cultivated Yuan Shun. What about you? Wu Tian had a lighter baleful aura than Ho2. It doesn't even have to be protected by merit. Wu Tian spoke his thoughts out and smiled as he spoke. Wait until I refine all this essence blood. At that time the 12 laws will be complete. The self will be complete and the Yuan Shin will be self-generated. Emperor Jiang nodded again at his words, then asked about Wu Tian's cultivation. Wu Tian also told Emperor Jiang one by one. At this time he has refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, precisely in accordance with the order of the 5 elements of mutual birth and mutual restraint. Emperor Jiang nodded his head in satisfaction after hearing this. The two with Candle Join looked at each other for a moment, then smiled again and spoke. Your second brother and I have special laws. When you are refining, if you have any problems, feel free to come to us and solve your problems. Having said that, Emperor Jiang smiled again and spoke. There are only 13 of us ancestral witches. I'm going to catalyze the blood pool and breed more clansmen out. What do you think? After going out on the road for a while, the ancestral witches have seen the great power of the 3 tribes and the hundreds of millions of their clansmen. And naturally they are eager to do so. Plus they were all born in the blood pool of the Pangu temple, so they want to do as they have done, and to use the blood pool to breed more clansmen. Nowadays, Wu Tian had a heavier weight in their eyes, plus the matter of the ancestral witch of Ho2 giving birth to a Yuan Shun. They naturally wanted to ask Wu Tian about it. Listen to him. You don't have to listen to it, but you can always refer to it, right? Wu Tian nodded at his words. This idea is reasonable. Originally the great power in the ancestral witches is to do so. The witch race's physical body defects in addition to the inability to cultivate the spirit of the spirit. There is also difficult to reproduce. What about incubation without the blood pool? No good. I shouldn't be doing the same, should I? Wu Tian secretly exclaimed. His face suddenly changed, and he couldn't help but glance towards Xianmei and Ho2 from the corner of his eye. But he was instantly stared back fiercely by the Xianmei ancestor witch. No way. Can't verify that now either. We'll just have to wait until we get a chance later. Wu Tian pushed the thoughts down, then spoke to Emperor Jiang. I think so. However, the blood pool is not endless after all. There will be a day when it is consumed. So, when the elder brothers are out hunting ferocious beasts, they might as well bring back all their corpses and put them into the blood pool. And, even if there are more clansmen, there's no need for us to clash with the 3 clans now. We'll just develop slowly at the foot of this Buzhou mountain. Now it's the Great Dragon Han robbery. The 3 tribes are the protagonists of this quantum leap. Even if the ancestral witches jumped out, they were not at all the opponents of the 3 tribes, but instead, they were stained with karma for nothing, so they might as well kill the ferocious beasts, suck the fury of heaven and earth, and accumulate some merit. Wait until after the 3 tribes have fallen. It's not too late for the wizards to go on a rampage again. Build the wall high, build the grain, slow down the king. This is something that any latter-day person knows. When Wu Tian finished speaking, both Emperor Jiang and Candle Join nodded their heads slightly, and both Xianmei and Ho2 did not speak, but instead gazed at Wu Tian. Looking at Wu Tian's confident and eloquent appearance, both of them could not help but nod slightly, seemingly very satisfied. Emperor Jiang exchanged glances with Candle Join. After a moment of silence, he suddenly asked, who do you think will win out of the 3 clans? Final domination of the flood? Wu Tian didn't even think about it and directly shook his head. Neither. None of the 3 tribes will be able to dominate the flood, and all of them will end up miserably. The ultimate victor must be Hongjun. Emperor Jiang looked up sharply. With surprise in his eyes, he couldn't help but murmur, Hongjun. Wu Tian nodded again. He was also deliberately saying this in front of Emperor Jiang and looking so sure of himself, just to impress Emperor Jiang and the others. These are verified one by one in the future. Emperor Jiang and the others will then be completely convinced by Wu Tian, recognizing his precise judgment of the general situation of the flood. And Wu Tian will also be able to have more say in the witch race. Crucial time. The ancestral witches will only listen if they speak themselves. Therefore, Wu Tian continued to speak with a smile. Brother, just watch. The next development will definitely be like this. The struggle between the three tribes is all Luo Shuji behind the scenes. The struggle between Luo Shuji and Hongjun is the main contradiction. But he certainly can't fight Hongjun. Emperor Jiang nodded slightly. He did not say anything, but he kept all these words of Wu Tian in his heart, preparing to slowly verify them in the future. It's okay for Wu Tian to be wrong, but if this is really how things are going to be, that would be great. Emperor Jiang thought of this, eyes oddly looking toward Wu Tian. Seeing that Emperor Jiang and the others have heard the heart, Wu Tian also breathed a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. There is no hurry now. Wait until later to know the power of this 13th ancestor witch of ours. Immediately after, Wu Tian's smile changed, looking somewhat thievish in the eyes of the ancestral witches as he continued to speak to Emperor Jiang and the others. I have another idea. In addition to decimating the ferocious beasts and slowly developing, we can also get behind the three clans. And while they fight in the front, we'll clean up the battlefield in the back. Chapter 6 Purification of the Flood. Witches and wizards have responsibilities. A few people were a bit speechless after hearing that. After Xianmei Ancestor Witch pondered a little, her brows furrowed and she spoke in a cold voice. You mean, let's go clean up the battlefield of the three clans and collect their corpses? In the eyes of the ancestral witches, going to collect corpses like vultures was really a bit of a fall from grace, so naturally they were a bit reluctant. Wu Tian, however, looked at the several people and asked rhetorically, what's wrong with collecting bodies? The corpses of the three clans are good things. Their essence blood can be put into the blood pool to enrich its power, and their flesh can also be used as food for future clansmen or refined into divine weapons. Well, there's a little more. The battlefield must be filled with the furious chi. If we can remove the furious chi as well, heaven and earth will surely still have great merits and virtues descending down. The ancestral witches wanted to say something else. Yet again, he was directly choked by Wu Tian's words, only to see Wu Tian with a righteous expression. He said rightfully, we are of Pangu's blood. This piece of heaven and earth left behind by Father God should naturally be well maintained. The battlefield of the three clans' war is ferocious and fierce, so we mustn't dispose of it? It is the responsibility of witches and wizards to preserve heaven and earth. Even when Hongjun saw it, he had nothing to say. Now everyone had nothing to say, and Emperor Jiang even pondered a little before speaking to Wu Tian. Yes, just to hear you one more time. Then he and Candle Joeen got up and left. He has to go and get ready. Give the other ancestral witches a heads up. And also work with the ancestral witches to catalyze the blood pool and start incubating the witch race. The two of them, Xianmei and Hotu, stayed behind. Hotu's eyes twinkled. Her mind was still immersed in Wu Tian's speculation, and she couldn't help but open her mouth in the end, asking at Wu Tian, do you really think that's how the three tribes will end up? The dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes are now in the ascendant, and even the ancestral witches, who have always been high-minded and fearless, have had to avoid them. But Wu Tian was so judgmental. Naturally, it made Hotu curious. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Sister Hotu, just watch. These three clans not only ended miserably, but also ended up taking the initiative to withdraw from the flood. Anyway, by that time, you will know. The ancestral witch of the Backlands was pondering. At this time, Wu Tian's eyes turned and he smiled again and spoke. Sister Hotu, if I am right, can you two do me a small favor? Wu Tian's gaze swept back and forth between the Xianmei Ancestor Witch and the Hotu Ancestor Witch, finally landing on Hotu. The ancestral witch of Hotu laughed. Say it, what do you want? Even if you're not right, just by the fact that you helped me cultivate my Yuanshan, I'll still thank you. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Sister Hotu is overstating it. You can cultivate the Yuanshan. The main thing is that the elder brothers give you all the merits. There are so many merits. In order to isolate the erosion of the fury, Hotu was non-committal. But obviously, she felt that Wu Tian's role in this was crucial, and who would have thought of this if not for Wu Tian? Wu Tian continued to laugh. The favor I want my sister to help me with is based on my speculation being correct. If my prediction is correct, when the ancestral dragon exits the flood, if you two sisters have the opportunity, help me take some ancestral dragon essence blood. The two men sniffed in surprise for a moment. Then Four Eyes, Eventually the ancestral witch of Ho-Tu smiled and nodded her head. Yes, I would have fetched it for you if I had the chance. Wu Tian was instantly delighted in his heart. Just now, when Emperor Jiang said to incubate the clan with the blood pool, he realized a problem. He is also an ancestral witch, and the witch race is defective in reproduction. He does not know if he has such a problem. Not married in a previous life. We can't still break the incense in this life, can we? He still wanted to get to know a few more innate goddesses, and since he had come to the flood in this life, he couldn't waste this great opportunity for nothing. Could he? It's natural to prepare in advance. The ancestral dragon is the kidney essence of the great god Pangu, and in addition to its own power, it is incomparably strong in terms of reproduction. Simply a cedar. One thing Wu Tian is not too recognized is that the ancestral dragon this guy does not seem to pick at all. It is said that the dragon born among the 9 sons of Pujing, the old mother, is actually a toad. Neither can the toads of the flood. Wu Tian wondered if he could refine the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Could it make up for the lack of the ancestral witch's body? Avoid any problems that might be there? He also had his speech ready. If Xianmei and Ho-Tu ancestral witches ask after them, they will say that they want to study the blood of the ancestral dragon to see if they can solve the problem of the witch clan's reproduction. Turns out the two didn't even ask. It was a straight up yes. The two of them then got up and bid farewell to Wu Tian. Ancestral witch Xian, he even said faintly. You practice well here. I'll keep coming back for more. After dropping this, the two of them also went out of the Pangu hall. Wu Tian let out a bitter smile and shook his head slightly, then sat on the edge of the blood pool and continued to start practicing. By now he had refined 5 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, which belonged to Ho-Tu, Ma-Tu, Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, and the Jumong ancestral witches. Although each drop of essence blood contained very little law power, after Wu Tian refined it and even intermingled it together, it actually gave birth to a marvelous reaction. The 5 forces of the laws were mutually exclusive. Live and let live. It was actually constantly transforming the power in Wu Tian's body into the power of laws, and above his divine soul, the traces of law inscriptions slowly deepened. Which one to refine next? Wu Tian pondered in his heart. It was finally decided. Xianxian essence blood. Refined the Xianmei essence blood. Deeper understanding of the laws of the Xianmei ancestor witch. The next battle in the middle of the battle. He can also eat less bitter. The time spent practicing went by quickly. The ancestral witches listened to Wu Tian's advice and acted like scavengers. But wherever there was a battle between the 3 clans, there was them. The fight only ended as soon as it did, and then he rushed on, collecting corpses, cleaning, and absorbing the fury. The whole thing is in one fell swoop. The original chaos of the battlefield. But also after the passage of the ancestral witches, the evil spirit will be eliminated, and become a good place for the flood spirits to live and reproduce. Naturally, there are merits to land. The ancestral witches, as usual, took it all to Ho-Tu. Such a situation caused the 3 tribes to be both angry and amazed. What the hell are these guys up to? Where did it come from? Robbing our clan's corpses? How is there still merit to take? Wait until you know where the ancestral witches came from. Ancestral dragon and the others all smiled helplessly and bitterly. Pango blood descendants, to cultivate themselves with the fury of heaven and earth, is almost born in response to fate. The natural flood scavenger, forget it. These guys aren't weak either. The elimination of the furious chi is even more recognized by heaven and earth. For the time being, a strong enemy is in front of us, so it's better not to bother with them. Tell the clansmen to pay attention and not to leave their corpses on the battlefield. Even Hong Jun noticed the witch race. Now the heavenly Tao has not yet fully appeared. Hong Jun is also not accomplished saints, so it is impossible to measure the cause and effect of it. But somehow, he always felt a little weird. Chapter 7, You're right again. It was good that the ancestral witches were not stupid. Although the temper is very strong, but also know that now is not the time to brute force. Messing with the 3 tribes are very annoying. Small friction is also there, but the real big battle was not inspired, because the ancestral witch has more important things on her mind. Take the time to develop the clan. As countless corpses were thrown into the blood pool, the power of the blood pool was greatly replenished, and under the urging of the ancestral witches, a steady stream of witches were born from the blood pool. At this critical moment, of course Wu Tian wouldn't miss it. It was just that he always had an illusion when he watched his clansmen climb out of the pool of blood just like that. Why so sci-fi? At the very beginning of the witch tribe, there are several Wu Tian familiar existence, such as Chi Yu, Interpol, Quafu, Hoi, etc. These are the intermediate forces of the witches, strong and powerful great wizard. Only these great witches know Wu Tian's identity, and know that this figure who is always practicing by the blood pool is none other than their 13 ancestor witches. Wu Tian. We're going to divide the clansmen according to their own laws, and we'll each bring our own cultivation, which will also be beneficial to their growth. What do you have in mind? Wait until there are more witches. The ancestral witches found Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang even smiled and spoke. We've also discussed the fact that you'll eventually be able to carry the laws of all of us. So among these clansmen, you don't have to stick to the laws and pick whichever one you want. Wu Tian thought about it. Still shaking his head no. Forget it. I won't need to. Even if I refine all 12 laws, it's just a primer. It'll take a long time to accumulate. What's the fun in bringing a whole bunch of witches? These guys make a mess day in and day out. The energy is unbelievable. He wasn't going to waste that brain, which is not as good as clinging to the thighs of the sister of the back of the earth, but also the sister incense. Think about it. Wu Tian looked directly towards the Hotu ancestor witch. Sister Hutu, why don't I partner with you? The ancestral witches froze, then instantly howled with excitement. They walked outside for so long, and saw more and more. Although the ancestral witches are not interested in the things between men and women, but not unaware of. Zulan is simply a living textbook. Shu Rong ancestral witch suddenly looked back and forth between the two of them, and her heart was even more excitedly dark. Ouch! No wonder Hotu's sister gave essence blood without saying anything before. And old brother Wu Tian always helped Hotu's sister and let us give her all the merits. So they see eye to eye. Then a tap on the head. A look of remorse. Speaking to Emperor Jiang. Big brother, we should let old brother Wu Tian and sister Hotu unite. Maybe we can reproduce clansmen for our witch clan. Wu Tianxin said. You think I'm the ancestral dragon? Relying on the two of you to give birth? When would you have to give birth to enough clansmen? And with the lack of reproduction ability of the witch clan, it's simply not possible. He hasn't said a word. Just suddenly, he saw the Shu Rong ancestral witch fly out. Bang! Directly affixed to the wall of the Pangu temple, slowly sliding down. Hotu had a look of shame and anger on her face. It was actually showing its tyrannical side as well. That's okay. Why did the witch of Xianmei also make a move? Looking at the two men's eyes roving towards the other ancestral witches again. This time even Di Jiang had to stifle his laughter and couldn't say anything else. Wu Tian was instantly a bit nervous. It's okay for you to beat up Zhu Rong. After all, he has thick skin, so it's okay to beat him up, but you don't want to beat me up too, right? Fortunately, Hotu quickly regained her warm temperament again and nodded at Wu Tian, smiling and speaking. Yes, from now on, we will preside over the Hotu tribe together. Right now the witch clan is not officially established. Wu Tian remembered this problem in his mind, but did not remind. For one thing, the clan of the witch clan was not enough after all. Secondly, the three clans' war was not yet over, and it would be a bit too conspicuous if he now notified heaven and earth and set up the witch clan. You may be hostile to all three tribes. He was prepared to wait until after the first sermon at the Purple Heaven Palace to talk to Emperor Jiang about this issue, and just quietly and silently develop it now. Next time, Wu Tian refining each drop of essence blood, more and more time. Good thing cultivation without years. He immersed in cultivation, as if he could not feel the passage of time as. Wait until Wu Tian had refined 10 drops of essence blood. Only the essence blood of 2 ancestral witches remained. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, who were the space ancestral witch and the time ancestral witch respectively, and were the most powerful among the 12 ancestral witches. The laws of the two are also the most difficult. Just then, Wu Tian was awakened by the ancestral witches from their long cultivation, and before he could come back to his senses, ancestral witch Di Jiang spoke in surprise. Wu Tian, you got it. The three tribes have sworn an oath of heaven and earth and have voluntarily withdrawn from the flooded heavens and earth. Wu Tian was instantly shocked. That fast? At this time, Hotu smiled and walked forward, spreading out her palm. 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood appeared on top of her palm. Hotu smiled and spoke. The ancestral dragon essence blood you wanted. There was also marvel in Hotu's eyes. However, thinking about the process of obtaining the ancestral dragon's essence blood again, Hotu was also a bit embarrassed and glared at Wu Tian angrily. People ancestor dragon righteousness, grief and incomparable vow. Himself and Xianmei, 2 people hiding at the edge, just waiting for ancestor dragon throw away the body, refining essence blood. Same as vultures waiting for a corpse. Wu Tian hurriedly took the ancestral dragon essence blood and smilingly gave a thank you to the ancestral witch of Hotu. At this time, Emperor Jian couldn't wait to speak again. Wu Tian, how on earth did you see that? Wu Tian said. It was still the time when the 3 clans were in the ascendant. Emperor Jiang was not quite convinced at the time. I did not expect today's spirit of verification. Wu Tian also laughed. Of course he dared to conclude so because he knew the original general development, but that couldn't be said. Then he nodded his own head and smiled. Of course it's speculated by the brain. Seeing that the ancestral witches still looked disbelieving, Wu Tian said jokingly, brothers, do you say there is such a possibility that the reason I was not born with control of the laws is because I have control of the laws of wisdom? the power that nurtured me. I used to grow my brain? So, I should be the wisdom ancestor witch. At that moment, murmurs came from inside the ancestral witch. Really? There really are laws of wisdom? Emperor Jian was speechless, turning back and slapping towards the opening ancestral witch, saying with some displeasure, "He's talking nonsense. What wisdom ancestors? Humph. Among the witch clan, it is definitely this big brother of mine who is the most intelligent, and if there really is an intelligent ancestral witch, it should also be me, but not for long." As Wu Tian was about to refine the Emperor Jiang ancestral witch essence blood and comprehend the spatial laws within, he was suddenly interrupted by Emperor Jiang and the others. When he woke up from his cultivation, Emperor Jiang said quietly, "Wu Tian, you got me again. Hong Jun wins." Wu Tian burst out laughing. "Now that's believable?" Emperor Jiang nodded his head fiercely. Once in a while it was just a matter of time, but if there wasn't a single major event that was said by Wu Tian, this little old brother, that could only mean one thing. Wu Tian did see the big picture clearly. More than that, there is great wisdom in the heart. Emperor Jiang was silent for a moment, and was even more direct in his words. "Believe it. I'm now somewhat skeptical that you could actually be the wisdom ancestor witch." Chapter 8. It doesn't count if you don't pay. The ancestral witches of wisdom were naturally talking nonsense. However, seeing the ancestral witches being initially convinced by his appearance, Wu Tian was still very happy, which means that in the future, what Wu Tian said, the ancestral witches will pay more attention to. Sure, nor should this be taken lightly. Thinking that the ancestral witches would listen to whatever they said in the future, even if they recognized it, it didn't mean that they would be able to do it. These guys, after the hot blood on the head, where will still care so much, did not see Gong Gong directly head to knock down the Buzhou mountain. Creatures like the ancestral witch, it can't be viewed with normal thinking. Don't look at the Emperor River now. Well, maybe one also on the head. Wu Tian could only try to influence them as much as possible. Emperor Jian gently sighed, a very despondent look, causing Wu Tian to be a bit puzzled. What is this? He looked toward the background, casting a solicitous eye. Ho Tu instantly laughed, and even said directly in front of the crowd, "What else? Elder brother has always felt that he is the wisest and most intelligent of our witch clan, and you have stolen the limelight." Emperor Jiang was immediately a bit embarrassed. Toward the back of the earth glared. He is still a little differentiated. If Shu Rong ancestral witch or other brothers, would have been a slap in the past, for both Shinmei and Ho Tu, and at most, a glare is all that's needed. Then he grabbed Wu Tian again and asked with great anticipation, "Come on, say it, what else haven't you told us?" Wu Tian thought about it. Now at this time, this is not on and off. It seems that there is not much chance to intervene. Hong Jun's sermon counts? How about preaching ahead of Hong Jun? But what could the ancestral witches speak about? The 9 turns of Yuan Gong, a technique for cultivating the physical body? Or their mastery of the power of the laws? Their perception? The 9 turns of Yuan Gong definitely doesn't work. This is the Gong method left to them by Pan Gu, and the ancestral witches are bound to be unwilling to share it with others. Plus the threshold of this Gong method is too high, and it is not something that any living being can learn. As for the comprehension of laws, I guess the ancestral witches aren't too good to talk about it. For them, manipulating the law is as natural as breathing in heartbeat, and it's a bit difficult to really talk about the causes and consequences and taking things for granted. In the end, Wu Tian could only speak. Hong Jun won this time, and with the addition of his qi, he can surely go 100 feet further, and when he succeeds, he will surely preach at that time. That's not a bad chance. Emperor Jiang was thoughtful. The Shu Rong ancestral witch, however, yelled, "What kind of chance is that? Our ancestral witches have their own cultivation methods, refining their physical bodies and deepening their control of the laws, and we will eventually become Taoists one day. Why bother to listen to his sermons? Not flat out owe him karma." The other ancestral witches also nodded their heads fiercely, a look of deep concern. Wu Tian heart bitter smile. Shu Rong now full of confidence, feel that they will be able to become the road, but do not know the single law is the most difficult, almost impossible. Between the flooded heavens and earth, there are countless laws. The more basic the law, the more powerful it is. Wanting to become a Tao, no matter if it was a single law or multiple laws intertwined, coming out of one's own Tao would be fine, but the difficulty involved was incomparable. Take the Zhu Rong ancestor witch. How difficult would it be for him to want the entire laws of fire of the flood to be under his control after he became a Taoist? Hong Jun, will heaven allow it? A thought suddenly popped up in Wu Tian's mind. Could this be the reason why the heavenly Tao had counted on the ancestral witches, causing them all to die and the power of the laws to return to heaven and earth? You have all the laws under control. How else can I perfect the way of heaven? How do saints control the flood? Thinking of these in his heart, Wu Tian looked toward the back of the earth. but saw the back of the Earth ancestor which thoughtful look. The heart is a little bit of relief. Not worthy of being the only one who can repair the spirit of the elements. As for the Xianmei ancestor witch, as if they were more deeply influenced by Wu Tian, they didn't directly express their opposition either, but looked at Wu Tian curiously, as if they were waiting for how Wu Tian would convince them. No way. Then it was just a matter of convincing the ancestral witches in a way and with logic that they could understand. In the original general trend, when the Purple Heavenly Palace preached, only 2 ancestral witches, Xianmei and Ho Tu, went. The other ancestral witches didn't give a damn. Wu Tian spoke softly. If Hongjun preaches, he certainly has his own subjective will, but more than that, it must be the requirement of the heavenly Tao, and he is sort of compelled to preach to lead the flood in cultivation. Then looking towards Zhu Rong, who was yelling the most, he smiled and said, "Wishing brother, under these circumstances, if you go and listen to Hongjun's sermon, will you feel that you owe him karma?" Zhu Rong ancestral witch's eyes glared. Naturally not. Why? This heaven and earth were opened by our Father God. What's wrong with listening to him? Wu Tian immediately spread his hands. Isn't that all? You don't feel you owe any karma. That's not the problem. Although it is not stated outright, it is similar to the latter days if you don't pay. You don't count as a prostitute, which is the same as the latter days if you don't pay. You don't count as a prostitute, which is the same as the latter day. Sure, the way of karma isn't that simple, but this argument of Wu Tian's can convince the ancestral witches just fine. How such a big scene must go to Xia. Though he is devoted to cultivation and does not go out at all without any major events, he is also curious about the sermon of the Purple Heaven Palace. I'd like to see the seat in the Purple Heaven Palace. Whether or not it is a saint's chance, represents the belonging of the Hongmeng Purple Qi. Wu Tian thought in his heart. The ancestral witches froze for a moment when they heard Wu Tian's words. Yeah, seems to make some sense. Looking at the way the ancestral witches were about to be convinced, Wu Tian didn't have the heart to continue wrestling with them, but instead grasped Di Jian with a smile. Brother Emperor River, I party almost will your spatial law sense. The result is interrupted by you. You have to compensate me. A moment is not allowed to go, to give me a good demonstration, since we're going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to hear the sermon. Then before that, surely we must find a way to completely refine all the ancestral witch essence blood, so that we can be sure to go forward. So we have to catch Emperor Jiang. We have to let him help himself. And Candlewick. Emperor Jiang froze for a moment. Finally, he smiled at Wu Tian. Yes, we brothers are naturally good at talking, and because he saw Wu Tian's eyes and realized that he glanced towards Candle Join, he turned his head and spoke to Candle Join. You stay too. Let's help him together. After the 2 laws of space and time are comprehended, even if Wu Tian is perfect in all 12 laws, I want to see what will happen after all 12 laws are carried. Wu Tian has been from the beginning until now, has refined a full 10 drops of ancestral witch essence blood, but these essence blood in the power of the law, after all, only very little, can only leave an imprint on top of the divine soul, and each one is not enough to complete, and because of that, Wu Tian controlled a lot of law power, and yet each one is not strong enough. In reality, the strength, still lagging behind the ancestral witches a lot. The ancestral witches are not so much scruples, crazy devouring the world's baneful gas, constantly growing their own power, but the change in Wu Tian's body. Emperor Jiang and the rest of them were looking at it in their eyes, regardless of how much blood fiend Shi he had devoured. The aura on Wu Tian's body had always been very different, completely devoid of the tyrannical and ferocious appearance of the ancestral witches, as if he would not be contaminated by the fiend Shi at all. Perhaps, this is what the Father God's essence blood really looks like, isn't it? Di Jiang thought secretly in his heart. It was also very interesting to see what kind of changes would occur after Wu Tian finally carried the 12 laws. Chapter 9, The Elemental Spirit Generates Itself. Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven. The time until Hongjuan's sermon. Not sure how much longer. So Wu Tian was also very anxious. What if Hongjun started preaching and he hadn't completely refined all the essence blood? So, Wu Tian, who was originally slow and spontaneous, now caught Di Jiang and Candle 9 in frantically wool gathering, letting them help him refine the ancestral witch essence blood, feeling and comprehending the power of the laws therein. There is little to no rest. The speed of refinement also advanced wildly with the help of the 2, causing both of them to be a bit puzzled. What's going on with Wu Tian? What's the rush? Is it because you see the power gap with your brothers and are trying to catch up? Di Jiang thought in his heart, nodding in relief. Not bad. As an ancestor witch, you have to have a competitive heart. Dislike the sky, dislike the earth, dislike the air. No one is not convinced. That's what an ancestral witch is. Even Emperor Jiang himself, after being bowled over by Wu Tian's little brain earlier, thoughts would pop up in his mind once again. I'm a big brother. Wisdom may not be as good as Wu Tian's oldest brother. Previously, in their eyes, Wu Tian was good at everything, just not quite like an ancestral witch. The aura on his body was too gentle. The two immediately perked up as well. The more attentive you are, the more you help. After concentrating on cultivation, in addition to the continuous progress of strength and the rapid refining of the ancestral witch essence blood, there is another benefit. And the Xianmei ancestral witch cannot take advantage of Wu Tian's rest time to beat him up. I don't know how much longer. Wu Tian first refined the Emperor River essence blood and imprinted the laws of space on top of his divine soul. Then there was the Candlewick essence blood. The perception of the law of time is even more difficult than the law of space. But fortunately, there is Candle Join who constantly performs divine powers to let Wu Tian carefully realize, as well as the special experience of Wu Tian's own experience. After spending many hours, finally, Wu Tian was able to completely refine it. And there was an additional arcane and incomparable brand on top of his divine soul. In this moment, after all 12 types of law powers were in place, all the law powers within Wu Tian's body actually seemed like they were triggered by something and suddenly rioted within his body. Boom! Wu Tian's blood qi was majestic and turbulent. The breath was chaotic. It actually stirred up all the Yuan qi in the Pango Hall. And the breath in the blood pool was also affected, which actually set off a huge wave of blood. The other ancestral witches all sensed the abnormality in the Pango Hall and hurriedly ran towards where Wu Tian was. The figure had not yet fallen. The ancestral witch of Hotu then asked in a hurry, "Brother, what happened to Wu Tian?" As he said that, he looked towards Wu Tian, only to see that Wu Tian's eyes were tightly closed, a painful look on his face, and his body was also a block of different colored xianlight. It's as if the law cuts through. The laws are in conflict, Candle Join said with a heavy face. But, wasn't it quite normal for him to refine other law powers before? The ancestral witch of Hotu became more and more anxious. Although Xianmei ancestral witch did not say anything, but his eyebrows were frowning, and he looked at Wu Tian without turning his eyes. Obviously his heart is also extremely unsettled. At this time, the Emperor River ancestral witch rushed in. After his eyes surveyed Wu Tian's body for a moment, he immediately spoke to Candle Nine. "Strike together. Suppress this conflict first." Candlewick nodded. The two instantly revealed their true bodies of the ancestral witches, and the fury chi around their bodies was incomparably thick, rushing in all directions. And then each of them struck out a force with an incomparably arcane aura, falling towards where Wu Tian was. Swish! The arcane light flickered afterward. Wu Tian's aura was no longer riotous. It was then that Emperor Jiang spoke. Wu Tian's physical body power is very strong, far exceeding the power of the laws in the essence blood you gave him. But after the laws of the two of us are also refined by him, the conflict steepens. He can't suppress it with his physical strength. That's why it's like this. It's good to know the problem. Either to grow Wu Tian's physical body now, or to allow Wu Tian to dissolve the conflict between the laws. Di Jiang maintained his ancestral witch true body and stood in midair pondering. Hotu was in a hurry though. And yet there was no interference at this point. A few moments later, ancestral witch Emperor Jiang lightly laughed as he spoke. "Ha ha. I've been prepared for this for a long time. The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation. Let's pass this formation to him and let him use it to control the power of the laws in his body. Won't that be fine?" The 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury formation was a formation that had been passed down from the bloodline of the ancestral witches, and was incredibly strong, able to gather the power of the 12 ancestral witches and summon the true body of Pangu. Wu Tian is the 13 ancestral witches, and nothing of the power of the law. Naturally, I have not inherited this formation, but a long time ago, even when Wu Tian said that he could carry all the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, Di Jiang had thought about this formation. Sure enough, it was used today. Seeing that Di Jiang had spoken, what were the ancestral witches waiting for? There was a point of arcane light, toward Wu Tian's brain door flew, fell into Wu Tian's mind, in an instant by a huge amount of information toward Wu Tian surging. Emperor Jiang also laughed. "Wu Tian, your second brother and I will suppress the riots in your body for you, and you will hurry to comprehend this formation, and use it to unify and control the 12 laws." Wu Tian closed his eyes tightly, an imperceptible nod. Then they rushed to comprehend the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury's grand formation. Soon, the aura on Wu Tian's body changed. The ancestral witches were also relieved to see this, and Di Jiang even raised his head slightly and looked at the others with a smile, as if to say, "How's it going?" Wu Tian, he was no more wise. "It's still up to me now?" Both Hotu and Xianmo gave him a blank look. Then the two of them locked gazes and instantly understood each other's thoughts. "Since you knew that the 12th capital Divine Fury formation was useful, why didn't you pass it on to Wu Tian earlier? If I had given it to him earlier, wouldn't it have been less thrilling than the scene at hand?" Emperor Jiang was a bit embarrassed. It's not that he hadn't thought of it, and it's not that he couldn't spare it, but he had forgotten about it. Another moment. Wu Tian's body above the cutoff breath slowly dissolved, and no longer clear-cut Xianlight. 12 kinds of laws slowly sink into the body. Within the flesh, the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong worked frantically. The arcane and incomparable formation slowly formed. The 12 forces of the laws were pulled by this force and slowly began to merge, and the branding of the laws above the divine soul slowly intensified, and there was even a feeling of overlapping each other. It made Wu Tian's divine soul more and more radiant. Just at this moment, a marvelous feeling suddenly arose in Wu Tian's heart. The laws are perfect and the flesh is strong. Metempsychosis self-generation. It seemed like he was going to cultivate the Yuan Shen, the kind that is naturally cultivated after the flesh is strong. Just then, the Pango Palace suddenly shook. In the depths of the vast and deep space, a purple light suddenly flew out like a thick purple rainbow, falling towards Wu Tian's head. Hongmeng measuring ruler. Ancestral Witch Di Jiang exclaimed. Chapter 10, The Laws Return to One. Pango's true body. In the midst of the original flood of great power, the Hongmeng measuring ruler has hardly ever appeared. It has been hidden within the Pango Hall of the Witch Clan and has not appeared. Not much is known about it in the world, but there is a treasure. And the Hongmeng measuring tape between the close relationship between the flood for the people know. This is the Heaven and Earth Xianhuang Linglong Pagoda. Both are the same innate merits and virtues to the core. Only the Heaven and Earth Basil Linglong Pagoda focus on defense. Is the innate first merit defense treasure? For the Taichang, while the Hongmeng measuring tape is focus on attack. For the innate first merit attack treasure. One offense and one defense for both. Each has its own focus. All are characterized by killing without karma. As the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven fell down and drilled into Wu Tian's body from the spiritual platform, an overwhelming golden light of merit and virtue was immediately released, instantly illuminating Wu Tian's newborn Yuan Shen. Wu Tian was also surprised beyond measure. He also did not expect that there is such a treasure in the Pango temple, but also attracted by his own breath to fly out. But he didn't have time to think about it. The ancestral witches had passed on the 12 capital divine fury formation to him, and Wu Tian had followed this formation, using the 12 laws as the 12 ancestral witches, to run the formation within his body, temporarily eliminating the conflict between the laws. But ultimately, a core is missing. A core existence capable of suppressing great formations. When the ancestral witches set up the 12 capital heavenly divine fury formation, it was suppressed by the Pango Hall. The Pango Hall was made from the heart of the great god Pangu, so it was naturally capable of doing the job. However, the Pango Hall was shared by the ancestral witches. Wu Tian can't refine it into his own body. At this point, as the Hongmeng measuring ruler fell, blooming with might in the Yuan Shen, it directly replaced the position of the Pango Hall in the original 12 capital heavenly goddess's great formation, suppressing the great formation instantly. Next moment, the power of the 12 laws was catalyzed. The 12 metropolis god fiend grand formation, which was already about to come to a standstill, once again roared into action, using the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler as the centerpiece of the formation. And it continued to operate. The 12 Du Tian Divine Fury formation is also carrying Wu Tian's power, constantly rushing towards the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. The innate prohibitions in it were refined one by one. The more it is refined, Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven blooms, the more dense the golden light of merit and virtue, the more powerful the revealed power, and the stronger the suppression power of the big array. And the big formation was stimulated by this force. It also runs faster and faster. Between the two, they actually form a skillful balance, constantly transforming towards the extreme. At the same time, outside Wu Tian's body, with the continuous operation of the grand formation and the rotation of the power of the law, the breath also changed. Perhaps because a drop of ancestor witch essence blood did not contain enough power of laws, Wu Tian did not reveal his ancestor witch true body by virtue of these power of laws. But behind it, dense visions. In the first vision, there were 6 feet and 4 wings, chaotic and faceless. It looked like a big yellow pocket, and red as a Dan fire. This is the true body of Emperor Zhang's ancestral witch. In the second vision, a human head with a dragon's body and a reddish body, with 2 eyes flashing with the aura of the law of time. This is the true body of Candle Join's ancestral witch. Third vision, fourth vision. As the grand formation operated, one by one, the visions were revealed and surrounded Wu Tian's body, resembling a long rainbow with a grayish, fury-like aura. Wait until all the ancestral witches' true bodies appear. The gray light flashed violently. Boom! The incomparably thick Pango Hall shook. Pango Hall is named Hall. In fact, there is a heaven and earth within, vast and incomparable, which is filled with infinite blood fury gas. With this shock, a massive amount of blood fury chi swept through. Above Wu Tian's head, it transformed into a tangible and immense funnel that continuously filled these blood fiend chi. aside in an endless pool of blood. Even more so, this change has created a huge wave. Countless colors of blood turned into ribbons like it spread towards the top of Wu Tian's body. Ancestral witches looked at the scene in front of them with unblinking eyes. Even the noisiest Zhurong ancestral witch, at this moment, all opened their mouths and looked stagnant, as if they had lost their voices. After a long time, a massive amount of power was infused. The 12 illusory shadows arranged around Wu Tian's body suddenly all overlapped towards the center and instantly collided together. Boom! Change is happening again. The ancestral witches took a step back in unison, the look of shock on their faces even heavier, along with a strong and incomparable feeling of elation. According to reason, the 12 virtual shadows reunited. How to also be thicker and clearer than before, right? But after the collision, it was actually transformed into a faint invisible shadow. But the breath was real. Pangu's true body. The Zhurong ancestral witch finally couldn't help but let out a cry of shock. When the voice fell, this shadow dissipated instantly, as if in a flash. In the next moment, the Emperor River ancestral witch slapped over, directly sending the Zhurong ancestral witch flying, and then the Emperor River glared toward him in incomparable annoyance, his eyes seeming to say, "You're the only one who knows. What's the point of screaming so loud? Look what you did." To scare Wu Tian, the ancestral witches who originally wanted to yell as well couldn't help but have their throats welling up, swallowing the exclamations of surprise that hadn't yet been issued directly and forcibly holding back the surprise in their hearts. Warned the ancestral witches. After telling them not to startle Wu Tian's cultivation, Emperor Jiang once again looked towards where Wu Tian was. The faint and incomparable shadow from just now had already disappeared, but in his heart, he was certain of it. It was indeed the aura of Pangu's true body. In a square moment, he even had to make an involuntary pilgrimage, an urge to bow down to God the Father. Pangea's true body. Wu Tian has actually refined the true body of Pangu. Empyrean's heart fluttered. The mind kept murmuring. In fact, they should have been psychologically prepared for this. And hadn't they been full of anticipation when they had previously given the 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood to Wu Tian for refining? But really when the day comes, Emperor Jiang still felt a huge and incomparable impact. This is the true body of Pangu. The 12 ancestral witches all came out to connect the power of all of them with the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation in order to summon the true body of Pangu, and just that could only exist for a breath of time. But Wu Tian with his, then you can cultivate the breath of Pangu's true body. The Fang's virtual shadow is indeed very faint, but Di Jiang knows that having or not having and being strong or weak are two concepts. The scene in the square showed that Wu Tian had already had. Next just need to refine and strengthen. One day it can be reached. In the moment the vapors disappeared. The blood fury in the Pango Hall also instantly dispersed, quickly restoring calm. Wu Tian after absorbing so much fury. The surrounding body is still no ancestral witch's ferocious fury of the breath. The flesh emanated an internalized precious light, and every muscle was as strong and well proportioned as if it was a divine product of heaven and earth's creation. Xianmei and Huta's eyes rippled with different colors. None but physical changes. Wu Tian's divine soul also had a heavenly change, and the original law imprints inscribed on top of Wu Tian's divine soul completely fused and transformed into a gray shadow, the likeness of a vaguely human figure. With the gray shadow inscribed, Wu Tian's divine soul was also instantly radiant, and actually had more indestructible true intent. Chapter 11, Strength Increased, challenging Xianmei. Beyond that, the Hongmeng measuring ruler that suddenly flew out of the body, under the wash of the big formation in the body, has been quickly refined by Wu Tian. The brand of Wu Tian was imprinted in the magic treasure. Among the 49 innate prohibitions, he even took advantage of Fang's opportunity to refine 24 of them in one go. Originally, it was only 12 channels that had been refined, but after the appearance of the shadow of the true body of Pangu, a short period of time, momentum, and flew to refine the 12 innate prohibitions. Wu Tian had pity in his heart. Alas, if the aura of this Pangu's true body were a bit stronger, wouldn't it be possible to completely refine the Hongmeng measuring ruler with one hand? But it can't be helped. The power of the laws contained in the 12 drops of ancestral witch essence blood was, after all, not much, and it was already extremely rare for it to be able to merge in Wu Tian's body and transform into the true body of Pangu. Another moment passed. Wu Tian organized his own power, then stopped cultivating, snapped open his eyes, only to see the eyes' raw essence light, like a lightning bolt piercing the break gas mist in the middle of the Pangu Hall. Wu Tian also fell from mid-air, standing lightly on the ground. The ancestral witches were pleasantly surprised. Immediately, they surrounded towards Wu Tian's side. Emperor Jiang rushed forward and asked, "Wu Tian, have you really cultivated the true body of Pangu?" Even though the ancestral witches saw it with their own eyes, but after a glimpse, or need to get Wu Tian personally recognized, the heart of the big stone can fall. Wu Tian laughed lightly. Yes, and no. The expressions on the faces of the ancestral witches were first joyful and then instantly froze because of Wu Tian's words. Shu Rong Ancestral Witch even spoke with a bitter face. Ouch. Wu Tian, old brother. You just hurry to say to understand it. Big brother party complained that I exclaimed to disturb your cultivation. Almost didn't slap me to death. If you have anything wrong, I'll be finished. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Ha ha. Then a little contemplation. Explaining it to Emperor Jiang and the others. Naturally, he had not cultivated the real Pangu's true body. This kind of powerful existence could only be summoned by the 12 ancestral witches laying down a great formation and putting forth their efforts in unison. So how could Wu Tian refine it with just 12 drops of essence blood? If so, that Pangu's true body is also too worthless. But, I have indeed obtained the true meaning of Pangu's true body, inscribing it in my divine soul and transforming it into a divine ability. Although Wu Tian's physical strength is strong, but compared with the true body of Pangu is still far from the truth. But after more of this divine ability, it will be able to burn its own blood, a short period of time to the true body of Pangu present. It's just like the ancestral witch's real body. Ancestral witches reveal their ancestral witch true bodies when they are at their strongest, most in tune with the laws of heaven and earth. And Wu Tian was not born with the laws, the ancestral witch true bodies, in the beginning. Now there is indeed. It's the real Pangu's true body. Of course, the time for summoning the Pangu true body, as well as the power that could be erupted, were all related to Wu Tian's own strength, and the stronger the strength, the stronger the power that could be utilized. When the flesh is not strong enough, if it is forced to urge, but instead, it is easy to exhaust their own blood and energy. But anyway, Wu Tian was also considered to have a powerful bottom card. After listening to Wu Tian's explanation, the worries in the hearts of the ancestral witches were completely put down, leaving only a sense of surprise. Ha ha, I knew that you would be able to do it. Wu Tian, you really are the true inheritor of the Pangu Father God. Ancestral Witch Di Jiang burst out laughing aloud. Wu Tian looked towards the crowd with a smile, arching his hand and speaking to them. Thanks to everyone who sent me the Ancestral Witch Essence Blood and passed on the 12 Metropolitan Divine Fury formation. How else could I have gotten to where I am today? Ancestral Witch Di Jiang waved his hand without any concern. What's a drop of Essence Blood? The most important thing is still yourself. If not you yourself have this qualification, it is to give 10 or 100 drops of Essence Blood does not matter. Ah, right. How strong are you now? Emperor Jiang asked with some curiosity. A confident smile appeared on Wu Tian's face immediately. After this cultivation, giving birth to the Yuan Shen, refining the Hongmeng measuring ruler, fusing the power of the 12 laws, and obtaining the divine ability of Pangu's true body, it only felt like his body was filled with power to the point of explosion. I can't wait to fight for tens of thousands of rounds right away and get it out of my system. After hearing Emperor Jiang ask this, Wu Tian's heart stirred. So much progress all at once this time. It can't be that it's still not a match for Xianmei, can it? As a proud man, how could Wu Tian tolerate Xianmei ancestor witch pressing himself down again and again? Right now there's an opportunity. It's natural to turn over and try to be a master. Immediately, he spoke to Emperor Jiang. Ha ha, how strong is the strength? Brother will know at a glance. Then he looked toward the Xianmei ancestor witch again, revealing a provocative intent in his eyes, and said with a smile, Sister Genji, would you like to drill with my little brother again? The ancestral witch of Xianmei instantly raised an eyebrow. In the next moment, a faint smile actually appeared on the incomparably cold face, and spoke faintly to Wu Tian. Looks like you've really improved a lot this time. How dare you take the initiative to provoke me? The words fell. The body flashed violently. Bang! It directly slammed into Wu Tian's body, knocking him into mid-air, and immediately, an intense and incomparable icy coldness spread in the Pangu Hall. The Xianmei ancestor which also transformed into countless overlapping figures, as if it were a trail of smoke surrounding Wu Tian's body. Countless strikes blended together, turned into continuous thunder, shaking the void. Watching the scene, the ancestral witches, after staggering for a moment, all instantly burst into a loud and refreshing laugh. The Shu Rong ancestral witch even shouted strangely, Wow! Genji, she laughed. Old brother Wu Tian is in deep trouble. Taking the continuous bombardment, Wu Tian was a bit confused for a moment, but fortunately, the 12 Metropolitan God-Fiend Grand Formation within his body instantly operated spontaneously, mobilizing all of his strength to defend against the attack. Wait for the response. Wu Tian couldn't help but curse in his heart. No martial virtues. He was also very speechless in his heart. He had only opened his mouth to challenge, but he didn't expect her to charge straight up. You should have let me prepare for it. But Wu Tian also knew, ancestral wizards have no concept of martial virtue. Winning is real. Therefore, Wu Tian just grumbled a bit in his mind and stopped thinking about this. Instead, his thoughts kept surging and started searching for a way to break the situation. Be the same as before. Being beaten up by the Xianmei ancestor, which is just fine. At the very least not many people saw it. But now it is different. First of all, it is his own provocation. Wanting to take advantage of the strength of the great rise in the Xianmei ancestral which will be pressed under the body, and properly destroy her prestige. Secondly, all the ancestral witches are watching it. Wooten wants to revitalize even more. Fortunately, Xianmei ancestor which also did not lay down a deadly hand, although the shot was very heavy, but with the idea of measuring the strength of Wu Tian, after withstanding a wave of attacks, finally let Wu Tian have a chance to counterattack. Next moment, Wu Tian did not hesitate. Pangu's true body, instantly make use of the newly acquired divine ability. Chapter 12, Seen Through. With this soft drink, there was a sudden flash of gray light on Wu Tian's body. Breath change, the aura of Pangu's true body, which had been glimpsed before, once again appeared in the Pango Hall, stirring in all directions. The Xianmei ancestral witch, who originally could only see the remnants of a shadow, was directly oppressed by this aura, and his body reappeared in the void, rapidly retreating towards his back. The cool face was filled with surprise. There was even a hint of surprise hidden in the bottom of his eyes. At this time, Wu Tian's body did not change much, but it was as if it was shrouded in a thin layer of shadow, and every inch of his flesh emitted a faint treasure light. Boom! Wu Tian threw a punch towards the Xianmei ancestor witch, a simple and rough punch, but it seems like it carries a metaphysical and incomparable rhythm, directly shattering the layers of ice blades in front of the Xianmei ancestor witch, and countless Xianmei laws are broken open. The Xianmei ancestral witch hurriedly crossed her arms across her chest. Bang! Instantly suffered a heavy blow. The Xianmei ancestor witch frantically mobilized its own power, but the laws of Xianmei were as if restrained under the aura of Pango's true body, unable to exert its full power. There is no way around it. Xianmo could only use his physical body to carry it hard. However, by this immense and incomparable force, both of his arms were bombarded with raw pain, and the countless bone spurs that were instantly born shattered, and toward the back of a long way back. Xianmei, this will be this force dissolved, but also inevitably blood chi shock. Their own laws are a little disorganized. Genji looked up in surprise. After the strike, Wu Tian did not pursue. Instead, he stood in the void with his hands behind his back, his face full of confidence. Smiling, he looked toward himself. Sister Genji, now you know what I'm capable of, don't you? Wu Tian spoke gently. At this time, the gray light on his body had already disappeared, and the breath of Pango's true body had all dissipated, as if the scene just now was an illusion. The ancestral witches were also filled with astonishment. But then again, it's kind of taken for granted. All of them had refined such a divine ability as Pango's true body, and were able to suppress the Xianmei ancestral witch. So isn't it normal for the situation in the scene before us to occur? At this time, Wu Tian laughed lightly again and spoke. Sister Xianmei, I know that you sparred with me before for my own good, so today, I'll just throw one punch, as a way to save face for Sister Xianmei. That's enough sparring for today. After all was said and done, slightly angled his head towards Xianmei. I only saw Xianmei froze for a moment, and then frowned slightly, looking up toward the top of Wu Tian's body, a puzzled look in his eyes. Next moment, the eyes snapped. Meh. Shenhua directly let out a cold laugh. At the same time Hotu's soft laughter rang out. Wu Tian immediately exclaimed in his heart, it's over. Seen through. Sure enough, after Xianmei ancestor which lightly chortled, he directly spoke to Wu Tian with a smile on his face. No need to give me face. Again. Haven't you always wanted to crush me down? It just so happens that your strength has increased greatly today, so I'll give you this chance. Originally, Xianmei was also shocked by Wu Tian's divine power and might, but with a sweep of his gaze, he saw Wu Tian's slightly flushed face, as well as his slightly disorganized breath. Xianmei instantly understood. Pango's true body is extremely exhausting. Although Wu Tian's strength had risen greatly, he could only catalyze it for a short period of time, and she even felt that the strike just now was already Wu Tian's limit. He was so amused and angry. So much for that. This guy even tried to puff up his face and put up such a flowery display to blackmail himself. Again. Xianmei let out a soft cry. The words fell. It then charged directly towards where Wu Tian was. Wu Tian's expression changed instantly. The cloudiness on his face could no longer be strained. And with a shout, he disappeared towards the distance. Wait. Just listen to me for a second. As the Xianmei ancestral witch had guessed, the drain of the Panga true body was too great, although it wasn't something that could only be used once, but continuing to forcefully activate it. Wu Tian felt that it would affect his own foundation. Just square away such a momentary invocation. Wu Tian then felt his blood chi burning madly, so just throw a punch. Wu Tian then hurriedly stopped, The contest between him and Xianhua, there was really no need for him to forcefully catalyze it and injure his foundation and origin. Immediately wanted to curry favor, acting Genji wave. As a result, Xianmei didn't fall for it at all, and after discovering Wu Tian's little trick, he had a somewhat humiliated and angry look, and didn't listen to Wu Tian's explanation at all, even hit harder. At once, the entire Pango Hall was filled with the sound of Wu Tian's fleshly body hitting Xianhua's fists, as well as continuous cries of pain. The ancestral witches looked at each other. Di Jian, Candle 9 Ho Tu and the others with sensitive minds naturally saw through Wu Tian's little trick at a glance. Just like Xianhua, seeing the two men fighting, they all burst out laughing. A battle of this magnitude appeared to be a playful game between their own people in their eyes, so they all looked as if they were watching. Xu Rong even laughed. So it is. This Discordian true body of yours doesn't last. Wu Tian was speechless in his heart when he heard this. What do you mean it doesn't last? That's the worst thing a man can hear. Immediately, they wanted to fight to consume some more and let them see, but Wu Tian held back. It was just a drink to Xianmei. Xianmei, if you don't stop, I'll be impolite. Saying that, the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven appeared in his hand. At once exudes infinite Xian gold light. Gold light in the more a wisp of light purple. Looks divine incomparable. Obviously, it's an attack to the treasure. Yet there was not a hint of ferocity. This is the first merit attack spiritual treasure of the innate heaven. Its power is incomparably strong. If I were to push it with all my might, I wouldn't be able to blame me for injuring you, Wu Tian said in a hurry. Xian Mo naturally grunted coldly. Even if you can see the extraordinary features of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, there is simply no intention to retreat or fear. It was good that at that moment, Emperor Jiang spoke. There, all stop. Although Xianmei was aloof, he still listened to the words of Emperor Jiang, his elder brother, and immediately withdrew his hand, and the battle between the two ended. Wait for both to fall. Xianmei once again restored the original clear cold. Just look at Wu Tian cold smile, while Wu Tian is a look of nose and face. The surrounding blood qi even turn. Well, all the external injuries will be dissolved away. The ancestral witches all looked at him with smiles. That's when the obnoxious Xu Rong laughed. Elder brother Wu Tian, originally, we were all troubled that you have a light nature, do not like to fight, and always stay in the Pango Hall to cultivate. A little bit unlike the witch race. I did not expect that you could still have such a bloodthirsty nature, and dare to challenge Xianmei. Admirable, he said, giving a thumbs up towards Wu Tian. This is what he learned from Wu Tian, and it just happened to be used on Wu Tian's body. Wu Tian blankly glanced at this lazy ancestor witch, still thinking that his strength had risen so much that he could take Xianmei down to the ground, but as a result, he was still beaten up by Xianmei for a while. Wu Tian felt a little embarrassed, but it was as if the ancestral witches didn't care at all. As an ancestral witch, it was natural to constantly challenge the strong, if one only dared to strike out at the weak. What kind of ancestral witch was that? Wu Tian challenged Xianhua this time. They in turn like it even more. Chapter 13, Improving the 12 Heavenly Goddesses' Great Formation. That's what we're all about. Just dare to fight. Emperor Jiang and the others all looked toward Wu Tian with relief. And even the Xianmei ancestral witch. There was a trace of appreciation in her cool gaze. One must know that before this could all be Xianmei's initiative. And this was the first time that Wu Tian had taken the initiative. Seeing the gazes of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian was also energized in his heart, and the embarrassment he felt just now disappeared as he once again cast a provocative gaze at the Xianmei ancestor witch. It caused the Xianmei ancestral witch to let out a cold snort. The crowd burst out laughing again, and the Pango Hall was filled with rapture. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke in a loud voice. Ha ha, there's no rush. In the future, as long as your Pango true body is fully accomplished, not to mention defeating your Xianmei sister, it's not impossible for me and your second brother. Emperor Jiang now held Wu Tian in extremely high regard. With the appearance of Pango's true body, he had already regarded Wu Tian as the true inheritor of the great god Pango, or the Pango bloodline in a perfect and flawless situation. Even in his mind he was thinking, if we are not tainted with the fury, was it originally like this with Wu Tian? Strong and incomparable physical body, Yuanshan self-generated, coupled with the power of the laws controlled by the innate. Even if the formation of the 12 Datong gods' Furies grand formation, there is no need to worry about the backlash of the Furies. So much for that. Wouldn't the flood be the world of the witch race? It's a shame. Okay, now our witch clan has produced a Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang secretly sighed in his heart, and after watching the battle between Wu Tian and Xianhua, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join both muttered and had a good discussion. The idea was set in stone. Must let Wu Tian grow up steadily until he can mobilize the true body of Pango without any hindrance again, so that he becomes the strongest card of the witch race. Immediately, Emperor Jiang spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian. Pango's true body is extremely costly. Brothers and sisters set up the 12 Metropolis God's Fury formation in order to summon it for a few moments. Although you have the blessing of Pango's father god and have obtained this divine power, but do not use it at will. Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Thanks for your concern, brother. I know it. If it weren't for that, I wouldn't have blown out just one punch before I just called it quits. He can be more robust than the ancestral witches. It was naturally impossible to use the Discordian true body indiscriminately. But what Wu Tian did not expect was that Emperor Jiang was even more concerned about this than he thought, and even looked at him with a solemn face, saying word for word, if it were not a matter of life and death, I hope you don't make, or even let others know you have this divine ability. Wu Tian's eyes blinked. Ha! What the elder brother means is, Emperor Jiang immediately hammered him on the shoulder without any good reason, and then said with a smile, didn't you say before that the 12 ancestral witches have 13, so hide in the dark and give the enemy a surprise. It's not like we're cuties. Naturally, we understand what you mean. Since this is the case, then let's do it thoroughly and hide even the true body of Pangu. A light suddenly lit up in Wu Tian's eyes. Straight away, he looked towards Emperor Jiang. Looking at the other ancestral witches, after a moment of bewilderment, they too were convinced by Di Zhang's words. With a look of great agreement, Wu Tian was naturally happy to do so. He had even thought of this long ago, but as a result, without waiting for him to open his own mouth, the Emperor River Ancestral Witch had actually brought it up directly. It was true that the ancestral witches acted in a simple and rough manner, but Wu Tian realized that there had been a great change under his influence, and it was completely unexpected for Di Zhang to have this thought. The natural heart was overjoyed. If the ancestral witches can continue to be like this, more brains and plotting, there will still be the future final battle between witches and demons, and the two will lose? When the time comes, if I say that I will retreat to the hell, wait for the right time and make a comeback. Will the ancestral witches agree? Expectations arose in Wu Tian's heart. Instant ass-kissing. Brother really has great wisdom. Emperor Jiang was instantly filled with a joyful look. His chin couldn't help but raise slightly as he nodded towards Wu Tian. That's not true. You think I'm a big brother? Although Emperor Jiang has recognized Wu Tian's wisdom, he has always felt that he is not bad, only that his nature is affected by the balefulness and is a bit explosive. Sometimes the heat is on. Simply too lazy to think about it too much. I'm not brainless. I'm just too lazy to think a lot of the time. It's very reasonable, and very much in keeping with the nature of the Wiccan race. Wu Tian also laughed again. At this time, Emperor Jiang looked toward the other ancestral witches again, barking very seriously at the others. You heard what I said just now, didn't you? What happened today? You all hide it in your hearts, and in the future, you are not allowed to say anything nonsense outside about Wu Tian. Then look especially toward Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong suddenly looked speechless. Why are you looking at me? I'm a pushy personality, but I'm not a cutie pie. It was then that Emperor Jiang gave a light hum, tentatively believing Zhu Rong ancestral witch's statement, and then spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, take it easy. Right now, the Panga true body can only be used for a breath of time, but as long as you continue to strengthen yourself, one day you will be able to activate it at will. Wu Tian immediately nodded his head fiercely. Don't worry, what my elder brother said makes perfect sense, and I'm sure my little brother will firmly abide by it. Without a trace, he coaxed Emperor Jiang again. After a little bit of contemplation, Wu Tian spoke to Emperor Jiang again. Elder brother, before you pass the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies Grand Formation to me for bridging the conflict between the laws, I had some epiphanies in the midst of Fang's cultivation. Suddenly there's another idea. With this practice, Wu Tian already had a deep understanding of the 12 capital Heavenly Divine Furies Grand Formation, and the power and flaws of this formation fell into his mind. A thought came to me. And seeing that Di Jiang was rarely so up to the task, he was ready to strike while the iron was hot and proposed to Di Jiang and the others that they improve the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation. Emperor Jiang was stunned at his words. Oh, this kid has another idea? When he thought of Wu Tian's idea earlier to give all the merits to Ho Tu, allowing her to give birth to the Yuan Shen, Di Jiang's heart was filled with anticipation. After exchanging a glance with Candle Join, he directly spoke, but there's no harm in saying it. Wu Tian briefly organized the thoughts in his mind, then looked towards the crowd and spoke with a smile. I already understand the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation, and the strongest part of its power lies in its ability to integrate the power of the 12 ancestral witches and summon the true body of Pangu. Its drawbacks are the intermingling and clashing of the laws after the great formation is in operation, as well as the strong and incomparable baleful energy, which brings about the power of backlash against the elder brothers. So this formation cannot last. This happened to Wu Tian before, but he was lucky enough to attract the Hongmeng measuring ruler in the Pango Hall. which fell into the Yuan Shen to suppress the backlash. It was more of a borrowing of the power of the Great Formation. It quickly refined the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Hear this. Emperor Jiang asked with some curiosity. Can't we use the Pangu Hall to suppress the Great Formation? Could it be that there is a stronger magic treasure than the Pangu Hall in the flood? Chapter 14, The Witch Race's version of the moral kidnapping formation. Wu Tian burst out laughing. There was naturally nothing wrong with the Pangu temple. As a supreme treasure that was transformed from the heart of the great god Pangu, and in the future, it would become the Six Paths reincarnation hall of the Empress Pingxin. There was no doubt about the might of the Pangu Hall. But Wu Tian was thinking of something else. Hence, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Is it possible to add another existence to the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies grand formation that carries the backlash, such as Buzhou Mountain? In the midst of the original momentum, Gong Gong touched the Buzhou Mountain in anger, causing the Buzhou Mountain to break in his own death, and even more so, causing the witch race to bear enormous karma. Wu Tian naturally did not want this to happen. He is also a witch, and an ancestral witch. If Buzhou Mountain falls, even if he avoids the witch and demon quantum leap and disappears from the hell, he will have to bear the biggest share of this cause and effect. How can he take it? But a small trend can be changed. But a big trend cannot be changed. Wu Tian wasn't sure if the collapse of the Buzhou Mountain was part of the Heavenly Tao's great power. So naturally, he had to make preparations in advance to circumvent the boundless karma that might fall. If the fall of Buzhou Mountain is inevitable, Wu Tian must not let him fall in the hands of the witch race. What if this karma is borne by someone else? The 12 capital heavenly gods' Furies grand formation binds Buzhou Mountain, the same as the Earth Immortal's ancestor Jin Yuanzi's Earth Book grand formation. Breaking this grand formation shakes Buzhou Mountain. Does anyone else dare to strike out against the ancestral witches at will? Wu Tian muttered secretly in his heart. Immediately, he told the ancestral witches what he thought. This, Emperor Jiang and the others were dumbfounded. That's not good, is it? The Buzhou Mountain is made from the spine of Father God Pangu. How can we use this as a shield? How can we stand up to Father God in this way? Emperor Jiang was a bit impressed after hearing this. Again, it didn't feel quite right. The ancestral witches were also torn in their minds by Wu Tian's idea, and all of them showed strange colors. On the one hand, they thought that this was indeed a good idea, and on the other hand, they thought that it would not be blasphemous to the Father God of Pangu. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian sighed helplessly. But pull back. This Pangu Hall or Pangu's heart was transformed. It also did not see you say anything. At this time, Candle Join spoke. Wu Tian, Buzhou Mountain is the pillar of the flooded heavens and earth. It is really a great deal. If there is anything untoward, this world opened by Father God will certainly be shaken by us, and we can't afford not to be careful. In the minds of the ancestral witches, this heaven and earth was opened by Pangu's Father God. As Pangu's blood descendants, they have the responsibility to protect this heaven and earth. That's why Candle Join had these words. And the Buzhou Mountain stands here and cannot be moved. It's not too convenient for the 12 Metropolitan Gods Fatalities grand formation either. Wu Tian nodded slightly after hearing this. That's true. We can't just drag the uncharted mountains everywhere we go, can we? The ancestral witches couldn't drag it away. In the countless battles to come, it is also impossible to bring the opponent to the vicinity of Buzhou Mountain every time and wait for the ancestral witches to be ready before starting the fight. A thought crossed his mind. Wu Tian quickly had a compromise idea. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. What brother said is true, but it is not that I want my brothers to fix the 12 Metropolis Divine Fury formation at Buzhou Mountain, and I still use the Pangu Hall to suppress the formation on a daily basis, and wait until the moment of crisis to correlate Buzhou Mountain. Wu Tian raised his head, his eyes gleaming, looking towards the ancestral witches one by one. He said very calmly, if ever, the witch race is facing a crisis of annihilation, so even if this Buzhou Mountain falls, so what? Is a flood without the witch race still a flood that we need to maintain? Candle Join was suddenly silent, shocked by these words from Wu Tian. Yeah, if this side of heaven and earth can't even accommodate the witch race, then where are they going to go? At this time, Shu Rong Ancestral Witch suddenly spoke. How is that possible? We are the blood descendants of Pangu. This world opened up by Father God should be in our charge. How could we not be tolerated? The other ancestral witches froze. There was a lot of yelling. A look of deep concern followed. Seeing the proud appearance of the ancestral witches, Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh bitterly and couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I knew it. The ancestral witches were proud to the core. How could one accept such a statement from Wu Tian? It is good that the ancestral witches are not all unwilling to use their brains. Emperor Jiang, Candle Join and other ancestral witches with more thoughts, but not the same as Zhu Rong and others, but frowned and pondered in their hearts, obviously touched by Wu Tian's words. Emperor Jiang rather thinks it is impossible to have this day. But what if? Previously, Wu Tian had been right about every single thing. If this day really came, how would the ancestral witches be able to live with themselves at that time? Eventually, Emperor Jiang slowly raised his head. The eyes gleamed towards Wu Tian. Yes, just listen to you. Next we will figure out how to correlate the 12 Metropolis God's Fury formation with the Buzhou Mountain. Unusual, and do not use it as another bottom card of our witch clan. Wu Tian was instantly delighted. He didn't know what Emperor Jiang thought, but to be able to respond to his offer, he was already happy, and his purpose was also achieved. So he hastily nodded his head and spoke to Emperor Jiang, arching his hand. Thank you for your trust, brother. Wu Tian hadn't thought of directly transforming the ancestral witches. There are two things in this world that are the hardest. One is taking money out of someone else's pocket and making it your own. The other is putting your own ideas into someone else's head. The latter is more difficult than the former. So he thought more about how to submerge and slowly influence the ancestral witches from some small things. And even if he couldn't, he had to make preparations in advance. This time, Emperor Jiang answered this matter. Wu Tian didn't have to worry that Di Jiang was just talking. The ancestral witches were still very reliable on this point. In this way, the witch race had their own moral kidnapping array. Jin Yuanzi, because the Book of Earth was in his hand. No one dares to break the boundary of the Earth's book, and therefore can get away with it in the flood. And will the witches see a turnaround as well? Even if they couldn't, when the final battle between witch and demon took place in the future, the ancestral witches would be able to divert the karma of the breaking of the Buzhou Mountain. By that time, regardless of whether the one who strikes on the opposite side is a demon race or a saint, it's all going to have to be eaten. After this was said and done, Emperor Jiang took the ancestral witches to bid farewell, smiling and speaking. You consolidate your own cultivation. Don't worry about this matter. Just wrap it around us. Turn around and I'll discuss with these older brothers of yours about how to alter the big formation. Then they left with the ancestral witches. Xianmei and Hotu, two people, but did not follow. Still standing in place. Wait until the crowd are gone. Hotu ancestor witch asked with some concern. Wu Tian, you seem pessimistic about the future of the witch race? Hotu is the only one of the 12 ancestral witches who has given birth to a Yuanshan, and her mind is also extremely sharp, and she has a little bit more understanding of the heavenly qi and qi. Already from Wu Tian's actions, perceived something, whether it is their own cultivation of the Yuanshan, or today's changes to the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. It seems that they are all making some kind of preparation for the future. Chapter 15, Confession Bureau with Hotu. The moment this statement came out of the Hotu, the ancestral witch of the Xiandi also looked surprised. Being stared at by the two innate goddesses in such a way, caused Wu Tian to feel a great deal of pressure, and his heart began to become entangled. Want to reveal a little? Mental deliberation. Wu Tian finally decided to open up with the two ancestral witches, Hotu and Xianhe, and slightly revealed a little bit of the future of the great power of heaven and earth. Have a confessional with each other. Sure, most of all with the Hotu ancestor witch, who made her Wu Tian's chosen thigh. The more Hotu recognizes, the smoother Wu Tian's various schemes will be, and in this future witch demon quantum jump, the benefits will be greater, and the changes that can be made will also be more. Therefore, Wu Tian opened his mouth and spoke. Sister Backwoods, what do you think about the next development of our witch race? Hotu instantly frowned. Then somewhat angrily, she knocked on Wu Tian's arm and said with a smile, I asked you first. Why are you asking me back? Come on, don't give a good account, said looking towards Xianmei ancestor witch, holding Xianmei ancestor witch's arm. The smile on his face became even brighter, and then continued to laugh at the party's words. More gibberish. I'll let sister Xianmei teach you a good lesson. Xianmei gave her a blank look at once. It seems to say, why don't you do it yourself? Obviously, you are worried about Wu Tian's lack of actual combat, but you prefer to let me go out every time. I will be the bad guy, and you yourself will be the good guy. The two made a scene. The picture is very eye-catching. Wu Tian watched with unblinking eyes, waiting until he was once again prodded by Hotu before he finally spoke again. Longhen's great havoc past. After experiencing a great war, the heaven and earth are thick with baneful qi, and our witch race's cultivation uses baneful qi to quench the physical body. So next shall be the great rise of the witch race. The two of them, Xianmei and Hotu, also straightened up. A slight nod at the words, but Wu Tian turned his words around and continued to speak. But can the witches stay strong? After the rhetorical question, Wu Tian did not even wait for the two to respond. He himself shook his head very decisively and then spoke with a slight sigh. There is such a thing as a boom and a bust. How can there be an existence that has always prospered? The three clans of the Dragon and Han were not like this in the beginning. In order to eliminate the heavenly beasts, they came into being, from weak to strong, and prospered immensely. Doesn't it end badly? Xianmei frowned at once. Not the same. We are of Pangu's bloodline. This flood world was opened by the Father God. It is only natural for us to prosper. Xianmei's thoughts pretty much represented all of the Witch clan, which was why Wu Tian hadn't taken the initiative to talk about this with Di Jiang and the others. If it weren't for the fact that Huda took the initiative to ask, he won't even talk about this. But since he said it thoroughly, no matter whether he could convince Xianmei and Hotu or not. At the very least, he had to leave a deep impression on them. Immediately, Wu Tian smiled and asked rhetorically, "What's different? Most of the 10,000 things in this flooded heavens and earth are the bodies of Pangu Father God. We are born of essence and blood, and all other living beings have their own origins, just like the ancestral dragon. For example, it is still the kidney essence of Pangu Father God. Doesn't it still end badly? After the opening of the flood, there will be quantitative robberies born every once in a while. At the very beginning is the opening of the heavens, and then the great robberies of the dragon and Han. Each quantitative robberies has the protagonist of heaven and earth born, and also has the protagonist of heaven and earth to retreat. How do you know that we witches are different?" Ancestral Witch Xianmei still wanted to retort. However, he was pulled by Hotu's arm, and in the end, he could only snort coldly, holding a bellyful of discontent in his heart. Hotu, however, was full of caution, obviously hearing Wu Tian's words in his heart. He frowned and contemplated for a moment before letting out a soft sigh. "Alas, it's hard for you to think so far ahead for the witch race," then added curiously. "In that case, why didn't you mention this matter to your older brothers?" Wu Tian spoke somewhat helplessly. "I wish, but now our witch clan doesn't have many clansmen yet, and has just begun to develop. I will say that the witch clan will definitely decline in the future. How can the elder brothers and sisters accept it?" Then there was another nod toward Genji. "Noi. I'm afraid I'm even more excited than Sister Xianmei," being used as an example by Wu Tian. It instantly gave Xianmei the feeling of exploding with anger. Immediately, her body rushed and was about to run towards Wu Tian. Fortunately, Hotu tugged on her, pulling Xianmei to death, and Hotu also had a somewhat speechless look, and rightly so. The older brothers are about to do something big, and if you tell them that, they're going to be upset. Thus spoke the hindmost earth. However, his eyes were a little deep, obviously taking Wu Tian's words to heart, and a ripple was born in his heart. Next moment, Hotu said with another smile, "This matter in front of the two of us to say also, even if you do not want to talk to the older brothers and sisters, although there is a warning, but we siblings, as long as we are united, it may not be impossible to break the shackles, keeping the witches thriving." Wu Tian understood what Hotu meant. Instantly, he smiled and nodded. Hotu saw the situation and turned back to whisper a few words to Xianmei. Xianmei Ancestral Witch, although the face is entangled, but also quickly and directly nodded to respond. The three skimmed the matter. With that, Hotu directly changed the topic and began to care about Wu Tian's cultivation, smilingly saying, "May we still need the Ancestral Witch essence blood?" So asked. He even looked as if he wanted to provide Wu Tian with the Hotu essence blood again. So Wu Tian could only waved his hand in a hurry. "No need. No need. It's good to refine a drop of your essence blood as a primer. How can you keep taking your essence blood for cultivation? That's not appropriate either. Ancestral witches in the blood, containing the power of the laws they control, the more blood taken out, their own strength is also affected. If not, the ancestral witches had long ago used their own essence blood to frantically cultivate the great witches, but actually not. The ancestral witch essence blood is very precious to the whole witch tribe, and there are not many great witches who really get the ancestral witch essence blood. Instead, it was Wu Tian himself. Already the 12 copies of the power of the law were fused and became a primer inscribed above the divine soul. As long as it continuously absorbed the yuan qi in the heaven and earth and refined the power of the law, it could be enlarged. Ancestral witch essence blood or other heavenly treasures that are full of yuan qi and the power of the laws can definitely speed up cultivation. But they are not necessary. Wu Tian smiled after refusing. The words changed. But, if the two sisters can help find various heavenly treasures that are saturated with the power of the laws, or innate spiritual roots, little brother will be grateful. The wizards don't care about these things. Even the innate magic treasure, such as the previous Hongmeng measuring tape, the ancestral witches are just surprised a little bit after. Did not even ask more. That's not too much to ask. Hotu smiled at his words. Yes, I'll keep an eye out for you. And it's not just me and your sister Xianmei who will be attentive. I'll go talk to them at the older brother's place as well. Chapter 16, Refining Ancestral Dragon Essence Blood? Strengthening the Kidneys. Wait until Xianmei and Hotu have left. Wu Tian let out a light breath and looked furtively in the direction outside the Pango Hall for a while before continuing to sit down on his knees again. After living in the Pango Temple for so long, now that his strength had finally grown, he originally wanted to go out and stroll around to see the wonders and divinities of the flood world. But in the end, he still stabilized his mind. There's no rush. Next is Hongjuan's sermon. When the time comes, we will naturally be able to meet the many characters of the flood. With that, he meditated by the blood pool. Keep practicing. Before Wu Tian cultivated the Yuan Shen, he didn't dwell on his realm. The realm division of the witch race was extremely simple. Ancestor Witch, Great Witch, and Lesser Witch. It was as simple and crude as that. As the 13th Ancestor Witch, Wu Tian is weaker than all the other Ancestor Witches, but his pure physical strength is at least in the Dala Jingxian realm. At this time, the fusion of the 12 powers of the laws, the 9 revolutions Yuan Gong was directly cultivated to 6 revolutions, and after the physical body was strong, the Yuan Shan was self-generated, and Wu Tian also began to ponder over it in his mind. According to the cultivation of the Genesis, I belong to the Tai Golden Immortal now? Even now that Hongjun had not started preaching and had not thoroughly sorted out the cultivation realm of the flood, Wu Tian knew very well, the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 5 qi are complete in the chest and the 3 flowers bloom on the top. The 5 qi consummation, which only had to be the innate 5 elemental qi in the 5 viscera, represented the practitioner's consummation of the 5 elemental laws inscribed on top of the divine soul. In the future, Hongjun created the Xianmen, passed down the immortal cultivation, most of the immortal practitioners in accordance with this road, to the 5 elements of the innate as the foundation, so the immortal and the 5 elements of the thief of the saying, that is, outside the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. But there are some inconsistencies. Wu Tian had a full 12 types of law power, so for Wu Tian, there was simply no such thing as 5 qi consummation and 3 blossoms at the top, and after the fusion of his 12 law powers, it turned into a chaotic colored mark inscribed on top of his divine soul, which clearly did not have a state of consummation. Even Wu Tian felt that there was not even a single % of consummation, and because of that, although Wu Tian's physical body is the strength of the great Luo Golden Immortal, the cultivation of the Yuan Shen and the control of the laws are only at the Tai Golden Immortal realm. According to this, immortal Dao cultivation only requires refining and inscribing the innate 5 elemental laws, and with the laws perfected, one can be promoted to the Dala Golden Immortal, whereas my Yuan Shen cultivation wants to be promoted, has to have 12 laws? So much for that. Wouldn't it be far more difficult than others? Of course, if he eventually reached perfection and the same cultivation level of the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, the strength that Wu Tian could utilize would far exceed that of his peers, not to mention that he had physical strength to add to it. It's also pretty good. If not, what qualifications do I have to say that I want to make an impact to prove the Dao by force? It can't be that I can follow Hongjun on the path of the 3 corpses, can it? The mind muttered for a moment. Wu Tian then no longer think about it. Anyway, the next is Hongjun's sermon. Then listen to what Hongjun old man said. The doubts in his heart can be lifted. Immediately, he will regulate his own mana smoothly. Swish! 3 flashes of blood, emitting a precious light of the ancestral dragon essence blood fell in front of the body. Thick and heavy blood. There are wood line law, water line law in which the flow, like a small real dragon soaring in the color of blood. Wait until Hongjun preaches. The flood then completely entered the great world of witch and demon. Countless great avatars emerged in an endless stream, just like the rain, and there were waves after waves of various strife. Wu Tian wanted to raise his strength as soon as possible. Refining the ancestral dragon essence blood was the best choice. With the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood all within the body, the essence blood power within the 3 drops of essence blood instantly erupted, and suddenly the blood qi was surging, almost as if it was going to rush out of Wu Tian's physical body. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong instantly rotated. The power that carried Wu Tian's flesh immediately rushed towards this erupting blood qi, like a torrent constantly dividing and flushing it, and bringing it to all parts of his flesh, refining it into every ounce of flesh and blood. 3 drops of essence blood of the power of the law, also after the explosion of essence blood, respectively, fused together. The power of the laws of water and wood were like 2 sinister dragons, charging across within Wu Tian's body. It seemed to want to break through Wu Tian's physical body, return to the flooded heavens and earth alike. If someone were to look at Wu Tian right now, they would be able to notice that above his body, 2 bulges were constantly clashing, but they were suppressed by the thick and incomparable color of blood. With the operation of the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, these 2 forces of law were also continuously flushed, a thread and a wisp of them being refined by the 9 turns of Yuan Gong, and then the speed became faster and faster, constantly refined by Wu Tian. At this moment, above Wu Tian's divine soul, around the seal representing Panga's true body, 2 fainter shadows suddenly arose, vaguely resembling the true bodies of the ancestral witches, with a similar aura to that of the ancestral witches of Gong Gong and Jumeng. Can the refining of whatever law power corresponds to inspiring the shadow of whatever ancestral witch's true body? Wu Tian muttered in his heart when he saw this. Gong Gong controls the laws of water. Jumong is the ancestral witch of wood in the east, which corresponds to the laws of the innate water and wood in the blood of the ancestral dragon. But then, aren't the laws going to be unbalanced again? A trace of worry arose in Wu Tian. The conflict between the laws was the most difficult problem faced by the ancestral witches, and Wu Tian had luckily resolved it through the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation, as well as the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. But now there are only 2 laws. You can't even activate the big formation if you want to. Only when he was worried, Wu Tian was surprised to find that the 2 shadows representing Gong Gong and Jumong suddenly flickered. Around these 2 silhouettes, there were actually the silhouettes of the other ancestral witches' true bodies in turn, and it was obviously the mutual transformation of the laws that caused such a situation to occur. The law rotates. The phase is born and the phase is extinguished. After the innate wood and water law forces in the ancestral dragon's essence blood had been completely refined, 12 shadows once again appeared around the Pango seal, compared to the beginning of the Gong Gong, Jumong shadow, to be much dimmer, but each other but the breath mingled, with a mysterious and incomparable balance of meaning. The Pango seal flashed, the 12 ancestral witch shadows disappeared, but the grayish mark became much larger and clearer, and already had a vague human shape. Wu Tian's heart stirred. A bit of clarity was also born. His inscriptions of the laws went further. Previously, when he had activated the divine ability of Pango's true body and his breath had added to it, he had the feeling that he had to burn his own essence and blood after he threw 1 punch, but now he felt that he could throw at least 3 punches. Zulan, oh Zulan, that doesn't help you. Wu Tian was a bit dissatisfied. Then he probed the changes in his physical body, and only after feeling the changes in the kidneys among the 5 organs, which vaguely exceeded the strength of the other 4 organs, did he nod his head in satisfaction. That's more like it. The kidneys give birth to essence and reproduction. Previously, Wu Tian was a little worried that he would be as defective as the ancestral witches and would not be able to give birth to an heir at all. It was only then that he asked Xianmei and Hotu to help in the search for the ancestral dragon's essence blood. Now there's this change, and also finally nodded in relief. More than anything, I can't wait to verify it. Chapter 17, anyone with a destiny can come and listen to the sermon. But Wu Tian just thought about it. Just rush and shake your head. Forget it. It's better to raise your strength first. Although he had made a lot of progress, it was still far from enough compared to the 2 ancestral witch sisters, and he didn't want to touch this bad luck and be violently beaten by the 2 ancestral witch sisters. It's not the same as Wu Tian. The ancestral witches weren't that scrupulous at all, just frantically absorbing the fury chi between heaven and earth to refine his body, devouring the essence blood of ferocious beasts, while his flesh was being tempered. The control of his own laws was also strengthened by the way. According to Wu Tian's estimation, most of the ancestral witches were at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Di Jiang and Candle 9, the 2 most powerful ancestral witches, were afraid that they were on the verge of breaking through to the mixed Golden Immortal realm. Now Hongjun hasn't preached, and there's no concept of saints or saints to be. After the Great Luo Golden Immortal comes the mixed Golden Immortal. The ancestral witch's own bloodline carries cultivation techniques, and they are born to control a law. So there is no obstacle at all for the ancestral witches before the Great Luo Golden Immortals of the mixed world. This was also the reason why Wu Tian mentioned Hongjuan's sermon earlier. The ancestral witches were not very interested for the sake of it. The witch race is really blessed. Just this innate control of the power of one law is probably enough to make the eyes of the rest of the flood wasteland go red. After refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood and inscribing the power of the laws therein on top of his divine soul, even Wu Tian couldn't help but envy it in his heart. Wu Tian also had to keep inscribing laws. According to the current situation, there was no telling how many more heavenly materials and treasures saturated with the power of laws would have to be consumed. But the ancestral witches were a different story. Just stay on track. After the flesh is strong, the control of the law is as simple as eating and drinking. Alas, it's kind of a give and take, Wu Tian thought secretly in his heart. While Wu Tian was practicing, Emperor Jiang and Candle Join too get together. The 2 ancestral witches are gloomy, frowning, a worried look. After a long time, Emperor Jiang finally spoke. Lao heir, what Wu Tian said, what do you think? Candle Join naturally understood that what Emperor Jiang had said was not about changing the 12th capital heavenly goddess's great formation, but what Wu Tian had said. Will there come a day when the flood will not be able to tolerate the witch race? This is not an alarmist statement. Although the ancestral witches are thick with fury and do not know the number of heaven, as innate deities, the 2 of them are the most powerful space ancestral witches and time ancestral witches. So naturally, they are not little cuties. Originally did not think much about it, but after Wu Tian said so, the 2 people's minds were instantly tugged. It is not for them to think deeply. The truth is that Wu Tian has already proved that on top of the judgment of the general situation, he sees extremely long-term, correctly, and is just better than the ancestral witches. When the three tribes were as good as new, Wu Tian then bluntly said that the three tribes are all defeated. Hong Jun is the final victor. At that time, the ancestral witches, although they did not scoff, but also do not really believe. How is that possible? The three clans are so strong. It almost swept through the floodplain. At least one of them won, right? How did they all end badly? But wait until the end. Ancestral witches can only look on in amazement. The three clans were so miserable and, moreover, in order to leave a share of chi for the clan, the patriarchs of the three clans directly sacrificed themselves and swore an oath to guard the floodplains and the heavens and the earth. A soft sigh followed. Candle Joeen spoke faintly. I also don't want to believe that we, the witch clan, are Pangu's rightful clan, and we suck in heaven and earth sirens and stabilize the flood. So how could that day come? But, although this fellow, Wu Tian, is slack, he is the most intelligent among our ancestral witches and the one who knows the number of heaven. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that he was born the latest and is contaminated with the least amount of deadly energy. And he's never without a point. After saying that, Candlewick mused a little more, and then continued. But don't worry, this guy Wu Tian has always had ideas, and since he reminded us to remodel the 12 capital heavenly gods fiend formation, then let's just do it properly according to his ideas. There's nothing to lose anyway, but if it's really as he said, our witch clan will also have one more powerful card. The normally silent Candle Joeen actually had a somewhat chattering demeanor when it was just him and Emperor Jiang. Then he raised his head, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. The expression was also solemn. Among other things, after our cultivation is further advanced, you and I will join forces to activate the laws of space and time, and probe towards the end of time, and we will naturally be able to know the future changes. Empyrean frowned even tighter. If they follow this way that Candle Joeen said, peering into the long river of time, the two of them will not necessarily be able to see anything, but there will definitely be a great backlash. But Emperor Jiang didn't object. After a few moments of silence, he instead solemnly and incomparably responded, yes. Candle Joeen also nodded slightly. Looking at Di Zhang's somewhat heavy appearance, Candle Joeen laughed again, and his tone changed instantly to something lighthearted. Big brother, we don't need to be so worried. No matter what, we are also the blood of the Panga Father God. The existence of this world, there will always be a part of our destiny. In the flood, strength is the honor, as long as our own strength is strong. And why worry about these? Candlewick's eyes flickered. And, we still have Wu Tian. He is different from our ancestral witches, but he directly carries the power of the 12 laws by himself, and he has issued such a warning to us that perhaps he is the way out that Father God has arranged for our witch race? Emperor Zheng's eyes blinked. Suddenly he laughed aloud. Ha ha. Yes, Father God will surely shelter us. After this conversation between the two ancestral witches, the worries in their hearts quickly dispersed, and they simply skimmed over the matter and began to ponder over the 12 heavenly divine furies grand formation. That's just the way it is with witches. It's coming fast. Goes fast too. Before the two of them could discuss a clue, suddenly another vast voice resounded through heaven and earth. Hongjuan's faint words, under the heavenly Tao's reinforcement, reached the ears of every cultivator in the flood. I am Hongjun, and now I have become a saint. 3,000 years from now, a sermon will be preached in the Purple Sky Palace, and all those who have the destiny can come. After hearing that voice, Emperor Jiang and Candle Joeen both stood up violently, looking towards the 9 heavens above and beyond the floodplains, and a faint sense had already arisen in their hearts of what appeared to be the location of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Emperor Jiang said with a grave expression on his face, Hongjun really wants to preach. It's been said by this kid Wu Tian again. The two men looked at each other, thinking of the previous conversation between the two. There was a look of gravity in their eyes, but neither of them mentioned it again. A few moments later, Candlewick spoke. Go, gather the ancestral witches and go find Wu Tian. But in reality, there was no need for the two of them to send a message at all, and the other ancestral witches all heard Hongjuan's voice. Seeing Wu Tian's words verified once again, the ancestral witches were shocked beyond belief, immediately rushed back towards the Pangu Hall. Chapter 18 Preparations for Departure. Hongjuan's voice spread across the floodplains, but it didn't reach the Pangu temple. This magic treasure that was transformed from Pangu's heart had the power to shield the heavens, and not even the aura of the heavenly Tao could penetrate into it. So, wait until Wu Tian woke up from his cultivation, looking at the ancestral witches surrounding them. Their eyes lit up when they heard Di Jiang say something about Hongjun preaching. Already? Emperor Jiang and Candle Joeen exchanged glances, and then a slight nod. Nice. You got me again. There was an inexplicable meaning in the bottom of Emperor Jiang's eyes, and the eyes that he looked at Wu Tian became deeper and deeper. and he muttered secretly in his heart as well, even more determined to pay more attention to the matter of the 12 capital divine furies grand formation. Wu Tian didn't care about Di Zhang's eyes. Even to him, if he could cause a slight change in Di Zhang, it would be a good thing instead. After determining the matter, Wu Tian got up in a hurry. So what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and get going too. Wu Tian looked like he was in a hurry. He couldn't afford not to be in a hurry. If he set off slowly to find the location of the purple heavenly palace in the chaos, how could he get ahead of others? He didn't want the Hongmeng purple chi though, nor did he want to become a heavenly saint. But it doesn't mean he doesn't want to grab the seat that represents the saint's chance. He doesn't need it, he can take it and exchange it with others. Well, no more. It can also disrupt Hongjuan's scheming. It's okay to look at the fun. It is said that a seat represents one Hongmeng purple chi. If the witch race seizes it, then Hongjun will really give the Hongmeng purple chi to the ancestral witches? Thinking about this, Wu Tian grew more and more expectant. But the ancestors are different. They were previously convinced by Wu Tian and did not have the intention of not going, but they could not understand Wu Tian's anxious state of mind. Instead they looked at Wu Tian with some confusion, and the Gong Gong ancestor which was even more curious to speak. There's still 3,000 years to go. Leaving now? The crowd all looked towards Wu Tian curiously. Di Zhang and Candle 9 did the same, with glimmers in their eyes, and Ho Tu also looked thoughtful. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. Rather, he understood what the ancestral witches were thinking, but he couldn't explain it clearly to the ancestral witches. Immediately his mind moved towards Di Zhang and Candle 9. As long as he could convince the elder one and the second one, then the opinions of the other ancestral witches wouldn't be a problem. After a little contemplation, Wu Tian spoke. As I said before, Hongjuan's sermon was not only his own will, but more importantly, the requirements of the heavenly Tao. In that case, there must be a great chance for this sermon. So many people go to. Well, it must be first come, first served. Emperor Jian listened to it. Frowning, his mind brooded. How the heavenly way he does not care. The so-called chance he has nothing to look forward to. The witch tribe and do not need any magic treasure and so on. The witches only worship the father god of Pangu. But this guy Wu Tian is a bit of a god. All of these things that were said were fulfilled one by one. So there was no way for Emperor Jiang not to consider them carefully. Just then, Candle Join smiled and spoke. Take it easy. Let's just go. Must not make arrangements with the sons and daughters. Ago for 3,000 years. Behind the Purple Heaven Palace sermon still do not know how long it. Wu Tian froze for a moment. Then he nodded his head in a hurry and smiled. It was my little brother who was too eager. Candle Join seemed to be able to see Wu Tian's mind and once again smiled and spoke. Big brother controls the law of space. I control the law of time. The two of us join forces, to use it purely to catch the road. I'm afraid that the entire floodplains are not a few can match. Surely we can find the Purple Palace first. Wu Tian thought in his mind. Rather that's the point. The anxious look on his face dissipated. At this time, Emperor Jiang also smiled and spoke. So be it. Hurry to gather the great wizards to command, and then they will quickly go outside the flood and chaos to seek that purple sky palace, he said looking towards the crowd. The eyes signaled. The other ancestral witches saw the oldest and second oldest say so, and for a while they no longer refuted. All nodded slightly and hurriedly sent a message to the great witches under their respective command. Soon, the great wizards rushed towards the Pangu Palace. Wu Tian was familiar with these great witches. After all, he had watched them come out of the world with his own eyes. And before that, Wu Tian had been refining the ancestral witch essence blood by the blood pool. The great wizards also know Wu Tian's identity. However, they were all told by Emperor Jiang and other ancestral witches to keep Wu Tian's identity as an ancestral witch a secret outside. Wait for the great wizards to arrive. Saluting in unison, he spoke aloud. Greetings to the ancestral witches. Di Jiang waved his hand for them to get up, and then spoke about the fact that he and the others were going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao, and asked the great witches to take care of their clansmen. After listening, the leader of the Qi said, Ancestral witches, just don't worry. We are sworn to protect our people. The other great sorcerers also nodded their heads, with a look of hateful chest-beating assurance, with the implication that if they wanted to harm the sorcerer race, they would first step over their corpses. Emperor Jiang is also very appreciative of the performance of the great witches. Ruthless in Qi Yu shoulder pat, loud laughter and said, Yes, worthy of my witch clan's sons and daughters. Wu Tian would have liked to say something, such as the existence of land lost people. People and land are lost, the existence of people lost land. People and land are existed, fought or hold back. With the nature of the witches they couldn't hear it either. And, as soon as Hongjuan's sermon started, all the great magi in the entire floodplains would basically go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, and there was no need to worry about the great sorcerers being in any danger. Eventually, Wu Tian laughed. After we leave, the Pango Hall will remain here, so if you meet an unbeatable opponent, return to the Pango Hall and wait. Wait for me to wait back. Let's get back together. This argument is accepted by the great wizards. One by one, they all arched their hands at Wu Tian and answered out loud, "Many thanks to Ancestral Witch Wu Tian." After this was said, the great wizards have dispersed. Wu Tian left Nine Phoenix and Hui alone again, summoning the two to himself. On weekdays, he has the best relationship with Xianmei and Ho-Tu, and is even in charge of the Ho-Tu tribe with Ho-Tu, while Jiufeng and Hui are practicing the laws of Xianmei and Ho-Tu respectively. So Wu Tian has something to tell the two of them. When you are moving around the foot of Buzhou Mountain, pay attention and see if there is a 7-colored gourd vine. Protect it if you find it. Tell me when I get back. Wu Tian suddenly remembered the matter of the innate gourd vine. This innate spiritual root appeared during the sermon. The gourd on it was not yet fully mature. It was divided by the crowd after meeting it, and even the vine became a man-making whip in the hands of Nuwa. He naturally wanted to collect early, but Wu Tian couldn't remember exactly how many times the innate gourd vine had appeared after the sermon, and it was also unknown whether it had come out now or not. So, it can only make two people pay attention ahead of time. It would be best if we could find it. If he couldn't find it, he was going to wait for the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon, and then he himself would go around the Buzhou Mountain and search for it. If you can't find it yet, then there is no way out. The flood is concerned about chance, concerned about the birth of luck. Wu Tian can only stare at the three Chang and others. The worst will have to come to see a share of it, right? Nine Phoenix and Hui both listened. All of them arched their hands very solemnly and answered aloud. By the order of Lord Ancestral Witch, we will definitely look for. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. Seeing that both of them took it very seriously and looked like they wouldn't stop until they achieved their goal, they explained it again with some amusement. This matter depends mainly on chance. Really can't find nor force. You don't need to blame yourselves. I have another way. Chapter 19, Traveling to Chaos. Nine Phoenix and Hui both nodded. The heart also snapped. They were really a bit worried about how they would explain to Ancestral Witch Wu Tian if they couldn't find it. But fortunately, Wu Tian said something like this again, which made both of them breathe a sigh of relief. The two men looked at each other. Wu Tian Ancestral Witch is really good at getting along. In the eyes of all the great wizards, Wu Tian was a very strange ancestor witch, always preferring to go in the Pango Hall to cultivate, and every time they got along with each other, they were peaceful, not as violent as the other ancestral witches. Even the Ho-Tu Ancestor Witch, one of the 12 ancestor witches with the lightest balefulness and the most peaceful character, had an ancestor witch grumpy side, but Wu Tian is never angry with them. The two men had a sudden realization in their minds. It seems like this is the first time that Ancestral Witch Wu Tian has commanded himself and the others to do something, right? Immediately, his heart was in awe and he made up his mind. Must find the 7-colored gourd vine for Wu Tian Ancestor Witch. Wait until 9 Phoenixes and Hui leave. Ho-Tu asked with some curiosity. Wu Tian, is this innate gourd vine you mentioned important? Wu Tian nodded. Immediately, he also smiled and spoke. This is one of the 10 innate spiritual roots. The gourds above each have their own spiritual wonders, but the most important thing is that this gourd vine concerns a great chance. He was naturally talking about man-making opportunities. For such things, Wu Tian definitely had to get involved, and the innate gourd vine was the landing point for him to meddle in the opportunity. Ho-Tu sniffed thoughtfully. For Wu Tian to say these, she has already seen strange, and did not think much about why Wu Tian would know so much. Ancestral witches each had their own talents. Or maybe what Wu Tian was good at was perceiving the great momentum of the heavenly Tao in various opportunities? With that, Ho-Tu laughed. If they don't find it, I'll help you find it together when the hearing is over. At this time Xianmei also looked over. Although he didn't say anything, but the meaning inside his eyes was obvious. This matter also counted her. Wu Tian was touched in his heart, arching his hand at the two ancestral witches. Thank you, sisters. After this matter was finished, Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches also made some arrangements in the Pango Hall, and after everything was finished, they all walked towards Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Go! Let's also go to the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon. At once, the laws of space were unleashed and the many ancestral witches were swept up and flew towards the outside of the Pango Hall. Next moment, as does spatial variation, Wu Tian openly realized, actually has been out of the Pango Hall outside, came to the void above. Toward the 9 days of the astral wind is the most violent place to fly. Emperor Jiang didn't make any false claims either. His spatial laws were used to rush. It was indeed extremely fast. The scenery in front of him changed rapidly as if space was folded, and in a few blinks he rushed above the 9 heavens. At this time, Candle Join also struck out. The power of the laws of the two stacked together. This separate space that allowed Emperor Jiang to encircle it emitted a faint glow. and the fierce and incomparable 9 heavenly gangs, which rushed back and forth in the void, were directly blocked by this layer of light. At this time, Emperor Jiang lightly laughed and spoke. That Hongjun said that those who have the destiny can come to listen to the Tao. I see that there is strength to do. This 9 heavenly winds are extremely powerful. Non-Jinshin above difficult to spend. On the contrary, he does not speak properly, saying that there is a destiny to coax these selfless guys to fight with their lives. After Emperor Jiang said that, couldn't help but let out another soft chuckle. Wu Tian is strange, but saw a figure. By the 9 heavenly astral winds rushed, the figure are some erosion, powerless toward the flooded earth fell. Immediately, he couldn't help but shake his head as well. Empyrean spoke bluntly, but it is also the truth in the flood. What chance treasure with virtue is not more than whose fist is bigger? Some people say that the flood is not about fighting and killing, but about humanizing, but only after you have the ability to fight and kill will others play humanizing with you. Okay. There are the 12 ancestral witches in them, with the daring ancestral witches fighting and killing in the front. Wu Tian could settle down in the back and humanize the world. Think about it. Wu Tian looked towards the ancestral witches. When Emperor Jiang saw Wu Tian's eyes, he was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it, and just spoke with a smile. Wu Tian, right now, your second brother and I are casting the power of the laws. It's the right time for you to feel it properly. Why don't you hurry? Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. The other ancestral witches all had their own innate laws, and even if the laws of space and time were in front of them, they would not be able to perceive them because the laws clashed. But Wu Tian can. He had already cultivated the Yuan Shun. It was even carrying the power of 12 laws. In the face of Di Jiang and Candle 9 Yin's unapologetic gesture, Wu Tian hurriedly thanked them, then without further thought, sat cross-legged in the void, surrounded by the ancestral witches. Slowly close your eyes. Next moment, the genjutsu flew out from the top of his head. The power of the Yuan Shun's perception spread out towards the surroundings, touching towards the power of the laws of Emperor Jiang and Candle Join. And soon there were endless epiphanies born in his heart. Laws of space, laws of time begin to brand. As before, the silhouettes of Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 Yin's ancestral which true bodies appeared in Wu Tian's divine soul, and after a flash, the other 10 laws began to grow as well. It was a turn of the gaze of the Queen's Earth. A beaming smile appeared on her face. Idle is as idle as it gets. Why don't we also make a move to help Wu Tian? The words fell. Do not wait for the other ancestral witches to respond. Hotu body directly above the light up thick incomparable earth-colored light. Hotu law is also toward the surrounding emanation. Add to the boundary around the crowd. Then came Xianmei, and after Xianmei cast the laws of Xianmei without saying a word, an ancestral witch laughed aloud and said, "Ha ha, let's make a quick move too. Otherwise this guy still thinks that only the 2 sisters love and care for him, and we and other older brothers are petty." One moment, various forces of law appeared in unison, superimposed on top of the laws of space and time. The original arcane light was also instantly transformed into the color of chaos, and Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, who were carrying the crowd, did not have the good sense to look towards the crowd. Right now there was no 12 capital heavenly gods fury formation to guide them, and with so many forces of law superimposed on top of each other, the conflict instantly intensified, bringing immense pressure to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 Yin. Just then, there was a flash of Xian gold light in Wu Tian's Yuanshan, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven flew out openly and landed on the top of Wu Tian's head slowly rotating, and the aura of the merit supreme treasure suppressed it. The clash of many laws was obliterated at once. Sure, this is also because the ancestral witches did not go all out. They just wanted to let Wu Tian sense some of their own laws. With this change, within Wu Tian's divine soul, the 12 inscriptions of laws grew rapidly, and the 12 emblems of the ancestral witches' true bodies around his divine soul grew brighter and brighter. The ancestral witches also quickly broke through the chaotic tire membrane, out of the flooded world, submerged in the infinite chaos. Chapter 20, Hongjun, what went wrong? The paths do not exist in the chaos. There is no time, no space, no laws of the great avenues. This ball of light where the ancestral witches were, like a tiny world, crashing the countless chaotic air currents. Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 followed a little sense in their hearts and traveled through the vast chaos, and I don't know how long it took. Emperor Zheng's voice suddenly rang in his ears. Here it is. Wu Tian woke up with a start. Withdrawal from the practice. After an unknown amount of time of enlightenment, under the percolation of many laws, the inscription of laws above Wu Tian's divine soul was once again elevated. Slight estimation. The effect of just this period of enhancement was even stronger than the 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood he had refined. The law inscription had reached at least 20%. After all, it was the 12 ancestor witches who were all out in force, And it was only during this kind of rush that Wu Tian was able to have this kind of opportunity. How could it be possible if it was to be placed in the middle of the flood? It wasn't that the ancestral witches weren't willing to give up. Rather, the ancestral witches were simply impatient. Leveling their own laws, the Yuanshan disappeared into the spiritual platform, and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler also fell within the Yuanshan, suppressing Wu Tian's heavenly chances in qi. Wu Tian slowly opened his eyes. This is the purple heavenly palace? He looked at the scene in front of him with some surprise. The boundless chaos, which was originally filled with countless chaotic air currents running amok, was now a huge blank space in front of his eyes. It's like a piece of heaven and earth. The purple heavenly palace was alone in the center. Simple and incomparable, but exudes a faint treasure light. Infinite Taoist rhythms flow out from the purple heaven palace, dense with countless visions on it. Under the pressure of this aura, chaos gas are blocked. Wu Tian looked towards the surroundings and did not see a single silhouette, and the gate of the purple heavenly palace was also in a closed state, so it seemed that no one had arrived yet. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke with some self-satisfaction. Well, Big Brother didn't lie to you, did he? Definitely will rush ahead of the others and not delay your scheming. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, was about to open his mouth to give Emperor Jiang to support the time. Suddenly a flash in front of my eyes. 3 figures from the side of the chaos flew out, actually without hesitation, towards the purple heavenly palace rushed to. Among the 3 figures, one was old-looking, one was middle-aged, and the other was a handsome, godly youth. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Isn't this Tai Cheng, Yuanshu and Tong Tian? He hadn't seen the 3 Qing before, but Emperor Jiang and the others had already come into contact with the 3 Qing when they were killing ferocious beasts and picking up the 3 clans in the middle of the flood. He exclaimed, his eyes glazing over. Sanqing, the 3 purities are also Pangu authentic, but unlike the ancestral witches, the ancestral witches were derived from the Pangu essence blood, and were still tainted with a thick and heavy baneful aura when they came out of the world. The 3 purities, on the other hand, were created by the 3 parts of Pangu's original spirit. By the book, mutual a bit of origin, but in fact in the previous contact, the 12 ancestral witches and the 3 Qing each looked down on the other. The 3 purities resented the 12 ancestral witches for being too rude. He has a ferocious aura, and acts in a furious and belligerent manner. The 12 ancestral witches thought, we are the same as the Pangu clan. What are you pretending to do? How dare you look down on us? At this time, he saw the 3 clearances appear. Di Zhang's heart was bursting with good intentions. With a soft cry to Candle Joeen, the space laws and time laws around the ancestral witches instantly flourished, and their original speed steeply accelerated. It was actually trying to reach the purple heavenly palace ahead of the 3 Qing. Tai Cheng, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian also saw the figures of the ancestral witches, and curiosity arose in their hearts as well. This 12 ancestral witches are arrogant and haughty. Surprisingly, they would all come to listen to Hongjuan's sermon? At the same time, the 3 of them flickered their eyes and noticed Wu Tian, who was surrounded in the middle of the ancestral witches, and curiosity immediately appeared in their eyes. Ha! Who is this man? Could it also be the witch race? Separated by the thick laws of space and time, it was impossible to see Wu Tian's exact situation clearly, but one could also see at a glance the difference between Wu Tian and the ancestral witches. Despite the thoughts tumbling through his mind, the speed of the 3 Qing but not half a point of reduction, the 3 before the breath connected, as one, flying towards the direction of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Wait until you enter the range of the purple heaven palace's suppression. The surrounding chaotic aura instantly cleared. 3 Qing also quickly noticed the changes here. Originally in the chaos of all the road does not exist. All the people in the chaos, no matter what they do, are consuming themselves, simply cannot be supplemented from the outside world. But what made the trio wonder was this. This place is actually the same as the flooded heavens and earth. It was as if the power of the flood heavenly Tao had extended to this point, opening up a tiny world in the midst of the chaos. With the replenishment of the outside world's vital energy, the speed of the 3 clearings accelerated once again. Swish, faster approaching the purple heaven palace. But Emperor Jiang and Candle Joeen felt differently, and after entering the scope of the purple heavenly palace's breath shroud, their originally very fast speeds actually dropped steeply. The ancestral witches were as deep as a quagmire. The closer we get to the purple heavenly palace, the speed was actually getting slower and slower. What's going on? Wu Tian was flabbergasted, and then looked thoughtfully in the direction of the purple heavenly palace. What the hell? The sermon hasn't even started yet, and Hongjun is going to play tricks? Astonishment arose in Wu Tian's heart. Then they watched the 3 Qing did not enter the purple heavenly palace. Not only that, there are 2 figures from the chaos shot out, also more than the body of the ancestral witches. These 2 are a man and a woman. It was none other than Fushi and Nuwa, the siblings. they were also just like the 3 pristine ones. And after they fell into this area enveloped by the aura of the purple heavenly palace, the oppression of chaos instantly dissipated, and their speed was a few points faster again. Seeing the successive silhouettes fail to enter, Emperor Jiang and Candle 19 frowned. The face has already borne the color of violent anger. Coldly looking at the direction of the purple heaven palace, the eye is about to explode the appearance of. How do they not know? Are people like yourself being targeted? This old man Hongjun, Emperor Jiang couldn't help but be about to break into a rage. Although he didn't care about the chance that Wu Tian had mentioned, he had already boasted in front of his little brother, but as a result, he was targeted at the doorstep. So naturally, he was upset to the core. Wu Tian hastily opened his mouth to interrupt. Brother, don't be in a hurry. Let's talk about it first in the Purple Palace. The Purple Heavenly Palace here suppresses chaos, and is even more connected to the Heavenly Tao, whose power runs through this space. Strictly speaking, this is someone's Hongjuan's territory. A steeplechase may not be palatable. Wu Tian naturally had to persuade the Ancestral Witches, but he wasn't completely unproductive. He knew at least a little. There's a problem with the seats in the purple sky. It's not all about chance. Rather, it is the arrangement of Hongjun. If not, why did Hongjun secretly step in to block the Ancestral Witches, not daring them to enter early? If we let the Ancestral Witches go in first, don't say 6 seats. I'll fill you up with 6 more. The so-called futon represents a chance for sainthood. And then it becomes nonsense. Actually, at this time in the depths of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun looked at the scene outside with a ghostly gaze and was also astonished in his heart. And he was also somewhat puzzled. How come it's different from what the heavenly chances show? And the 12 Ancestral Witches are actually all here? And so early? In his deduction of the heavenly chances after he became a saint, it clearly showed that only the 2 Ancestral Witches, Xian Mei and Ho Tu, had come to listen to the Daoa. What went wrong? Hongjun was puzzled in his mind. Chapter 21, he still has to thank us. Hongjun had only become a saint not long ago. It is not yet the Taoist ancestor who will merge the Tao with his body in the future. And the control of the great power of the heavenly Tao is not yet so strong. And because of that, the moment the Ancestral Witches appeared in advance, their hearts were puzzled. And they even began to wonder if they had made a mistake in their deduction somewhere. No way. I have repeatedly deduced the heavenly chances. There is no way around it. Hongjun could only force his hand as well, mobilizing the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress the speed of the Ancestral Witches, slowing down the time it took them to reach the Purple Heavenly Palace, allowing the 3 Chang, Fuxi, and Yuhua to enter earlier. And he knows it's not good. With the nature of the Ancestral Witches, it would be really hard to end it in case they made a scene. This next quantum leap of the witch race had great fortune, and he couldn't beat the Ancestral Witches to death. Could he? But sit back and do nothing? To watch the Ancestral Witches be the first to enter the Purple Heavenly Palace, grab all the seats, and disrupt all of their own machinations? Hongjun shook his head imperceptibly. 3 Chang is Pangu authentic, Pangu Yuanshan 3 transformed. In other words, is the flood world of the Son of Luck, body has great luck. Anyway, Hongjun are going to be under the door. In this way, we can gather the powerful chi of the 3 Qing dynasty in ourselves and help ourselves to climb to a higher realm. Niuai is the same way, although not with the 3 Qing like, but in the future there is another big chance. Also as the luck stretches, thick incomparable, Hongjun naturally will not give up. The mind weighs in a little. Hongjun did not hesitate to strike. Then they were somewhat wary toward the Ancestral Witches, but what made Hongjun's heart more and more surprised was that the Ancestral Witches actually suppressed their emotions after a moment of anger. What's the situation? When did the Ancestral Witches have such a good temper? Hongjun's mind became more and more puzzled. Emperor Jiang and the others didn't lash out on the spot. Naturally, Wu Tian persuaded. Nonetheless, it was still difficult for Emperor Jiang to hold back this anger, and instead of opening his mouth to scold Hongjun angrily, he spoke aloud. Brothers, strike! The aura on the Ancestral Witches instantly flourished. Immediately, there was a thick and incomparable power surging out, and the power of laws was raging, which was completely incomparable to the previous time when it was released for Wu Tian to feel. Previously the Ancestral Witches deliberately controlled it. The laws are in conflict with each other but are controlled as softly and meekly as possible. At this point it was ferocious. Boom! The light cluster where the Ancestral Witches were located suddenly lit up, collided with the might emanating from the Purple Heavenly Palace. The surrounding force of law was instantly disorganized, and the Ancestral Witches instantly broke free from the quagmire in general. Flying at high speed, he headed towards the Purple Heavenly Palace. Phew! Wu Tian also let out a soft sigh of relief. He said, well, so that the Ancestral Witches suppressed their anger, did not rage in the territory of Hongjun, or really fight. I do not know how Hongjun will be treated. Who knows if Hongjun will use the ancestral witches as a raft to make an example of them and deter others who come to listen to the sermon. As for the location in the Purple Heaven Palace, well, can get to as well. At least it can. The thought in my mind just started. I saw another silhouette from the ancestral witches swept past. Two people side by side is naturally Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud Old Ancestor. Alone, a face of arrogance is Kuanping. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun skipped over the two of them. He also turned his head towards the ancestral witches and nodded his head. With a kind and incomparable smile on his face, these two brothers had always been like this, with a gentle nature and goodwill towards others. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also muttered in their hearts. Ha! Obviously, after falling into this heaven and earth, there is a feeling of returning to the flooded heaven and earth, and one's own mana imperatives have become more fluent. Why are the ancestral witches looking so strange? How do they know that the ancestral witches are subject to the suppression of the Purple Heavenly Palace, and they have the deliberate enchantment of Hongjun? Nature looks a little unusual. As these three figures disappeared, Wu Tian was also dumbstruck and cursed angrily in his heart. Nima, how dare you be so shameless? Obviously he brought the ancestral witches first. I did not expect that when the Purple Heaven Palace was on the threshold, Hongjun even played this kind of small action. Where's the promised Taoist style? In Wu Tian's mind, Hongjun, even if there are some calculations, intervene, but also should be no traces, cloudy and light, instead of looking so naked. That's a rough job, isn't it? Actually, Hongjun was also speechless in his heart. He had originally calculated well. Who would have thought that the ancestral witches came in unison? But even more so, they were the first to come to the Purple Heavenly Palace? Instantly disorganize your arrangements. At this time if you do not make a move to block the witch race, the next want to turn the original arrangement. I am afraid that there will be more trouble. Naturally, it's too late to pay attention to manners. What happened to the ancestral witches? Are there any variables? Hongjun's eyes flickered, unable to help but look toward the ancestral witches. His gaze was clear and incomparable, and after turning around, it naturally landed on Wu Tian's body. But he didn't see anything either. Wu Tian had a proper identity in his own right, coupled with the fact that there is a merit and virtue supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven to suppress its own qi and hide Wu Tian's qi. Even Hongjun can't unknowingly detect anything. Wait until the ancestral witches enter the Purple Heavenly Palace. The three pristine ones and others are already sitting on top of the futon at the very front. Unlike what Wu Tian remembered, there were 7 futons in the Purple Heavenly Palace at this time, and the top 3 were naturally occupied by the 3 purities. After the 3 Qings came Fuxi and Yua, brother and sister. 2 people naturally know. This row in the forefront of the futon may have a great chance, but Fuxi has great wisdom, the heart just a little thought, will give up their own also account for the idea of a. Instead, he sat cross-legged behind Yua. If it is really a great opportunity, then, certainly there are countless people to fight for it. Outside can be the 12 ancestral witches it, followed by countless other great aptitude. Our brother and sister strength. I'm afraid that we can only keep one. I'd better guard you from behind. Fuxi quietly transmits to Nuwa. As a result, 2 people occupy only 1 seat. Subsequently entered the Jin Yuanzi. Red Clouds, as well as Kuanpeng, is to occupy the 5th and 6th seat. For some reason, Jin Yuanzi also is Fuxi, sitting behind the Red Clouds, and did not go to the 7th seat. Sister Ho Tu, you cultivated the Yuan Shun. You go sit down at. Wu Tian directly pushed Ho Tu over. The ancestral witches naturally had no problem with it, but Ho Tu froze for a moment, with a vaguely touched feeling in her eyes as she looked towards Wu Tian. The eyes seemed to say, don't you have a genjutsu too? Why don't you go sit down? Ho Tu, however, clearly remembered that the reason why Wu Tian had to rush to the Purple Heavenly Palace in the front was because the seat at the very front represented a great opportunity. So much for that. Wouldn't you be giving up the chance to yourself? Wu Tian just smiled and pushed Ho Tu, pressing her on top of the 7th bushel before turning his head towards the ancestral witches. Let's sit back here, he said, waving his hand gently towards the ground. At once a large row of jade futons fell to the ground. Emperor Jiang, however, was still a bit angry. The heart is also very dissatisfied. If it is not Hongjun messed up, in order to be the first to arrive at the situation, these 7 seats should be all their witch tribe. Where would it take up just one? But before he could open his mouth, Wu Tian advanced to secretly communicate with the ancestral witches, looking at the backs of Hong Yun and Kuan Peng, and smilingly spoke. Hold your horses, brothers. Later on, Red Cloud will give his seat to us. Nonetheless, he will have to open his mouth to thank our witch clan and owe us a great karma. Do you believe it? Chapter 22, Befriending. The attention of the ancestral witches was immediately drawn. Couldn't even be bothered to freak out. Don't you call it chance? To give you this great opportunity as a representation and to be grateful for it? The ancestral witches looked towards Red Cloud. The eyes were strangely unsettling, as if to say, this Red Cloud is a little cutie, is it? But Wu Tian knows. Red Clouds, Jin Yuanzi is recognized by the people of the floodplains good old man. Certainly not a little cute. Red Cloud for now. Just talk about Jin Yuanzi, the future ancestor of the Earth Immortals. Jin Yuan Daxian is among the innate 10 spiritual roots, the only two of the existence of the transformation, and the other is the young Mei Daxian who can compete with Han Jun. In addition, Jin Yuanzi holding the Book of the Earth, but also to engage in the Book of the Earth boundary such as the moral abduction array. That he doesn't have great wisdom? How is that possible? What makes Wu Tian confirm this is that Jin Yuanzi did not sit separately from Hong Yun to grab the last seat, as Fushi protects Nuwa, behind Hong Yun, obviously realizing the importance of this futon. Anticipate the bitter strife that may come. Red Cloud gives way. Perhaps not just a good old boy? Rather, there is something else going on in it. Something that has to be done? Wu Tian muttered in his mind. At this time, a dozen gazes landed on Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun in unison. The eyes of the ancestral witches were very direct, instantly causing the two to feel inexplicable pressure. Red Cloud's expression stiffened a bit, but still with a faint smile, he slowly turned his head, first glancing towards the ancestral witches, smiling lightly at them and nodding slightly, then hurriedly averted his gaze, meeting eye to eye with Jin Yuanzi. His eyes signaled, elder brother Jin Yuanzi, what are the ancestral witches up to? The eyes are straight. It's weirdly scary to look at them. They're not going to do anything, are they? Jin Yuanzi was also a bit confused. I don't know. But, here is the purple heavenly palace. The ancestral witches should not even Hongjuan's face are not given, directly again, right? Plus, we didn't mess with them either. Jin Yuanzi pondered in his mind for a long time. In the end, there was still some patience. Looking toward the ancestral witches, his eyes fell on the most amiable Wu Tian inside the ancestral witches, slightly fixed his mind, and then asked with a smile, this Taoist friend looks familiar. I wonder what to call it. Wu Tian gestured towards Emperor Zheng and the others. He was also a bit speechless by such a straightforward gaze from Emperor Zheng and the others. How could he look at people with such eyes? Look at how scared people Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun are. Emperor Jiang, after seeing this, lightly hummed a bit, will blaze some terrible gaze put away, and then lowered his head and candle joining two people to stare at. Exchange up, all the while keeping his ears open, listening to Wu Tian communicating with Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. And then he heard Wu Tian laugh. Ha ha. It's normal that fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi hasn't seen me before. I seldom walk around the flood on a regular basis. I am Wu Tian of the Witch Clan. But, two friends of the name of the Taoist friends but I have long heard, such as Thunder heard, long wanted to meet with the two friends of the Taoist friends. The ancestral witches often say, the two are rare in the flood good old man. Listening to Wu Tian's words with kindness, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud two people are also a heart of relief. The smile on the face is also more and more real. But this good old man 3 words how to hear so strange? It's kind of like cursing. But looking at Wu Tian's sincere face, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun could only pretend that they were overly concerned. And Jin Yuanzi even shook his head modestly. You're welcome, fellow Taoist. The ancestral witches are wrong. The two of my brothers also just don't like to fight and are determined to get away with it. So how can we be considered good old men? As they whispered, the 3 Qing, as well as Fushi and Nuwa, all curiously looked towards this side, and there was some sense of doubt in their hearts. For the 12 ancestors, they have naturally seen or heard of it. Everyone hibernates at the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, but the ancestral witches are different, and they directly run to the battlefield of the 3 tribes to go up and grab the corpses and clean up the battlefield, and with a straight face. It had long since been a big hit with the flood crowd. The natural reputation is spreading, but this Wu Tian is like appearing out of thin air. But half of the traces have not appeared in the flood. Again, he saw the attitude of the ancestral witches towards Wu Tian. Naturally, he was amazed. After hearing Wu Tian declare his name, all the people's gazes flickered slightly. So his name is Wu Tian. There was a slight, imperceptible nod, mostly in the mind. Wu Tian should be the witch tribe, the most powerful under the ancestral witches. To come to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon is a rare opportunity. The ancestral witches will bring him around. Only Hong Jun was still puzzled. At this time, he was not present, but the entire Purple Heavenly Palace was his territory, and the conversation between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi naturally fell on his ears, and after hearing Wu Tian's words, he murmured in his heart, Wu Tian. A slight frown creased his brow. As the first heavenly saint, Hong Jun naturally disliked the name very much. What is not good to call, even called Wu Tian, vaguely have a feeling of tit for tat, coupled with the actions of the Witch Clan. The heart has been a little upset. He also does not think that Wu Tian is an ordinary great sorcerer. If it wasn't for the fear of angering the ancestral witches again, Hongjun really wanted to mobilize the power of the heavenly Dao to directly snoop around and properly check out Wu Tian's bottom line. And while the crowd's thoughts were flying, Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued to exchange eagerly. He himself did not have any malicious intent towards the two, and was even quite interested in them. It's been said before, with the ancestral witches fighting and killing in the front, Wu Tian can engage in human affairs in the back, and Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun all belong to those who can befriend. Wu Tian's words were naturally filled with goodwill. Seeing the situation, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also had the intention to make friends. Both sides hit it off. The words grew more fervent. After talking for a while longer, even Red Cloud couldn't help but join in the chat between the two, turning around and smilingly saying, "Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, at the end of this sermon, I must make a trip to the 5 Village View. Old brother Jin Yuan's ginseng fruit is incredibly fresh and delicious, and it's definitely worth a taste." For the Red Cloud to take his ginseng fruit as a favor, Jin Yuanzi is not angry, just White Cloud a glance, and then also smiling words. "If you come to, Jin Yuan will surely sweep the couch to welcome you." Wu Tian, 1936. PRC film director. And at this time, as Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi continued to exchange ideas, they actually became more and more cordial and enthusiastic with each other. Wu Tian also laughed aloud. "Ha ha, then I'll take it seriously. I've heard about the ginseng fruit for a long time and I'm curious about it too." Listening to the conversation between Wu Tian and Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches all blinked and blinked. Wasn't it about the seats? What's with the ginseng fruit? Just then, a slight sound rang out. The conversation between the three Wu Tian people was instantly interrupted. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's smiles stopped on their faces, and Wu Tian also directly frowned. But before he could react, Di Jiang and the other 12 ancestral witches, their 24 eyes brushed toward the middle of the three Qing and landed on the second of the three Qing, Yuan Shi Tianzun's body. Each one of them was full of unkindness. Chapter 23, Little Dislike of Yuan Shi. Genji, what do you mean? Emperor Jiang could not be the least bit spoiled by the first Heavenly Father. Didn't even wait for Wu Tian to open his mouth, directly snapped at the first Heavenly Father. Di Jiang's voice caused Jin Yuanzi's heart to skip a beat, and he couldn't help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He had just been thinking that the rumors in the flood wasteland were too exaggerated. What's so difficult about the witches? It turned out to be a slap in the face, but he can't say anything. This cold snort of the first Heavenly Father is not only directed at Wu Tian, but also at him and Red Cloud. He himself didn't want to get into trouble with the three Qing. You can't just not let the other ancestral witches take the lead either, can you? The two brothers, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, glanced at each other, and then tacitly looked towards the three Qings, only to see that the faces of Tai Qing, First Heavenly Father, and Tong Tian were all extremely ugly, with First Heavenly Father being especially so. He didn't show any weakness, though, especially at this time. There were already many people entering the Purple Heavenly Palace one after another, and after seeing the scene in front of them they were shocked beyond measure, and then they all gazed with interest. Can he be silent in this situation? After freezing again, the First Heavenly Father directly spoke in a cold voice. What do I mean? I would like to ask you what you mean. You have come to listen to the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace. What is the meaning of making a loud noise here? And is it not due? Of the three Qing, the First Heavenly Father valued courtesy the most. His character has manifested itself from now on, feeling that all people are here to listen to the sermon, and after entering this Purple Heavenly Palace, they should wait quietly. What's with all this noise? The words fell. The ancestral witches were not going to do it, and the most impatient ancestral witch Xu Rong directly stood up and spoke angrily. None of your business? Is this Purple Heaven Palace yours? Such rude and blunt words from Xu Rong ancestral which instantly caused the First Heavenly Father's face to turn blue and white, and he was about to get up and confront Xu Rong ancestral witch right away. At this time, Tai Qing frowned slightly and spoke faintly. Erdi. A soft whimper called the Genesis to a halt. Then Tai Qing's eyes looked deep toward the ancestral witches, and finally landed on Yuan Shi Tianzun's body again as he continued. This is finally a saint's dojo. The words were not finished though. However, the meaning was obvious. That is, for the First Heavenly Father to not bother with the ancestral witches anymore. The First Heavenly Father's gaze flickered, and with a light grunt, he stopped looking at the ancestral witches. Although Tai Qing was able to block Yuan Shi Tianzun, but his attitude is obvious. Naturally, he stood on his own brother's side, and in his words, he told the First Heavenly Father to stop counting, with the subtext still being the problem of the ancestral witches. Seeing this, Wu Tian was instantly unhappy. This Purple Heaven Palace is not his land, and Hong Jun has not personally said anything about restrictions, so why should he be the disciplinarian here? People are holding chicken feathers. Yu Yuan sure Tianzun hasn't chicken hair yet. However, he didn't intend to say that, but instead looked in the direction of the three clearances and laughed softly. Ha! It's really unreasonable for Taoist Yuan Shi to be angry. We make friends and exchange ideas before the sermon, and then sit down to discuss the sermon and grow up with each other. This is exactly one of the meanings of coming to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. To be as immobile as you are, accusing others and starting disputes, is not beautiful in turn, is it? The first Heavenly Father was dumbfounded. According to what Wu Tian said, compared to him, he is really the one who is even more ungentlemanly, and has the suspicion of stirring up strife in the Purple Heaven Palace. Tai Qing's gaze snapped. The eyes looked toward Wu Tian slyly. What's the situation? When did the Wiccans have this kind of brain? This kind of eloquence? Tong Tian originally had the same look of enmity. After hearing Wu Tian's words, there was also a flash of divine light in his eyes and he muttered in his heart. Seems so. People make friends. Why did you have to go and make a face? With their own brothers? Even if it's not. People outsiders certainly will not spoil you And then he looked at Wu Tian with more and more curiosity. Seeing the change in the three Qing's complexion, the originally furious Emperor Jiang was instantly happy on his face, and gleefully slapped Wu Tian on his shoulder. Wu Tian turned back with a bitter smile. It was then that I saw an appreciative look on Emperor Jiang's face, as if to say, good point, exactly what I was trying to say. Shu Rong Ancestral Witch watched as the Origin Heavenly Father was rendered speechless, and somewhat proudly raised his eyebrows towards the Origin Heavenly Father's side before sitting down. We witches are the most reasonable of all. The Ancestral Witches perked up at Wu Tian's mouthpiece, a look of honor with it. Wu Tian nodded and eyed at them, calming the Ancestral Witches down, and waited until Zhu Rong all sat down again, before he looked towards the three clearances again. Origin Heavenly Father's face became more and more ugly. The eyes rolled slightly, as if mentally weighing how to retort. Wu Tian smiled slightly. At that moment, he spoke in a tone of good advice and assiduousness, and said faintly, alas, for the sake of the Pangu Father God, I'll give you one more word of advice. Don't rely on your status as a Pangu Orthodox clan member to act like a superior, overbearing person at every turn. The first Heavenly Father was so angry that he was about to spit out blood at the words. Nima, after the great Dragon Han tribulation, the most arrogant person in the flood, besides you Ancestral Witches, is there anyone else? How dare you say such things now? Everyone else also looked odd, but this time, anyone who has a little bit of color won't be so stupid as to pop up and make a target for the witch race and the three purities. At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. That is, Jin Yuan Taoist friends, Red Cloud Taoist friends magnanimous. Otherwise on the basis of your attitude, we'll have to be finished with you. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were creeped out in their hearts. With a face full of helplessness, he looked towards Wu Tian. The eyes revealed a prayer. Wu Tian Taoist, don't play us. Alas, I thought that fellow Taoist Wu Tian was an anomaly amongst the witch race, but I didn't realize that I was the one who was mistaken. It really isn't inferior to the Ancestral Witches at all. Jin Yuanzi sighed a little in his heart. What the two brothers wanted was to be free from karma and get away with it. So how would they be willing to go up against the three Qings and get into trouble with the first Heavenly Father? The strength is no match for the three purities. Even in terms of numbers it doesn't compare. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud some worried toward the three clear. Eyes revealed a trace of worry, obviously worried about the three clear thoughts on him. But this time, the three Qing's eyes don't have them inside. The eyes stared straight at Wu Tian, and the gaze was deep. If it wasn't for Tai Qing reaching out his hand and tugging the first Heavenly Father a little bit, I am afraid that the first Heavenly Father would have already jumped up. Under the trio's gaze, Wu Tian still looked very relaxed. Scared of what? Do they still dare to make a move in the Purple Heaven Palace? The Ancestral Witches didn't have that concern, but Tai Qing and the others certainly won't. Seeing that Di Jiang had the intention to get up and stand in front of him, Wu Tian lightly smiled at him and shook his head before he directly stopped paying attention to the three Qing. Wu Tian's philosophy has always been to develop steadily, but after facing the first Heavenly Father he really couldn't help it, and after disliking him, he finally felt relieved in his heart. There's a sense that the thoughts are coming through. Sure enough, the three of them communicate secretly. Eventually press the upset in your mind. Anymore. It is the beginning of Tianzuan provocation in the front. They have lost reason. At this moment to lose some face is also due reason. Tu Qing is quiet voice pacification. Don't be impulsive. Don't forget what we're here for. Over here, Wu Tian also continued to communicate with Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, but instead of letting all of them hear, he switched to divine soul transmission. Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Why should the two fellow Taoists be alarmed? Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly. Red Cloud, on the other hand, was a bit embarrassed with his face. Immediately afterward, Wu Tian added his words with a smile. I know that the two Dao friends are bent on being at ease and don't want to get involved in too much karma. But do you know? That karma isn't something you can hide from just because you want to. Take this seat at Red Cloud. Chapter 24. Red Cloud gives up her seat. Wu Tian said. A slight pause. The gazes of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were immediately attracted over, and there was a sense of gravity in their eyes. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, what do you mean? Something wrong with this seat? Red Cloud couldn't help but ask. Wu Tian did not respond directly, but first turned his head towards the back. At this time, there were already quite a number of figures coming into the purple heavenly palace. The front seats are occupied. Those in the back can only sit on the ground or, as the ancestral witches did, pull out their own futons and sit down. However, the great avatars who relied on their status and strength all looked towards the few people in front of them, their eyes flickering with light, obviously playing with something in their hearts. Wu Tian had never seen these people before. At this moment, he took a look and also recognized these people from their image and temperament, and immediately muttered in his heart, this is Di Jun and Tai Yi, right? Two handsome men, dressed in golden robes covered in white flame patterns, many flames surrounding a sun star seal. One of them had a slightly imposing air. Naturally, it was the future Emperor Jun. Another is more domineering appearance. The waist is hanging a simple, atmospheric small clock, inscribed with arcane incomparable lines. It is the Tai Yi that accompanies the chaos bell. The two were born above the sun star in the Fusang tree bathing in the sun's true flame, and would later integrate the 10,000 races of the flood and establish the demon race, becoming the demon emperor and the eastern emperor of the demon race respectively. Put it this way, sort of the biggest enemy of the witch clan. Therefore, Wu Tian couldn't help but take a few more looks. Sensing Wu Tian's gaze, Di Jun and Tai Yi twisted their heads in unison and met Wu Tian's eyes, before a light smile appeared on Di Jun's face and he nodded slightly to Wu Tian. Tai Chi, on the other hand, frowned slightly. Wu Tian also nodded in response, then looked toward the other people. All the blood and death of the gas, dirty and incomparable nature is the Old Man Styx, is born from the underworld sea of blood. Old Man Styx was much more arrogant. Flesh eyes, visible eyes dripping turn, cannot stop in the occupied bushels of a few people survey, eyes full of covetousness. This guy is self-belief. Blood sea is not dry. The river Styx is not dead. Also act more unscrupulous. At the same time the head is also very clever. Is the flood famous king of the cottage. There are also the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, who were born by adhering to the innate yin and yang, as well as a number of other great magi that Wu Tian did not recognize for the time being. The three purities they dare not mess with. Ancestral witches are outnumbered, not to mention. All gazes fell on Nuwa, Red Cloud, and Koan Pang, and feeling the covetous gazes, Fushi instantly showed displeasure and slowly turned his head towards the crowd. The mind is more than ready to make a decision. No one can rob his sister of her chance, unless stepping over your own dead body. The determination on Fushi's face instantly caused many gazes to back off, focusing their gaze on Red Cloud and Koan Pang. Red Cloud is okay. At least there was Jin Yuanzi sitting behind him, and the kunai is alone. From the time he had come in until now, Koan Pang had been silently bowing his head and sinking his face without saying a word. Nor did he get involved in what was going on between Wu Tian and the three purities, not even turning his head towards this side. So much for that. The kunai are under the most pressure. A vaguely shivering look. At this time, Wu Genius turned back to his head and continued to transmit sound to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun's divine souls, speaking with a light smile. The huge purple heavenly palace. So many people come to hear the sermon, but the first row has only 7 futons. As long as it's not stupid, I'm sure we can all guess that there must be some reason for this futon, and that there is a great chance on it, right? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun nodded. Indeed, even the covetous glances behind them had been anticipated by both men. Also based on this, it was clear that the two had seats when they arrived, but like Fushi and Nuwa, they only took one. What made Jin Yuanzi secretly laugh bitterly was, perhaps the reputation of the two brothers as good old men has been spread too widely in the floodplains, so that the deterrent effect is not enough, though they are guarded by themselves. But the gaze staring at Red Cloud's seat is not much less than Koan Pang's. Jin Yuanzi even felt that if the people weren't afraid of Wu Tian sitting beside them, they might have come up to force and plot against him at this moment. Alas, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud both sighed lightly, already understanding the meaning of Wu Tian's words. As Red Cloud sat on top of this futon, the karma on his body could no longer be shaken off. The two men looked at each other. Red Cloud signaled with his eyes. Why don't we give this seat to fellow Taoist Wu Tian? We don't need to get involved in all this karma. Until now, the two also only know that the seat represents a great chance, but do not know how big and important this chance is, and even more do not know that the seat is related to the Hongmeng Purple Chi, which is the chance to become a saint. And because of that, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud do not want to be stained with too much karma just because of this unknown chance, and they still understand the reasoning of the piker's sin. Alas, I just want to get away with old brother Jin Yuan in the floodplains, have nothing to do but taste the ginseng fruit and sit and talk about the Tao. That's all. Red Cloud couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Think about it. It was actually a quiet voice transmission directly to Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, why don't I let you have this seat? Your witch clan is so numerous and powerful, and the ancestral witches are so ferocious and famous in the flood, that no one must dare to covet it, said the man who actually got up and gave up his seat. Wu Tian instantly reached out. A soft force was emitted to stop it. He was also surprised in his heart. Which, although as he guessed, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, the two brothers, and is not willing to get into trouble for the unknown chance. That's why it's in the middle of the original momentum. Giving up his seat to Jain and Junti not only lost the Hongmeng Violet Chi that was the opportunity to become a saint, but also because of his giving up his seat, implicating Kuanping and causing him to have a nagging grudge. Obviously, the ones who forced Kuanping to do so were Jain and Junti. The one who humiliated Kuanping was the first Heavenly Father, but Kuanping's most hated has become Red Cloud instead. Can't I beat you, Red Cloud? Alas, fellow Daoist Red Cloud, hold your horses. This seed is both chance and fortune. And what it consumes is your own chi and fortune. The greater the chance, the greater the chi and fortune consumed. Since you've already sat down, it would be bad to let it out again. God's gift is not to be taken, but to be blamed. As the first cloud between heaven and earth, the red cloud is said to have been stained with the heart essence blood of the great god Pangu, and its own fortune is needless to say. Otherwise it wouldn't have been possible to get this seat. But the first time he let out, then the last Hongmeng Violet Chi fell into his hands again, meaning that Hong Yun had consumed the chi capable of becoming a saint twice in the process. Such consumption, if he doesn't die, who will? Although Hong Yun intended to give up her seat, Wu Tian did not want to accept it. Instead, he sincerely hoped that Hong Yun would stabilize her mind and resolutely refuse to allow it. If you ask me, you should learn from my witch race. Who dares to force you? Fight with him is, now in the flood, can decapitate the two of you brothers and not pay a little painful price? Almost no, right? Wu Tian continued to speak again. After listening, Red Cloud silent, Jin Yuanzi also a look of pondering in the heart. The two were not combative nature, and now let them have such a decisive thought. Indeed, some difficulty. After a long time, the two of them cast grateful glances at Wu Tian. Thank you for your guidance, fellow Daoist. Emperor Jiang had been watching the exchange between the three, and although he hadn't heard the words of their divine soul transmissions, he had seen in his eyes the movements of the red cloud that was about to get up, as well as Wu Tian stopping it. It was already clear what was happening. There was a sudden shock in his eyes. This red cloud is really going to give up her seat to Wu Tian? And still looking so grateful to Wu Tian? But, why did Wu Tian refuse? Di Jian, who was puzzled in his heart, directly and quietly pulled Wu Tian's arm and asked in a quiet voice transmission, Wu Tian, why don't you take it? Chapter 25, the show's about to begin. Emperor Jiang was completely convinced of Wu Tian at this moment. Red Cloud really needs to give up his seat. The grateful eyes, even a small hint of guilt towards Wu Tian, were almost exactly the same as what Wu Tian had said earlier. Emperor Jiang naturally didn't know. The hint of guilt carried in the eyes of the Red Cloud is the feeling that by giving up his seat to Wu Tian, he is having the Witch Clan take over this karma. That's why there's such a look in his eyes. And because of this, Emperor Jiang became more and more confused. Everything developed according to what Wu Tian said. How is it that when it came down to it, Wu Tian instead refused again and did not accept Red Cloud's offer to give up his seat? Previously, Wu Tian had been very eager to urge the ancestral witches to set out and had encountered that kind of change of heart before the Violet Sky Palace. So Di Jiang felt that what Wu Tian was seeking was a seat in the Violet Sky Palace. Before roaring to, now push that seat out again. Wu Tian, what the hell are you doing? Facing Emperor Zheng's puzzled look, Wu Tian laughed softly as he appeared to quietly transmit the message. Brother, take it easy. A little more patience. As Wu Tian had just thought, he did hope that Hong Yun could hold on, carry all the pressure, resolutely not letting sit, so that the great power of the flood wasteland naturally change. Maybe there can be one more Red Cloud Saint, as long as the heavenly greatness changes. It's just good for the Wookiees. Even if Red Cloud could not hold back the pressure in the end and still wanted to give up his seat, then Wu Tian could not take it at this time. This is representative of the Hongmeng Purple Chi. If Wu Tian was so direct next, when he waited until after the third sermon, would Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi harbor resentment? Wouldn't feel like an alarmist. Is that why he was scared into giving up his seat? So, even if Wu Tian wanted to take this seat down, he couldn't do it at this time, but rather wait until the two of them, Jia Jia and Jianti. Came and Red Cloud was under tremendous pressure to step forward, take the seat and carry the pressure, so that even if the back know what the seat represents, the two will not have any resentment in their hearts, even if it is resentment that will only be directed at Jiayin. Junti. Wu Tian was the one who stood up to help them. But, if I take the seat into my hands, will Hongjun really distribute the Hongmeng violet qi according to the seat, as he did among the original great powers? Doubts arose in Wu Tian's mind. Before in the Purple Sky Palace the Ancestral Witches encountered the Purple Sky Palace power to resist, has already let Wu Tian understand. Hongjun, this guy is not imagined in the appearance of the Taoist ancestor, seating order in the purple sky, nor is it an accident under the diffusion of heavenly chances. Rather, it was Hongjun's secret plot. If Wu Tian took Red Cloud's seat, he would once again destroy Hongjun's arrangement for the attribution of the Hongmeng purple qi. And would Hongjun be indifferent? Think about it for a moment. Wu Tian eventually gave a spontaneous smile. The heart also muttered, no harm done. Anyway, I don't intend to refine the Hongmeng purple qi and behead the 3 corpses to become a saint. So what can I do even if I don't get the Hongmeng purple qi? Instead, it validates something. It's just the biggest bang for your buck. At that moment, Wu Tian no longer dwelled on it. After Di Jiang heard Wu Tian's words, although the doubts in his heart were not lifted, he no longer asked questions, but instead nodded his head at Wu Tian with great trust. Even more so, he quietly transmitted his voice to Wu Tian. Yes, you're brothers, sisters, and I believe in you, so if you have any ideas just go for it, we'll back you up from behind. I'd like to see anyone else dare to target you. After saying that, again, he looked fiercely in the direction of the 3 clearances and glared at the figure of the first Heavenly Father. Stung by the gaze that had substance to it, the first Heavenly Father immediately frowned. Before he could say anything, Tai Chung, who was beside him, had already transmitted his voice to his ear. The sermon is about to begin. Hold back a little more. Don't make a scene. The first Heavenly Father could only endure. Push down the anger in your heart. The 3 Qing at this time is still very united, but also very low-key. They have been incarnated from the time of the opening of the sky, but the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe almost did not appear. Go practiced in the Kunlun Mountains. Even when they later obtained the Hongmeng purple qi, they all waited until they became saints before they began to slowly move around the floodplains. So to say solid, triple clear is really solid. As time passed, a figure shot out from the chaos and fell into the Purple Heavenly Palace. But the Purple Heavenly Palace did not become crowded. The space inside was as if it was expanding automatically. Still very empty feeling. Everyone came in. The first glance was toward the front row of 7 people. Staring at them, the more people, the pressure also strengthened. Especially the kunai. It's almost like a feeling of a manacle. Just then, Tai suddenly placed his hand on the chaos bell and quietly transmitted his voice to Di Jun. Brotherhood. Aren't we going to do it yet? There are only 7 seats in the first row in the entire Purple Heavenly Palace. I've already looked at them. These 7 seats are full of Taoist charm. There must be a great chance. Wu Tian and the Ancestral Witches brought their own futons. But compared to the original 7 futons in the Purple Heaven Palace, the gap can be seen at a glance. Tai Chi was already a bit anxious. The more people there are, the worse it's going to get. Di Jun frowned slightly, eyes roving over the crowd in the first row for a moment. He eventually responded quietly. It's not as simple as you think. 3 Chang, Ancestral Witches, naturally needless to say. Fushi, Nuai is not to be messed with. Even this Red Cloud is afraid that the Ancestral Witches will also protect him. Now Wu Tian, Red Cloud and the others didn't speak, but he had witnessed the close appearance between the 3 before. And even more so, he disliked the first Heavenly Father for this reason, and was not afraid to confront the 3 Ching at all. True against the 12 Ancestral Witches. Emperor Jun also had no idea in his heart. But Tai dropped his gaze on Kuanpeng's body and spoke directly. I didn't say they. This Kuanpeng is alone. Let us go after him and force him to give up his seat. We brothers can just get a seat. The words had been unable to resist taking a step forward. Kuanpeng also sensed at this moment, instantly erecting his hair, turning back towards Di Jun, Tai and the 2 of them, his eyes full of vigilance. Emperor Jun, however, pulled him to a halt. Forget it. The sermon is about to begin. And Sage Hongjun may be watching from the shadows, so it's better not to start any strife at this time. If you miss the sermon because of this, wouldn't it be a small loss for a big loss? The 2 golden crows on the sun star. Tai is overbearing and incomparable, but Emperor Jun is more strategic. The leadership temperament is also stronger. Tai since very much listened to the words of his brother, Emperor Jun. Seeing Di Jun say so, Tai Chi hesitated for a moment, but eventually retreated. It was in the midst of a disgruntled mind. Suddenly two figures flew into the palace of the purple sky. It is the West's Jiajian. Junti two people. Only when they entered the purple heavenly palace, the two of them swept their eyes and dropped the situation in the purple heavenly palace into their eyes. And then after glancing at each other, they flew towards the very front, very directly at Red Cloud and Koan Peng. Brother, not good. These two are going to make a move. Tai heart born a trace of anxiety, but also some regret. Just now he wanted to move by Emperor Jun persuaded to stop. And now directly cheap Ji-in. Ji-unti. Di Jun's eyes narrowed. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. Jia-in. Junti 2 came later, but did not see Wu Tian and Red Clouds. Jin Yuanzi between the harmonious look. The hard dislike of Wu Tian between the beginning of the situation is also completely unaware of. Immediately, he summoned with Tai Yi and laughed lightly. Take it easy. There's a good show. Chapter 26. Who the hell are you? Tai Chi listened. It also instantly understood what Di Jun meant. Eyes gleaming toward Jiain. Junti two people look. The heart vaguely born of anticipation. At this moment, Wu Tian also sensed something. Snapping back, toward the two people of Jiajian and Junti, their faces showed a seemingly smiling expression. Paramount's pace jerked to a halt. Who is this man? Why are you looking at us with that expression? Thoughts tumbled through Paramount's mind. Flying quickly in thought, but soon many thoughts will be suppressed. A clenched teeth to come to the Red Cloud. Kuenpeng's back. The face of the expression is also sad and miserable. A miserable look. Alas, the two of my brothers came from the Western world. A long and chaotic journey. And I didn't expect to come to this purple cloud palace already so late, without even a seat. Woe is me. Junti can really pull his punches. 2. Surprisingly, there were actually a few crystal tears running down. Looking at it, Wu Tian sked. As for Jiain, is also on the side of sighing. He would have been miserable to the extreme look. Are not required to cry like Junti. Look all miserable. The others heard this. They all frowned towards Jiajian. Junti two people seem. Face is also some unimpressed meaning. A slight cold humming sound. If you don't have a seat, you don't have a seat? Could it be that just because you are miserable you have reason? You must take a seat in the purple heavenly palace? On what grounds? Guiding and Junti are the innate beings of the Western world. At the time of the Great Dragon Han Tribulation, a great battle of the Tao and the Devil erupted between Hongjun and Luo Shuju, which shattered the Western heaven and earth. The infamous Immortal Execution Sword Formation. Its array map is Luo Shu extracted Western earth veins refining. Think about it, even the earth veins have been drawn out to refine the treasure. This Western aura is naturally thin. Vitality is also very rare, naturally barren. But, what does this have to do with the people in the Purple Heaven Palace? It wasn't like these people owed the two brothers. As the Paraclete cries out, a disdainful gaze looked toward the two. Juity is also indeed the Taoist heart is strong and tough-minded. To put it another way is that the cheek is too thick. Being looked at by so many different gazes, it still looks like the face does not change its color. Continuing to speak of Western sorrow and suffering, and how miserable the two brothers were, at the same time staring straight at the back of the Red Cloud. Kuwenpeng, the gaze is like substance. Immediately let the Red Cloud, Kuwenpeng have a kind of sitting feeling. Junti wailed while staring straight at Red Cloud and Kuwenpeng's backs. The light in his eyes was like substance. It gave the two men a feeling of sitting on the edge of their seats. Red Cloud couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Woe is me. But thinking of Wu Tian's previous instructions, Hongyun could only grit his teeth and insist, simply ignoring the chattering Junti behind him. Just then, Junti actually suddenly mobilized mana, an invisible force instantly towards the Red Clouds. Kuwenpeng impact, almost lifted the two off the futon above. Swish, both of them glowed with light. Instantly operating his own mana, he forced himself to settle in his seat, and then Red Cloud's face turned his head with a very ugly expression, looking towards Junti, and the kunai bowed his head and clenched his teeth. The face is already as deep as ink. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also reacted. Together with the Red Cloud frowned and looked toward Jun Ti, but saw that Jun Ti's face was full of pleading, as if the party was not at all the same as he did. I still hope that you, fellow Daoist, will fulfill your wish. Give this seat to my brothers and we will be grateful. And in the future, when the living beings of the Western world benefit from this sermon, they will also remember the kindness of your friend. Paramount spoke softly, looking at the Red Cloud's eyes firm and unshakable, a feeling of not stopping until the goal is achieved. Red Cloud couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Hiss, this Junti is so shameless? Just now, he also made a sudden attack on me, and now he is even like nothing, as if nothing has happened. The more people like that the harder it is to deal with. A trace of worry arose in Red Cloud's heart. If you are determined not to let it, not to mention yourself and Jin Yuan old brother to fight with two people, even if it is to keep the seat underneath, being on their mind, It's not a good thing, is it? A hint of sighing suddenly arose in the hearts of both Red Cloud and Jin Yuenzi. Might as well square up and hold on. What about giving this seat to fellow Taoist Wu Tian? It also saves the situation. Thinking in their hearts, both of them couldn't help but look towards Wu Tian, but they were too embarrassed to open their mouths. Now that they said that they would let it go to Wu Tian, that would be asking Wu Tian to stand up for them. Wu Tian's heart stirred when he saw this. The time has come. At this time, although Junti did not understand why Red Cloud and Jin Yuenzi were looking at Wu Tian, and his heart was a little strange, he was not worried. He doesn't remember much about Wu Tian. As it is, that's certainly not a powerful person. Junti is also picking up soft persimmons to pinch, such as the 3 Qing he certainly did not dare to mess with. Even Fushi, Nuwa, looking at Fushi that determined look, but also directly avoided. Not to mention Hutu. Then the target can only be placed on the Red Cloud. Kuwenpun, Red Cloud, although there is a Jin Yuenzi in the side, but he has always known the character of the two. Simply do not care. Immediately, he laughed softly and opened his mouth. If you two fellow Taoists can fulfill, my brothers and I will definitely remember your kindness and owe you both karma. He said that he was going to squeeze towards Red Cloud. Wu Tian suddenly stretched out his hand and stopped him, while speaking faintly under his breath. Slow down. Want to grab the seat of fellow Taoist Red Cloud? Have you asked me? The two of them, guiding in Junti, turned their eyes. The eyes were extremely unkind towards Wu Tian. Who are you? How dare you talk too much and meddle in my business? When they saw that Wu Tian's eyes were raw, and although he was sitting with the ancestral witches, there was no trace of a ferocious aura around him, so naturally they would not have thought that Wu Tian was of the witch race. Therefore, he was not polite to Wu Tian. Paramount was even thinking in his mind, should I step in to teach this guy who suddenly appeared out of nowhere a lesson? So as to also deter Red Cloud and the others, killing the chicken to make an example of them, so that they would obediently give up their seats? In the meantime, other early arrival of the great spiritual masters, who already know the identity of Wu Tian, suddenly face a gloating expression, sparing the nature of the two people toward Jain and Junti to look. Wu Tian did not care about the might of the two men. Understatement. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud has long since given me his seat. If you want to grab it, you naturally have to ask my opinion first. The words were not finished. It was directly interrupted by Junti. Junti snorted coldly and spoke directly. What's that you say? And what are you? The 7-treasure wonderful tree in his hand had yet to be brushed out. He was directly impacted by the thick and incomparable baleful aura and couldn't help but take a step back towards the back, as Emperor Jiang and the others stood up in unison. Emperor Jiang didn't care that this was the purple heavenly palace, and without hesitation, he threw a punch at Junti's body. Candle Join also immediately struck out at Jiain. Other ancestral witches are also stupid. The purple heavenly palace instantly rose in the frenzied and incomparable wariness. There is a kind of let a person's blood spurting feeling. It was only after the two great ancestral witches had struck that Di Zhang's angry voice resounded in the Violet Sky Palace. And what are you? Dare to bully my witch clan? Looking for death. Chapter 27, Junti confesses. There was a sudden shock in the Purple Heaven Palace. Everyone was astonished beyond measure as they looked towards the ancestral witches. They didn't think that Di Zhang and Candle 19 would actually dare to make a move. Without hesitation. Overbearing to the core. Not the slightest concern that this is the Purple Heavenly Palace. After this sudden strike, the two people, Jiain and Junti, had their surrounding mana instantly shaken up and could not help but take a few steps backward. Filled with shock, he looked towards the ancestral witches. Junti's mind was horrified. How dare you take a shot at me? Even he himself, before, he had used his secret strength to push Red Cloud and Koan Pang, and did not dare to strike out openly, but he did not expect the ancestral witches to be so direct. Anger mixed with hesitation on his face. The two people, Jiain and Junti, did not dare to fight back. The ancestral witches dared to make trouble in the Purple Sky Palace and didn't even care about the next hearing of the sermon. But the two of them were completely different. Emperor Jiang, this is a saint's dojo, and is it not a place for you witch race to be arrogant? Emperor Jiang took a violent step forward, approaching towards the two people of Guiding and Junti. The raging and incomparable fury instantly came to the face, making the two men's faces even more ugly. At that moment, Wu Tian got up, pulled Di Jiang, then smilingly opened his mouth to Jia Junti, although his face was with a light smile, but the words that came out made Jia Junti two people's hearts even more shocked. You two have a point. This Purple Heaven Palace is a place to listen to the Tao, not a place for us to fight. Also, today this karma will be recorded first. Wait until the end of this sermon. My witch clan will go to the Western world to find the two of you to end today's karma. How? The faces of the two people, Guiding and Junti, changed greatly. Wu Tian's words also attracted the attention of the others. Originally they saw that Wu Tian had almost no fury on his body, and even more so, he had been smiling and laughing. I didn't expect to open my mouth, or the overbearing nature of the ancestral witches. Immediately, someone muttered in their mind, this witch race is really overbearing. Di Jun and Tai Yi, who had been waiting to see a good show early on, both turned their gaze and looked at each other in all four eyes, both with a smile in their eyes. Emperor Jun's eyes seemed to say, how's it going? I told you I couldn't make a move, right? And then his eyes looked toward the deepest part of the purple heavenly palace. Until now Hong Jun did not appear. Di Jun was surprised in his heart. Could it be that sage Hong Jun really doesn't care? The ancestral witches struck out at the purple cloud palace. It can almost be seen as not giving him Hong Jun face. Such a situation, Hong Jun can even sit still? Deep in the purple heavenly palace, Hong Jun took the strife here in his eyes ghostly, brows furrowed tighter. Originally, he was very upset with the ancestral witches, almost breaking his previous plans and causing Hong Jun to have to intervene. And now this? What's going on with this witch tribe? How every time out of the sky, Hong Jun was very puzzled in his heart. According to what he had planned, it should have been Red Cloud who had given up his seat to Jiayin and Junti, and then Koan Peng had been thrown out of his seat as well. So much for that. So that he can bestow the Hongmeng purple chi to the two of them. It's not that Hong Jun thinks more favorably of Jiayin and Junti, or that there's some kind of heaven-defined master-disciple bond with the two, but that there's a great karma between him and the Western world. The struggle between the Tao and the devil nearly shattered the West. So much so that the Western world is now barren of aura and sparse in vitality. If Hong Jun wanted to end the karma, he would either personally sit in the Western world and make up for the lack of the Western world, or he would find someone to take on this karma. And Guiding and Junti are the candidates. He had already decided that he would merge with the Tao in his body after 3 sermons, so naturally he could not watch his calculations being broken. But Hong Jun couldn't take a shot at the ancestral witch. The heart sighed even more. Alas, although saints are good, they are limited by the heavenly Tao. In the next quantum culpa, when the witch race was flourishing, Hong Jun naturally could not break this heavenly momentum with his own hands. It's been a long time in the making. The mind is finally made up. After the two people over here, Guiding and Junti, were threatened by Wu Tian. Under the gazes of the many people in the Purple Heaven Palace, Junti's face changed for a while. Eventually the thought settled in his mind. It was actually arching its hand towards Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. My brothers and I came late and did not know that Daoist Red Cloud had already given up his seat to you, which is why we hastily came up to confer with Daoist Red Cloud. I hope that you, fellow Daoist, will bear with me. After Junti said that, in the direction of Wu Tian as well as the ancestral witches, he arched his hand and made a salute. Such a soft attitude that instantly confused the tough and incomparable ancestral witches. Emperor Jiang twisted his head toward Wu Tian. Wu Tian, what's wrong with these two? Did we blow your brains out? Obviously the ancestral witches struck out at them, but as a result, the two of them even made a 180-degree turn in attitude and directly ambled with the ancestral witches. Not only were the ancestral witches confused, among the crowd watching in the Purple Heavenly Palace, a dull, yet clear and incomparable clamor also suddenly erupted. The crowd looked at Guiding and Junti in astonishment. Wu Genius made a threat and they wimped out? Under such a gaze, the two people, Jiayin and Junti, actually did not change their colors. It made even Wu Tian TSK and TSK, and he even muttered words in his heart. It's just like the legend. Then a faint glance toward Junti, a slight nod. His eyes then signaled the ancestral witches to sit down. Because of being in the Purple Heaven Palace, Wu Tian did not continue to pursue Jane. Junti temporarily put the matter down, but also showed a cloudy appearance. In reality, Wu Tian's mind, he was even more fearful of the two people, Guiding and Junti. According to the original development of the general trend, these two people later became the Heavenly Tao Saints, which Wu Tian is not worried. But if this Heavenly Tao Saints don't want to be cheeky and not bound by the rules, that's a bit of a headache. There are only 1,000 days to be a thief, but not 1,000 days to prevent a thief, or 2 sage-level thieves. In fact, it wasn't just Wu Tian who thought this way, such as Tai Cheng, Fu Shi, Di Jun and the others. The gazes they looked at the two people, Guiding and Junti, also changed instantly. They are unaware of the big picture though. I also don't know that the two people, Jie and Junti, will become saints in the future. But there was also a sense of scorn for the two men. Emperor Jun even quietly transmitted his voice. These two can bend the rules. He will become a great man in the future. And the flood will have a place for him. Tai Chi has a domineering personality, but some are not accustomed to the quasi-so practice. Although the emperor is very confident, at this time also cannot help but refute the road. When the great Tao is contested, one should go forward. Is that all they've got? That Wu Tian just threatened. and Junti just bent down to make amends, and that's all that can be accomplished? Jun looked at his defiant brother, somewhat amused. He shook his head. You don't understand. Sometimes backing up is the only way to move forward, and showing weakness is the way to hunker down. If anyone else had said that, naturally nothing to worry about. But coming from the mouths of the witches, that they are the kind of people who can really do what they did to go out and block people in the Western world. No doubt about it. After the sermon, it's a good time to practice. If we continue to fight with the ancestral witches, even if our lives are not in danger, our cultivation will be delayed. And again, the Western world can plug people. Can you on your way to the Purple Heaven Palace? Wait until the next time you hear the word. Do they still want to be good? If you think about it this way, the way Junti handled the situation, although a bit humiliating, is considered the best and most secure way, conceding in front of the ancestral witches. No shame. Chapter 28. Red Cloud gives up his seat again, after the two of them, guiding in Junti, suffered a loss, not daring to continue to cause trouble, and even more so, not wanting to sit beside the ancestral witches. He simply walked towards the back of the three Qing, sitting behind Tai Ching and Yuanshi Tianzun respectively. Tai Ching's eyebrows twitched slightly. In the end nothing was said. After guiding and Junti retreated, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and even Koan Pang let out a light breath, their hearts instantly relaxing. Red Cloud got up in a hurry. Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, it's better for you to sit on this futon. That was the reason why Wu Tian had just stood up for him. Having already given up his seat to Wu Tian, it was not good for Hong Yun to continue sitting down at the moment, and after what happened in the party, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud more and more feel, this bushel of karma thick, really not they are willing to dip. So when Red Cloud opened his mouth, Jin Yuanzi also nodded slightly. Wu Tian's heart moved, but he opened his mouth to refuse. No harm done. After this battle, I'm afraid that no one will dare to come back to trouble you again. You just sit properly. He was also curious. If Red Cloud hadn't given up his seat and folded his own chi, would there have been the later events of Red Cloud's death and reincarnation as Shin Nong? One more thing. Right now the kunai is still sitting still, did not lose his seat, and naturally did not resent Red Cloud for it. So would he still ambush Red Cloud in the future? But this time, Red Cloud's attitude was extremely resolute. No, Taoist friends use this excuse to stand up for me. If I'm still sitting on top of this seat, wouldn't this excuse be inconsistent with the name, and inevitably let others have a view of the witch race? Saying that, he actually completely disregarded Wu Tian's dissuasion. Straight up, sitting on the side of Jin Yuanzi, then the expression on his face also instantly became relaxed, as if he had unloaded 1,000 pounds of burden. Red Cloud is already like this. What else could Wu Tian say? But he wasn't going to sit on it himself. He wasn't interested in the Hongming purple chi, and he didn't want to take the path of decapitating the three corpses. Now Wu Tian carried the laws of the 12 ancestral witches. It is natural to go the way of Pangaea, like Pangu, evidence by force. The force to prove the way is not the force of the law or the road, but their own strength to the extreme, with the absolute strength of the hall to prove the way. One more thing. Wu Tian feels that even if he sits up, with the situation that Hong Jun interfered with his hand before, he may not be able to distribute Hongmeng purple chi according to the seat as he originally did. The Hongmeng purple chi is in the hands of Hong Jun. How to post and what it relates to, it's still his call? Think about it. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Turning his head directly, he looked towards Emperor Jiang and spoke with a light smile. Brotherhood, why don't you take the seat? Emperor Jiang refused without thinking. Waving his hand directly, he smiled and spoke. Forget it. I don't have a Yuanshan, so even if I have a heavenly chance, what can I do? If it wasn't for Wu Tian's insistence, they didn't even bother to come to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Wu Tian nodded slightly and looked toward Xianmei again. Sister Xianmei, it's better if you do it. Xianmei was about to refuse, but Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Ha ha. I knew that your kid is closer to Xianmei and Ho2 sisters, and will definitely think of them when there is something good. The first seat occupied by the witches was given to Ho2. A second seat for Genji would be nice. Xianmei smiled at the white, cool face flashed a trace of redness, did not have the good sense to blankly glance at Di Jiang, and then said, don't I have no genjutsu either? But Wu Tian didn't care about that. Reaching out directly, he sent out an invisible force, and while Xianmei was speaking, he directly pulled Xianmei over and pressed his hands on Xianmei's shoulders, pressing him on top of the seat. What's the point of thinking so much? Sister Xianmei, just sit down in peace. Feel the heat above these shoulders. Xianmei hastily turned. Will Wu Tian's hands shocked away. The two before the fight countless times. Skin contact do not know how much. But this time to Xianmei feel completely different. It only felt like Wu Tian's hands were burning. It gets more and more alien. After bouncing Wu Tian away, Xianmei did not get up and refuse. Instead, he looked towards Ho Tu, and then he saw Ho Tu's smiling eyes. Xianming also hastily withdrew his gaze. Just sit down. Sister Huta can sit, but I can't? This seat was obtained by Wu Tian, and she had accompanied Wu Tian to drill so many times before, worrying about Wu Tian's fighting skills, and it was time for Wu Tian to return the favor once. Thinking so, Xian Mo turned around and nodded gently at Wu Tian. The crowd in the Violet Sky Palace watched the way the ancestral witches humbled each other. The seat they begged for. How is it that it seems irrelevant to the witches? Junti sighed even more softly. The mind was a little speechless. Since you don't care about the seat, why make a big deal out of robbing me? Why bother? Ugh. Red Cloud, who had given up his seat, also froze. He stayed for a long time before turning back with a bitter smile and locking eyes with the Tuzhen Yuanzi. Red Cloud also sighed softly in his heart. Originally he was a bit reluctant, even thinking about it. Could it be that fellow Daoist Wu Tian is also here for this seat? The moment the thought vanished instantly, a strong sense of guilt was even born in his heart. After Xianmei sat down, the last three seats were Xianmei, Kuan Peng, and Ho Du. Emperor Zheng's gaze that was as substantial as substance shot out. It landed on top of the Kuan Peng's back. Wu Tian, shall we? Emperor Jiang said, making a gesture of striking at the Kuan Peng's back, a faint fury emanating out, causing the Kuan Peng's figure to tremble violently. Wu Tian pondered slightly. Forget it. There's no need for that. At the same time he felt a little funny. In the original Great Momentum, Kuan Peng counted as an unlucky person. It was not easy to occupy a seat, but the result was taken by Jiein and Junti. The bias was not as strong as these two. Incompetent and furious, he could only vent all his anger on Red Cloud. This time, Wu Tian made a move. I can't believe I let this guy get away with this. Because of the previous strife, naturally no one else dared to take action against Kuan Peng. Who knew if the ancestral witches would jump out again? At those words, Emperor Jiang nodded his head, eyes no longer gazing at the back of the Kuanping. At the same time will be their own aura convergence. The Kuanping also instantly feel the pressure to remove. Phew! The kunai was secretly relieved. Out of the corner of his eye, he looked towards Wu Tian, and suddenly felt inexplicable emotions in his heart. And after pondering for a long time, Kuan Peng, who had not uttered a word, suddenly opened his mouth. In a low voice, he spoke to Wu Tian. Today Kuan Peng owes a favor to fellow Daoist. This karma will be repaid in the future. Wu Tian looked towards the Kuan Peng. A smile appeared on his face. Today Kuan Peng really owed big karma. Not just because of the seat under his butt. In the midst of the original great power, when he was thrown out of his seat, the first Heavenly Father even uttered those very famous words. A feathered spawn. A man with scales and horns. Is he worthy to sit with me? Trampling the kunai's face into the mud. Now the situation has changed. Naturally there is no such thing. Kuanping also get rid of the fate of being humiliated. But Wu Tian didn't say much. Just a light smile and nod at the kunai. And then looked toward the front, silently waiting for Hanjun to arrive. The beginning of the sermon. Chapter 29, The Arrival of Hanjun. The beginning of the lecture. Wu Tian was quiet for the next few moments. For the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, he has changed a lot, and a lot has not changed. More he didn't force. Wu Tian mulled it over in his mind instead. Now this situation. Jiein and Junti didn't get the seats. Instead Xianmei and Kuanping got the seats. And Kuanping didn't take the anger out on Hangyun. So what will happen to the next big situation? Will Hangjun really give the Hongmeng Purple Chi to Xianmei and Kuanping? Or will it be given to Jiein and Junti? Just as it was in the original Great Power? Wu Tian's heart was filled with anticipation. As time passes, the number of people coming to the Purple Heavenly Palace in the back is getting fewer and thinner. Soon the 3,000-year deadline arrived. Suddenly, Wu Tian's heart throbbed, suddenly raised his head, looking toward the front. But there is a figure sitting in front, his face indifferent, surrounded by an infinite Dao rhyme. A jade-colored disc hovered above his head. A force of laws emanated out like a halo, connecting to the nothingness behind him. Hangjun, Wu Tian exclaimed in his heart. The jade-colored disc was naturally the jade disc of creation. He actually did not notice at all when Hangjun arrived, and as if Hangjun has always been sitting there, only now he noticed the same. At this time Hangjun's deep eyes looked, just in time to meet Wu Tian's gaze. Wu Tian was immediately like a lightning strike. Only feel the mind was violently shocked. In an instant their own mana spontaneous operation. Hongmeng Measure Heaven Ruler is also in the soul of God burst Shin Gold Light. The mark above the divine soul also flickered slightly. Wu Tian's heavenly chances and chi were also instantly suppressed by the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven and stirred up by the Pango's true intent in his divine soul. Hongjuan's eyes moved slightly. A mental sigh escaped his lips. and he instantly withdrew his gaze. Why does this Wu Tian have such luck? To be able to get a merit supreme treasure to protect your body. Hong Jun was somewhat speechless in his heart. There were numerous magical treasures in his hands. One could even say that they were numerous. But he didn't have a single magical treasure of the merit supreme grade either. It's all about Pangdu's legacy. Must be accompanied by Pancake Masamune. It was as if he knew that Tai Ching had the heaven and earth Shenhuan Linglong Pagoda, and he had never struck at the idea of this merit supreme treasure. It was also because of the suppression of this supreme treasure of merit. Under the short glimpse, Hong Jun did not achieve his purpose, but could only give up. Originally he was thinking of taking advantage of Wu Tian's inattention to probe some mysteries. At this point, you can only extinguish your mind. It can't be too blatant. After becoming a heavenly saint, Hong Jun suddenly realized that although he was able to borrow the power of the heavenly Tao, the constraints he was subjected to were rather greater. If it was before, he might directly strike, recklessly probing Wu Tian's secrets, or even directly suppressing them with a strong force. Now, however, the rules of heaven must be obeyed. He was a heavenly Tao saint and was already part of the heavenly Tao's rules, so if he still had to mess around and break the rules, wouldn't he be out of his mind? The pressure on his body instantly dissipated. Wu Tian also instantly frowned, his eyes looking furtively towards Hong Jun. He knew very well that this was certainly not an unintentional sage's pressure. Rather, Hong Jun deliberately probed. But so what? At this time, Hong Jun has removed his gaze. A look that nothing happened. Wu Tian could only mutter secretly, "Keep all your displeasure to yourself." At this time the others also realized that Hong Jun had arrived, and there was a commotion in the purple heavenly palace. And then there was the sound of people greeting him. "Greetings to Sage Hong Jun. Many thanks to the saints for preaching to us," Hong Jun answered softly. For the Ancestral Witch's unimpressed attitude, it was as if they didn't see it at all, and after sweeping his gaze over the 7 seats, he faintly spoke, "Sit like this from now on." The crowd responded in a hurry. Then Hong Jun looked toward the gate of the purple heavenly palace again and spoke to the 2 children. "The time has come, child, close the gate." 2 powder-carved jade children, 1 male and 1 female, 1 on the left and 1 on the right, then got up and answered. And after bowing to Hong Jun, they pushed the door of the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian looked at it curiously. Before he was in a hurry to come in and occupy a seat, he forgot to contact these 2 children. That is, the legendary Haotian and Yao Qi. Don't look at the 2 small children as insignificant, but if he can become Hong Jun's child, how bad can he be? In the future, Haotian even got the position of heavenly emperor, in charge of the heavenly court, and even the god-feuding catastrophe was caused by Haotian's complaint. The disciples of the 3 religions all underestimated Haotian, but they forgot. Haotian is also the purple sky palace to listen to the Tao, in detail, with 2 clear they are still classmates. Who are they to look the other way? Thinking of this, Wu Tian couldn't help but want to spit. However, thinking of his own identity, he ended up laughing lightly in his heart. He is now an ancestral witch. The more chaos within the mystery, wouldn't it be better for him? Soon, the door of the purple heavenly palace closed, and the crowd also looked towards Hong Jun with gleaming eyes and incomparable anticipation, the curiosity in their eyes seeming to overflow. Hong Jun didn't deliberately whet everyone's appetite either. First, he made a brief opening statement, and again explained the reason for his sermon in the purple heavenly palace. "I am the sage of heavenly Tao. There is the responsibility to teach the flood beings and maintain the operation of the heavenly Tao. Therefore, a lecture is held in the purple heaven palace to preach Dale etc." After saying that, Hong Jun's aura changed violently. The Tao rhythm around his body spread towards the entire purple heavenly palace, and instantly there were infinite visions dense in the void. Wu Tian also hurriedly collected his mind. Next moment, the curling Taoist voice sounded. "My way is the way of the free immortal." After becoming a heavenly Tao sage, if one wants to go further, besides one's own cultivation and enlightenment, the main thing is the competition and accumulation of qi and merit. Spreading indoctrination is the best means. So much for that. Hong Jun naturally wants to take the opportunity of the sermon in the purple heavenly palace to spread his immortal way, preferably throughout the entire flooded heavens and earth. The more people who practice the immortal way, the more enhancements he, the Lord of the immortal way, received. The more each person who practiced the immortal way and made a breakthrough above the immortal way was expanding the boundaries of the immortal way for Hong Jun. Enhanced the power of Sendo. To put it another way, it's like a latter-day company, where employees work hard to produce results and advance within the company. But ultimately it's all about growing the company and making the chairman richer and richer. Unless you can start your own business, this is opening up your own path, or perhaps open up their own Tao on this basis, equivalent to internal incubation subsidiaries, although you have to pay a portion of the shares, but you can always get most of the autonomy. In the future, Tai Ching will become a saint with the Jindan Dao, Yuan Shi will become a saint with the Runic Dao, and Tong Tian will become a saint with the Formation Dao. And this is how. According to what Hong Jun said, the realms in the flood are divided into heavenly immortal, true immortal, Xian immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Dala golden immortal, and above that, mixed golden immortal and mixed Dala golden immortal. This is the realm of the immortal way, and later became the agreed upon realm division of the entire floodplain. A quasi-saint is a mixed golden immortal. The saints, on the other hand, are the mixed metamorphosis paradigm immortals, but there is a distinction that needs to be made. A saint must be a mestizo Dara Jinxian, but a mestizo Dara Jinxian is not necessarily a saint. Only by certifying the way of mixed Yuan and placing the Yuan Shen on top of the heavenly Dao can one be certified as a saint. And from then on, with the heavenly Dao's blessing, one will not die or be annihilated. Hear this. Everyone in the Violet Sky Palace nodded slightly. The concept of saints was also finally understood, and each and every one of them exuded light in their eyes, itching to open their mouths and ask immediately, how do you become a saint? Chapter 30. End of the first sermon. This sermon, Hong Jun began in the realm of the heavenly immortals, with Hong Jun's exposition of the immortal way. Slowly in the purple heavenly palace, there is a ground-surging golden lotus, the phenomenon of smallpox, countless aura convergence. The law is like ribbons flying. The crowd was immersed. Even Wu Tian, who had already planned to cultivate according to the cultivation method of the witch race and take the path of proving the Tao by force, listened with great interest. The stone of its mountain can attack jade. The sound of the word enters the ear. Countless epiphanies were born in the heart. As Hong Jun explains the immortal practice, Wu Tian also verifies his own practice in his mind. And the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong turns with a roar. The flesh gives birth to hunger and thirst. Even the Yuan Shin shone brightly. And the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven that was suppressed in the Yuan Shin slowly rotated, constantly radiating arcane gold light. A strong and incomparable devouring force was born. And the Yuan Qian laws in the purple heavenly palace came rolling in, being swallowed by Wu Tian's whale. A huge vortex formed above Wu Tian's head like a funnel, with countless heavenly flowers and golden lotuses pouring toward it. At this time, Wu Tian was not simply cultivating the Yuan Shen. Rather, it was directly under the infinite Tao rhythm enhancement, where the physical body, divine soul, and Yuan Shen were cultivated in unison. And the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong was indeed the most powerful Dharma door, with all 3 being flawless. The aura was refined by Wu Tian's physical body, thick and heavy power of the law, so that the imprint above the divine soul flickers again, flying to inscribe new feelings, deepen the understanding of the law. And then the divine soul and fleshly body were added to it. The genjutsu grew by leaps and bounds, compared to the 3 Qing and the others. The commotion caused by Wu Tian's cultivation wasn't very big, but it caught Hong Jun's attention. The sound of the sermon even stops for a moment. His eyes look toward Wu Tian in surprise. How is that possible? He's not a witch. Hong Jun's heart gave birth to a great deal of incomprehension. More and more feel. In front of the eyes of this which called Wu Tian body strange place, as if covered with layers and layers of clouds and fog-like. It made it difficult for him, a heavenly Tao saint, to see through. The witch race practiced with heavy turbid fury. It is reasonable to say that it is most repulsive to the light spiritual qi. That is, the innate spiritual qi. Why is this Wu Tian cultivating so smoothly? Is this still a Wiccan? Mindfulness. Hong Jun's voice of the Tao in his mouth was unceasing, and he looked toward Di Jiang, Candle Juin and the others. And the reaction of these ancestral witches was just what he expected. One by one, they are sitting on their hands, as if there's a thorn under your ass. Looking at the expressions of the ancestral witches, if it wasn't for the fact that the gates of the purple heavenly palace were already closed, these guys were afraid that they were going to slip away directly. Hong Jun nodded slightly. That's what a proper Wiccan would look like. Then looked toward Shinmei and Hodu. Hong Jun's eyes also more than a trace of deep meaning. Hodu is just, although early-born Yuan Du, in Hong Jun's unexpected. But in the end, it did not deviate much from the general trend of heaven. But Genji was different. In Wu Tian's tawdry operation, Shinmei this time got a seat in the purple heaven palace. With the beginning of Hong Jun's sermon, the bushes under the seat constantly emanate a thick Taoist rhythm. It is actually very quickly will be a heavy fury to suppress. Countless innate auras poured into the body. It was no longer instantly consumed by the fleshly body's powerful baleful qi like before, but slowly ran through the body according to the arcane Gongfu route, constantly condensing divine soul power. The fledgling form of Yuanshan is about to be born. Alas. And I don't know if there is a change in the way of heaven or if it was supposed to be this way. Hong Jun once again sighed softly in his heart, and then he slowly closed his eyes again and continued to explain his free immortal path. Soon, 10,000 years passed. After Hongjun finished speaking about the cultivation of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Hongjun faintly said, "Those who are at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, with their own laws perfected and their own ways understood, can be promoted to the quasi-saint realm." To this point, the sound of the word came to an abrupt end. The Dao and Yuan Shi laws that permeated the purple heavenly palace also slowly dispersed. The crowd looked as if they were waking up from a dream. Lu woke up from his sense of the great Dao and looked up towards Hongjun in front of him, all with a somewhat bewildered look in his eyes. "That's the end of it? Where's the paraclete? How exactly do you break through the paramount saints? You go ahead and say it." Before they could speak, Hongjun's voice sounded again. "The time of 10,000 years has come. This sermon is over, and the second sermon will be given 3,000 years later, when we will talk about how to achieve quasi-sainthood." After saying that, another sweeping glance toward the crowd, and then the figure slowly dispersed. Although the people with a monkey scratching the same heart, but at this time is not good to continue to ask, can only be a piece of anticipation, while the figure of Hongjun disappeared in addition to salute. Thanks to Hongjun for this sermon. At this time, the two little Taoist children got up, and the door of the purple heavenly palace slowly opened. Phew, it's finally over. The Shu Rong Ancestral Witch couldn't help but get up, stretched out. The other people listening to the sermon all looked toward the ancestral witches with unfavorable expressions, and there was also a feeling of indignation in their hearts. "We can't wait for Sage Hongjun to speak a little more. How dare you have such an attitude? If it is not afraid to provoke." It is estimated that some people want to come up to properly educate the ancestral witches. Wishbone's eyes flickered. There was some disdain on his face. "See what? What's the problem? Can come here that is not the innate sacred? That does not have its own avenue. Why listen to this what the free immortal road, lost its own fundamental?" Ha! Wu Tian was calming his own mana. After hearing Zhu Rong's words, he fiercely looked towards Zhu Rong, and a surprised light was born in his eyes. "Yo, Zhu Rong, this guy can even think of this?" On weekdays Zhu Rong was the most impatient, also because of the character of the reason. Is all the ancestral witches among the most whacked by the Emperor River? At this time is still some mouth, but is not without reason. "It seems I don't know enough about my older brothers. Among the original momentum, the ancestral witches may not have no brains at all, but the avatars were no match for heaven's number. And with the heavenly Tao and the saints all calculating together, even if they wanted to struggle and resist, what could they do?" Emperor Jun, Fuxi and others, recognized as eloquent and wise as the sea, are not also contained? Just then, Wishbone suddenly yelled again. "No good." That Western duo slipped away. Wu Tian's thoughts were instantly interrupted. Then he turned his head towards the place where Jie and Junti were practicing, and sure enough, it was empty of people. Look towards the gate of the Purple Heaven Palace again. You can only see two golden lights shooting toward the chaos. It was gone in the blink of an eye. What a run! Other people who have not yet left see this scene also cannot help but frown. Originally still some disliked Zhu Rong in the Purple Heavenly Palace in a big speech. At this moment but no longer dare to cast a reproachful look. Jiayin and Junti all avoided it. How dare they mess with it? Chapter 31 Great Harvest. Strength Enhancement. But honestly, Wu Tian really did not think about what to do with them. After the sermon blocked two people, always a little don't go after school feeling. Why is this necessary? There is also great chi fortune in guiding in Junti. Ancestral witches are now impossible to kill them even if they make a move. It would be better to write all this down and wait until the karma is big. Give them a hard time all at once, even if they don't die. And take the skin off these two as well. At this time, Emperor Jiang directly Chi voice is also towards the Purple Heavenly Palace gate at a glance. Light humming words. Trying to run? Can they run? If we really want to teach them a lesson, let's just chase them directly to the Western world. How can they not return to the Western world from now on? Then raised an eyebrow towards Wu Tian. Going after them now? Emperor Jiang's voice was loud. The entire Purple Heavenly Palace who hadn't left heard it, and suddenly their faces changed drastically, and some of the timid ones directly lowered their heads and headed towards the main door of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Fear of being missed by the ancestral witches again. This is so vindictive. So mixed up again. They really can't afford to mess with it. Wu Tian immediately laughed bitterly. Forget it. First, give them a mark. Temporarily let them a horse. Wait until later together to settle the score. We also have to hurry back to see how the sons and daughters are. Been out so long. Wu Tian said so. The ancestral witches were all of a sudden a bit anxious as well. Yeah. Gotta get back in there and check it out. This time, from the sermon 3,000 years ago, the sermon lasted another 10,000 years. And although there were a lot of instructions on the way out, the ancestral witches were still attached in their hearts. At that moment, he didn't think about getting into trouble. Hurried feet, about to head out. Wu Tian was also a little anxious in his heart. He had also explained to Jiu Feng and Hou Yi before he came, asking them to wander around Buzhou Mountain and check for traces of the innate gourd vine. I don't know if I found it either. At this time Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun hurriedly got up and came to Wu Tian, smilingly said, "Fellow Daoist Wu Tian, I thank you for your help before. My brothers and I are grateful. Jin Yuan has nothing else. Only ginseng fruit can be taken. Why don't you go to my 5 zhuangguan and sit down to discuss and savor?" This time the ancestral witches stood up for them. The two felt that they owed a huge amount of karma, but they didn't know how to pay it back, and the only thing they could take was naturally the ginseng fruit. Immediately, he opened his mouth to be invited. Wu Tian was also interested in the ginseng fruit, which was one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, blossomed once in 3,000 years, or fruit once in 3,000 years, matured once in 3,000 years, and there were only 30 ginseng fruits in around, but there was no direct promise. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Next time for sure. Emperor Jiang and the others had long since returned, and Wu Tian is the same, plus the interval between the two sermons is very short, only 3,000 years, but also counting the time to go back and forth to the chaos. Wu Tian then opened his mouth to politely decline. The ginseng fruit can't run away anyway, even if you wait until after the sermon. Jin Yuanzi also heard what they had said earlier, and immediately smiled and spoke. Good thing too, you Taoist friends after all. Not the same as the two of me. The family is big. This karma my brother and sister in mind. We will see you next time the sermon. Wait until you all Taoist friends leisure time. We will be in the 5 zhuangguan sweep the couch to welcome. Saying so, he arched his hand at Wu Tian. Another farewell to Emperor Jiang and the other ancestral witches. Although the ancestral witches were bad-tempered, they were not unaware of the good and bad, and they were still able to accept the goodwill of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, and they all smiled and nodded their heads. Wait until the two are gone. Emperor Jiang even laughed lightly as he spoke. These two are okay. There's nothing wrong with him except that he's a little soft-natured. Wu Tian also smiled and nodded. As for the ancestral witches cannot see the weak nature of the two. In fact, the two have not been forced to the point. Really to that point. We know that these two are not so. Among the original momentum, Red Cloud direct soul self-explosion, to die with Kuanping and others, even the Hongmeng violet gas was blown to pieces. This is not considered to be a strong nature? And Jin Yuanzi's earth book boundary that hooks up with the flooded earth. Therefore, it can only be said that the two are still very naive, and have not yet seen and understood the most essential logic of the operation of the flood. Human feelings are on the one hand, but that is based on sufficient strength. Wu Tian looked towards the others again. At this time, the three Qing, Fuxi and Yuhua also got up, and when they saw Wu Tian's eyes looking at them, Yuanshi lightly grunted and turned his face away, while Fuxi and Yuhua all nodded their heads with a light smile, with a faint curiosity in his eyes. After nodding with Fuxi and Yuhua, brothers and sisters, let's go too. Wu Tian then followed behind the ancestral witches and headed towards the gate of the purple heavenly palace, and when he passed by the Haotian child, Wu Tian even stopped and slightly scrutinized the Haotian at this moment. Hao Tian was a bit surprised to see this. However, he still saluted Wu Tian. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. The bad taste in his heart popped up. Raising his hand, he rubbed Hao Tian's hair bun and messed it up in a few handfuls, smilingly speaking, "Do well little one. I'm looking out for you." Hao Tian suddenly looked puffed up. He was about to rebuke Wu Tian for his rudeness, but the next moment his eyes flashed with blood, and 2 drops of ferocious beast essence blood fell in front of him. The essence blood of a ferocious beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm? Hao Tian raised his head in a hurry. However, you can only see Wu Tian's figure flying fast, turning into a mysterious light shooting toward the chaos. This Wiccan is so weird, Hao Tian muttered in his heart, shaking his head again as if to look towards the depths of the purple heavenly palace. He saw that Hong Jun did not step in to stop it, and immediately a smile appeared in his eyes, and he hurriedly put away the 2 drops of essence blood, and took the time to gesture to the Yaoi across the room. Don't worry, 1 drop for each of us. In the midst of chaos, it was still Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine who held up the boundary and flew through the chaos towards the flooded heavens and earth. Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine both looked at them with glaring eyes. It was just too crowded. We have held back from asking you, how did you gain from this sermon? But what progress has been made? The gazes of the ancestral witches first fell on Wu Tian, then towards Xinhua and Ho Tu. Wu Tian laughed a little at the sight. I'll start then. Hongjuan's opening lecture on immortal way cultivation, although different from our own way, is of great significance for cultivation reference. The paths of cultivation are each mysterious, but in reality the essence is the same. Wu Tian also reconfirmed this through Hongjun's explanation of the immortal way, which was nothing more than refining the qi first, nabbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth as his own power, then sense the law and inscribe it. Wait until the law is complete, intertwined into the Tao. All of them take the opportunity of heaven and earth to create themselves. Although Wu Tian's cultivation method was different from the immortal way, there was a lot of borrowing from it. Plus when he preached in the purple heavenly palace, the power of the heavenly Tao was added. So naturally, he gained a great deal. Originally, after refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood and receiving help from the ancestral witches in the chaos, Wu Tian's inscriptions of the laws reached 20%. After this hearing of the sermon, the progress of law inscription was directly doubled, already at 40%. The strength of his physical body had also directly reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and his Yuanshen had also reached the cultivation level of the early stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. After listening to this, Emperor Jiang had a thoughtful look on his face, silently estimating Wu Tian's current strength in his heart. The Shu Rong Ancestral Witch, however, spoke impatiently. Don't talk about those imaginary. The realm can't fully represent the strength. Just tell me, how long can you hold out under the Panga true body's augmentation now? Chapter 32 Changes in the Xianmei. Wu Tian burst out laughing. That's true. Battle in the flood, and not meet the ratio of their respective realms, or to look at the comprehensive strength, physical body, magical powers, magic power, spiritual treasures. It all has an effect on the actual battlefield. And the thing that the ancestral witches were most concerned about was naturally the true body of Pangu, which was why Zhu Rong said so. Now everyone looked curious. Wu Tian estimated in his mind, it'll probably last a moment. After saying that, the eyes of the ancestral witches lit up. From throwing a punch with the Pango true body to now holding on for a moment with the Pango true body's enhancement, it was already an overwhelming improvement. They were naturally overjoyed. However, Wu Tian himself knows that this kind of himself is only a shadowy shroud of Pango's true body, not a real transformation into Pango's true body. Not even close. The mind muttered, it is estimated that only when I achieve the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, will I be able to truly take on the existence of Pango's true body with my physical body? There's no rush for now. Slowly practicing is. Now Wu Tian's position in the Witch Clan was that of the Witch Clan's wise counselor, the military advisor. There was still at least one more quantum of time to cultivate it. 2 more sermons follow. One time, he was able to inscribe 20% of the laws, and with 2 more wool gatherings, he would be able to reach at least 80%. In other words, after 3 sermons, Wu Tian would be able to reach at least the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Emperor Jiang also smiled and nodded. Nice. A look of great satisfaction. The previous difficult scenes in the Violet Heavenly Palace were all directly ignored by him, and directly disregarded. After saying Wu Tian, the crowd looked toward Xianmei and Hotu again. Hotu gently laughed a little, but also to display their own Yuan Shen. The power of the Yuan Shen has actually reached the middle stage of the Dala Golden Immortal cultivation. Hotu looked towards Wu Tian. With gratitude in his eyes, he spoke softly. Wu Tian is right. That seed does have a chance. When preaching there is an unceasing source of heavenly power that can suppress one's own fury and allow the Yuan Shen to cultivate faster. Speaking of which, the crowd snapped towards Xin He. According to such a statement by Hotu, would Xianhua also cultivate the Yuan Shen under the seat's augmentation? Genji didn't disappoint the crowd either. Directly, he nodded slowly. Nice. I also cultivate the Yuan Shen. Now even Wu Tian was pleasantly surprised. Really? If that was the case, the entire Witch Clan would have 3 existences that had cultivated Yuan Shen, and the impact on the Witch Clan would be even greater. In fact, it is not to say that the way of Yuan Shen is better than the path of the ancestral witches to refine the physical body, but with the Yuan Shen, can sense the heavenly opportunity, even if the physical body fell later, can also use the Yuan Shen to escape. There was something odd about Xian Mo's face. With a thought in his mind, he also released his Yuan Shen from the spiritual platform and floated above his head, before he faintly spoke. But, my Yuan Shen doesn't seem to be in a good condition. Wu Tian hurriedly looked towards Xianhua's Yuan Shen. The 3-inch-sized Yuan Shen looked exactly like Xianhua, as if it was a tiny hand puppet. The difference between that and the Genesis is a touch more lightness. According to Wu Tian's senses, at this moment, this Yuan Shen is only in the Golden Immortal realm, emitting the aura of the laws of the Xian Di, while outside of the Yuan Shen, a thick and incomparable baleful aura is constantly rushing, slowly wasting away the power of the Genjutsu. So much so that the Genesis is a little bleak. Wu Tian instantly also understands the problem that Xianmei is facing at the moment. She is not the same as Hotu. Hotu has previously obtained a huge amount of merit and virtue, transformed into a golden wheel of merit and virtue surrounded outside the Yuan deity, blocked the erosion of one's own fury on the Yuan Shen. And Genji didn't. So after breaking away from the futon in the purple heavenly palace, Xianmei's own baleful aura was not suppressed and instantly gained the upper hand, and it began to consume the yuanshan that shouldn't have appeared in the first place. Emperor Jiang pondered a little. There was no good way to think left and right in his mind. He naturally didn't want to let Xianmei's work be ruined, and finally looked towards Wu Tian and opened his mouth to ask, "So what now?" Wu Tian's heart moved slightly. From within his physical body, a golden light instantly broke out. Swish! The Hongmeng measuring ruler fell away. In an instant, it landed on top of Xianmei's yuanda, slowly rotating like the hands of a clock, constantly spilling out arcane yellow-colored light. With this change appearing, the heavy turbid fury that was originally dense outside the yuanshan was instantly repelled outside the yuanshan, and Xianmo's yuanshan recovered some of its spirituality. No longer the wan look of a moment ago. Xianmo, however, blushed. "This is your magic. You gave it to me. What do you use for yourself?" With that, he was about to raise his hand, grabbing towards the top of his head, wanting to return the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven to Wu Tian. Wu Tian reached out in a hurry. A hand grabbed the cold palm of Genji's hand. "Take it easy. I didn't say that I would directly give you the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Isn't this a temporary suppression for you? It's not easy to get this chance to cultivate the yuanshan. We can't just watch it wear out, can we?" Xanadu's arm struggled a bit. In fact, her physical strength was far stronger than Wu Tian's, but at this moment, she did not break free, and a hint of redness flashed across her face. At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. "Don't worry, this problem is simple. When the time comes to find you a magic treasure that can suppress your own yuanshan, it is best to be able to fit with your own laws. At that time, just return the Hongmeng measuring ruler to me. Ancestral witches have given him their blood." Wu Tian was not so bad that he could not afford to temporarily borrow the Hongmeng heavenly ruler, so he naturally did not hesitate to make a move. Genji eventually nodded slightly. "Yes, then quietly exert yourself." Throwing Wu Tian's hand away, he then moved his mind, allowing the yuanshan to fall into his body. The Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven also disappeared along with the yuanshan, and only after doing so did Xianmo look towards Wu Tian with a somewhat inexplicable expression. That's when Hotu's eyes turned. His eyes continuously flicked back and forth over Wu Tian and Xianhe, then he said with a smile, "Sister Xianmei really didn't look at the wrong person. It's not in vain that she has been worrying about you before." Xianmei glared over fiercely. The ancestral witches also laughed out loud when they saw this. Wu Tian didn't pay attention to the eye contact between the two, and at the moment, he was already in deep thought, muttering continuously in his heart, "Which innate spiritual treasure is the most suitable? The witch race has very few magic treasures now." It wasn't that the ancestral witches were too poor, but originally they didn't care about the various magical treasures and didn't specialize in collecting them at all. But that's okay. As long as there was an innate magic treasure suitable for Xianmei, the ancestral witches could go and grab it. All he needed to do was to tell the clues of the magic treasure, and I'm sure that Di Jiang and the others wouldn't hesitate to make a move. Just then, Wu Tian's heart suddenly stirred. He recalled the name given to Xianmei in later times, who, because of his own laws, was worshipped as the god of water, the god of winter, and the god of the north among the later times. After thinking about it, Wu Tian's eyes lit up. Water, north, that must be the northern Xianyuan water control flag, an innate extreme spiritual treasure that can manipulate all the water under the sky. The power of protection is incomparably strong. What could be better than it? Chapter 33, A Pillow for the Sleepyheads. As far as Wu Tian knew, northern Xianyuan water control flag should be in the hands of Koan Pang. Just do not know at this time. He in the end to get this treasure did not. And there's one more thing. Koan Pang's own magic treasures were relatively small, so on the magic treasure is more fancy. Otherwise there will not be the famous scene in later times. Witch and demon final battle. See, the situation is not good. Directly rolled the river map. Luo book on the run. No harm done. Koan Pang owes me a favor anyway. If you are willing to talk properly, then it would be best to use this northern Xianyuan water control flag to end the karma. If not, then there's nothing to be done. Wu Tian was self-conscious about being a helpful relative. Xianmei had treated him so well, he naturally had to be on Xianmei's side, and when the time came, even if he had to take a shot at Koan Pang, he would still have to find a way to get his hands on this magic treasure. But what Wu Tian never expected was, that's the only way to read a couple of sentences. The kunai just appeared straight away. While Wu Tian was pondering in his mind, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 suddenly changed their faces, and the boundary that the crowd was in came to a violent stop. Emperor Jiang also let out a furious cry. "Who's up ahead? How dare you stand in the way of my witch clan?" Saying that, he was about to rush into the chaos, striking out at the figure in front of him, when Wu Tian was startled. He hurriedly looked towards the front, and hurriedly pulled at Emperor Jiang again. "Kunsight?" Wu Tian exclaimed. The black-robed, solitary figure in front. Who else could it be but Koan Pang? Such a coincidence? Think what you want, Wu Tian muttered secretly in his heart. Previously in the Purple Heaven Palace, Wu Tian did not care at all about Koan Pang's figure when he left, thinking that he quietly slipped away after the end of the sermon. I didn't expect to be waiting in the middle of the chaos. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Then he whispered to Emperor Jiang, "Don't worry, brother. I'll take a look." Emperor Jiang frowned slightly, a bit of worry in his eyes. Wu Tian had sort of always grown up under their protection, and had barely faced any dangers. Just in case this kunai gets violent. Wu Tian saw this and pacified again. "Don't worry, Koan Pang still owes us karma. This time to come is certainly not looking for trouble." Another looked toward Genji. The smile on his face grew stronger. Sister Xianmei is really good luck. Simply dozing off Sen's pillows. Luck can't be stopped. After saying that, he directly walked towards the outside of the boundary, leaving behind the ancestral witches who looked at each other in disbelief. Manhwa was even more puzzled, his eyes blinking a few times. Me? Good luck? What does this Kunlun have to do with me? What Wu Tian had thought before. He didn't even have time to tell the ancestral witches, but he didn't expect Koan Pang to appear, so the ancestral witches were naturally puzzled, but the crowd didn't have time to think about it. Hurriedly, he looked towards Wu Tian. Emperor Jiang, Candle Join is even more vigilant, secretly muttered in his heart. As long as this Koan Pang dares to reveal any bad thoughts, he will directly strike. Chaos is his burial place. By this time, Wu Tian had already stepped out of the boundary and stepped into the chaos in the air. His body immediately emitted a faint aura around him, and his physical body was as if he was bathed in precious light. The chaotic aura was instantly pushed away. Only then did Wu Tian smile and speak. "Fellow Daoist Koan Pang, but there's something for me?" Koan Pang's face was incredibly silent as he waited until Wu Tian appeared and then spoke softly. "The before seat thing. I owe you karma. Fellow Daoist, I wonder how you want to end this." Wu Tian was a bit strange. Wasn't it said that this Koan Pang was withdrawn, vindictive, and greedy for magic treasures? Why did he catch up with himself to repay his karma? Seeing Wu Tian's surprised look, Koan Pang spoke faintly. "I, Koan Pang, do not wish to owe favors. It's better to be clear about what's going on." Wu Tian smiled at his words, but he didn't directly say the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag either, but instead smiled lightly and spoke. "Then how does the Taoist friend want to end it? Or is there anything that the Taoist friend can give us? Or can do for us?" The Witch Clan. The kunai opened his mouth, suddenly a little speechless all of a sudden. To say strength, he is not as good as the 12 ancestral witches. To say that the magic treasure, Koan Pang's magic treasure, is also less pathetic, is also considered the famous poor man in the flood. Even the two people in the West who screamed all day cannot compare. But he did think so. In particular, the arrogant and domineering appearance of the ancestral witches before had made Koan Pang's heart wary and more alert. It's better to end it sooner rather than later. Otherwise, the trouble in this is not smaller than offending the two people of Jian and Junti. After thinking left and right, come directly to the chaos and wait. But Wu Tian asked this question, but it made Koan Pang a little unsure of what to say, and even a little embarrassed. "Yeah, what do I have to pay back karma?" The kunai sighed in his heart. Seeing this, Wu Tian also stopped beating around the bush and instead directly put forward his request, smiling lightly as he spoke. "Also, then I won't be polite. Is the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag among the 5 square flags of the innate heaven in your hands? If fellow Taoist has one, I wish to use this treasure to end the karma between us." Koan Pang's eyes snapped. A trace of sharpness steeply emerged from his eyes, icy cold and incomparable towards Wu Tian, causing the ancestral witches to stand up with a clatter, glaring towards Koan Pang with an unkind face. But the kunai is as good as unseen. Self-concern's face shifted. A few moments later, finally gritting his teeth and nodding his head, a pained expression appeared on his face, and although he was very reluctant, he waved his hand to strike a black arcane light out. Swish! Black painted triangular small flag appeared between the two. Dense this thick incomparable Tao rhyme. The chaos of the gas instantly pushed away a long way. Here, Koan Pang gritted his teeth in general. The only magic treasure he could take out, other than this innate supreme spiritual treasure, was the Koan Pang Hall, so at this moment, it was simply like cutting into his heart. But what about that? One doesn't want to owe karma to the Witch Clan, and one can't lie or not give it when one comes to the door, right? But what made the kunai strange was this. After taking out the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, although it is still in the heart of the unwillingness to give up, but there is a feeling of relief. Their own chi is also a hidden change. What's going on here? The kunai breathed a quiet sigh of relief afterward. The mind was puzzled, but in the end it was attributed to the ending of karma and the clearing of one's own mind. He naturally did not know that Wu Tian had already been thinking about this magic treasure and had made up his mind to get it for Xianmei. And if Koan Pang did not give it to him, the ancestral witches would have to take it by force. So much for that. It's also a way to eliminate a robbery. Wu Tian looked toward the northern Xian Yuan water control flag that slowly flew toward him. A foot-sized 3-inch small flag. Above the black flag surface, covered with arcane incomparable runes. Catch the northern Xian Yuan water control flag. Wu Tian nodded with satisfaction and spoke to Koan Pang. Thank you, fellow Daoist. All the previous karma. Today it is written off. Seeing Koan Pang's unwilling gaze again, Wu Tian smiled once more, and after a little contemplation, he spoke to Koan Pang. Seeing his fellow Taoist Koan Pang is so painfully honest, I might as well tell fellow Taoist that the seat you keep is much more precious than this northern Xian Yuan water control flag. Of course, it also depends on what the one thinks. After saying that, stretching out his finger toward it, he nodded. The seat represents the violet chi of the Hongmeng, which is the chance to become a saint. Now that Koan Pang has kept his seat, it is reasonable to say that he will also be able to obtain a piece of the violet chi of the Hongmeng. But Wu Tian can't guarantee. Who knows if Hong Jun will backtrack again? After listening to the Kuanpun, the light in his eyes suddenly flashed, and a thought vaguely emerged in his heart, and a trace of ecstasy was born. The northern Xian Yuan water control flag was an innate extreme spiritual treasure. What would be the chance that could be more precious than that? Koan Pang immediately wanted to open his mouth to inquire. Wu Tian, however, smiled and shook his head. Unspeakable, unspeakable, turning toward the ancestral witches, and after a moment of silence, Koan Pang also slightly arched his hand at Wu Tian's back and turned around to disappear into the chaos. Chapter 34, Return to the Flood. Wait for the kunai to leave. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join joined forces again, and under the surge of the power of the law, the ancestral witches continued to travel through the chaos in the direction of the flooded heavens and earth. Wu Tian also handed the northern Xian Yuan water control flag in his hand to Xianhua and spoke with a smile. Sister Genji, you're pretty lucky. He had only just thought of the most suitable Dharma treasure for Xianmei, but it turned out that Koan Pang had sent it over in the twinkling of an eye. Should it be such a coincidence? It caused Wu Tian to be surprised in his heart as well. The kunai was surprisingly willing to give it up. It's nothing like the Koan Pang he remembered, but it's normal. Who says that the stories and legends they knew in their past lives are always 100% correct? Take Hong Jun for example, the Purple Sky Palace before the outgoing interference. Let Wu Tian feel very surprised. Not at all what he thought of as weighty. On the contrary, some anxious. Look at the small triangular flag in front of you. Xianmei is still a little strange. Raised his head and looked at Wu Tian. His cool face showed a trace of bewilderment, and even had an extra flavor. Wu Tian rarely saw this scene. There was a moment of flabbergasted silence. Immediately afterward, he felt the sharp and incomparable eyes that wanted to zap him to death, and Wu Tian hurriedly explained. This innate extreme spiritual treasure is most compatible with you. If you can refine it and suppress it in your Yuanshan, you will be able to solve the problem of the baleful gas erosion. Hey, I had just thought of this magic treasure, but I didn't expect the Koan Pang to appear right in front of me and deliver it directly to my door. That's why I said that Sister Xianmei had good luck. Hearing Wu Tian say that, the ancestral witches also rejoiced. The commoner ancestor witch laughed earnestly. What's so strange about that? We are the rightful ancestors of Pangu, the bloodline of the Father God, and we are naturally very lucky as we have been clocked by the chi of the flooded heavens and earth. The other ancestral witches smiled and nodded their heads. When Wu Tian saw how confident the ancestral witches looked, he didn't say anything snide at this time. In fact, in this quantum of calamity, the ancestral witches had extremely strong chi. Before the witch demon war, it does go well with everything. Xianmei pondered a little and didn't say anything to refuse, but reached out and took the northern Xian Yuan water control flag into his hands, while at the same time, he was about to return the Hongmeng heavenly ruler to Wu Tian. Wu Tian hurriedly stopped it. What's the rush? Wait until you refine this treasure first. Without completely refining the northern Xian Yuan water control flag, how could it exert its strength in its entirety and protect the Yuanshan that had been born with great difficulty? So Wu Tian was in no hurry at all. At this time, Ho Tu also smiled and spoke. Just listen to him. I can kind of see that this guy is smart. You just do whatever he says. Wu Tian immediately looked towards Ho Tu, showing a flattered look, smilingly said, Thank you, Sister Ho Tu, for the compliment. Ho Tu smiled without saying anything, but after this, Xianmei stopped insisting on returning the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and instead put away the northern Xian Yuan water control flag and hurriedly began refining. Early refining will also enable you to return the treasure early. At that moment Zhu Rong suddenly spoke. Wu Tian, are there any more magic treasures like the northern Xian Yuan water control flag? Do you think if we get a few more, we'll be able to cultivate Yuanshin as well? Wu Tian hadn't answered. Emperor then blanked him and directly scolded him. Thinking about what? It has to be after you cultivate the Yuanshin that this innate spiritual treasure will be able to function. It is not the case that you can cultivate the Yuanshin just by holding the innate spiritual treasure. But, if only I could get one for Ho-Tu's sister. It would be great. There's always a day when the merit is consumed. It's better to get an innate spiritual treasure to be on the safe side. After all was said and done, Emperor Jiang also looked at him with a glaring gaze. Wu Tian smiled and explained after organizing his language a little. The mana is not there. This Northern Xian Yuan water control flag is one of the 5 square flags of the ancestral heaven, and the others are the Eastern treasure-colored green lotus flag, the Western vegetable-colored cloud boundary flag, the Southern flame light flag away from the earth, and the Central Woji apricot yellow flag. If I were to say it's appropriate, it would be this Central Ehe apricot and yellow flag, which is the most compatible with Sister Ho-Tu. Zhu Rong's eyes lit up. So what are we waiting for? Do you know who has it? If we do, let's go get it back now. Wu Tian smiled bitterly at his words. In the original momentum, the other several pieces of the 5 heavenly banners should now be in the hands of Hongjun, the Purple Heaven Palace sermon after the respective bestowal. Only then did it fall into the hands of Tai Ching and the others. Among them, Tai Ching got the Southern Offerth Flame Light flag, Yuanshi Tianzun got the Central Ehe apricot and yellow flag, Junti got the Eastern treasure color green lotus flag, and the Queen Mother of the West got the Western plain cloud boundary flag. It should be in the hands of Sage Hongjun. Hear this. Zhu Rong, who originally had a cocky look on his face, also stopped violently in his expression and shouted with glaring eyes. Ha! The ancestral witches burst into laughter. Emperor Jiang then waved his hand. There's no rush. So what if it's a saint? When our brothers are a little stronger, we may not be afraid of them then. The ancestral witches did not have any reverence for Hongjun as well as the heavenly Tao, and they worshipped only Pangu, the father god, at the top of the heavens and the earth. Even when I heard it was Hongjun, and it didn't just give up, but after meeting Hongjun, Ho-Tu has already realized that Hongjun's strength is unfathomable, and doesn't want to invite strong enemies for the witch clan just because of herself. Immediately, he smiled and spoke. Better yet, when the Purple Heaven Palace delivers its second sermon, and after the Yuanshin is promoted to quasi-saint, it will be able to have no fear of its own baneful chi infestation. So why do we need this flag? Wu Tian nodded slightly at his words. He didn't just give up though, but another idea was born in his mind. It's not good to grab it in the hands of the Hungarians. If it reaches the hands of the first Heavenly Father, it's always not that hard to grab, right? Earlier in the Purple Heavenly Palace, the first Heavenly Father had already almost fought with the ancestral witches, so there was no mental pressure at all for Wu Tian to count on him. As for the backwoods, no need. Wu Tian also had another idea. This separate Northern Xian Yuan water control flag was an innate extreme spiritual treasure, and if the 5 elements could be united, it would certainly have the power of an innate supreme treasure. To be able to get all of the innate 5 elemental flags in hand, and then have Shenmei, Zhu Rong, Ho-Tu, Matsui, and Zhu Meng, whose attributes were compatible, form a grand formation. Wouldn't the witches have to be the top formation again? Even if the 12 Du Tianxin Fei grand formation is broken, it will still allow the remaining ancestral witches to form a grand formation, or a direct formation within a formation. It does get a bit harder though. There's no rush, a slow and steady approach is. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Then he stopped thinking about this and also laughed in response to Ho-Tu's words, putting the ancestral witches' minds to rest. Now is not the time. There's no need for them to go up against Hongjun again. He then sat down on his knees in the middle of the boundary and continued to comprehend Dezhong's space laws and Candle 9 Yin's time laws. It was a long time again. The world of the flood finally came into view. Ancestral witches also whoosh a moment from the chaos through, into the chaotic tire membrane, back to the flood world. Wu Tian also sat up with some excitement. After staying in the boring chaos for a long time, he felt more and more that the magnificent flood world in front of him was valuable and relatable. Wu Tian hurriedly looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Another expectation was born in the mind as well. Did Nine Phoenix and the others find the innate gourd vine? Chapter 35 Innate Gourd Vine. Wait for the line to fall. Before even entering the Pango Hall, the Nine Phoenix had already hurriedly sought it out with a face full of joy. Greetings to all the ancestral witch lords. After Nine Phoenix saluted again, he hastily looked toward Wu Tian. When Wu Tian saw her appearance, the anticipation in his heart strengthened, and his eyes couldn't help but widen as he hurriedly asked, "Found it?" Nine Phoenix nodded heavily and spoke with a smile. As Lord Ancestral Witch said, "We found this innate gourd vine at the foot of Buzhou Mountain, and now Ho-E and the others are guarding it there. And when I saw that the ancestral witches had returned, I hurriedly came to report." Wu Tian was instantly overjoyed. Next, Jiufeng briefly described the process of discovering the innate gourd vine, and after the ancestral witches departed for the Purple Heavenly Palace, Jiufeng and Hui hurriedly began their search. But how huge is Buzhou Mountain? The two searched for thousands of years without finding it. At this time, the other great wizards also found out the situation of the two of them and hurriedly opened their mouths to ask. Jiufeng thought that Wu Tian Ancestral Witch didn't say that he wanted to hide it, so he simply told the matter of searching for the innate gourd vine. The great wizards all said at once, Wu Tian Ancestral Witch's matter is our matter. We naturally have to contribute together. Immediately, all the great wizards moved in unison and began to search in a net at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. After saying this, Nine Phoenix spoke smilingly. Finally, Kwafu inadvertently found a valley. Was an innate formation cover. We join forces. It is difficult to break open the corner of the formation. Found that it is this innate gourd vine is located. Wu Tian's heart stirred. Quarto? I can't believe this guy found it? In the latter days of later generations, Kwafu went up against 10 small golden crows, eventually leaving behind the legend of Kwafu chasing the sun, and after his death he was transformed into a peach forest. Then came Hui to shoot the sun, triggering the witch demon final battle. Wu Tian's heart thought of the future fate of Kwafu. This time the innate gourd vine can be found. Kwafu is also considered to be a great merit for themselves. Naturally, cannot watch Kwafu repeat the mistakes, but Nine Phoenix and the others also worked hard. Wu Tian immediately smiled and spoke. Well, Kwafu, this guy made a big achievement. You guys running around for so long is also a big achievement. Ancestor which I all remember in my heart. Wu Tian would like to bestow the reward immediately, but he had nothing in his hand right now that he could take except for the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler. One can only sigh in one's mind. Still too poor. Some slight embarrassment ensued. This credit is noted for the time being, and I will reward them one by one when I return. Nine Phoenix's heart was delighted at his words. Thank you, Lord Ancestor Witch. Nine Phoenix didn't feel much, and even Wu Tian was already happy when he could recognize the hard work of himself and the others and praise them a few times. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke curiously. The innate gourd vine? The matter of the innate gourd vine was known to Xianmei and Hotu before, but Emperor Jiang and the others weren't very clear about it. And when they saw Wu Tian looking so happy, they were naturally curious in their hearts. Listening to Emperor Jiang ask a question, Wu Tian then briefly explained. The origin of the innate gourd vine was told, and when they heard that this innate gourd vine was one of the 10 great spiritual roots of the innate heaven, the ancestral witches were all interested at once. One by one, they all screamed, Deto, go with me. Wu Tian was self-evident. Then he let Nine Phoenix lead the way in front of him. The group of people each exerted their divine abilities and harnessed the power of their own laws as they headed towards the valley where the innate gourd vine was located. Before it even falls, the ancestral witches had then been looking and exploring towards the mountains below, and it was only after they had landed along with the Nine Phoenix that they realized that there really was a hidden valley at the foot of the mountains that they had looked at as plain and uninteresting. Wait until the crowd has fallen. Ho-E, Kwafu, Ting Tian, and Shengliu also realized the arrival of the ancestral witches and hurriedly ran towards the front of the crowd, saluting the ancestral witches. Greetings, Lord Ancestor Witch. Wu Tian smiled and told them to get up. More in Hui. Quaif's shoulders heavily patted. Smiling words. You've all worked hard. Then it looked toward the valley. However, when he saw the valley in front of him was flat and had no unusual appearance. At this time, Quarto hurriedly ran towards the front, kicked at the nothingness in front of him, turned his head and laughed at Wu Tian. Lord Ancestor Witch, look again. With this blow from Quarto, the scene in front of him changed instantly. Swish, a 7-colored light flashed by, and then it revealed the invisible, transparent innate array, in which there was another space, a lake where auras converge. On the side a shimmering, colorful gourd vine took root and climbed along the mountain wall, bearing 7 small gourds of different colors. See this, the ancestral witches all exclaimed. At this time Zhu Rong was about to charge forward, wanting to make a move to break this nameless innate formation, but Di Jiang fished it over. Can you stabilize the point? He said and gave him a hard stare. Then once again, the end toward the innate gourd vine was scrutinized. A few moments later, speaking to Wu Tian, this innate gourd vine doesn't seem to have reached its time of birth yet. The gourds on it only have the first 2 ripe yet. If we break the big formation now, I'm afraid it will affect the growth of the gourds behind it. Wu Tian also found this. In the original Great Power, even in the 3rd sermon, there were still the last 2 gourds that had not matured, let alone now, when he had found the innate gourd vine in advance. The mind molded over. Wu Tian asked towards Emperor Jiang, Brotherhood, do you think we can move this valley, as well as this party's grand formation directly to the Pango Palace? Just putting it here like this always makes me feel like I don't have a clue in my heart. And here's the important thing. Innate gourd vine in addition to the above 7 gourd extremely valuable, but also represents many children, many blessings, the symbolism, and now the witch tribe's reproduction is exactly the problem. If it can be planted in a pool of blood, can we improve the reproduction of the Wiccan race? This was something that Wu Tian did not say outright, but secretly planned in his mind to try it out. Emperor Jiang nodded his head after hearing this. I'll try. The fury then instantly raged. The power of the laws of space eroded towards the valley, expanding in all directions along the invisible innate formation. A few moments later, Emperor Jiang slowly shook his head. I'm afraid not. It would be fine if it were anywhere else. This is the Buzhou mountain, where space is the most solid, and perhaps this innate gourd vine needs to absorb the spirit energy of the Buzhou mountain in order to mature. If we move, it might backfire. At this point the kami spoke aloud. In that case, let us put it here. This innate gourd vine doesn't have legs and can't run away. Send 2 more great wizards to guard here. I just don't believe it. Someone else dares to touch the witch clan's treasure. Wu Tian searched his mind for a moment and could only do so. Also Ho Yi and other great wizards all hastened to state their positions. We would like to stand guard here. Wu Tian then smiled and nodded. That works too. It would indeed be a bit of a waste to move the innate gourd vine now, or to directly break the great formation to pick it. Let's just leave it here for now. He was trying to intercept the chance, instead of trying to wreak havoc in the floodplain. But it's best to leave a mark on top of the innate gourd vine, or directly recognize and refine it, lest any mistakes be made in the future and lead to trouble. There are 12 ancestral witches. Having taken such a head start again, Wu Tian wasn't afraid of going up against Sanqing and the others, but it was naturally better to be on the safe side. Immediately, he smiled at Emperor Jiang. Brother, can you send me into it without destroying the big formation? Chapter 36 Innate Gourd Vine recognizes its master. Emperor Jiang laughed out loud. Not since. Immediately, he activated his spatial laws and swept towards Wu Tian, who immediately felt the subtle and incomparable power of spatial variation. All I felt was a flash of light in front of me. It had already appeared within the valley and in front of the innate gourd vine. While watching from afar, Wu Tian had not yet noticed the immensity of the innate gourd vine, and at this moment, after taking a closer look, his heart violently exclaimed. One could only see the innumerable vines of the innate gourd vine were as gnarled and powerful as dragons, climbing up the cliff and covering almost the entire side of the cliff, and each leaf was emerald green as if it was a piece of jade. Breeze blowing through, the leaves shook, and all of a sudden the precious light flashed and clattered, as if the jade pieces were softly chirping. 7 gourds hang from it. It radiates a different light, a spiritual rhythm. The first 2 gourds have matured, and the first one flickers with purple light, containing innate yang qi, which was originally obtained by Tai Ching. The yang energy in it was extracted by Tai Ching. The rest of the gourd was refined into the purple gold gourd, which became the treasure of Taishan Laojun, the good corpse of Tai Ching, for refining pills and holding medicines. The second gourd is black, containing innate yin qi, originally obtained for Tong Tian. The yin qi of which was also extracted, was given to Tai Ching to make up yin and yang, fused with their own Tao. Thereafter Tong Tian will be the empty shell of the blue gourd refined into a water and fire gourd, is also a strong magic treasure. Wu Tian looked towards the other 5 gourds again, only to see that these 5 gourds that had not matured yet, each of them flickered with the light of the 5 elements of the innate heaven. Plus where this 5-element gourd goes, Jin Yuanzi was given the green-colored wooden gourd, and thereafter gave it to Shinong, who was reincarnated in the fragment of the red cloud's true spirit, and it became the Shinong 5 grains gourd. Red clouds get red fire gourds, refine it into the 9 scattered spirits gourd. The yellow earthbound gourd was obtained by Manhwa and refined to become a demon-inviting streamer that can summon 10,000 demons in the future. The white gold line gourd was obtained by Emperor Jun. In the battle between witches and demons, Di Jun used a white gourd to collect the essence of the dead witches and sacrificed it to become the famous flying dagger of Immortal Chopper, which was passed on to Lu Ji. It was famous among the sealed gods. The last blue waterline gourd was obtained by Yuan Shi. Later this treasure to collect the sun, moon and star 3 light, refined into the very famous 3 light divine water. So, this innate gourd vine should actually be called the innate yin-yang 5 elements gourd? Wu Tian muttered in his heart, thinking about the destination of these gourds. Even if the later ones are not fully mature, they have all become famous magic treasures in the floodplains, so it can be seen that they are precious. But, it's all mine now. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Even the gourd vines that played a huge role in the creation of man in the future and also gained a lot of merit in the creation of man were all owned by Wu Tian. By the way, 9 heavenly resting soil. Think of the creation of a man. Wu Tian hurriedly looked toward the roots of the gourd vine. It is said that the 9 heavenly resting soil used by Manhwa when she created man was obtained from where the innate gourd vine was located. Wait for Wu Tian to do some careful checking. Sure enough, from the innate gourd vine fundamentally found a ball of resting soil that shimmered with a 9-colored radiance. The incomparably thick and heavy power of the earthline was constantly being absorbed by the innate gourd vine. Wu Tian's heart stirred. At once the mana gushed out. Toward the 9 days above the resting soil fell, from the top to take out a small piece. But also really, as the legend says, the resting soil grows rapidly. It quickly returns to its original size. However, Wu Tian also found that the growth of this 9 heavenly resting soil is not just out of thin air, but also has to absorb the spirit of heaven and earth and consume the surrounding spiritual qi. Worried about interfering with the ripening of the huckleberry vines, after taking a small piece, Wu Tian did not continue to collect it, but began to think about how to refine the innate gourd vine, or at least put his mark on it. After a little thought, Wu Tian's soul power toward the innate gourd vine above the probe. The innate gourd vine is also like a spirit, countless leaves clattering. The 7 gourds also light up. In an instant, it was the power of the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements that wore down Wu Tian's divine soul power. Air, how dare you ostracize me? Wu Tian was somewhat speechless, immediately stopping his movements. He pondered in his heart, and after a moment, not caring if the innate gourd vine could understand his words, he softly spoke. The innate gourd vine, I can tell you that it's also your chance that you can meet me today. This heaven and earth has a number. How can it tolerate an existence like yours that has the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements? If we hadn't met today, you certainly won't escape being split up later. The innate gourd vine seemed to understand. Countless shaking leaves stagnate in an instant. The light above is also dimmed. The entire innate gourd vine is actually spreading a sad atmosphere. There are 10 innate spiritual roots in the flood, but none of them can become Taoist in a perfect body. For example, Yang Mei de Xian is also a hollow willow, and Jin Yuan Zi is not in the form of the ginseng tree's original body. Others are like fuchsia trees and laurel trees. The stronger and more perfect the body is, the more it is in turn trapped in the sun and Taiyin stars, unable to take shape and come out at all. The innate gourd vine has a spirit. When he heard Wu Tian say this, he immediately sensed in his heart, as if he had perceived his fate in the future. Seeing the situation, Wu Tian spoke with another light smile. I am a Pangu Jingzong, the fate of the Qi Bell. Today have the fate to meet. If you are willing to recognize me as the master, I will certainly do my best to protect you in the future. How? With that, Wu Tian simply urged his Panga true body. The gray shadow appeared steeply, instantly overlapping with his physical body, and the aura of Pangu spread in all directions. Discordian breath appeared. Even the uncharted mountain is vaguely responsive. When the ancestral witches outside the Great Formation saw this, they were immediately astonished and looked towards Wu Tian. What's the situation? Just now, when Wu Tian muttered to the innate gourd vine, they were still wondering, could this gourd vine understand? Now directly make the true body of Pangu. Pangu's true form flickered. Wu Tian regained his original temperament. He was only trying to prove himself, not trying to beat the innate gourd vine into submission with his true body of Pangu and suppress it with brute force. Immediately, a scene that surprised Wu Tian appeared. Countless leaves shook as if they were nodding in agreement, and he himself felt a benevolent aura before seeing the foremost brittle and tender branch flying above the most important vines. Like a green auger. Swish! It was about to stab towards Wu Tian's arm. Wu Tian did not react. The 9 turns Yuan Gong violently turned. Flesh power spontaneous rebound. Directly bounced the branch flying. At once, a fluctuation of aggression came from the innate gourd vine. Only then did Wu Tian understand what it meant, and hurriedly stretched out his own arm, suppressing the rebound force of his flesh, and smilingly spoke. Ha ha! Start over, start over. The innate gourd vines were finally rooted in. Wu Tian only felt the flow of blood qi, and when he looked towards the innate gourd vine again, he only saw that the turquoise vines were already tinted with the color of blood, as if blood vessels were growing. In the meantime, an esoteric connection was born between him and the innate gourd vine, and Wu Tian also clearly and incomparably felt the innate gourd vine's closeness. No wonder blood dripping is so popular. So it's really useful. Wu Tian put away his arm. The heart couldn't help but sigh. Chapter 37, let's just not go, shall we? With the color of blood spreading throughout the vines, there was a flash of light. The next moment surprisingly disappeared, as if sinking into the interior of the innate gourd vine. The vines, branches and leaves that were originally covered in blood-colored patterns also once again returned to their original appearance. Wu Tian's face snapped white. Ooh, it's just recognizing a master. But it requires so much blood qi. You guy wouldn't intentionally take advantage of me, would you? Wu Tian muttered in a low voice. Then the spirit of the innate gourd vine. In the heart of the fluctuation, there is a feeling of heart to heart. The innate gourd vine dissatisfaction protest. He could only smile bitterly at the sight. Well, I'm just saying, right now the innate gourd vine only had simple spirituality, like a child. It seemed that one had to wait until the 7 gourds on top of the vine had completely matured before their spirituality could mature. Among the original momentum, the innate gourd vine didn't stand a chance. It was then directly divided by the 3 Chang and others, and even the vines were pulled up and taken away by Manhwa. Now it's different. Being found and recognized by Wu Tian in advance, with the Witch clan protecting it, it would naturally be able to get rid of its original destiny, and Wu Tian would be able to meddle with more chances through the innate gourd vine as well as the gourd on it, with the innate gourd vine recognizing its owner. In an instant, a huge amount of information towards the heart, about the innate yin and yang, the 5 elements of the sense is also constantly in the heart of the birth. Surprisingly dizzy feeling. At the same time, Wu Tian also had a better understanding of the grand formation that enveloped this valley. According to the information transmitted from the innate gourd vine, this formation was called the innate yin-yang 5 elements grand formation, with the innate gourd vine as the core. The formation also grows stronger as the gourd vine grows. At this moment, the innate gourd vine recognized its master, and the grand formation was naturally under Wu Tian's control. A thought crossed his mind. Swish! The large formation instantly turned. The 7 colors of Millie light flickered continuously on the invisible boundary, with the purple and black ones being the most obvious, while the arcane light representing the colors of the 5 elements was a bit dimmer. A few moments later, the large formation slowly opened an opening. The ancestral witches also came towards the valley when they saw this and came before the innate gourd vine, looking at the divine and incomparable treasure vine and tutaying in wonder. Wu Tian smiled and spoke. The gourd vine has recognized its owner. No one can take this away from anyone now. The ancestral witches were instantly happier. On the contrary, it was Zhu Rong ancestral witch, whose eyes were wide open and spoke with an incredulous expression. That's recognizing it? I don't think you just muttered a few words. This gourd vine really understands it. Ha! Countless branches and leaves swung at once, as if to show displeasure. Zhu Rong also a little embarrassed to laugh up. At this time Wu Tian also smiled and said, everything has a spirit. I sincerely communicated with it, and he naturally understood and was willing to recognize me as his master. Sure, that's not the whole reason. The main thing was still the aura of Pangu's true body displayed by Wu Tian, and the innate gourd vine was growing on Buzhou Mountain, which was also meant to absorb the spiritual energy of Buzhou Mountain, and Wu Tian in its eyes. It is just like the most authentic successor of Pangu, certainly willing to voluntarily recognize the owner. Seeing Emperor Jiang and the others curiously surveying the 7 small gourds, Wu Tian immediately smiled again and spoke. I'm going to divide these 7 gourds among my older brothers, but they're not quite ripe yet, so we'll have to wait a bit. Emperor Jiang hurriedly waved his hand. Without even thinking about it, he directly refused, and even smiled and said, that's not what I meant. It's just a matter of curiosity and lamentation that the creation of heaven and earth is so marvelous that there exists an innate spiritual root that combines the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements. You found and subdued this gourd vine yourself. How can we take advantage of you? Wu Tian's thoughts were different. After the gourd matures, it is natural to use it. It can't be hung up here all the time as a decoration, can it? Can he use 7 of them himself? Of course it is to be distributed to the ancestral witches, to enhance the strength of the ancestral witches. The ancestral witch is strong. Then Wu Tian will have more confidence, whether it's a magic treasure or whatever it is. It only makes sense if you play your part. After saying that, Wu Tian joked again. Only the stronger you guys are, the better you can protect me. The ancestral witches froze. Then a loud, hearty laugh erupted. Yes, since you have said so, then we won't make much excuses. Let's wait until this gourd has matured. Also, even if we don't have a gourd, we won't let you be bullied by others. Emperor Jiang spoke with a big smile. The ancestral witches all nodded their heads in succession as well. At this time, Hotu looked towards Wu Tian with a smile. Her eyes were about to smile into a curved crescent moon, and she also flirted. That's it. No one can bully you except Sister Xianmei. Xianmei was instantly furious, lunged towards the background. Wu Tian was also a bit speechless. He originally felt that Sister Hotu was the most stable and gentle. How come there were more and more strange words now? It seems to be more lively. Sister Backwoods, what do you see here? Wu Tian looked at Xianmei and Hotu who were embracing each other, and after a bitter smile, he raised the 9 heavenly resting loam in his hand and signaled to Hotu. Both of them also froze at once. Hotu felt it slightly. Her eyes snapped wide and she couldn't help but exclaim, such a thick earthbound power. Wu Tian smiled and nodded, directly divided half of the 9 heavenly breath loam and sent it towards the direction of Hotu, at the same time explaining to Hotu the subtle aspects of the 9 heavenly breath loam. Then, Wu Tian smiled again. You can inscribe the laws of earth movement in this object, as a way to enhance the power of the Yuan Shen, and you will certainly get twice the result with half the effort. Hotu is indeed attuned to this treasure. Plus, Wu Tian said that the nine heavens resting soil could continuously derive and had the meaning of endless life, so she didn't deliberately excuse herself and directly put it away. Seeing this, Xianmei looked like he could catch a chance, and also sneered at Hotu and lightly laughed. It's better now. Isn't Wu Tian also very attached to you? As long as there is anything you can use, he will send it to you. Hotu put away the nine heavenly resting soil, then with a light laugh he spoke. That's natural. The two of us are co-owners of the Huta tribe. Wu Tian was also too lazy to care about the two people who were fighting, and smiled bitterly as he looked towards Emperor Jiang and the others before speaking to him. Elder brother. Next I'm going to cultivate right here, to sense the yin and yang 5 elemental laws and the innate gourd vine. You guys go back to the tribe first. When it's about time, come back and ask me to leave with you. But when Wu Tian finished speaking, the ancestral witches, however, had some strange faces, looking at each other face to face. In the end, Emperor Jiang also scratched his head with some embarrassment and spoke with a bitter smile. Wu Tian, we won't go to the sermon later, right? We really don't have much interest in the immortal Tao that Hongjun is preaching. Xu Rong also spoke in a hurry. Yeah, we cultivate with our fury, and the abundance of the power of the heavenly Tao and the richness of the aura in the purple heavenly palace instead give us a feeling of being on pins and needles. Obviously, as the eldest brother inside the Ancestral Witch, has always been to take the idea of the Emperor River, this time but face with a pleasing smile. Carefully, Wu Tian, how about we just don't go? You and Xianmei and Hotu go to listen to the Tao. Don't worry, if someone dares to find you trouble, we will directly block them at the entrance of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Chapter 38, The Ancestral Witch's Intentions. Wu Tian smiled bitterly. Even Emperor Jiang, who had always taken the identity of his elder brother, had this attitude. What else could he say? Plus, earlier in the Purple Heavenly Palace, with that kind of strong attitude of the ancestral witches displayed in front of the crowd, it was thought that no one would be ungrateful and dare to mess with the three Wu Tian. Also good. If you don't go, you don't go, Wu Tian said with a smile. The ancestral witches suddenly looked relieved, and Di Zheng regained his big brother's aura, nodding his head with a light smile. Don't worry, even if we don't go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, it's not like we're just deserting it. As much as you can cultivate and progress, just continue to strengthen your control of your own laws and keep refining your physical body. Emperor Jiang was acting extremely confident. Candle Juin, who had always spoken very little, also laughed lightly at this time and said, and, while all the great adepts in the flood have gone to listen to the Tao, it's the right time for us to bring our sons and daughters to develop in peace. There's also the matter of the 12 Datura Divine Fiends formation that you mentioned before, which should be done as soon as possible. With Wu Tian's performance, the ancestral witches also paid more attention to the various things that Wu Tian had proposed, and binding the Buzhou Mountain to the 12 Metropolis Divine Furies Grand Formation had become a top priority. Speaking of which, Wu Tian's heart did come up with another matter that could be done in conjunction with this matter, and that was the matter of the establishment of the Witch Clan. Speak up immediately. After Wu Tian finished speaking, the ancestral witches were all a bit confused, and Di Zheng even frowned and asked, establishing a clan? We are already a witch tribe. Do we still need to establish another witch tribe? Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. Not really. The witch race is what we ourselves say. Maybe some people agree with it, but it may not be recognized by the entire flood world. The so-called name is not right, but it is not right. That's it. A thought crossed his mind. Wu Tian simply changed another statement, directly bringing out the great god Pangu, smiling and speaking. Plus, we have many sons and daughters, and the witch race is growing and developing. Should we not notify the Pangu Father God, so that the remaining will of the Pangu Father God will be pleased? This statement was made. It was just as Wu Tian had thought. The ancestral witches no longer had any half-doubts, and each of them nodded their heads in agreement, and Di Zheng even laughed. Not bad, not bad. We established the witch clan, so naturally we must notify Father God. In the midst of the original momentum, despite the development of the witch tribe, the floodplains are also known as the witch tribe, but in the Emperor Jun and other people set up the demon tribe. The ancestral witches only tit for tat set up the witch tribe. Wu Tian naturally wanted to jump ahead. The establishment of the tribe will have a huge amount of merit, and the residual will of the great god Pangu may even be tugged and bestow blessings. One more thing, if you put some thought into the vows of the founding clans, you can still touch the avenue. For example, the way of heaven is above, to the way is above. For the sake of the great god Pangu, the great Tao might really appear, and if they could win the favor of the great Tao and send down the great Tao's merits, then the ancestral witches would make a lot of money. So much for that. Other schemes can be carried out logically, just like making Xianmei the god of winter and Zhu Rong the god of fire. Ancestral witches, such innate deities, were not the same as the deities that would later feed on incense and wishing power, and were truly born of heaven and earth. This was something Wu Tian didn't elaborate on. He was going to wait until after the second sermon to confer carefully with them and refine the plan. With that, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Then it's a deal. Brothers can prepare in advance. And when I return from the Purple Heaven Palace with Sister Xianmei and Ho-Tu after the second sermon, we'll notify Father God Pangu and establish the witch clan. Emperor Jiang and the others nodded in response. Then they said goodbye to Wu Tian. Even Xianmei and Ho-Tu both had to return to the tribe. They also had to check the situation of the sons and daughters of the witch race. On the way out, Ho-Tu smiled and spoke. When the two of us have taken care of things in the tribe, we'll come here to join you then. And when it's about time, we'll set off directly from here. Wait until the ancestral witches leave. Wu Tian closed the innate grand formation, started practicing within the big formation, his thoughts immersed above the innate gourd vine, constantly sensing the laws of yin and yang and the 5 elements within the innate gourd vine. The power of the laws on the innate gourd vine appeared to overlap with the ancestral witch laws that Wu Tian carried, but it was actually not the same. The laws in the flood are rules, characteristics, and not just some kind of being. Take for example the law of fire. It is the rule of burning and releasing, not a fire, or a particular kind of fire. And because of that, the power of the laws of the ancestral witches was actually more extreme, carrying a strong and incomparable personal characteristic, such as the fire of Zhu Rong was the most explosive and ferocious, while the laws in the innate gourd vine were the most pure. After a constant sense of realization, what made Wu Tian somewhat surprised was that he did draw many nutrients from it, making the law imprint above the divine soul more profound. The more important change is not this. Around the faint silhouette condensed by the 12 laws, another pattern even suddenly appeared. The innate gourd vine circling into a circle like a garland. 7 gourds also appear clearly. In the middle of the cultivation, Xianmei and Ho-Tu ancestral witches have also dealt with the affairs of their tribes and come towards here in pairs to cultivate together with Wu Tian. I don't know how much longer. Wu Tian was awakened by Ho-Tu, and after slowly opening his eyes, he saw Ho-Tu lightly smiling and speaking. It's about time. We should get going too. For the first time, we departed 3,000 years early, this time familiar with the road. Naturally do not need so much time, but there are also many journeys in the chaos. Still have to spend time. Wu Tian nodded slowly, then leveled his own mana down. The growth of his physical body in this cultivation was almost negligible, but the strength of his Yuan Shen grew tremendously, finally balanced with the flesh. It also reached the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Alas, it's still not even close. Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter. Hearing him say that, Ho-Tu instantly laughed softly and spoke. You would have been the latest among our ancestor witches to come out of the world. By virtue of the ancestor witch essence blood before controlling the power of the law, a short period of time to have the present achievements has been very good. That doesn't satisfy you? Wu Tian was not unsatisfied. It just felt that with the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons was getting closer and closer, and he certainly wanted to cultivate faster. The others don't say. Tai Chung, among the 3 stages, might have been at the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal by now, just waiting for Hong Jun to preach, and then comprehend his own Tao and achieve quasi-sainthood. Wu Tian was naturally not willing to be left behind. You can't be so pressed by the 3 Qing after knowing the great power of the heavenly Tao, can you? But he didn't argue back. It just smiled and then spoke to the 2 ancestral witches. Go! You can't miss the sermon. Xianmei and Ho-Tu all nodded slightly. At the same time, Xianmei took out the Hongmeng heaven measuring ruler and handed it back to Wu Tian, and then the 2 of them teamed up with Ho-Tu to roll up Wu Tian, flying towards the flood beyond, toward the purple heavenly palace in the chaos. Chapter 39 The Second Sermon. The first time I went to the purple heavenly palace, it was Di Jiang and Candle Nining who made the effort, and Wu Tian was only a passenger, and it even became a good opportunity for him to cultivate. Same thing the second time. Xianmei and Ho-Tu didn't even think about it and took on the matter of going to the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian just needs to be a good little brother. There's nothing wrong with being a little brother. At least 10 older brothers and 2 older sisters love him, blocking anything in front of them, and forgetting about him when there's a favor to be done. However, Wu Tian didn't continue his cultivation this time. Instead, he smiled and communicated with Xianmei and Ho-Tu, and after putting away the Hongmeng measuring ruler, Wu Tian asked with a smile, Sister Genji, you've completely refined the Northern Xianyuan water control flag? Genji nodded slightly. Then he spoke faintly. It's not completely refined, but it's already able to resist the fury with this innate spiritual treasure. Saying that, a trace of distress also rose on her face. Although the Northern Xianyuan water control flag was able to block the fury chi, but under the pressure of her powerful physical body, The cultivation of the Yuan Shen was very slow. The cultivation of the flesh is affected. In this situation, she naturally couldn't be like Emperor Jiang and the others, devouring baneful qi and tempering her flesh with impunity. The stronger the physical body is, the more it oppresses the Yuan Shen. Wu Tian hurriedly pacified him. Take it easy. You see that Sister Ho Tu is not even in a hurry. When your Yuan Shen strength becomes great, the strength of your fleshly body can definitely be thick and thin as well. Then he instructed Xianmei that he must take advantage of the 2 sermons that followed to raise the strength of the Yuan Shen as much as possible. Xianming instantly gave him a blank look. I know. How come it sounds like you're the one who looks like a sister? You've already said it once, and I still need you to worry like this? Despite what they say, Xianmo's heart, however, was extremely moved. It's just that her character is such that she's not good at expressing, or is shy to express. Just like before, she obviously cares about Wu Tian, but every time, she has to beat him half to death. Wu Tian instantly hemmed and hawed. Then he looked toward Ho Tu again, who spoke with a smile. The 9 heavenly resting soil that you gave me before, the earthwork laws in it have benefited me a lot. Speaking of which, I have to thank you as well. Wu Tian hurriedly waved his hand. According to Wu Tian's initial idea, it was to strengthen the bond with the ancestral witches, especially the ancestral witches of Ho Tu, so that he could hug his thighs and get away with it in the flood. But with the help of with them, Wu Tian's original utilitarian mind slowly dispersed, and now he is sincerely hoping that the ancestral witches will have a better ending, and can change their original miserable fate. The ancestral witches were grumpy though, yet it was good to show his tyrannical side to him, his little brother, and show all the bright, simple side of his personality to Wu Tian. Put your heart in the right place. How could Wu Tian not be moved? Thinking again of the original fate of Xianmei and Ho Tu, Wu Tian couldn't help but say, 2 sisters, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to help you become Taoists, so that you can live a better life. Xianmei and Ho Tu were a bit surprised. They could feel the sincerity and honesty of Wu Tian's words, but they didn't understand why Wu Tian suddenly came up with this sentence. After freezing for a while, Ho Tu smiled and spoke. Aren't you always clamoring for us to cover you? When we become Taoists, we will definitely protect you well, and no one in the flood will be able to bully you. Wu Tian burst out laughing. With the experience of the last one, the 3 of them soon traveled through the vast chaos and followed the sense of the heart to where the purple heavenly palace was. The gate of the purple heavenly palace had been opened. The 3 entered in a huff. Perhaps it was because at the end of the first sermon, Wu Tian had gifted Haotian and Yao Qi with their ferocious beast essence blood. So when the 3 of them entered, the 2 little Taoist children who were originally in a serious mood instantly revealed smiles, slightly arching his hand at Wu Tian. Wu Tian also smiled in response. Then they headed toward the very front of the hall. It was then that Wu Genius realized that the 3 of them were still considered to be relatively late. At least the seats at the very front were basically full. Only the ancestral witches had a blank spot. The crowd looked at the trio curiously. The puzzlement on their faces was obvious, and they all muttered curiously in their minds. Why are there only 3 this time? Where are the other ancestral witches? Even waited until Wu Tian sat down. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud directly came over, and Red Cloud, with a curious face, directly opened his mouth and asked, where are they? Fellow Daoist Emperor Jiang? Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. The elder brothers have other things to do, so they won't be coming to this sermon. What else could he say? Is it possible that these poor students don't want to come to class at all? And wouldn't that be humiliating? Hearing Wu Tian's words, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also froze for a moment, with stunned expressions on their faces, as if to say, what is more important than hearing the word? This time, it was about how to cultivate in the quasi-saint realm, which was even more important than the last time, but both were also very knowledgeable. Seeing that Wu Tian did not want to continue, Red Cloud stopped asking and instead spoke with a smile. Also right. It's just as well for you Taoists to go back and tell them after you've heard it, rather than having to come all the way. That's when the kunai also turned back from the front row, squeezing a small smile on his face, which was simply harder to see than when he wasn't smiling. He nodded slightly at Wu Tian before turning back around. The withdrawn kunai is suddenly like this. Engaged Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud again surprised, eyes curious in the Kuanping body survey, the heart constantly speculate. This in the middle of what happened in the end. Kuanping's change was likewise seen in the eyes of Emperor Jun and Tai, but Emperor Jun did not show much, looking as usual. But Tai Chi frowned. Brotherhood. This Kuanping is too unkind, isn't he? We went to him to bring him to a great cause, and he was so cold. And now you're doing this to Wu Tian, literally not giving a damn about us. Tai Yi quietly transmitted his voice to Di Jun. The tone was full of anger and dissatisfaction. Emperor Jun, however, spoke faintly. Check the fury. This is the Purple Heaven Palace. First put your mind on listening to the sermon. Wait until after the sermon. Then say this matter. That said, Emperor Jun, however, turned his gaze, looking towards Fushi and Nuwa. The thoughts in his mind moved slightly, muttering darkly. Not much longer. The gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace closed. Hongjuan's figure also appeared in front of the crowd without realizing it as it did last time, his gaze sweeping towards the crowd. Wait until you see the missing figures of the ancestral witches. The heart snapped. Not this time? Finally, back to the big picture. According to the heavenly chances measured by Hongjun, Emperor Jiang and the others should not come to listen to the sermon for the first time, although it was a bit late, but it also let him feel relieved. The mind thinks so, but Hongjuan's face didn't change at all. It was still light and thin, and even his gaze didn't have much of a lingering effect, sweeping the Purple Heavenly Palace in a circle before speaking faintly. Second sermon begins. Chapter 40, The Harpies Are Not Enough. The words fell. Once again, there is a thick and incomparable Taoist rhythm spreading in the Purple Heaven Palace, with the heavenly flowers falling and the earth surging with golden lotus. The crowd also rushed to listen with their ears. The last time the sermon, Hongjun directly stuck in the key place, making them people itchy. Cannot wait for 3,000 years to pass in an instant. People such as the three pristine ones, Fushi Nuwa, and Di Jun Tai awakened to their own cultivation at birth, and many of them attained the great Luo Golden Immortal before the sermon was preached. While the first sermon was informative and rewarding, what these people wanted to know most was, how do you quasi-saint? How do you realize and prove the way? How do you achieve mingled enlightenment and attain sainthood? As Hongjun slowly recounted, the crowd looked different. Some came to a realization. Some were ecstatic. Wu Tian also sighed in his heart. Indeed, he actually had an idea. At this time, Hongjun preaching, once again confirming his previous speculation. Wu Tian also vaguely understand why the ancestral witches will have the fate of the original momentum in the death of the road. Return to heaven and earth. Many ways to practice. Necessarily, one must first refine the qi, absorb the heaven and earth yuan qi and quench it into mana to strengthen oneself. After one's own realm is sufficient, one can then perceive the laws and inscribe the laws of the heaven and earth. So did the ancestral witches. The difference is that the ancestral witches started from a high point, innately controlling the power of a law. However, by the time one advances to the mixed golden immortal realm, the cultivation of the sorcerer race is kind of the opposite and radically different when compared to the immortal Tao. Like the path of immortality, it is the interweaving of many laws into the Tao. The witch race, on the other hand, is a one-way street, pursuing the path of becoming a Taoist by its own laws. It is not possible to say who is right and who is wrong, and even the path of the ancestral witch's laws to become Tao is stronger than the immortal Tao, but it is also more difficult. There is almost no chance of becoming a man, at least under the heavenly Tao. It is impossible for the ancestral witches to prove the perfection of the Tao, and no matter how much they cultivate, they can only reach the peak of the mixed golden immortal, and there is absolutely no chance of stepping out of that step. The more basic the law is, the more powerful it is, the harder it is to consummate as well. For example, Di Zhong's spatial laws, how would he have to cultivate in order to have all the spatial laws under his control? If that was true, and all the spatial laws in the heavenly Tao listened to him, how would the others be able to play? This is the reason for the heavenly reckoning. Particularly, as in the case of the immortal way, multiple laws are intertwined to form the way. If the ancestral witches are allowed to fully control a certain law, they themselves will be full of hidden dangers, naturally very hostile to the witch race. After all, anyone who wants to control their own destiny. Alas, this is the underlying logic of the ancestral witches being counted by the heavenly Tao, isn't it? If the ancestral witches are allowed to become the Tao, then who exactly is in charge of this flood world? As for the demon race in the future, and the witch race to fight for the control of the flooded heavens and earth, but it is the surface reason for the ancestral witches to die. These laws and authority can also return to the heavenly Tao. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. Start thinking again. How can I change it? Soon, after associating the many legends of the later generations, Wu Tian finally had an idea, and immediately stopped dwelling on it and continued to listen intently. As Hongjun explained, the listeners of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace were gradually polarized, and a part of those who could keep up with the trip listened with fluttering brows and dawning realization. The ones with poor strength looked sad. Hongjun said every word they heard in their ears, connected together but do not understand the meaning of anything. Esoteric and esoteric. Some want to force it down, wait until the future strength is enough, and then slowly understand, but found that simply cannot remember. The heart over a piece of direct disappearance, like a mirror flower in water and moon. Wu Tian could naturally understand. Although he practiced the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong, The divine ability to intertwine the 12 powers of the laws of the ancestral witches and transform into the true body of Pangu was a direct path to the heavens. Just keep inscribing the law. It will then be able to grow the true body of Pangu. He can still only shroud himself in the shadow of Pangu's true body and add to it with Pangu's true will. If one day he can directly take on the appearance of Pangu's true body, the hybrid will become. And he doesn't waste the opportunity to preach. On the one hand, he listened to the cultivation of the quasi-saint realm, and on the other hand, he was madly devouring the Yuan Qi in the purple heavenly palace, and inscribing the power of the laws that had been added by the heavenly Tao. Continuously, the power of the physical body and Yuan Shen grew rapidly, constantly advancing to a higher realm. Just then, Hongjuan's eyes, which were originally fake sleep, slowly opened and looked towards the crowd below with a deep sense of depth in his eyes. In spite of all his talk, the crowd was also mesmerized. However, only a few of them have actually switched to the immortal path, especially those innate deities that Hongjun has his eye on, because they have their own paths, and even more so, they have no intention of committing themselves to the immortal path at all. Take for example the 3 clearings. The 3 of them are the 3 parts of Pangu's original spirit that were transformed into 3 parts. Previously in the Kunlun Mountains met 24 pints of the green lotus of creation. 24 pints of the green lotus of creation for the heavenly Tao is not allowed. The moment he saw the 3 people will be divided into 3 pieces of innate spiritual treasures. The Tai Whisk, the 3 treasures Jade Ruin, and the Qingping sword each represent the Tao of the 3, i.e., the Tao of the Dan, the Tao of the runes, and the Tao of the sword, already have their own Tao. How is it possible to plunge directly into the immortal way, letting Hongjun suck up his own qi and take advantage of him for nothing? Therefore, Tai Chung, who had the highest cultivation level, was clearly able to follow the cultivation method of the immortal way at this moment, and was directly promoted to quasi-saint. But it is only to sense the wonders of the immortal way. There was no intention of breaking through the realm at all. Then look at Wu Tian, Xian He and Ho Tu, who are even more undistracted in their cultivation, taking advantage of the special environment of the purple heavenly palace and the Tao rhythms sprinkled by the heavenly Tao to continuously strengthen themselves. So much for the wizards. The stench of the ancestral witches was something he hadn't even thought about, especially since Hutu would have her own chances in the future, and it would be completely impossible for her to cultivate the immortal path. Hongjun couldn't help but frown slightly. How's that gonna work? The nest is so much more than that. If a fish doesn't take the bait, won't it be a waste of effort and a big loss? At this point the sermon was almost over. Above the immortal way, the cultivation method of the quasi-saint realm is also about to be finished. Hongjuan's heart was finally unsettled. Although the immortal Tao was bound to prosper immensely among the great momentum of the heavenly Tao, and one's own qi was strong and extended, one still had to take the initiative to push at critical times. Eyes averted, looking towards the 2 men who were born from the innate yin and yang, the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West. These 2 men were also innate deities, practicing on Panglai Island and Zikanlun respectively. A thought crossed Hongjuan's mind. At once, an invisible fluctuation was born, quietly toward the East King Gong and the Duke of Dongwang, who is in the process of comprehending the immortal practice, suddenly has a heartbeat. And as Hongjun explains the method of immortal practice, he also feels more and more the difficulty of the law to become a Tao. The 5 elements of the innate, yin and yang. This is the great Tao of heaven and earth. Although it is powerful, but how difficult it is to become the Tao. So why should I be so bitter and hesitate on the path of the law to become the Tao? The thought crossed my mind. The Duke of Dongwang raised his head toward Hongjun. The ready-made immortal path is right in front of me, and with sage Hongjun preaching, it's even more unhindered. Why do I need to struggle so hard? The thought came. The moment was no longer restrained. Boom! Movement was born in the Purple Heaven Palace. Countless Yuan Qi converged in the direction of Dongwanggong, and based on the innate Yang Qi, the surrounding mana was constantly transformed according to the immortal way Dharma. The Duke of the East King's aura spread out. All of a sudden, because of the induction of the innate yin and yang qi, it caused the Western Queen Mother's mana to run uncontrollably as well, and it was not controlled at all. Western Queen Mother could only curse. The harpies are insufficient. Then he hastily concentrated his mind and began to transform his entire Tao in accordance with the countless immortal Tao insights in his mind earlier. Chapter 41, The Grandmaster of Hongjun. A few moments later, the curling Tao sound from Hongjuan's mouth stopped. His gaze was bland and incomparable as he looked towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, and the others were also startled by the commotion, their eyes staring at the 2 men with varying degrees of intensity. Even Wu Tian was the same. He did not find anything unusual, even because of the memory of his previous life, but rather felt that this scene is a natural situation. The Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West were originally from the immortal way. Ah, and they couldn't have been more authentic. Another short while passed. At the end of their cultivation, the two had already transformed their Dao deeds into immortal aura, and their strength had been promoted to the late Dala Golden Immortal stage. According to the feeling of the Lord of the East, the next cultivation is not a big obstacle. As long as you find time to slowly cultivate, you will soon be able to go further, and it is not difficult to directly break through the quasi-saint. A smile naturally filled his face. The Western Queen Mother, on the other hand, was forced to turn to the immortal path, and her face was not as good as the Eastern King's Duke's, which she was quite aware of. The path of immortality is easy though, but it's stepping on someone else's footprints, being confined in someone else's way. It's hard to achieve anything great in the future. I'm afraid. Just then, Hongjun suddenly spoke faintly. The two of you were born of the innate yin and yang qi, and are now people of my immortal Tao, and should be the top male and female immortals in the world. The words fell. The power of the heavenly Tao surged in the violet sky palace. The male immortals and female immortals of the world is also a kind of heavenly karma. Naturally, is a heavy fortune, but also can get the power of the heavenly Tao to support. Soon, as the power of the heavenly Tao fell, the two men's chi surged, and even their own strength was foolish, and they saw that they were about to reach the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal Mold. But that's not all. Hongjun seems to have 1,000 pounds to buy horsebones, after giving the world's male and female immortal head of the heavenly Tao also karma, but also directly give the magic treasure. Both of them got several pieces of magic treasures. The most precious thing that the Duke of Dongwang got is the dragon head walking stick, which is said to be used by Hongjun before he certified the Tao, giving the Duke of Dongwang the symbol of being the head of male immortals in the world. The Queen Mother of the West got more benefits. An innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary Flag, was given to the Queen Mother of the West for her defense, and an innate nonpareil peach tree was given to the Queen Mother of the West to suppress her chi. Originally, the Queen Mother of the West still had some grievances. That dissipated most of it. Respectfully, together with the Duke of Dongwang, they bowed to Hongjun, and both of them drank in unison. Many thanks to Sage Hongjun. The Duke of Dongwang was even more full of smiles. Not only was he satisfied with his choice, but he suddenly realized, with the name of the head of the male immortals in the world in his body, and with this dragon head walking stick in his hand, wouldn't he become the spokesman for the immortal way in the floodplains? Countless thoughts sprang up in his mind. After a short pause, he spoke aloud again. Don't worry, Sage Hongjun, we will cultivate well and teach the flood beings with the immortal way, and we will make sure that the immortal way's teachings will flourish and our chi will be prosperous. The others saw this scene. There was a moment of varying minds. Some of those who were not firm-minded could not wait for themselves to come forward first, so that the one who would get the heavenly Tao karma, the innate magic treasure, and the innate spiritual root would be themselves. Others frowned slightly, a pang in the heart. A few breaths later, just when some people were dumbfounded, Di Jun suddenly stood up, arched his hand at Hongjun, and asked aloud, "Dare I ask Sage Hongjun, in the flooded heavens and earth, is it true that only the immortal way can be certified as a saint?" The crowd snapped at the words. There was a glint in his eyes. What Emperor Jun said was also the question that they were wondering in their hearts. And even if there was no Emperor Jun to stand up, it was feared that other people would also stand up. Hongjun's gaze was dark and deep. Then he spoke faintly. "Nan, all 3,000 avenues can become saints, are not confined to the immortal way. Also, I have a treasure named Creation Jade Disc, recorded after the opening of the heavens and the earth. The many avenues in the flooded heavens and the earth, you have the destiny to feel on their own." After saying that, the jade disc of creation above Hongjun's head flew up at once, radiating infinite light, and at once there were visions, in which countless great avenues were born and destroyed and rotated. Then a violent shudder. These great Tao imprints flew toward the violet sky palace, dazzling people like a sky full of stars. The original seated crowd launched in an instant. An arcane light flew toward the 3,000 avenues above their heads, and the power of the spirit of the Yuan followed the senses, searching for and sensing the avenues that best suited them. Even Wu Tian was no exception. They couldn't even stare at the Queen Mother of the West to gawk, hastily collecting their minds and looking towards the top of their heads. The power of the divine soul probed and instantly curled around a glittering imprint, and then flew to perceive the wonders of it. The way of the flesh? No wonder I have a strong sense of this. But what surprised Wu Tian was, the Tao rules in this seal were actually incomplete, and he soon finished his enlightenment, and then flew back into the void. That's true. Although the jade disc of creation is a supreme treasure, how is it possible that all 3,000 avenues are completely recorded? Wouldn't that be too heaven-defying? It's nice to be able to inscribe crippled seals. Wu Tian didn't waste any time. Once again, according to the sense in the soul, poured the many marks to explore, and soon captured another avenue. But the world way, open up the world by itself, constantly improving and growing the world. This path is somewhat similar to Panga's opening of the sky, but Panga was strong enough to take a direct step, and the flood directly became the top world in the chaos, and the way of this world, but slowly promoted. Wu Tian didn't mind. Seize the time to inscribe this world way in his soul, whether he wants to cultivate it or not. It's after all an underpinning. When the sense of this path is completed, before Wu Tian could strike again, he suddenly heard Hong Jun's voice faintly ring out. The time has come. The second sermon is over. And after 3,000 years there will be a final sermon in which I will tell you about the method of witnessing and sanctification. The words fell. The jade butterfly of creation floating in the void violently trembled. And then countless arcane lights and Dao seals disappeared in an instant. And then it flew back to Hong Jun's side. The crowd was full of reluctance. At this time, the East Prince, suddenly blessed to the heart in general, actually came up with a thought. Suddenly opened his mouth smilingly said, Sage Hong Jun has narrated the immortal way for us, and today he is even more magnanimous in imparting the 3,000 great paths, and all the paths of the flood in the future will be out of the sages. Be the ancestor of the way. Before anyone else could react, the Duke of Dongwang directly bowed his head in obeisance. Many thanks, Dao Ancestor, for preaching and teaching the flooded beings in the purple heavenly palace with a compassionate heart. The crowd was dumbfounded. Lean, is that how you kiss ass? How did the Hongjun sage become the Hongjun Taoist ancestor? If it were true that all the great roads came out of Hongjun, it would be just to call it Daozu, but is it actually? Naturally not. Not to mention the fact that the great Dao recorded in the Jade Disc of Creation was not complete. Many of the innate saints present had their own Dao themselves and did not get it from Hongjun at all. What kind of Taoist ancestor is that? But the Duke of Dongwang is so called. And in this purple heavenly palace, before he undertook the favor of Hongjun preaching, what else can others do? Can't always jump out and yell. Hongjun can't be the name of the Dao Father. A moment of silence followed. Other people's voices finally rang out in the purple heaven palace, and the crowd had no choice but to follow the words of the Duke of the East King and open their mouths. We thank you, great ancestor Hongjun. Naturally, Wu Tian's trio didn't make a sound, but he didn't come out to make trouble at this time either. He just looked towards the crowd with a smile on his face. The ancestral witches are inherited from the great god Pangu. What's the relationship with Hongjun? Naturally, I don't recognize Hongjun as the Taoist ancestor. Hongjun didn't care either. At this moment, a faint smile appeared on his face, and most of his mind was feeling the changes in himself. Along with the crowd's Dao ancestor fell. Immediately there is a surge of incomparable luck landed, added to their own body. The jade disc of creation spun rapidly. The heavenly Dao authority also increased by leaps and bounds. Hongjun laughed lightly and spoke. No need to be polite. This is the way it should be. Saying that and nodding towards the Duke of Dongwang, it instantly made the Duke of Dongwang's heart as sweet as honey, and the smile on his face grew brighter and brighter. Hongjun then retired directly. This sermon is over. 3,000 years from now, the purple heavenly palace will open again, for you to explain the method of witnessing the Dao and becoming a saint. Chapter 42 Jin Yuanzi's Distress. Hongjun is the same as last time. After being a chapter-breaking dog once again and making a group of people listening to the sermon in the purple heavenly palace scratch their hearts and lungs, the figure disappeared without a trace. The gate of the purple heavenly palace also opened once again, also as last time, but the difference this time was that Hongjun had gained the name and fortune of the Dao ancestor, and his authority in the heavenly Dao had risen greatly, and his strength was about to rise greatly as well. The East King Gong and the West Queen Mother have respectively obtained the karma of the heavenly Dao, and have the right to lead the immortals in the world. Di Jun's eyes narrowed slightly, sizing up towards Lord Dongwang. By this time, there were already cultivators gathering towards Lord Dongwang, with many compliments between their words. Lord Mu received a personal gift from the Taoist ancestor. In the future, when one is in charge of the flood immortal way, it is truly a joyous occasion. East Wangdong, because accompanied by the 10 innate spiritual roots of the Tongtian Jianmu, so the original name for the wood gong, which is why the Hongjun ancestors did not give him the spiritual roots, but only to the Queen Mother of the West, a plant of the innate Nanshui peach tree reason. Being complimented by so many people, the Duke of the East King was also a bit fluttery at once, but then he forced himself to suppress the pride in his heart, still looking very humble, arching his hand and smiling. You are all welcome, fellow Taoists. Since the Dao ancestor has bestowed me with the position of karma, I can't do nothing about it, and after returning to Panglai next, I'm going to follow the example of the Dao ancestor and explain the immortal path to all beings in Panglai. If you all have any spare time, you might as well come and join in the fun. There were nods. Naturally, we would also like to hear Lord Mu's insights on top of the immortal way. The Duke of Dongwang's heart grew more and more comfortable. With a thought in his mind, he hurriedly looked toward the Queen Mother of the West again. The two of them were the head of the male and female immortals in the world, so they couldn't sing a solo show by themselves, could they? But the Queen Mother of the West was long gone. The Duke of the East King hurriedly looked toward the direction of the gate of the purple heavenly palace, but saw the back of the Queen Mother of the West just out of the gate outside. Toward the chaos shot away. Hey, fellow Taoist Golden Mother. The Duke of Dongwang hurriedly let out a cry of alarm. Suddenly realizing something, he hurriedly turned back to apologize to the people around him and hurriedly chased after them towards the outside of the purple heavenly palace. See this? Di Jun couldn't help but smile contemptuously. That's when he withdrew his gaze and grunted softly. From the words and actions of the Duke of Dongwang, Di Jun had naturally seen that after gaining the name of the head of the male immortals in the world, the Duke of Dongwang's ambitions had also bubbled up. The head of the male immortals? Is nothing more than a guard dog. Di Jun lightly chortled in his heart. Then his gaze turned towards the direction of Fushi and Nuwa, pondering in his mind. And after a moment he put on a smile and walked towards Fushi and Nuwa. Wu Tian's gaze naturally turned away from Shi Wangmu's back toward Nuwa's direction. Just had a look. Just as he felt his arm being tapped, he turned around to see Xin Mei's cool, absolutely beautiful face appearing in front of him, staring at himself as he asked, "It's the Queen Mother of the West looking good? Or does Nuwa look good?" Wu Tian froze. What's going on? It was unbelievable that such words could come out of Xian Mo's cold and icy mouth. Facing Wu Tian's gaze, a flicker of panic flashed across Xian Mo's face before he forced himself to speak calmly. Am I wrong? After the end of Hongjuan's sermon, I saw you staring at Shi Wangmu all the time, until people out of the purple heavenly palace before reluctantly retracting your gaze, and then half of them don't stop, directly staring at Nuwa again. Wu Tian immediately screamed in his heart. What a big misunderstanding. He stared at the Queen Mother of the West. That was because just now the Queen Mother of the West had been given the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary flag, and hadn't he just thought of getting the innate 5-square flag before? Wu Tian naturally had to mull it over. Sure, the Queen Mother of the West is indeed beautiful. The innate holiness and the flood, each tends to be perfect, but each has its own characteristics, and the graceful and luxurious meaning on the Queen Mother of the West, as well as the faint lethargy between her eyebrows, really grows on Wu Tian's heart party. But that's not the point. As for Nuwa, this is not the Emperor Jun toward Fushi. Nuwa go well, according to the original trend, should also be Emperor Jun Tai. Fushi Nuwa 4 people join hands to create the demon race time. He naturally had to pay more attention too. A quiet message to explain. Xian Ming's expression instantly stretched, and he subconsciously asked, "Really?" Then he looked toward Emperor Jun and the others. So what are we going to do? She hadn't thought about stopping it or anything like that. In the minds of Xian Mei and the others, what threat could a demon race that hadn't fully appeared yet be? Wu Tian glanced towards the 4 again. Let's hurry back. Get a grip on what you told your brothers earlier. You can't let anyone else get ahead of you. After saying that, Wu Tian simply got up. At this time, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also hurriedly came over, looking like they wanted to invite Wu Tian to the 5 Zhuangguan again. Sitting and discussing the Tao and tasting the ginseng fruit, Wu Tian naturally didn't have time. Simply, he preempted the words. Fellow Taoist Jin Yuan. Fellow Taoist Red Cloud. There's a big event in my witch clan next. If you two have time, why don't you go with me to the witch clan to play around? Just in time to be a witness as well? The 2 men sniffed. Then 4 eyes met and eyes signaled. Jin Yuanzi then smiled and spoke. Not since. Anyway, the 2 of them don't have much ambition. They just want to get away between the flooded heavens and the earth. And it's not a big deal to go back to the 5 Zhuangguan, so they are naturally willing to follow along. Wu Tian's heart moved slightly, and looked toward the Kuanpeng. This time the Kuanpeng did not run ahead of time, but instead sat in place with a contemplative look, as if still in the sense of the party from the Jade Disk of Creation in the avenue. Previously, because of the matter of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, it was considered to be a good karma with the Kuanpeng. Plus Wu Tian found out that the Kuanpeng might not be what he thought it was. Simply open your mouth to be invited as well. Although it was a demon master among the original great power, Kuanpeng's position was not firm in the first place, in case it could be pulled together. This is under the influence of the other. Isn't that double the harvest? Therefore, Wu Tian also smiled and opened his mouth to inquire. By the time he had finished listening to Wu Tian's words, Kuanpeng did not directly respond to them, but instead, he searched for a moment and squeezed out a smile on his face. I won't be joining you, fellow Taoist, but on the day when the Taoist friend says so, I will go to congratulate you since the current, said he got up, and to the direction of Xianmei, Ho Tu, Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun slightly arch hand, signaling after a moment toward the purple sky palace outside. Wait for the kunai to leave. Red Cloud, however, let out a light breath. Phew, this Kuanpeng Taoist friend looks like he's not easy to get along with. He doesn't show any false colors to anyone. I always have a bit of a strange feeling every time I see him. The only one who has such an attitude towards the Taoist friends. Red Cloud's eyes flickered. Another gossipy look of curiosity asked, "Fellow Taoist Wu Tian, how did you do it? What happened with this Kuan Peng?" Wu Tian didn't think so either. Laughing softly, he then said, "It's not much. Previously, the elder brothers disliked the Western duo, and Kuanping was able to keep his seat, so he felt that he owed a favor and sent the Northern Xianyuan water control flag to end the karma. One comes and goes between. There's been some friendship." After saying that, Wu Tian directly greeted the people around him and walked towards the outside of the Purple Heavenly Palace. He was now a bit anxious to go back and discuss the matter of establishing a clan with Emperor Jiang and the others. Shenmei and Ho Tu each stood on the left and right. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun followed behind. The two of them looked oddly in face to face, and there was constant communication between their eyes. Jin Yuanzi, old brother, Kuan Peng has sent the Northern Xianyuan water control flag to end the karma. So what should we do? We can't just show nothing, right? Jin Yuanzi was also very distressed. Kuan Peng is still considered to be indirectly accepted the favor of the witch race. Then the two brothers are the most direct beneficiaries. Wu Tian is to give them out, but he didn't have any extra innate spiritual treasures either, so he couldn't give away the Earth Book. Could he? Chapter 43, Wu Tian's favor is not over. Wait until you get out of the Purple Heaven Palace. As soon as the breath around the two of them, Shenmei and Hodu, there was an incomparably dense force of laws that immediately emerged, and the two of them were very consciously prepared to break through the chaos and bring Wu Tian back. But Red Cloud smiled and grabbed the lead. "Better let me do it. I'm in a hurry. Still owe people a favor." It was always too embarrassing to still let Shenmei and Hotu both contribute, right? Therefore, Red Cloud directly volunteered. Shenmei and Hotu stopped. Curious, he looked toward Red Cloud. Wu Tian didn't feel surprised. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were able to come early during the first Purple Heavenly Palace hearing. Naturally they were very fast. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also smiled and nodded his head. "Nice. Not to hide from you, the Red Cloud old brother is the first Red Cloud born between heaven and earth at the time of the opening of the heavens and the earth. In the aspect of rushing, not to say that it is the top of the flood bar, the speed should also be ranked in the forefront." By this time, Red Cloud had already propped up a boundary emitting red light. The aura was subtle and incomparable, and Wu Tian could not help but sigh in his heart after just a little sensing. No wonder, Red Cloud sure has good luck. Among the four elephants of the open heavens, earth, water, fire and wind, Red Cloud alone is directly occupying three paths, only missing a land. At this time, Jin Yuanzi also smiled and spoke. "I've come to help you." As he spoke, he struck out a mana, which was precisely the power of the Earth Book, which exuded an incomparably thick aura of innate earthen, mixed with the aura of innate ethereal wood. After intermingling with Red Cloud's mana, in the four elephants with the opening of the sky and the water, fire and wind power mingling, after the transformation, the original five elements of the innate power is directly into the four elephants of the power. Swish! There was a flash of light above the boundary. The original red boundary was instantly transformed into a gray chaotic color, as if a small heaven and earth had been cut out of the chaos, isolating all the surrounding chaotic aura. Wu Tian's eyes lit up when he saw this. No wonder you two brothers can get on well. It turns out that there is this complementary intention between each other. Wu Tian laughed afterward. Immediately stepping within the gray boundary, Shenmei and Hotu were happy to see this and followed Wu Tian into it. The five then broke through the chaos, toward the flooded heavens and earth, right now following Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Wu Tian naturally is not good to close his eyes to practice, simply chatting with the two. Shenmei and Hotu, on the other hand, listened silently. It was only from the Purple Heaven Palace that the topic naturally fell on the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, and Red Cloud said curiously, "It seems to me that the Queen Mother of the West is not very willing to switch to the immortal path. Otherwise she wouldn't have left in a hurry and simply ignored the Duke of the East." Several people were all gossipy at once. Even Shenmei and Hotu ate their melons with relish, and when the matter of the two men, the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, had been said, Jin Yuanzi suddenly let out a sigh. Alas! In fact, Lord Dongwang's choice may not necessarily be wrong. The laws are too difficult to become the Tao, and with a ready-made immortal Tao in front of you, it's only natural to make such a choice. The immortal way is based on the laws of the five elements. When the 5 qi in the chest is complete, the laws are balanced and self-contained, then there will be the power to jump out of the 5 elements. So the immortals are called thieves of the 5 elements, or maybe transform the yin and yang again. Jin Yuanzi, who has the essence of the innate earth and the innate ethel wood, has the 5 elements of the law innately, and is naturally the most suitable for practicing the way of immortality. But, walking on someone else's path, you will be shackled by someone else in the end. Think about it or your heart is not willing. Jin Yuanzi shook his head and sighed. This was actually what most of the Zishao Gong listeners thought, which was why the crowd reacted so strongly after the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West both switched to the immortal path. Although in the end, Ancestor Hong Jun released 3,000 great avenues for all to comprehend. How many people could find their own suitable avenues? And these great Dao seals themselves are crippled. Hearing Jin Yuanzi lament so, Wu Tian was immediately moved in his heart, but he knew that Jin Yuanzi was the ancestor of the future Earth Immortals, and also opened up the Earth Immortal path himself. It's still Sento though, but also another way, claiming ancestry. Thinking of this, Wu Tian did not hide anything and directly smiled and spoke. Why do you need to be bitter, fellow Daoist? The book of the earth in your hand is mysterious, which has its own avenue. If you can sense, not also have the opportunity to prove the way? The saintly Genesis hosts the heavenly Tao. You can rest your Yuan Shen on top of the earth book. Jin Yuanzi's eyes immediately lit up. But that's not all. Wu Tian thought of Jin Yuanzi opening up the earth immortal realm with the earth book in the future, and simply shared the world way that he had previously realized. Swish! A ball of arcane light flew out from Wu Tian's spiritual platform. This is the way of the world that I perceive from the jade disk of creation. Perhaps it will be helpful to you. You may as well have a good sense of it. Jin Yuanzi's face was suddenly shocked and delighted. This, Wu Tian, however, smiled and spoke. No harm done. It's not as if such things as Dao techniques and senses are given to you and I don't have them myself. If fellow Daoist has something to gain, just share it with me. It's just a bit of a shame. As a sorcerer, I'm not very strong in the sense of the great Dao, so maybe there's a mistake in the way of this world. So just pay attention to it yourself. Fellow Daoist. Jin Yuanzi's face changed several times. He that is greedy for the world way of enlightenment, but also some embarrassment, before Wu Tian for their head of the favor is not yet finished it. This is again from Wu Tian here to get benefits. After a long period of contemplation, Jin Yuanzi solemnly arched his hand in salute. Just as well. Then Jin Yuan will have the honor to accept it. This sentiment Jin Yuan cannot repay for the time being. First remembered in the heart, Dao friend, if there is anything you need me to do, just ask. Wu Tian just smiled and nodded. Jin Yuanzi then stopped being polite and directly incorporated the sense of the way of the world into himself, and the radiance of his Yuan Shen instantly enveloped his body, and he began to carefully comprehend it. After another moment, even the book of the earth flew directly out of his body and slowly floated above Jin Yuanzi's head, constantly emitting an earth-colored glow. Seeing the situation, a few others don't interfere. They all closed their voices, and Red Cloud also pushed his own power even harder, and the tiny ball of light crushed the chaos chi all the way, flashing in the chaos and heading towards the flooded heaven and earth. Wait until you break the chaotic tire membrane. It was only after entering the flooded heavens and earth that the earth book on top of Jin Yuanzi's head trembled violently, converging the infinite light and sinking into his body after. A few moments later, Jin Yuanzi slowly opened his eyes, a light of incomparable surprise flickering in his eyes. To the curious gazes of several people, Jin Yuanzi lightly smiled and spoke. I understand. I have found my way. Follow Wu Tian's tips. The difference between a saint and a hybrid Dala Golden Immortal is that the Yuan Shen is hosted in the heavenly Tao, so it can be with the heavenly Tao, immortal and indestructible. And the Book of Earth implicates the flooded earth. If the flood is not broken, neither is the Book of Earth. Wasn't this an alternative immortality, another path to witnessing the Tao? Even Jin Yuanzi could spread this path, and if others were willing to cultivate this path, they would be able to host their Yuan Shen, and they would also be able to enhance their own strength. Though the details are still unclear, but Jin Yuanzi has seen the clear path. Immediately, he deeply saluted towards Wu Tian. Many thanks for the enlightenment, fellow Daoist, Jin Yuanzi said while sighing in his heart. Originally owed a huge karma. This time because of Wu Tian nudging to realize their own way, the karma is even heavier. Hey, Wu Tian's favor isn't over yet. Chapter 44, taking a look at the Earth Book formation. As the saying goes, a great favor is not appreciated. In front of this kind of Tao-forming favor, a few simple words of thanks were really insignificant, and Jin Yuanzi also knew this, so he simply said so. Then he took it all to heart. It's already made up in his mind. Be sure to repay the favor. Seeing Jin Yuanzi's enlightenment of his own way under Wu Tian's nudging, Red Cloud couldn't help but look at Wu Tian expectantly even though he was a little embarrassed. Wu Tian was dumbfounded. What did Red Cloud say? You can't tell him that you'll die for a while and then be reincarnated as Shen known to become a Taoist, can you? Besides, the matter of giving up the seat in the Purple Heavenly Palace had been drastically altered by his own interference, and it was not yet known whether Red Cloud would still be as he had originally been. But Red Cloud himself had already occupied 3 of the 4 elephant powers, and with such a good base, He only needed to gather the last power to make up the 4 elephant powers. It is natural to fulfill one's own way. Therefore, after a little contemplation, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. Fellow Taoist might as well think towards the path of replenishing one's own laws. The world way that I gave to fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi just now. And fellow Taoist also sense it. It might just make a difference. Red Cloud nodded his head in a hurry, pressing down the excitement in his heart. He headed towards the Witch Clan at the foot of the Buzhou Mountain under Wu Tian's guidance. Swish! 2 rushing fury auras emerged, instantly blocking Red Cloud's path. The figures of both Emperor Jiang and Candle Joanne appeared in midair and shouted angrily. What man? It was actually going to strike towards Red Cloud. Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi hastily dispersed their own power, and the power of the 4 elephants was immediately dispersed, and the aura of Wu Tian and the others was revealed. Only then did Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine stop. Ha! It's you guys. Wait until a few people have fallen. Emperor Jiang was still curiously glancing back and forth at Red Cloud before muttering words. Didn't see that coming. You're a guy with such a soft nature, but you're able to harness the power of the 4 elephants. Not bad, not bad. The power of the 4 elephants rotates and intertwines. Surprisingly, the breath of Wu Tian and the others was blocked tightly, which is why Emperor Jiang and Candle Nine suddenly rushed out. At those words Red Cloud was speechless. At Di Zhang's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or what, but he also knew that the ancestral witches were of such a nature, so he didn't get angry. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Brother, fellow Taoists Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, I invited them to meet me. Then he turned his head back to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Previously, in the Violet Sky Palace, it was not suitable to speak so clearly. At this time, they had already come to the territory of the witch race, so Wu Tian directly and briefly talked about their intentions. Notify the great god Pangu? Set up a witch tribe, incorporating the Buzhou Mountain into the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation? Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked at each other. But soon, as the first person in the flood to come up with the moral kidnapping formation, Jin Yuanzi quickly realized what Wu Tian was thinking and looked towards him with a smile. The two men looked at each other in all directions, a smile that could only be described as a smile. Jin Yuanzi did not think that. On the contrary, he had a feeling of meeting a fellow traveler. He practiced the Earth Book Grand Formation because he was worried that others would hit the door. He and Red Cloud have a good reputation though, and not actively causing trouble, but after all, they are not strong enough, and their character is too gentle, so it is inevitable that they will be bullied at the door by others. But, the Witch Clan is so strong. The ancestral witches are incredibly strong, so why do they also think this way? This is clearly some kind of preparation. Jin Yuanzi pondered in his mind for a while, and after not understanding, he simply didn't think about it anymore, but directly smiled and said, just in time, I have some experience in this path. Why don't I tell you about the setup of my own Earthbook Grand Formation for your fellow Taoists to refer to? Thinking of the kindness that Wu Tian and the Witch Clan had shown to him and Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi directly made such a decision, thinking in his heart, it's also a way to pay back some of the karma. Wu Tian was shocked and delighted at his words. To know, the Earthbook Big Formation is Jin Yuanzi's life preservation card. Is Jin Yuanzi very important secret he is willing to share out? Wu Tian thought left and right in his mind. In the end there was no refusal, but solemn words. Thank you, fellow Taoist Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi was also very satisfied. Finally can help Wu Tian a little favor, so also can let his heart comfortable a little, otherwise always so owe Wu Tian's favor. Afraid of the Taoist heart to be affected, Emperor Jiang and the others were also very pleased. Look at the eyes of Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud. The more you look at the more pleasant feeling, but also directly went forward, ruthlessly in the Red Cloud shoulder pat. Ha ha, from now on, you are friends of my Witch Clan. If anyone dares to bully you, just report the name of my Witch Clan. Red Cloud wasn't too comfortable with Emperor Jiang's enthusiasm, but also know that he and Jin Yuanzi old brother is truly won the recognition of the ancestral witches. The heart is also greatly uplifted. The smile on the face is also more and more freely. Immediately, the crowd headed to the Pangu temple. The other ancestral witches have also heard of the news to come. Do not wait for Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud said anything, only to hear Di Jiang said loudly, this is our friends of the witch race. The ancestral witches are enthusiastic beyond measure. Wu Tian had wanted to entertain the two. Jin Yuanzi, however, smiled and waved his hand as he chuckled and spoke. Business is business. Immediately, he began to explain directly. The Earth Book appeared in front of Jin Yuanzi, emitting an earthy yellow light, with a vein and note on it, all displayed in front of the ancestral witches. This one vein is the direction of the flood land vein. A single point of light on it is the cave of the floodplain where the spiritual chi is rich. Jin Yuanzi slowly narrated. Nonetheless, when the lecture was over, Although Jin Yuanzi didn't know the specifics of the 12th capital Heavenly Divine Fury's great formation, he relied on his own deduction to give advice. The ancestral witches gathered their attention. After all, there are 12 Metropolitan Gods Fury formation seal, so no one is distracted. Then before in the Purple Palace to listen to the sermon to be more serious, Wu Tian also carefully memorized these in his mind. The heart was also constantly giving birth to many epiphanies, and the power of the 12 laws in the divine soul was constantly surging and changing. Just then, the Ho-Tu beside him quietly pushed him, then quietly transmitted his voice and spoke to Wu Tian. I was wondering before, for no reason at all, why are you being so nice to these two brothers? So it's because you've prepared for it. The Earth Book Grand Formation was indeed exquisite. After Ho-Tu heard this, she also felt that she had gained a lot, and had gained a lot more insight into the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. That's why it's such a big deal. Wu Tian, however, hastily called out, Sister Ho-Tu, this time you are really misunderstanding me. I really didn't think so originally, and I didn't rush to the Earth Book Grand Formation at all. Wu Tian's initial idea was to disrupt the chance of the seat, and when he first entered the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hong Jun directly interfered, fearing that the ancestral witches would get a few more seats. As it is, how could Wu Tian make things easy for Hong Jun? Of course it's going to disrupt his arrangements. Moreover, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, these two people are also worthy of the name of the old man in the floodplains. Get along is indeed comfortable, and do not have to worry about what problems in the future. But it was not good for Wu Tian to say this outright. Therefore Ho-Tu did not believe. However, the eyes of Ho-Tu were very happy and pleased with the appearance, seemingly extremely satisfied with this situation of Wu Tian's transportation and planning. Seeing the situation as such, Wu Tian simply didn't retort either, just muttering up in my mind, just as well, you guys can think what you like. Anyway, just hurry up and change the big formation and bind the Unchained Mountain. Chapter 45, The Luck of the Innate Gourd Vine. When Jin Yuanzi finished speaking, ancestral witches have gained a lot. A thoughtful look. Di Jiang is even more pleased to say, I know. The 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation is the top great formation inherited from their bloodline and obtained from the great god Pangu, and it is not so simple to change it. The ancestral witches hadn't been lazy during this time. There are still a lot of questions. This time after drawing on the Earth Book formation, the original heart of the doubtful place, suddenly oil to solve. The ancestral witches all looked at Jin Yuanzi with burning eyes, causing both Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun to be a little taken aback. And Jin Yuanzi asked cautiously, Taoist friend of Emperor Jiang, but what's wrong? Emperor Jiang, however, laughed violently. Ha ha, from now on, don't call out any more Taoist friends. From now on, you'll be our brothers of the Witch Clan. Old brother Jin Yuanzi and old brother Hong Yun. The two of them laughed at that, nor did they dwell on who was the first to take shape amongst themselves, but also smiled and responded with Emperor Jiang. Brother Emperor Jiang. Then he turned his head towards Wu Tian again. Elder brother Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also very happy, even more so, because of this scene. He sighed in his heart. Who says the ancestral witches don't have brains? Isn't this quite a good thing for brother Di Jiang? Look at this cry of brother put Jin Yuanzi. Red Cloud two people happy, are a little close to the mouth. The two were actually quite flattered. It is not that the status of the ancestral witches have more noble, although it is the Pan Gu Zhangzong, but Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud two people origin heel is not bad. In this regard do not care too much. Rather, it was because of the reputation of the ancestral witches. Ancestral witches have a foul and hard temper, which is well known throughout the floodplains, and before in the Purple Heavenly Palace, they didn't show much respect to Hanjun Daozu, and they were extremely protective and xenophobic. This brother is naturally hard to come by. Immediately, Di Jiang did not hide the matter from Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, and directly wanted to start discussing the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation, as well as the establishment of the Witch Clan. The ancestral witches are no longer visible. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had a plan in their hearts and hurriedly spoke to Wu Tian. Elder brother Wu Tian, the two of us won't get involved in this internal matter of the Witch Clan. It just so happens that because of your nudging earlier, I had a great deal of enlightenment in my heart and wanted to consolidate it properly. Why don't I practice a bit first? After Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun repeatedly insisted, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. Also, there happens to be a place on Buzhou Mountain that is suitable for the two of you to cultivate. I'll take you there. What Wu Tian was talking about was naturally the valley where the innate gourd vine was located. There is another space in the Pangu temple though, but after all, the fury is thick. Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud are ultimately practicing with light spiritual qi, which is not compatible with this place, and their practice is naturally not as suitable as where the innate gourd vine is located. And the valley is full of spiritual qi and law power, plus the roots of the innate gourd vine. so it might even be able to inspire Jin Yuanzi in another way. The others heard Wu Tian say this. The ancestral witches instantly knew what Wu Tian was referring to, and immediately they all felt that it was very appropriate, so they smiled and nodded their heads. Wu Tian then led the two forward, waiting for the three to land in front of the valley. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun had surprise in their complexion and looked curiously at the empty scenery in front of them. Nothing special. At this time, Interceptor stepped out from the shadows. Ting Tian meets Lord Ancestral Witch. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun instantly brightened their eyes when they heard the words. All of them had not been clear about Wu Tian's specific identity, and now they were considered to have learned it from the mouth of criminal heaven. Ancestral witches? Wu Tian was indeed an ancestral witch as well. Otherwise, how can you call yourself a brother to Emperor Jiang and the others? The next moment the two men were puzzled again. Not the 12 ancestors? So what's going on with Wu Tian? Wu Tian didn't care about the abnormality of the two. Not caring that his identity was known to them, he just smiled and spoke to Xingtian. Interceptor has worked hard. I don't need you to watch over the next. You go back to the tribe first. Wu Tian smiled and patted Interceptor's shoulder, as a sign of encouragement. This is also what he learned from Emperor Jiang. He said that he wanted to reward these great wizards, but Wu Tian never had anything suitable on hand, so he could only encourage them mentally first. But Wu Tian had already thought about it. Based on the merits of Interceptors guarding the innate gourd vine for himself, he definitely won't be allowed to become the brainless in the future. Interceptor was puzzled, but half-asked. Everyone has said that Ancestral Witch Wu Tian is the smartest one among all the Ancestral Witch Lords and naturally has his reasons for what he does. Immediately, he answered with a smile. By the order of Lord Ancestral Witch, Interceptor will go back first. If Lord Ancestor Witch has any more orders, just call Interceptor is. Wait until you send off Interceptor. Wu Tian, amidst the astonished eyes of Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, gently pointed at the void in front of him. Swish! There was a flash of seven-colored light. Originally shielded the valley of the large array finally appeared, but also quietly opened an opening, revealing in front of the three people, Old Brother Jin Yuan, Old Brother Hong Yun. Please. Wu Tian made a gesture. The two immediately walked toward the array within. Only to enter the array will be shocked in the eyes of the color. Only to see the sudden emergence of the valley between the rich aura convergence into a lake. The space is full of spiritual energy. That's fine. So cavernous they are not without. However, the innate gourd vine directly caught the two men's gazes tightly, and they could not move away for a long time. Innate spiritual roots. Innate yin and yang. 5 elements. How is this possible? Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but exclaim. Because of his own sake, he knows the innate spiritual roots in the floodplains very well. But he never thought that there is an innate spiritual root that can converge the yin and yang and the 5 elements of the existence of. For example, Jin Yuanzi's ginseng fruit tree is of the earth elemental attribute, and the Bodhi tree, the body of Junti, is an innate spiritual root of the gold elemental attribute. And there's the fuchsia tree on the sun planet. It is the innate fire line. These only one innate law. It is already very rare and powerful. Not to mention the innate yin and yang 5 elements possessed in front of us. After seeing the innate gourd vine mingling with the breath on Wu Tian's body, responding to each other, Jin Yuanzi also instantly understood that this spirit root had already recognized its owner. Immediately, he couldn't help but speak. Elder brother Wu Tian, you're a lucky man. Envy was in the air. Wu Tian also laughed lightly at once. Ha ha, old brother Jin Yuanzi, don't you also have the ginseng fruit tree? It's also a genus of the 10 great innate spiritual roots. The rarity of the innate gourd vine goes without saying. Among the original momentum, not yet fully mature gourd, has been powerful, have become a famous treasure in the floodplains. See its strong place. Hearing Wu Tian say that, Jin Yuanzi's face showed a bitter smile, seemingly remembering his own heel, but the heels in the flood are all hidden, so Wu Tian could not interject. Just then, what made Wu Tian a little surprised was that Jin Yuanzi actually sighed softly and looked at the innate gourd vine with a little bit of pity in his eyes. Alas, this innate gourd vine is indeed powerful, but you must also be careful, old brother. How can something so perfect be allowed to exist under the heavenly Tao? I'm afraid that there will be a calamity in the future, if you can't get through, Jin Yuanzi said, shaking his head slowly. At this time, the innate gourd vine also seemed to sense Jin Yuanzi's mood. Countless leaves clattered and clattered, and there were even branches and vines climbing towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also in awe in his heart. Indeed, as Jin Yuanzi said, in the original momentum, the innate gourd vine indeed suffered a catastrophe. Before maturity was tragically split. But not anymore. Wu Tian's eyes snapped to solemnity. Thanks for reminding old brother Jin Yuan. I naturally know that such an innate spiritual root is naturally difficult for heaven and earth to tolerate, but since it has recognized me as its master, I will naturally protect it. Trying to hurt this gourd vine? Ask our witch clan first, Wu Tian said in a very domineering manner. The two eyes suddenly changed, surprised to look at Wu Tian. Before Wu Tian has been extremely gentle appearance, so that people are a little forget his identity of the witch race. A few moments later, Jin Yuanzi suddenly laughed. I take back what I said earlier. It is not that old brother is lucky to get this innate gourd vine, but this innate gourd vine is lucky to meet old brother Wu Tian. Chapter 46, The Great Way is Up. Being praised so much by Jin Yuanzi, Wu Tian was a bit embarrassed. After all, his reliance is still the 12 ancestral witches who dare to fight. Want to move my innate gourd vine? First ask my elder brothers and sisters. The innate gourd vine has a spirit. At this point, they also jumped up, countless branches fluttering. Wu Tian smiled again and spoke. Elder brother Jin Yuanzi, you know more about innate spiritual roots, so later when you have time, help me see if there can be any way to make this gourd vine grow faster and better. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile. As it should be. Subsequently, Wu Tian passed on the technique of simply controlling the grand formation to the two of them, leaving them to cultivate here before returning towards the sorcerer clan. Wait until you return to the Pango temple. Before he could sit down beside the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Wu Tian has got you. I was wondering before, why did you suddenly stand up for Jin Yuanzi? Red Cloud old brother. It turns out to be for this gotta. Emperor Jiang also misunderstood. Wu Tian was instantly filled with bitter smiles. Brother, I'm really not about all this. But before the words were finished, they were interrupted by Emperor Jiang waving his hand and smilingly saying, never mind. I know that you are all for the good of our witch clan, and these two brothers' character is indeed okay, and we are truly making friends with them. At this point Zhu Rong interjected again. Loudly, he spoke with a big smile. Fong just forgot to tell them. In the future in the flood wasteland do not need to be so careful. Have our witch clan backing. They are still afraid of what? The ancestral witches all burst out laughing. It seems that Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud weak image, has been deep into the hearts of the ancestral witches. A moment will not be able to change. Wu Tian could only mutter in his mind. You guys are unaware of. Honest people have moments when they freak out. And it's scary when they do. At this time, Emperor Jiang slapped Zhu Rong, putting an end to the ancestral witch's clamor. Then his face also became solemn as he spoke to Wu Tian, with the Earth Book Grand Formation drawing on it. For the alterations to the 12 capital heavenly gods fatalities Grand Formation, the problems therein have been basically solved. Wu Tian, when do you see us changing? Was it before it was made known to God the Father in the establishment of the witch clan? Or? Emperor Jiang inquired as he did so. On the one hand, the thick and incomparable blood-colored arcane light on his fingertips flickered, transmitting the latest 12 capital divine furies grand formation to Wu Tian. Wu Tian probed a little. Clarify where the changes are. Immediately, he spoke softly. It's better to wait for the time to notify Father God. When that time comes, we might be able to awaken Father Gods while remaining in Buzhou Mountain, just in time to help us perfect this formation. The ancestral witches all nodded in agreement. Next moment, Wu Tian hesitated a little and said another thing. Brothers and sisters, I have another matter to discuss with you. The crowd looked curious. But there's no harm in saying it. You guys just tell us what you have in mind. Can we not trust you? The ancestral witches spoke up. Seeing this, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. We are the blood descendants of the Pango Father God, the innate holiness of this heaven and earth, and the innate control of the laws, so we should assume some responsibility for this heaven and earth. Wait until Wu Tian finished. The ancestral witches looked at each other in dismay, and Emperor Jiang was even more curious and asked, become a god? Run the laws for the flooded heavens and earth? Wu Tian nodded directly. Right. The next quantum culpa will be a period of prosperity for our witch race, because our witch race is practicing with baneful qi, constantly clearing out the baneful qi in the flooded heavens and earth, so that heaven and earth will be clear, but the fury will eventually thin out. At that time, will the flood world still need us? We naturally need to give ourselves more significance, so that the flood world will need us. One more thing. During the second Hongjun sermon, Wu Tian had already thought that the ancestral witches were being counted by the heavenly Tao because they controlled the power of the laws, desire to recapture the power of these laws, make heaven itself more complete. But what if the ancestral witches took the initiative to become the god of a certain law, helping to operate the laws and make the flooded heaven and earth more and more complete? The end of the end. Apart from Xianmei, Ho Tu, and Wu Tian himself, the other 10 ancestral witches had not cultivated their yuanshan, and their own divine souls were firmly within their physical bodies, which directly merged into the heavens and the earth when their physical bodies fell. Wu Tian hoped that by doing so, being able to leave more imprints on the ancestral witches in the heavens and earth, so that even if the worst end comes, he will still have the chance to call them back. These reasons were not convenient for Wu Tian to say. You can only keep it to yourself. Therefore, regarding Wu Tian's words just now, the ancestral witches had different opinions. Xu Rong even yelled, "How can that be? We are the blood descendants of Father God, and this heaven and earth were all opened up by Father God, so how can we not be tolerated?" The words were not finished. Candle Joeen could be heard sulking and shouting angrily. "Shut up!" Candle Joeen had always seldom spoken, and although he always conferred with the two of them, Emperor Jiang was the one who made most of the comments. At this moment, after hearing Wu Tian's words, the heart is actually touched. It was not once or twice that Wu Tian had shown this sense of crisis, and Candle Joeen had naturally noticed this as well. Will the witches really have this day? Candle Joeen thought secretly in his heart. He wanted more and more to use his own power of law to probe the long river of time to see the future fate of the witch race. It's just that it's a critical time. He hadn't been able to break through to the mixed golden immortal yet, so he could only keep this matter in his mind, and also made up his mind. Notify God the Father first. Set up a witch tribe. After becoming a mixed golden immortal in the future, must join forces with Big Brother and make a good investigation to solve the worries and confusions in his heart. At this time, the ancestral witches also quieted down. They all looked towards Candle Joeen curiously, not understanding why he suddenly got angry. Xu Rong was even a little aggravated, but also a little fearful. A few moments later, Candlewick returned to his senses. First, he glanced towards the ancestral witches, then he locked eyes with Di Jiang, and the two exchanged glances. Empyrean then coughed lightly. It was only then that the solemn and incomparable words were spoken. "Yes, don't worry Wu Tian, we naturally trust you and do everything as you say." Then he yelled at the other ancestral witches. "Still not grasping at straws? Hurry up and get ready." The ancestral witches saw that the boss and eldest had already spoken, so what else was there to say? Immediately, they all smiled and responded. Wishbone was still muttering under his breath. "And I didn't say I wouldn't listen. The idea is set." The ancestral witches were also extremely mobile. They know that Wu Tian, Xian He, and Hotu still have to go to the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the Tao for the third time, and they can't be delayed in listening to the Tao, plus it's a big event for the Witch Clan, so they're naturally doing their very best. Wu Tian hadn't cultivated during this period of time either. Returning to the Huta tribe with Hotu, he dealt with the affairs of the Huta tribe, while also having to constantly discuss the details with Emperor Jiang and Candle 9. Time flew by. The day has finally come. Wu Tian and the ancestral witches did not invite anyone else, only Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Kuan Peng, who had said goodbye in the Zixia Palace, came early to the bottom of Buzhou Mountain to observe the ceremony. The ancestral witches stood in front of the Pangu Hall, facing the direction of Buzhou Mountain, with countless sons and daughters of the witch race behind them. The 12 ancestor witches suddenly had a fierce aura that rushed to the heavens, transforming into 12 giant pillars of fierce aura that penetrated the heavens and the earth and the flooded heavens and the earth. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation appeared. Wu Tian, on the other hand, was in the middle of the big formation, holding the innate merit and virtue supreme treasure Hongmeng measuring ruler in his hand, and his aura around him was rising higher and higher. 12 metropolis god fury formation, Hongmeng measuring ruler, Pango Hall, as well as Buzhou Mountain. Each other is suddenly born echoing the meaning of the thick and heavy incomparable Pango breath from the Buzhou Mountain woke up. The flooded heavens and earth suddenly shook. What are the witches up to again? Countless great divine masters were startled and hurriedly cast their gazes towards this place, each and every one of them shocked beyond measure in their hearts. Just then, Emperor Jiang's voice resounded between heaven and earth. The great Tao is above. The Father God of Pangu is above. The flooded heavens and earth are witness to it, and the heavenly Tao is witness to it. Now there is a descendant of Pangu Father God, who wants to inherit the legacy of Father God. Chapter 47, Pangu bestows blessings. The great Tao. Hearing these words from Emperor Jiang, the shock in the hearts of the flooded masses was even greater. Muttering once more, "What the hell are the witches up to? The avenue is up there? Are you guys close to the main road?" For these words of Emperor Jiang, a trace of contempt arose in the hearts of many great spiritual masters. Look at them this time to notify heaven and earth. Even completely did not mention Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Even the heavenly way is only a witness. Many people frown slightly. I know that your witch clan only honors Pangu, the Father God, but playing like this is also too much to put Hongjun Daozu and the heavenly Tao in the eyes, right? One time, countless cultivators flew out from the dojo. Standing in the void, he remotely looked toward the foot of Buzhou Mountain and the place where the 12 metropolitan gods' fury formation rose up. Even Hongjun Daozu appeared, sitting on top of the 9 heavens. His gaze was indifferent and incomparable as he looked towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain. Behind him was the dense and infinite power of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Zhong's voice continued, Today, in remembrance of the incompleteness of the heavenly Tao, we would like to operate the laws and perfect the floodland heaven and earth, and take it as our duty to guard Buzhou Mountain and govern the floodland heaven and earth. Therefore, today, we establish the Witch Clan, with the floodland earth as the foundation, Buzhou Mountain as the clanland, and the Pangu Temple and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler to suppress the Qi. Witches, stand! Emperor Zhang's words fell. The entire flooded heavens and earth shook. Countless Yuan Qi surges and fury Qi swept toward the 12 Dadong God Fury formation. The pressure of the uncharted mountain grew stronger and stronger. It vaguely merged into a gray mist, condensed in the void. At the same time, a vain river of Qi, slowly born in the void. Ancestral witches as well as the Qi of the ordinary witch tribe as the wolf smoke upward, toward the Qi-Long River convergence. It grew by leaps and bounds in a matter of moments. Such a surge. The long river of Qi directly shook. There were some vague signs of instability, but in the next moment, the Pango Hall flew up directly and fell directly towards the long river of Qi. Boom! The wind was calm. Nonetheless, even the Hongmeng measuring ruler in Wu Tian's hand was transformed into golden light and flew out, landing on top of the Pango Hall and continuously shedding golden light in the color of Xian Huang. Because of the appearance of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the baleful aura in the long river of Qi was steeply suppressed and counteracted by a lot. In the meantime, Wu Tian suddenly had a feeling of blessedness and hurriedly summoned to the ancestral witches, shouting eagerly, "Run the grand formation with all your might!" Hooking up the Buzhou Mountain, summoning the true body of Pangu. When Emperor Jiang and the others heard this, they actually didn't even think about it and directly did as they were told. And at the same time, Wu Tian also activated his Pangu body divine ability. Boom! The 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation trembled. The countless baneful Qi in the heavens and earth collapsed towards where the formation was, combining the power of the 12 laws, and transformed into a gray figure with the support of the grand formation. Pangu's true body. Cries of alarm rang out from all over the flood. Looking at the immense and incomparable gray figure and feeling the rich and incomparable Pangu aura, all of these people directly couldn't hold back the shock in their hearts and shouted out. Now they understand. Why is the witch race so arrogant that they don't even put Hongjun in their eyes? It turns out that the Noah race summons the true body of Pangu. In the instant that Pangu's true body appeared, even Hongjun Daozu, whose face was bland and incomparable, could not help but frown slightly. Next moment, the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' great formation continued to expand, the edges of the formation spreading in the direction of Buzhou Mountain, and the Pangu aura that had been induced on Buzhou Mountain was instantly induced. It was actually like a tornado vortex, pouring towards the gray figure. Ha! Emperor Jiang suddenly exclaimed. Summoning the true body of Pangu was originally not a particularly easy thing for them, and just for a moment, the ancestral witches all felt a great deal of pressure. But with the induction with the uncharted mountain, ancestor witches violently felt the pressure decrease all of a sudden, and their bodies suddenly relaxed. According to Emperor Zhang's estimation, originally they were able to summon the Pangu true body at full power for a moment. Now the time was more than doubled directly, and there wasn't even that much backlash. It must be the unchained mountain. Emperor Jiang instantly sighed in his heart. Then his gaze turned towards the direction of Wu Tian in the very center of the big formation, full of surprise as he tried to say something to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, your method really works, but there was no sign of anyone. Emperor Jiang was immediately shocked. Before he could cry out in alarm, Wu Tian's voice came from his ears. Brother, I'm here. Emperor Jian followed the voice. However, he found that Wu Tian did not know when he had fallen into the shadow of Pangu's true body, and his eyes were closed tightly and he looked like he had lost consciousness. Wu Tian did not lose consciousness. However, he was also unable to control his body at all, and the Pangu true body summoned by the 12th capital heavenly divine fury great formation sensed his own Pangu true body and directly swept him up. It's like the ancestral witches summoned the true body of Pangu and directly attached it to Wu Tian's body. Coupled with the addition of Pangu's breath in the Buzhou mountain, this power was too strong. Wu Tian couldn't control it at all. At the moment he had a wonderful feeling. The breath of the true body of Pangu was constantly infiltrating towards the body, and the laws above the divine soul were inscribed at a rapid pace. The great will is with itself. Wu Tian clearly knew that this was none other than the residual will of the great god Pangu, summoned by the ancestral witches from the unworldly mountain. From heaven and earth, the huge silhouette raised its arm toward the long river of Qi of the sorcerer race that had only been generated. He gently pointed a finger down, and immediately an incomparably mysterious rune flew out from his fingertip, carrying an incomparably thick Pangu aura and falling into the long river of Qi, which, the runes were imprinted in the hearts of the wizards. In an instant all the sorcerer clans were enlightened in their hearts. This is a blessing from the great god Pangu. As the runes fell, the witch race's long river of Qi trembled violently and soared again. Before the ancestral witches could shout their thanks, they saw a white light fly out from the depths of Mount Perimeter, and like chalcedony, it fell straight into the Pangu Hall and into the blood pool. The blood pool that nurtured the witch race instantly skyrocketed. A thought popped up in Wu Tian's mind. Discordian chalcedony? Buzhou Mountain is the spine of Pangu, which hides the spinal cord of the great god Pangu, the very existence of the manufacture of the essence blood. And now, although it cannot continue to manufacture the essence blood of Pangu, but it falls into the blood pool, it is still able to give the witch tribe a deep heritage. This is the second reward of Pangu. Just when the crowd was still expecting whether there would be a third piece, the real body of Pangu, which was straddling between the heavens and the earth, suddenly collapsed and fell toward the 12 on God's Furies within the Great Formation. It dissipated in an instant. As he looked at the flooded crowd here from afar, he couldn't help but let out a soft sigh of relief in his heart. Finally, Wu Tian's figure also reappeared, standing in the middle of the 12 capital heavenly goddesses' Great Formation. But at this moment, he only felt that his soul and flesh had a feeling of being burst, and the blood chi around his body surged crazily, and the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong operated rapidly, but he simply couldn't eliminate this feeling. In a square moment, the true body of Pangu, which had been summoned by the 12 capital heavenly goddesses formation and generated in response to the Buzhou Mountain, did not directly dissipate, but rather surged into Wu Tian's body in an instant. This is the third gift of Pangea. Next moment, above the void, higher than the power of the heavenly Tao surging, Hongjun Taoist ancestors sitting on the end of the place. Suddenly there is a sight of space directly generated. Curls of green gas appeared. In an instant, Hongjun felt the supreme pressure. The surging heavenly Tao laws also stopped instantly, as if they were frozen. The way is dying? How? Just because the witch race screams a few times, the great Tao will really appear? Not but Hongjun Daozu. All the great divine masters stood up directly, their eyes full of incredulity, and until the great Tao green she drifted down, they still had expressions of disbelief. Chapter 48 Great Tao Enhancement. Law deities. On what grounds? By virtue of Pangu being the son of the Great Way, by virtue of the fact that the ancestral witches were of Pangu's bloodline, coupled with the fact that the witch race only honored Pangu, they used the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations to summon Pangu's will that remained in the flooded heavens and earth. It's natural for the avenue to give some face, so it comes up at this point. Descending avenue merit. After the success of touching the great Tao, Wu Tian was also incredibly excited and stood within the 12 capital heavenly goddesses formation, raising his head towards the slowly falling great Tao merits. The barrier of baleful chi above the 12 capital heavenly gods' Fury's grand formation was incredibly thick, but it did not have half the effect of hindering the great Tao's merits. It's as if they're not in the same dimension. Fluttering down, divided into a part in mid-air, toward the heads of the ancestral witches fell, the Pangu temple and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, which were notified to heaven and earth by the ancestral witches and used to suppress the witch race's chi, were also all given a share. Wu Tian didn't have time to think too much, hastily placing all of his attention on the great Tao merit. As it fell, Wu Tian indistinctly felt as if his Yuanshan melted and merged towards his physical body once again. The divine soul flickered as well. The indestructible spiritual light in it became brighter and brighter. Originally on top of Wu Tian's divine soul, the 12 ancestral witches bearing the power of the law, fused into the shadow of Pangu's true body, surrounded by the imprints of the innate yin and yang and 5 elements. At this moment, it had actually turned into a ball and re-emerged as a gray mark, just like a ball of chaotic gas. There was a bright light flickering in the center. Boom! What flashed was the Dutian divine thunder, which seemed to be the thunder method that came with Pangu's true body, and after a resounding sound, Wu Tian's circumference was violently shaken. Perception is instantly altered. It only felt like the thoughts were divided into countless parts. With this thunderclap, the countless flesh and blood of Wu Tian's physical body seemed to be split open as if it was the space of a mustard seed, and a chaotic mass of imprints was directly mapped in it. In a matter of moments every ounce of flesh and blood, every drop of blood, was deeply inscribed with this gray imprint, transforming into the likeness of Wu Tian's divine soul, as if a god was sitting in it. The physical body emitted infinite divine light. Is it a blood drop or? Wu Tian unconsciously murmured. In an instant, Wu Tian understood the changes that had happened to him. Every ounce of his flesh and blood had a god. In the future, even if he suffered a serious injury, as long as he could leave behind a trace of flesh or a drop of his essence blood, he would be able to have a chance to recuperate. Great! Wu Tian was instantly overjoyed. For him this kind of steady guy, it is simply tailor-made like. Avenue out. Really extraordinary. It was immediately decided in the mind. When the establishment of the tribe is over, immediately, I will first hide a few drops of essence blood and place them in the Pangu Hall, the Buzhou Mountain, and the Hongmeng measuring ruler. Next moment, countless thoughts were drawn out. the Yuanshan reappeared with an open mind, but has been in the strength of the flesh fit, have reached the peak of the great Luo golden immortal state. He even had the stirring of a breakthrough. At this time, the Hongmeng heavily measuring ruler also fell down from high in the sky and disappeared within the 12th capital heavily divine fury formation. Returning to Wu Tian's hands, Wu Tian's face was once again surprised. With such a long time of refining, the 49 innate prohibitions in the magic treasure had already been 36 refined by Wu Tian. But what made Wu Tian surprised and happy was, deep within the layers of innate prohibitions, where the great Tao merit was carried, there were actually countless runes flipping and growing sinuously, and new prohibitions were in the process of being birthed. Got the avenue merit. Even the Hongmeng measuring ruler is going to be promoted? Nowadays, the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven was a supreme treasure of innate merits and virtues, favoring the way of attacking and killing without touching karma. If you are promoted again, and to what level? It's not the same as the Pango Hall. The Pango Hall is shared by the Ancestral Witches, but the Hongmeng measuring ruler is exclusive to Wu Tian. The changes in the innate prohibition continued, but Hongmeng measuring ruler, as a meritorious treasure, suppresses the function of qi, and under the support of the great Tao merit, it directly leaps. At the time of the sermon in the purple heavenly palace, Wu Tian was able to resist the prying eyes of ancestor Hongjun Dao, and this treasure took a lot of credit for that, and after this growth, it hid Wu Tian's heavenly chances even more secretly. Now even if the Hongjun forcefully peaked, it's not even always possible to probe. This time the ancestral witches notify heaven and earth. Set up the witch tribe. Wu Tian, in which the role played can be said to be the biggest, if not Wu Tian, the original momentum. The ancestral witches are in the Emperor Jun set up the demon tribe, tit for tat before the witch tribe. But until now, Wu Tian didn't even talk much or show his body. The benefits were even more than what the ancestral witches had gotten, but it was hidden in the 12 metropolitan divine fury formation, as if it had completely disappeared, except for those in the know. The attention of all the people in the floodplains fell on the 12 ancestral witches such as Di Jiang, and their eyes burned at them. With the return of the Hongmeng measuring ruler, the heavenly chances about Wu Tian were even more secretive. Simply feeling the changes in himself as well as the magic treasure, Wu Tian could not think too much and rushed to look towards the ancestral witches, who at this time also had mysterious and incomparable visions on their bodies, such as Emperor Jian and others. It's not that they don't have a divine soul, but they can't cultivate a Yuanshan. Their fleshly bodies are too powerful, condensing their divine souls to death in their flesh and blood, and they simply can't break free. The divine soul cannot leave the body. How can I cultivate my Yuanshan? But with the fall of the great Tao merit, the original unbreakable power of the flesh was directly broken. The power of the divine soul was withdrawn from the flesh and blood. Wisps of baleful qi were stripped out, curling upwards and dispersing towards the heavens and earth along with the power of the ancestral witch's own laws. Seeing this, some people couldn't help but exclaim, ancestral witches shouldn't all be cultivating Yuanshan, right? Wu Tian even looked forward to it so much. But the power of the great Tao didn't do anything to break the rules of the ancestral witch's existence. Instead, it responded to the ancestral witch's previous vows by extracting a strand of the ancestral witch's divine soul's power and melting toward the heavens and the earth with their own imprints of the laws. Ancestor Hongjuan's face changed violently, but feel the power of the heavenly Tao surging. Countless laws, Yuan Qi, toward the 12 Du Tian God Fury formation on the surge. Next moment, with the marks of the ancestral witches at the center, 12 heavenly and earthly silhouettes appeared, the figures becoming more and more solid as they were filled with the power of the heavenly Tao. It was exactly what the ancestral witch's true body looked like. However, it was very different from the normal ancestral witch's aura, and when the ancestral witches revealed their true bodies, their fury was overwhelming and heavy. At this time it was the power of the law that was thick, with a sense of lightness. Just when the crowd was surprised, the leader of the Emperor River figure suddenly opened his eyes, a silver-white color in his eyes. Without the slightest emotion, only reason, indifferent and unparalleled words. I am Emperor Jiang, the god of space, controlling the laws of space, when operating the laws and maintaining the flooded heaven and earth. The words fell. It was actually directly and slowly dissipating, toward the integration of the flooded heaven and earth. Hongjun Daozu, who was sitting on top of the heavenly Tao, suddenly had a movement in his heart and only felt that the power of the heavenly Tao had increased violently, becoming more and more perfect. But the forces completely out of control. Ancestor Hongjuan's eyebrows squarely furrowed. The next moment Candle Join also spoke. I am Candle Join, the god of time. Control the law of time, when operating the law and maintaining the flooded heavens and earth. Subsequently, the rest of the figures also spoke. Each of them clarified their own priesthood and merged into the heaven and earth. And all of a sudden the floodplains felt a lot more solid. In addition to Di Jiang and Candle Nine, others such as Ju Meng, Zhu Rong, Matsui and Xianhe, in addition to their own laws, they have become the gods of the four directions of the southeast, west, north and west, in which the ancestral witch of Huta resides, and because of the vigorousness of wood, the warmth of fire, the sternness of gold, and the biting cold of Xianxian, these four ancestral witches, who occupied the gods of wood, fire, gold, and ice, became at the same time the gods of the four seasons of spring, summer, fall, and winter. Others, such as Gong Gong, were gods of water. Qianliang and Shizi are the gods of thunder and lightning, respectively. Tianwu was the god of wind and Hephaestus is the god of weather. With the return of the god of laws that the ancestral witches had engaged in, the power of the heavenly Tao was also instantly stronger by an unknown amount, and Hongjun Daozu felt it most clearly. But the great spiritual masters who were watching from afar had faces filled with gravity, and remembering the previous statement made by ancestor Hongjun that saints operated the laws of the heavenly Tao, a thought sprang up. The ancestral witches are trying to rob the heavenly Tao of its authority? No wonder. Do not put Hongjun Daozu in the eyes. Chapter 49, you think you're an ancestral witch? Actually, they were really wrong. The ancestral witches had no such thoughts at all. In the minds of the ancestral witches, this flooded heavens and earth is opened by Pangu Father God, and it is our witch race S. What do we have to rob? Plus the ancestral witches were impatient for trouble. Before, the ancestral witches were even worried. Then in the future, will we have to specifically bother and worry about the operation of the laws of the flood world in heaven and earth? Wouldn't that be troublesome and uninteresting? Naturally, this is not the case. The god of laws that the ancestral witches achieved at this time was completely different from the god of incense later on. No need to respond to the needs of all beings. No incense wishes are needed either. He was a part of heaven and earth, and it was sufficient for them to function according to their own rules, and there was no need for the ancestral witches to interfere with it with their personal emotions. For example, the four seasons reincarnation. If the ancestral witches to intervene, in turn, is to add to the cause and effect karma, give the rules back to heaven and earth themselves. In this way the ancestral witches were relieved and no longer had any worries and directly agreed to Wu Tian's suggestion. But Hongjun Daozu was different. He wanted to use his body to merge with the Tao. So naturally, the more heavenly Tao authority he controlled, the stronger the degree of merging with the Tao, so that he could cultivate towards a higher realm. With this scene, thick and incomparable qi generated out of thin air, toward the witch tribe's Qi Long River in pouring. Qi Long River instantly skyrocketed up, but there was no shock. Above, the silhouettes of the Pango Temple and the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven were floating, and the silhouettes of the 12 ancestral witches' true bodies also appeared around them, steadily suppressing the qi. Until then, the avenue's breath quietly dissipates. It was as if it had never appeared, but everyone knew that the previous scene was not illusory, and that kind of vast and majestic aura stayed in their hearts. Ancestor Hongjun Dao also breathed a soft sigh of relief, looking towards the place where the avenue disappeared. A look of envy appeared in his eyes and his heart sighed even more. How thick the Great Way treats Pangu. Even the Pangu bloodline. All are blessed by the Great Way. At this time the power of the heavenly Tao also came alive. Toward the Buzhou mountain neighborhood, 12 metropolitan gods fury formation above the surging. Though the ancestral witches were not too facetious, this foothold only gives the heavenly Tao an observer treatment. But the ancestral witches, this move after all makes the heaven and earth more complete. Coupled with the great Tao or given merit, the heavenly Tao is not a little reaction? That's not inverting the Big Dipper, not giving face to the avenue? So, in a moment again the vision was born. In the 9 heavens above the thick auspicious clouds, countless merits and virtues of the golden light dance. As the first saint, although he could not prevent the heavenly Tao from descending merit, he could interfere. But after a slight movement of thoughts in his mind, Hongjun Dao ancestor shook his head imperceptibly. Out of sight, out of mind. Simply just disappear quietly. Return to the palace of the purple heaven. Boom! Huge golden pillars of merit and virtue descended from the sky, falling towards where the witch race was, with Wu Tian and the ancestral witches each taking a large portion, and the Pango Hall and the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler also getting a lot. On other ordinary wizards, it also falls a bit of golden light. Nonetheless, even Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and Koan Pang, who had been invited by Wu Tian to observe the ceremony, had been given a share. Red Cloud spoke with some sighs. Unfortunately, not avenue merit. Jin Yuanzi directly slapped him lightly and couldn't help but laugh and curse. It's good to have heavenly merits. Still wanting great Tao merit? You are thinking beautifully. Just this, we still have to thank old brother Wu Tian for inviting us and letting us get the light. Red Cloud hurriedly laughed. I'm just exclaiming. At the same time, Red Cloud couldn't help but look towards Kuan Peng on the side. Since he knew that Kuan Peng had given the Northern Xianyuan water control flag to Wu Tian, his view of Kuan Peng had changed tremendously. I didn't expect Kunlun to be so willing. Then I thought that I still owed a huge karma, and I did not know how to repay it yet, and now I have engaged in another heavenly merit. Red Cloud couldn't help but smile bitterly on his face. Another moment passed. The massive amount of heavenly Tao merit finally finished descending, and the visions between heaven and earth slowly dissipated. And the ancestral witches also directly put away the 12 heavenly divine furies' grand formation when they saw this. With the dissipation of the fury through the sky and the earth, the long river of chi of the witch race is also hidden. Calm was once again restored to heaven and earth, but the witch race was buzzing with activity, and over here Wu Tian was still collecting his share of the heavenly Tao merit, pondering in his mind what to do with it. Emperor Jiang had flickered and appeared at his side. Pop! Emperor Jiang was full of exhilaration and slapped Wu Tian's shoulder fiercely as he spoke with a loud laugh. Wu Tian, really? We really have been blessed by the Father God. Even the avenue has appeared. Ha ha! In the future, what you are saying, brother, I will definitely listen. At this time the other ancestral witches also arrived. All of them were excited and incomparably shouting around Wu Tian. Wu Tian only felt a deafening sensation like countless thunder roaring in his ears. Wait until the excitement of the ancestral witches had passed. Only then did Emperor Jiang speak. There is another happy event. This time, the witch clan's chi is flourishing. And under this chi enhancement, I already have the opportunity to break through to the mixed golden immortal. I estimate that it won't take long for me to break through. Emperor Jiang was a bit surprised. I thought that by dividing part of his divine soul and the power of the law, I didn't expect it to have the slightest effect on him, but instead made his control of the laws of space even stronger. Candlewick smiled and nodded as well. Me too. Wu Tian was instantly surprised. This is certainly a great joy. The stronger the ancestor witches are, the stronger Wu Tian's bottom line is. Immediately, he looked toward the other ancestral witches, especially Zhu Rong ancestor witch who yelled the loudest, but saw Zhu Rong ancestor witch scratch his head a little embarrassed, then whispered, I'm not even close, just a little bit. The crowd burst out laughing. Wu Tian did not notice. Emperor Jiang and Candle nining two eyes to each other, apparently made some kind of determination like. The crowd then returned toward the tribe. Today's establishment clan. It's natural to rejoice in a big way. The sons and daughters of the witch race have already raised bonfires, and countless ferocious beasts' blood meals have been prepared. Wu Tian ushered Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. Koan Pang was still in his original temperament, smiling lightly and saying congratulations to Wu Tian before politely refusing the banquet and quietly leaving. Fushi and Nuwa Dojo. At this time, the two brothers, Di Jun and Tai Yi, were also there, and after some ambitious planning by Di Jun to impress Fushi and Nuwa, the four of them were ready to join hands to create the demon race and open up the demon path. Specific details are being negotiated. Just suddenly by the movement of the witch race to establish the clan alarmed, the four people flew out of the dojo in unison, in the midst of the high altitude to watch from afar. Looking at the establishment of the witch clan and receiving so many benefits, as well as that massive amount of merit, a marvelous feeling arose in Di Jun's heart. It's always like feeling preempted. Wait until the many visions are over. Four people all look like a heavy heart. Silently returned to the dojo. Just after sitting down, Di Jun on a solemn face, directly opened the mouth to say, no, we must also hurry. We must establish the demon race before the third sermon. The other three nodded in agreement. At that moment Tai Chi suddenly asked, Brotherhood, do you think that if we were to announce the Great Tao as the Witch Clan did when we established our clan, do you think we could also be honored by the Great Tao and be granted Great Tao merits? The corner of Fushi's mouth twitched slightly at that moment, but he held back and said nothing, just twisting his head toward his sister Nuwa. Di Jun was speechless for a moment, and then he sighed softly and said without a word, you think you're an ancestral witch? You can summon the true body of Pangu? P.S. The new book begs for support. Everyone at a bookshelf urging more. Comments. Small gifts. 5 praise is a great encouragement to the small author. Nothing to show for it. First of all, I'd like to wish you all a good morning. Peace, joy and prosperity to all. Chapter 50, the merit in hand doesn't smell good anymore. Fushi and Di Jun have great wisdom. It is natural to see, at a glance, the reason why the avenue merit appears throughout the flood. In addition to the witch race, perhaps the 3 purities can also summon the residual will of the great god Pangu. They are, after all, the 3/3 of Pangu's Yuanshin transformed into one, and each is even more of a third of the seal of the opening of the heavens. But will they? Apparently not. This does not only mean that the seals of the opening of the sky in their respective hands should be united, but at the same time, the same great religion should be established. In the midst of the original momentum, none of the 3 Qing becoming saints chose to do so. Alright, don't be so delusional. Hurry to take in the remnants of the original dragon, phoenix, and unicorn races, and the other races as well. and incorporate them all into my demon race. Next is the third sermon. The Tao ancestor will be explaining how to become a saint and the method of proving the way of the mixed world. So if we can achieve quasi-sainthood through the fortunes of the rising clan, we may be able to have more enlightenment. Di Jun commanded very seriously. Tai Chi also hurriedly stood up and responded in a hurry. Brother, don't worry. Our demon race is originally the chance of all the races in the flood. We shelter them and open up the demon way for them. They can't thank us enough. How could they be unwilling to join? So saying, Tai's fingers gently knocked on the chaos bell. At that moment the chaos bell's thick and heavy aura quietly emanated, causing Fushi and Manhwa to look aghast. And it was then that Tai smiled and spoke. If there are any uneducated, first ask my chaos bell if it agrees. Fushi couldn't help but frown. The matter of the demon race. After all, it was Di Jun and Tai who had come to pull their brother and sister duo into the fold. And the real initiative was actually in the hands of the two Di Jun brothers. But he still couldn't help but open his mouth. Tito friends, we gather 10,000 races as demons. Shelter, teach, this is a meritorious thing, but also hope that the Taoist friends out of caution, really unwilling to forget it. If we forcefully suppress, it is inevitable that it will cause karmic consequences. Tai Chi did not agree with this, but before he could retort, Emperor Jun directly smiled and spoke. What fellow Taoist Fushi said is very true. Tai Chi, we are looking for like-minded people, not slaves to be suppressed by your force. What else could Tai Chi say? Immediately, he arched his hand at the three. I know. It then headed towards the outside of the dojo. Di Jun did not leave, but sat opposite Fushi and Manhwa and began to discuss the Tao. The three of them were tasked with researching a method suitable for the cultivation of the demon race as their demon race's Jin clan technique. In the meantime, on the Kunlun mountain, the three Qings also silently descended into the clouds and returned to their dojo after the vision between heaven and earth had fallen. All three had thoughts in their minds, the same as Pangu Jingzong. The usual three Qing always feel that the ancestral witches act recklessly, too tyrannical, and even some do not know the number of days. No brain like. Today, however, it shook their hearts. The great god Pangu blessed it. And then there are the great avenues to droop. The heavenly Tao will end up raining down vast amounts of merit. Although the three clearings had a strong heart, they couldn't help but feel envious in the face of such a situation. And their hearts couldn't be calmed for a long time. The first heavenly father was thoughtful. Suddenly he opened his mouth and asked, Big brother, do you think there's a chance that we can get a share of the great Tao merit as well? Tai Ching froze at his words, but then he slowly shook his head and then spoke to the first heavenly father. Don't even think about it. The great Tao appeared because of Pangu. How do we summon Pangu? Saying that, he looked directly towards Yuan Shi and Tong Tian. The implication is that the three of us were originally three divinities, but for the sake of the great Tao's merits, are we directly merged into one? Tai Ching then faintly spoke again. Don't think about it. As the Tao of Heaven comes out, Hongjun Taoist ancestor is even certified as a saint, and the Tao of Heaven becomes more and more complete. In this flooded heaven and earth ultimately, it is still the Tao of Heaven that rules the world. So it is better for us to cultivate properly, and wait for the third time after the sermon to be certified as a saint. This is the way to go. The first heavenly father nodded slightly at his words. Tong Tian by his side also subconsciously answered. He also envied the great Tao merit, but at this time his mind was attracted by another thing, and he secretly muttered in his heart. Ha! Where is that Wu Tian? The matter of establishing a clan is so important, but this guy didn't even show up? Earlier in the purple heavenly palace, Tong Tian then already born curiosity. Wu Tian, this guy obviously in the witch clan status is not low. Even the ancestral witches are vaguely listened to him, but it was also surrounded by an internalized breath. There was no mold of the ancestral witches with their thick breaks. Such a special existence, surprisingly, did not show up when the ancestral witches set up their clans. Naturally, they were astonished beyond measure in their hearts, but Tonto was also very sensible. Until the first heavenly father was extremely dissatisfied with Wu Tian as well as the ancestral witches because of what had happened before, and simply just thought about it in his mind and didn't say anything about it. The three of them then started practicing as well. They are much better off than the others. None of them need to slog through the same things as the others. They have the avenue themselves. It's natural to practice well. As soon as possible, he would raise his cultivation level and seize the opportunity to listen to the sermon in the purple heavenly palace for the third time. On the island of Panglai, as he watched the visions in the heavens and earth disappear, the Duke of the East King flinched for a long time before he finally spoke to the many beings below who had come to listen to the sermon. Go on. While the flood was shaking because the ancestral witches had established their clans, the Duke of Dongwang was following the example of the great ancestor Hongjun, explaining the immortal way cultivation method to many living beings. He originally wanted to join the Queen Mother of the West, but the Queen Mother of the West was adamantly unwilling. East Wangong also can only himself notify Pang Lai, East China Sea near the scattered cultivators. Interested in immortal practitioners can go to Pang Lai to listen to the Tao. At this time the flood cultivation method is lacking. Not everyone has a bloodline heritage. Countless beings have come since. It's speaking up. It was interrupted straight away. After opening the lecture again, the Duke of Dongwang endured the touch in his heart and recounted the immortal cultivation method summarized by himself. And countless miraculous scenes were also revealed on Panglai Island. But wait, to speak of the Xianxian realm. The Duke of the East King finally couldn't help himself and slowly stopped, speaking faintly to the many living beings below. Let's talk about it this time. After I finish listening to the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace, I will explain the cultivation method above the Golden Immortal for you and others. The people are not willing to give up, though, nor dare to say anything more, and hastily kowtowed to the Duke of Dongwang, thanking him for the grace of preaching and teaching. East Wangong is also considered to be after Hongjun, the first in the flood earth preaching, coupled with Hongjun Taoist ancestor intention to support. Immediately there will be the power of the heavenly Tao surging, breeding Xian gold light. A large portion of heavenly merit descended. The Duke of Dongwang put these heavenly merits away, and in his heart he suddenly remembered the sudden appearance of the great Tao dying after the ancestral witches had notified heaven and earth, and the vast amount of merits that landed in the heavenly Tao behind them. One thought in this. The merit of the hand was suddenly unscented. An idea suddenly popped up in the mind of the Duke of Dongwang. Should I follow suit? Not that he wanted to start a clan. Rather, he wants to set up a party of power, and gather many people who cultivate the immortal way on Panglai Island. And when the thought moves, he is suddenly blessed with the same heart. And the Duke of the East King muttered softly, "The fairy court?" Chapter 51, It's so unconscionable. Wu Tian, who was celebrating in the witch clan. Since they do not know, the witch tribe preempted the establishment of the tribe to the flood of the huge impact of the crowd. The flood is more and more calm, more and more prosperous, but the change is hidden among them, like still waters run deep. Ripples. At this time, Wu Tian was considering another problem. Watching the witch tribe cheerfully slaughtering demonic beasts to feed on their blood, he couldn't help but fall into deep thought, thinking about the path of development of the witch clan in the future. The witch race feeds on demonic beasts for blood. Now the demon clan is not yet established, and no one cares about these. But when Emperor Jun establishes the demon clan, he will definitely stand up for them, or else the demon clan will not be stable in its establishment. The conflict between the witch and demon clans is hard to avoid, but what could Wu Tian do? Let the witches carry out animal husbandry and breed demonic beasts in captivity? Such a fine job. Not the witch tribe these big and thick guys can do. And then the flood is vast. Countless blood food. They are full of food before they are willing to do so. No way. Something has to be done. Ancestral Witch, as well as after the Great Witch level, can purely devour the fury chi between heaven and earth to cultivate, just like the Emperor River Ancestral Witch. Is it useful for him to eat demonic beasts now? Ordinary strength of the demonic beast is not enough to stuff his teeth. It is better to devour the heavy and turbid baleful gas between the world. But the weak witch tribe, there is no shortage of blood food at all. At the time of this establishment of the clan, the residual will of the great god Pangu took out the Pango Chalcedony from Buzhou Mountain and threw it into the Pango Hall, alleviating the depletion of the blood pool. And the number of the witch race was bound to be even greater next. That is to say, the conflict is even more intense in the future. According to what Wu Tian thought in his mind, the foundation of the witch clan is based on the ancestral witches. The standard of prosperity is strength, not quantity. It is better to go directly to the route of elitism. Just as Wu Tian was pondering, beside him suddenly came the voice of Jin Yuanzi. Jin Yuanzi smilingly said, "Elder brother Wu Tian, this time again, I have to take your favor, to get some heavenly merits. Old brother, I am really ashamed." Wu Tian's thoughts were suddenly interrupted. But matters concerning the overall development of the witch race were not something that he could think of a way to do in a moment, or decide with a single word. Immediately, the thoughts were pressed down. Turning his head to look smilingly at Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he spoke with a light smile. "Where is this coming from, old brother? You guys came to the witch clan to observe the ceremony and spent so much time. I should be thankful to say the least." Jin Yuanzi laughed lightly and shook his head. That said, but Jin Yuanzi was muttering in his mind, why didn't Wu Tian invite others to such a big event? Isn't it because he thinks highly of them? But he doesn't dwell on it. Jin Yuanzi's words turned, and then he spoke with a light smile. "Earlier, when old brother Hong Yun and I were practicing around the innate gourd vine, didn't old brother say that he wanted me to make suggestions? There is no method to make the innate gourd vine mature faster, but I have another idea." Wu Tian's eyes blinked. Oh, then he heard Jin Yuanzi laugh. This innate gourd vine is endowed with the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements. Even among the innate spiritual roots it is ranked at the top. It's really rare. Has the old man ever thought about, make the innate yin and yang 5 elements unite? Wu Tian's heart snapped. Immediately, the thought of a sinking, toward the soul to explore and, at this time, the soul of the indestructible spiritual light bright and incomparable, originally inscribed in the soul of the gods above the innate gourd vine silhouette has long since been transformed into a chaotic mass of, you mean, innate yin and yang in 5 elements, 7 gourds in 1, making a chaotic gourd? Wu Tian felt a little weird. 7 gourds in 1. Why does it kind of look like Gourd King Kong? Am I going to be a grandfather? Jin Yuanzi, however, slowly shook his head. Non. This 7 gourds each with its own wonderful. If it is so disappeared inevitably a pity. If it will be able to once again give birth to a flower, and then bear a fruit? Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Wu Tian heard Jin Yuanzi say this. At once, his heart became more and more excited. According to Jin Yuanzi so say, just for nothing more than a chaos gourd, he is naturally willing. Will this work? Still a little hesitant. The number of gourds is 7. Isn't that a fixed number? At that moment, Red Cloud laughed aloud. Ha ha. If anyone else said this, naturally it wouldn't necessarily work. But have you forgotten the identity of my old Jin Yuan brother? If he says it will work, then it will definitely work. Jin Yuanzi turned back. Without good humor, he glared at Red Cloud. Talking too much. Yelling like that leaks all your old info. Then the smiling words. Try it. Jin Yuanzi does not have a full 10 commitment, but the tone of voice has a kind of unquestionable firmness. He consciously owed Wu Tian favor, and there is no Northern Xian Yuan water control flag such a magic treasure to repay. Certainly do your best. There was a sudden realization in Jin Yuanzi's heart. No wonder, Kunping this guy is so poor. Are willing to give away the innate spiritual treasure? Really people the feeling of karma is not good but there's one thing to be said for it. The reason why Jin Yuanzi will have such a feeling, that is still his own good old character. Too thin-skinned, if you change the receiver. Junti, there is absolutely no such trouble. Wu Tian couldn't sit still now. He got up in a hurry and walked towards Emperor Jiang, Candle 9 and the others, ready to speak to them and then go directly to the innate gourd vine. Emperor Jiang smiled and spoke. Since there's no harm in it, your second brother and I are also preparing to close our doors for cultivation in order to break through to the mixed golden immortal realm, he said and patted Wu Tian. Ha ha, when we are stronger, whoever dares to bully you, we will just hit the door. At this point Zhu Rong suddenly interjected. Big brother, previously that western guiding, Junti, we have not yet to find him to settle the score. Before the matter is just let it go? Emperor Jiang froze for a moment, and then it spoke with a big grin. Naturally, I won't let it go like that. When I finish my seclusion, let's go to the western world to have some fun. Ha ha. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yan all secretly sucked in a mouthful of cold air and couldn't help but look at each other, muttering in their hearts. Ancestral witches hold such grudges? You know that in the palace of the purple sky, the real loss, shame is instead to receive the guide. Junti, the witch race simply did not eat any loss, but once they thought that the first thing the two targeted was Red Cloud, Jin Yuanzi and Red Cloud also felt a sense of relief in their hearts. And the smiles on their faces were much brighter. Wickedness still needs to be worn out. Jin Yuanzi laughed in his heart. At this point, in the far western world, Jain and Junti, who were practicing intensively, suddenly felt a throbbing and could not help but wake up from their practice, though somehow the heart palpitates, but both of them subconsciously attributed it to the witch clan. When the ancestral witches set up their clans, the two looked at the strong appearance of the ancestral witches, and then thought of the beam they had formed with the witch clan. The heart naturally grew more and more worried. A few moments later, Junti said in a pretense of relief, no panic, let's be careful on the line. Before the incident to say, that is also his which tribe bullied us two brothers. If not for them, our seat in the purple heavenly palace will not be lost. After all this, they can't still hold on to it, can they? That would be unconscionable. Chapter 52 Jin Yuanzi's blood money. That said, even the receiver couldn't help but sweat a bit. How come the seats are ours? It's not like we didn't get it. However, it was only for a moment. Then guiding threw away this thought, and then with a sad and somewhat helpless face, he advised, let's just avoid them. These ancestral witches don't even respect the heavenly Tao or the Tao ancestor, so how can we expect them to be reasonable? Now they set up the witch tribe, have the blessing of Pangu, the great Tao, is the momentum of the time. The West is already barren, and the two of us are weak, so it's not wise to mess with them at this time. Junti sniffed and grunted, and then couldn't help but sigh. Ugh, how thin is heaven and earth to the two of us brothers? Not to mention the blessing with the three Qing and the ancestral witches. Even the western world where we came out of the world was shattered in the great Tao Devil War. The western duo is indeed poor. The two can take out the magic treasure. but also to receive the treasure block as well as the 7 jewels in the hands of the 7 jewels of the wonderful tree, which is still quasi out of the world after the refining of their own body. As for the other bits and pieces, it's just too much to take, said here when Gianti suddenly heard a flash of light. Suddenly the idea came out, and hastened to receive the words of the guide. Ha, brother, do you think Tao Ancestor will compensate us? Before Tao Ancestor became a Taoist, he fought with Demon Ancestor Luothroat and shattered all the Western Earth veins, so we can't just ignore the karma of this, right? The receiver was also stunned at his words. The mind is also full of thoughts, but in the end still said, don't think about that yet, it's better to cultivate well. Next, the Tao Father will be explaining the method of proof and sainthood, and there are bound to be great opportunities, but if you and I are not strong enough, how can we seek them? Junti nodded his head in a hurry. The two of them immediately suppressed the many distracting thoughts in their hearts and entered into cultivation once more, and immediately their bodies were surrounded by Taoist rhythms. Wu Tian's side did not depart immediately. A little hiccup happened. Previously, because of Wu Tian's suggestion, the ancestral witches had given all the merit they had gained from slaying ferocious beasts and clearing the heaven and earth's baneful energy to Ho-Tu, allowing her to give birth to her Yuan Shen ahead of schedule. They naturally form habits as well, plus this time and got the great Tao merit. The heavenly Tao merit is naturally not in the heart. Immediately Zhu Rong ancestral witch will take out their share of merit, as usual, to give to Ho-Tu. Ho-Tu, however, smiled and refused. Thank you brother for your kind words, but when the party set up the clan, there is the great Tao merit support. Yuan Shen complete, without the need for heavenly merit protection, but also cannot be afraid of their own balefulness to wear down. Brother might as well keep it for himself. Shu Rong ancestral witch said with full concern. It's not like I'm practicing Yuan Shen. It's useless to ask for this heavenly merit. Ho-Tu's gaze turned towards Xianhua and she spoke with a smile. Why don't you give it to Genji? At this time, the other ancestral witches also looked toward Xianmei, and before Xianmei could open his mouth to refuse, Candle Joeen smiled and said, here's the deal, leave half of your respective merits, and give the other half to Xianmei and Ho-Tu sisters respectively. It's extremely rare for the two of you to be able to cultivate a Yuanshan, and it's ultimately a good thing to have more heavenly merit protection. A slight hesitation followed. I'll keep mine and big brothers for myself for now. There are other uses for the time being. He had already planned to join forces with Emperor Jiang and wait until he had achieved the mixed golden immortal to spy on the future fate of the witch race, with more heavenly Tao merit protection on his body just in case. What if it works? Ancestor witches did not think too much, so they laughed and divided their respective merits and virtues. 4 ancestor witches to Xianmei, the other 4 ancestor witches to Ho-Tu. Xianmei and Ho-Tu both thanked them in a hurry. At this time, Zhu Rong's eyes turned. Her wise little eyes glanced at Xianhua and Ho-Tu for a moment before looking towards Wu Tian again, asking with a smile, who are you going to give it to, old boy? Xianmei and Ho-Tu looked at them in unison. The other ancestral witches also looked as if they were watching, staring at Wu Tian with a smile. Wu Tian glared fiercely towards Zhu Rong. Small sample. Still trying to screw me over? Immediately, without thinking, he directly took out all of his heavenly Tao merit and split it into 2, sending it towards Xian Mo and Ho-Tu before him. The ancestral witches froze in unison. Xianmei even opened his mouth to ask, it's all for the 2 of us. What are you going to do with yourself? They all know. Wu Tian also cultivated the Yuan Shun. It would naturally be better if you had a merit badge to protect you. However, Wu Tian released the aura of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven and landed in front of everyone's eyes, smilingly speaking, there's this merit supreme treasure. And worry? Heavenly merit is very good indeed. Nonetheless, the pure power of the origin, refining it is not at all laborious, and it is a measure of the weight of the heavenly Tao's weaponry. But so what? Wu Tian's current situation, no matter if it was the heaven and earth spiritual qi or the heavy turbid fury qi, there was no obstacle in absorbing and refining it, and he was already ready to try refining the chaotic qi as he was foolishly moving in his heart. Plus he didn't want to become a saint, nor were they prepared to hug the thighs of the heavenly Tao. The ancestral witches are the ones he relies on. Therefore, Wu Tian didn't even think about using heavenly Tao merits to cultivate. Even if he didn't give it to Xianmei and Ho-Tu, Wu Tian directly put it into the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. Emperor Jiang smiled at this and nodded his head. There, that's it. Then after greeting Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, he and Candle Joeen were the first 2 to leave. Flying directly towards the deepest part of the Pangu Hall, Wu Tian also stopped delaying. It is also with the ancestral witches to say goodbye for the time being. With Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud 2 people, toward the innate gourd vine is located in the valley and go. The valley. Within the innate great formation, with the arrival of Wu Tian's 3 people, the innate gourd vine a burst of joyful intent, branches and vines toward Wu Tian's body in front of the climb, as if begging for a hug as a child. Wu Tian released a soothing breath. Then looking toward Jin Yuanzi, he asked with a smile, Jin Yuan Lao, what's next? How can I spawn new flower bones so that the gourd vine will grow a gourd with the innate yin and yang and the 5 elements? Jin Yuanzi smiled and spoke. There's no rush. Wait for me to cast some spells first. After saying that, his face was solemn, eyes gleaming towards the innate gourd vine. The aura around his body instantly flourished. The aura of innate ethereal wood chi and earthen essence was incomparably thick. The branches and leaves of the innate gourd vine shook, apparently extremely fond of this breath. Some greedily absorbed the breath that escaped. Nonetheless, even Jin Yuanzi's most precious earth book also appeared, and the magic treasure's body landed on top of Jin Yuanzi's head, scattering countless earth-colored radiance, dense visions over the book of earth. An illusory tall tree, rooted within the book of earth and standing in nothingness, slowly shaking its crown. Next moment, Jin Yuanzi moved his hand. Then there was an incomparably powerful force that shot out from the earth book, directly spilling down towards the innate gourd vine, which was instantly bathed in divine sunlight. Red Cloud's eyes snapped open. The mind exclaimed, "Ha! Old brother Jin Yuan is actually this desperate? It's practically blood money." Chapter 53, The Chaotic Gourd comes out. As Jin Yuanzi made his move, the power of the earth book and the power of the ginseng fruit tree were constantly being devoured by the innate gourd vine, and the vines and leaves became more and more robust and emerald green. Because this place is on the mountain of Buju, Jin Yuanzi is not very good at mobilizing the earth veins of the floodplains to this point. So he simply uses the earth book as a boundary directly to mobilize the earth vein spiritual power in the floodplains. After screwing around like that for quite a while, the roots of the innate gourd vine are thicker and bigger. Still there is no meaning of giving birth to new flowers and fruits. Only the gourd on it keeps flashing with precious light, and the speed of maturity increases greatly. Seeing Wu Tian's curious look, Jin Yuanzi then explained, innate gourd vine breeding 7 gourds has been very rare. If you want to breed out more than one, I'm afraid that it is difficult to support their own spiritual energy. Naturally, we must first enhance it and make some preparations. After saying that, Jin Yuanzi sensed it carefully. Then he spoke to Wu Tian. Elder brother Wu Tian, now it's your turn to make a move. The innate gourd vine has already recognized you as its master. You directly use the power of your divine soul to guide the innate yin and yang 5 elements in the spiritual root, and try to find a way to fuse it. Wu Tian hurriedly made his move, taking a step in the direction of the innate gourd vine. The aura around his body erupted violently. Boom! The breath fell toward the gourd vines. The power of the soul is also fast surging out, toward the innate gourd vine within the probe. In an instant, Wu Tian then sensed that within the main trunk of the innate gourd vine, 7 distinct powers were being extracted by the innate gourd vine from heaven and earth, and continuously channeled into the 7 gourds. Wu Tian's thoughts turned. The flow of power in the branches changed at once. These 7 distinct laws forces immediately split into one portion and followed Wu Tian's guidance towards the branch. Wu Tian muttered in his heart, how can I fuse? But before he could properly think of a way out, he found that in his divine soul, the undying progenitory light flickered, and the gray mark on top of his divine soul flew out violently. Swish! Falling directly on the branch. It was branded on top of the innate gourd vine. It was like a seed, and like a tiny vortex, constantly devouring the power of the innate yin and yang 5 elements that were transported, growing rapidly. Wu Tian gave a cry in his heart. So it is. However, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were both stunned, looking motionlessly at the branch of the innate gourd vine, where the 7 laws merged. Couldn't help but mumble. How is that possible? Is law fusion that simple? It's not really that simple. Rather, the brand of the innate gourd vine that was originally branded on top of Wu Tian's divine soul had long since been fused at the time of the establishment of the clan. Appear at this time. It's directly like a lead-in. As this scene appeared, the roots of the innate gourd vine crazily extracted the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. Many laws and spiritual chi fully devoured. The lake that originally had aura transformed into liquid in the middle of the valley. The surface of the water dropped at a speed visible to the naked eye under this power. Jin Yuanzi was instantly shocked. Hastily, he ran the great formation in the earth book. The power surging from it instantly skyrocketed. Another moment passed. There was finally movement in the branches. A gray, tiny flower skeleton gestation appeared, dense with divine light slowly grew. All 3 were staring with undivided attention. Blossoms have a voice. It was slight and incomparable, but it was like thunder in the ears of the 3. And in an instant, the power of the heavenly Tao surged and hovered around the Buzhou mountain. No good. 7 gourds for the heavenly Tao fixed number. This newborn one is a move to break the fixed number. I'm afraid that the heavenly Tao is going to send down punishment. Jin Yuanzi's face changed drastically. Hurriedly, he shouted at Wu Tian. Wu Tian's mind, Do not think to directly offer the Hongmeng measuring tape, landing on top of the innate gourd vine, to suppress its breath. In the midst of the original momentum, 7 gourds ripened already for the heavenly Tao. That's why there is not yet ripe. The 3 Chang and others encountered in the Buzhou mountain will be divided. The original innate gourd vine has not yet come out of the world, has been hidden within this innate array that can conceal the sky, coupled with the breath shielding of the Buzhou mountain. So it's more peaceful for now. But as the 8th gourd was about to appear, the heavenly Tao instantly reacted and wanted to send down heavenly punishment to stop the process. After the Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared, the aura of the innate gourd vine was immediately obscured, and the thick robbery clouds bred in the high sky kept wandering around, looking for the existence of destroying the fixed number. Jin Yuanzi spoke with some anxiety. Elder brother Wu Tian, this goes on for fear is not awe. At this time as only flower blossom can still cover up 1 or 2, if we wait until the chaos gourd appeared. I'm afraid that the heavenly way to force Sosha. Wu Tian was also worried in his heart. Even if the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler could suppress the breath, he couldn't just stay here and keep urging this treasure. Could he? There's a sermon coming up next. Was thinking. Suddenly a strange change appeared on the innate gourd vine, and the originally emerald green branches suddenly flickered and turned into the color of chaos before growing wildly. Suddenly, he reached out towards Wu Tian, like a javelin. Swish, surrounded by gray light. It actually pierced through Wu Tian's incomparably strong physical body and pierced headfirst into the location of Wu Tian's dantian. Boom! There was a Du Tian divine thunder resounding in the dantian. In an instant, a party of nothingness opened up, and the branches of the innate gourd vine probed into it, bringing in the 8th gray zucchini as well. Wu Tian's 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong was running wildly, and the power of his entire body was actually spontaneously surging toward the 8th gourd, and then circulating out from it. Breaths mingled with each other. Enlightenment also arose in Wu Tian's heart. Chaos gourd becomes. He didn't expect that the innate gourd vine would still have this resourcefulness to hide directly within his own body. This little wit. Wu Tian couldn't help but laugh and curse. With the flow of each other's breath, the heaven and earth in Wu Tian's dantian rose rapidly, and the innate gourd vine kept devouring the spiritual energy of the heaven and earth and transporting it towards this place. There are even laws vaguely presented, and the way of the world that Wu Tian sensed before are constantly surfacing in his mind. Wu Tian slowly sat down on his knees. It was actually a look of enlightenment and cultivation. Jin Yuanzi made a puzzled sound. At this time the branches of the innate gourd vine, the original 8th gourd birthplace, at a glance still exists, but the power of divine sense to probe, but only the shadow, the real chaos gourd. It had already grown into Wu Tian's body. With this scene, the raging heavenly Tao power near the Buzhou mountain actually slowly dissipated, as if it had lost its target. Red Cloud's eyes flickered as well. His eyes constantly shifted between the innate gourd vine and Wu Tian, and then he tilted his head towards the sky above, unable to help but murmur his words. Still, at this time in the depths of the heavenly Tao, in the palace of the purple heaven, Hongjun Tao ancestor sat in it. Behind him was a brilliant and colorful arcane light. The jade butterfly of creation on top of his head slowly rotated, and infinite Tao rhythms were implicated in his body. The moment the power of the heavenly Tao surged, Ancestor Hongjun then opened his eyes and looked in the direction of the Buzhou mountain. His brows slightly furrowed, and he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What did the wizards do again? Chapter 54 Fishing for Enforcement Bait. The uncharted mountain is located. It was forced by the witch clan to be their own clanland. What happened on this is naturally related to the witch race. Simply don't even have to think about it. Ancestor Hongjun Dao hurriedly probed, but soon the disturbance disappeared, and the heavenly Tao returned to calm. The gathered power slowly disappeared. And naturally, Hongjun Daozu did not detect anything. The celestial plane has been interfered with. Eventually, the great ancestor Hongjun Dao gave up on continuing to probe, and his eyes looked deeply in the direction of the Buzhou mountain, and he also sighed slightly in his heart. Alas, after all, it's not even close. At this time the heavenly way is incomplete. Hongjun Daozu again did not merge the Tao with his body, and his control over the power of the heavenly Tao was far inferior to that of the later generations. So naturally he was unable to eliminate the heavenly mechanism of the Hongmeng measuring ruler's concealment. Ancestor Hongjun Dao searched for a long time. The original idea of trying to merge the Tao with the body became more and more firm and eager. Wu Tian had been practicing for a long time. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, 2 people on the side of the guard, but also completely did not stop when the innate gourd vine breeding chaos gourd needs great. Jin Yuanzi constantly from the book of the earth to transfer the power. It's a busy time, until after the chaos gourd is completely formed. The demand for heaven and earth spiritual energy is normalized, and Jin Yuanzi is finally much more relaxed. But Jin Yuanzi didn't stop there. He also used the earth book to continuously extract the earth vein spiritual qi. filling up the lake in the valley and even enlarging it several times, and only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, finally, it's done. Jin Yuanzi was somewhat empty of mana. This time, he not only transferred the earth vein aura, but also the ginseng fruit tree's origin are extracted quite a lot, otherwise it would not be so smooth. However, Jin Yuanzi was satisfied in his heart. Not only was it witnessing the appearance of the Chaos Gourd, but also because after this contribution, the karma owed to Wu Tian was reduced by a large portion, and there was a feeling of relief in his body. People are different. Some of them are great after they owe money. Some, however, because they owe people, all over the body like ants crawling hard, cannot wait to immediately pay off. Debt-free, Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were the latter since. At this time, Wu Tian also finally slowly opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation, and after calming his own mana, he hurriedly got up, looking toward Jin Yuanzi. At a glance, Wu Tian could see Jin Yuanzi's tired, mana-empty state and hurriedly arched his hand at Jin Yuanzi, speaking aloud. Thank you, old brother Jin Yuan. This time can break the fixed number. The achievement of Chaos Gourd. Thanks to the old brother to help. Jin Yuanzi laughed lightly and waved his hand. Hey, old brother Wu Tian is overstating things. I've only contributed some brute force. The Chaos Gourd can come to fruition. It's really still up to you. This he said in all sincerity. In this process of the party, the most difficult is the innate yin and yang 5 elements of the law unity. Originally Jin Yuanzi also thought, if Wu Tian cannot get it on their own, he and the Red Cloud also have to make a move. The results were never expected. What he thought would be the most difficult part of the process was actually accomplished in an instant, as Wu Tian fused it directly as if it was effortless. If this scene is seen by others, I'm afraid my eyeballs are going to fall off the floor. How could it be so easy? However, Jin Yuanzi did not ask more questions. Everyone has their own secrets, such as his own root origin. The people thought it was the ginseng fruit tree incarnation. In fact, there are other mysteries. Seeing that Wu Tian still wanted to thank him, Jin Yuanzi hastily opened his mouth to interrupt. Elder brother Wu Tian, now that the Chaos Gourd has become a reality, there is still a bit of time until the next sermon, and having been away from home for too long, I am going to return to the 5 villages to watch. Wu Tian could actually see it. Jin Yuanzi said that he wanted to go back to take a look, but in reality, it was because he had lost too much this time, so he had to go back to recuperate. Immediately, he arched his hand and said, as it should be. I remember the help of old brother Jin Yuan in my heart, and I won't say any more words. I will definitely return the favor in the future. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly waved his hand with a bitter smile. It was in order to repay his karma that he had made such a strong effort this time, and had put in so much blood. If Wu Tian were to return the favor, wouldn't he owe a big favor again? But the interaction between people is exactly like this. You come and go, and then the thicker and deeper the love. Before Jin Yuanzi left, looking towards the innate gourd vine, especially looking at the chaotic gourd shadow that existed on the branch but half of its breath could not be felt, the eyes once again revealed a marvelous color. Think about it. Jin Yuanzi still couldn't hold back. Elder brother Wu Tian, isn't it not good to keep such a treasure as the innate gourd vine here all the time? I know it's not ripe yet and it's not good to move it, but if old brother is willing, Red Cloud and I can keep it for a little while longer. Let's do something about it. Transfer it to your witch clan. Red Cloud also responded in a hurry. Unable to stop himself from nodding, he said, Yeah. If it is accidentally seen by others, there will be fewer disputes at that time. Although the innate gourd vine has recognized you as its master, if it is discovered by other cultivators, they don't care about this. Wu Tian burst out laughing. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, 2 people's good intentions he also understands. 2 people because of their own character, not willing to more karma. So remind. But was Wu Tian afraid? He couldn't wait for someone to grab it. Originally, there was a great witch on guard here. Wu Tian all directly let them withdraw, but also let Interceptor bring the message, and in the future there is no need for other people to guard. Previously, when Xianmei got the northern Xianyuan water control flag, Wu Tian thought at that time that if he could gather all of the 5 directions of the innate heaven flags, he would let the ancestral witches make a formation within a formation. But the other flags were in the hands of Grandmaster Hongjun, of which the western vegetable cloud boundary flag was bestowed upon the Queen Mother of the West, the remaining eastern precious color green lotus flag, the southern off-earth flame light flag, and the central Ihi apricot and yellow flag will be given to Junti, Tai Chung, and Yuanshe respectively during the 3rd sermon. To get the flag from them, it's natural to think of something, even if it's a robbery. It has to be done for a reason and preemptively, right? In the midst of the original momentum, 3 Chang, Di Jun and others will encounter the innate gourd vine after the 3rd sermon. After grabbing the treasures at the treasure dividing cliff, when they come down the mountain. Wu Tian left it here. It's all about preparing bait for fishing enforcement. Anyway, the innate gourd vine has already recognized the master, and they can't snatch it, but whoever dares to move any crooked thoughts, then let them taste the flavor of the 12 on God fatality's great array. No compensation. Never stop. However, the mystery of this, Wu Tian was not in a good position to say to these two good old men in front of him, and could only smile and speak. Ha ha. Thank you both for your kindness. Seeing that they still looked a little worried, Wu Tian even took out the hegemony of the witch race and spoke aloud in an arrogant and incomparable manner. Don't worry, two old brothers. In this flooded heavens and earth, could there be anyone else who is not long-eyed, and dares to rob my witch clan? Wu Tian has said so. What else could the two say? Any more yakking? And they were worried that Wu Tian would not feel that he was looking down on their witch clan. One can only press the concerns in his mind, once again arching his hand with Wu Tian to say goodbye. P.S. 3 Shift request for support. The support of readers during the new book period is extremely important. 5-star praise and small gifts to smash over. Chapter 55, I trust Sister Ho-Tu the most. After sending off Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, Wu Tian stood in the middle of the valley again, constantly surveying his innate gourd vine, feeling the innate gourd vine's closeness to him and feeling comfortable in his heart. Sure enough, though it became a witch tribe, but it's still hard to erase the love of farming in your soul. About that, Wu Tian did mention it to the witch clan, but like the previous comment about breeding ferocious beasts, it didn't work out. A fighting race like the sorcerers, to have them farming and herding instead? Might as well kill them. What's the point of wasting your energy when you're free to roam around in the flooded heavens and the earth, where there's food for you everywhere? Actually, think about it. According to the viewpoint of the latter, productivity determines the relations of production, and the productivity of the witch race is their fist, and the fist is so hard, where there is still a need to be bitter and hard in the soil. Think about it. Wu Tian couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Alas. Then he looked towards the innate gourd vine again. With the 8th chaotic gourd appeared, the innate gourd vine also has a great change. In addition to the growth of more robust, in addition to the leaves turn dark green, the spirit of heaven and earth to take in more powerful. Beyond the original 7-colored light emanating from it, there was a hidden gray halo. It looks more subtle. After thinking about it, Wu Tian directly in his mind sent a fluctuation toward the innate gourd vine, originally in the branch of the chaos gourd shadow, disappeared in an instant, completely absent from heaven and earth. It's better to hide. Chaos gourd can be used as a card of existence. Even if Wu Tian wants to use this innate gourd fishing law enforcement, but still do not want to let other people see. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun said otherwise. The character and integrity of these two brothers, Wu Tian can still trust. Do all that. Wu Genius finally left, returning directly in the direction of the Pangu Hall. When Wu Tian entered the Pangu Hall, he did not see Emperor Jiang. Candle 9. The Pangu Temple has its own heaven and earth. It also has layers and layers of space. These two must be hiding in the depths, sensing their own laws and going on a closed-door breakthrough to the mixed golden immortal. Wu Tian was not surprised to see this. Instead, he went straight to where the blood pool was, and only as soon as he got close did he realize that the blood pool had already changed a lot at this moment. It says pool of blood. It could actually be called a sea of blood. The ancestral witches, as well as the ordinary witch clan, were all conceived in the blood pool, so the consumption of the blood pool's origin was extremely great, and before the ancestral witches set up their clans, the water surface had already dropped a lot, but at that moment the blood pool skyrocketed. On the faces full of incomparable blood gas, originally some dull color, also turned into bright red, which is hidden more vitality breeding. Wu Tian understood at once. It's because of the Discordian chalcedony. At the time of the establishment of the tribe, God Pangu bestowed 3 blessings. In addition to writing a Wu rune in the Wu tribe's Chi river and incorporating Pangu's breath into Wu Tian's body, the other one was to bestow the Pangu marrow. It is supposed to be the existence of the birth of essence and blood, falling into the blood pool. There was an instant improvement to the blood pool, not only supplementing the power of the blood pool, but most importantly, the vitality contained in this seems to be able to continue. Wu Tian lamented for a while, then it directly disappeared into the blood pool, instantly came to a blood-red space, countless thick blood chi power, toward Wu Tian's body in the drill. The 9 turns of Yuan Gong's spontaneous operation. The blood and flesh around his body were stupid. However, Wu Tian was not here to cultivate, but to hide his own essence blood in the blood pool, and immediately pressed down the throbbing in his heart and fell towards the deepest part of the blood pool. Previously when Pango Father God blessed the world, Wu Tian's Yuan Shen and his fleshly body were once again merged into one, instantly giving birth to a huge change. Every trace of flesh and blood, essence and blood were God's, and laws were branded into them. Wu Tian also newly gained a divine ability. The blood drops are reborn. At that time, Wu Tian made up his mind to hide a drop of his essence blood in a few safe places, which is also regarded as keeping a few more back roads for himself. The first choice was naturally the Pangu Temple. The Pangu Temple shields the heavens. Don't worry about being probed by others. And even in the midst of the original momentum, the witch race declined, and the Pangu Hall remained stable, being brought to hell by Ho-Tu and becoming the 6 paths of reincarnation hall of the Ping Xin Yang. What could be more secure than that? Wu Tian naturally chose this place first. When Wu Tian fell into the bottom of the pool, he immediately found a hidden place in it, and his own mana surged out, creating a blood-colored boundary, hiding a drop of his essence blood in it. There was a flash of blood. Swish! At once the knot disappeared. Essence blood is also the same as dust and light, like a drop of water into the sea, no longer half of the special fluctuations, difficult to find. After doing that, Wu Tian released the Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler again. Buzz! The Hongmeng Heavenly Measuring Ruler gently shook, and a thick and incomparable golden light of merit and virtue blossomed, holding up the boundary of the color of metaphysical yellow. It repelled all the surrounding blood and water out, revealing an empty space. Wu Tian sat cross-legged in the center, once again operating its own magic power. A drop of essence blood slowly condensed in the heart. A few moments later, essence blood flew out of his chest. It directly flew towards the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven, and under Wu Tian's control, it directly fell into the depths of the 49 layers of innate prohibitions, the depths of the ban. Because of the great Tao merit, Hongmeng Measuring Ruler of Heaven is slowly breeding a new prohibition. After the essence of blood fell, suddenly suspended on it, reflecting each other, the breaths were constantly mingling. After doing so, Wu Tian also slowly opened his eyes, a delighted smile on his face as he murmured in a low voice. Second drop of essence blood done. If the third drop of essence blood is, better follow the plan and go to Sister Ho-Tu. Putting it at Sister Ho-Tu's place is also very safe. Day after day. This is the thickest thigh. Of course you have to put a drop on the back of the earth. One thought in this. Wu Tian didn't delay either. Despite the short period of time to condense 2 drops of essence blood and some slight emptiness, Wu Tian still seized the time to put away the Hongmeng Measuring Ruler and put it into his physical body to warm it up. Then straight out of the blood pool, flying out of the Pangu Hall, toward the Ho-Tu tribe. At this point, Ho-Tu was practicing in the divine temple in the center of the tribe, and when she saw Wu Tian coming, she slowly opened her eyes and spoke with a smile. You finally gave up and came back. Wu Tian was a little embarrassed. He partnered with the 2 Ho-Tu, and together they were in charge of the Ho-Tu tribe. However, Wu Tian almost seldom returned to the middle of the tribe, either going to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, or go practicing in the Pangu Temple, but didn't wait for Wu Tian to argue. Ho-Tu smiled again and spoke. Don't you value the Purple Heaven Palace sermon? It won't be long before we leave, so don't run around during this period of time. It's better for you to cultivate properly. Wu Tian nodded his head in a hurry. Then with a smile on his face, he said, Aha! Next, don't go anywhere. Just stay with sister in the Ho-Tu tribe. Ho-Tu chortled softly. Then he blankly glanced at Wu Tian. It's fine you don't hide in the Pangu Hall to cultivate. You will come to me? Say it. What is there for me to do? Wu Tian was a little embarrassed. There was a feeling of being seen through, but he still spoke with a stiff upper lip. What is this talk of Sister Ho-Tu? Can't I stay with you more if I have nothing to do? This Ho-Tu tribe can also be my tribe. Ho-Tu didn't say a word and just looked at him with a smile. It seems to say, acting? Then proceed with the play. Wu Tian's smile was directly awkward. Only good words. There is indeed an important matter. In the entire witch clan, I am the one who trusts Sister Ho-Tu the most. That's why I want to ask Sister Ho-Tu for help. Ho-Tu's expression was a bit strange. Really? Wu Tian felt something bad and followed Ho-Tu's gaze, only to find that at some point Xianhe walked out from one side with an expressionless look. Chapter 56. What do you think, old man? Wu Tian instantly wanted to cry. Sister Ho-Tu, how do you pit people? You shouldn't be like that. But should be as broad and tolerant and thick and deep as the earth. And Genji, why don't you stay in your own tribe and come to the Ho-Tu tribe all the time? Even more over the top. And hide your breath. At this moment, Wu Tian's brain turned fast. Between the lightning and flames, he made a choice. Offended the back of the earth she will tolerate themselves. But offended the Xianmei, she can really kick ass. Okay, I admit, you and Sister Xianmei are the same, as I trust the most. After saying that, Wu Tian spoke to Xianhua with a smile as if nothing had happened. Sister Xianmei, you've come just in time. I originally asked Sister Ho-Tu to take action and then went back to you for help. This saves me a lot of effort. Then without waiting for the two to say anything, hurriedly, he began to talk about his thoughts and his desire to hide a drop of essence blood. Well, Now it became 1 drop for each person. After listening, the two men's attention was indeed diverted, and they both gazed at Wu Tian, and even the expressionless Xianhua had a look of surprise on his face. Really? You mean, with the divine power bestowed by Father God, you only need to leave a drop of your essence blood, and you can be reborn even if you die? The two men looked at each other, like you can't believe it. What is the biggest problem with the Wookiee? Is it not that the spirit and flesh are united, and that if one's self falls afterward and returns to heaven and earth, there is no chance of reincarnation and remodeling? The Xianmei and Hotu are okay. Already cultivated Yuan Shen, if encountered in an accident, but also Yuan Shen escape, Yuan Shen repair. But the other ancestral witches didn't have this treatment. Wu Tian also guessed what the two were thinking and also spoke with a bitter smile. And you know it. I'm in a different situation from my elder brothers. Even if I wanted to give this divine ability to them, it simply wouldn't work. Hotu nodded slightly. Then still, he couldn't help but sigh softly. Alas, I know. But this sense of loss came and went quickly. The current ancestral witches simply did not believe that they would face a great calamity in the future. Just a sigh of relief that the ancestor witches have less of a fallback. The two of them then rejoiced for Wu Tian once again. And Hotu even smiled and spoke. Essence blood is hidden in me. Just relax. At the same time, Xianmei ancestor witch also stretched out his hand in silence, seeing Wu Tian's eyes look. Then he said in a cool and incomparable manner, something happened to me. Neither will let anything happen to your essence blood. What else could Wu Tian say? Once again, he arched his hand to thank the two helpful sisters, and then directly sat down on his knees in the middle of the Hutu divine hall, operating his own mana and beginning to condense his essence blood. Essence blood is different from ordinary blood. The essence blood of the ancestral witches carries the power of the law, and the essence blood that Wu Tian condensed this time, in addition to its own brand of law, it carries the mapping of the power of the divine soul. It is much more exhausting on itself. When he had condensed 2 drops of essence blood before, Wu Tian had already felt a bit empty, and now that he had managed to get 2 more drops at once, the blood chi around his body couldn't help but be much thinner. Even Wu Tian has reached the strength of the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal, vaguely have a breakthrough throbbing cultivation, have stagnated. But Wu Tian was in no hurry. He hadn't originally planned to make a quick breakthrough, but was prepared to wait until after the 3rd sermon to continue to settle down a bit before considering breaking through the realm. Since we do not go to merit to become a saint, nor do we chop 3 corpses to become a Taoist, it is natural that the foundation should be built more firmly, so that we can have the opportunity to prove the Tao with power. Plus, the chi of the witch race is flourishing. If anything happens, the ancestral witches will be able to carry it. Wu Tian was in even less of a hurry. After forcing out the 2 drops of essence blood, Wu Tian felt that he was much weaker, and his face was a little pale after the blood chi thinned out. Then hand them to each of the 2 men. After Xianmei received the essence blood, his face was solemn, and he directly pressed towards his chest, actually hiding the essence blood within his heart. As she said, in this position, unless something happened to herself, this drop of essence blood would never go wrong. To what extent would it have to be injured in order to break Xianmei's heart? It also embraces, with its own blood. Seeing Xianmei so disposed, Hotu couldn't help but freeze for a moment as well. Since Xianmei hidden in the flesh, then according to the rules of risk dispersion, she is not good to hide within the flesh again. The thought in her mind, simply put directly into the Yuanshan. At the same time, he couldn't help but laugh at the words. Sister Genji, you're really spoiling him. Genji blushed all of a sudden, somewhat ashamed and angry. He got up and was about to pounce towards Hotu. Just then, noisy voices suddenly came from outside the temple of the god of the Backlands, among which Shu Rong ancestral witch's voice was the most obvious. Yelling aloud and speaking, this Di Jun is also too shameless. How dare you learn from us and want to establish a demon race, and have the face to invite us to observe the ceremony. Simply outrageous. The voices are getting louder. Then a bunch of ancestral witches barged right in. The ancestral witches naturally didn't understand knocking on doors, and besides, the Hotu Divine Hall didn't have a door at all, so they naturally didn't care about any of this. Next moment, the voices of the ancestral witches fell silent. Only the Zhu Rong ancestral witch still laughed loudly and spoke. I knew you were all here. Di Jun and others want to set up the demon race. Although on the surface there is nothing to do with the witch tribe, but the ancestral witches have sensed that there is something bad in it. Now Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 are in seclusion. Although Wu Tian was the youngest, he was already recognized as the smartest, coupled with the fact that he had made a habit of doing so before. It was natural for the crowd to seek out Wu Tian to confer. First, we went to the valley, then went back to the Pango Temple Inn. After not finding them all, the people came directly towards the Hutu tribe in pairs, and sure enough, Wu Tian, Xian He, and Hutu were all there. Ha! the Shu Rong ancestor witch muttered. His eyes darted around, looking back and forth at Wu Tian, Xian He, and Ho Tu's bodies, and his expression became more and more odd. Xianmei and Ho Tu's cheeks blushed, a faint sense of shame and anger. On the other hand, Wu Tian's face was pale and his blood chi was weak, and he looked like he had been emptied of his body. Even if the ancestral witches are straight, see this, can't help but associate it in my mind either. In the temple of the god of the back earth, it was completely quiet. The ancestral witches all looked at each other. Xianmei, the back earth is a kind of feeling that something is not right. At this time, Shu Rong muttered to Wu Tian, little old me, you are also too weak, right? This is not too good said brother I will go to get you some Zulan. He still didn't know that Ho Tu had gotten the ancestral dragon essence blood for Wu Tian long ago. The words were not finished. Huge ice spikes were instantly born in the hall, viciously stabbing towards Shu Rong. Bang! Shu Rong flew straight out. Frost instantly spread across Shen Mo's face as he spoke in a cold voice. All day long you just talk nonsense. Big brother has beaten him so many times, but he is still deadly. Then he looked toward the other ancestral witches. Everyone rushed to nod their heads, and Gong Gong even laughed loudly in agreement. Yeah, good fight. Xianmei sister, this guy is the most mouthy. Then squeezed his eyes towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian was also speechless for a while. The key thing is that he is not good at explaining. He can't tell the ancestral witches that he is hiding his essence blood, right? If the ancestral witches had a big mouth, wouldn't everyone know about it? Seeing Xian Mo going mad again, the Jumong ancestral witch hurriedly opened his mouth to block it. First things first, then his eyes gazed at Wu Tian. Old brother, Di Jun wants to establish the demon race. What do you think? Chapter 57 Go. Of course. What do I think? Wu Tian muttered in his heart. I instantly felt like I was transformed into Yuan Feng. But, Wu Tian was still very happy about this. The fact that the ancestral witches could think of approaching him first to ask him instead of directly disliking him is already a very big progress. It seems that Wu Tian's previous subtle influence was very successful. Then the mind mulled it over. Demons. In the original momentum, Di Jun, Tai, Fuxi and Nuwa established the demon race, and then the ancestral witches competed against each other, and the 12 metropolitan divine fury formations rushed to the heavenly court. This time because of Wu Tian, the witch race set up their clan in advance, but the demon race coming out is a great trend that can't be stopped. Nature still appears. However, Di Jun and the others don't have the bottom line of the witch clan, and it's not like the witch clan to only honor the Pango father god. So the establishment of the clan was invited to be witnessed by many great aptitudes. Even the witches received an invitation. Di Jun didn't want to provoke the ancestral witches, everyone else was invited. And if the witch race was left out alone, who knew how the ancestral witches would react? If you feel like looking down on the witch race, straight to the door. After Di Jun, Fu Shi and the others conferred, they felt more and more that the ancestral witches were capable of such things, so they simply pinched their noses and sent out invitations, which were even delivered by Fu Shi himself. Where's Fu Shi? Wu Tian asked curiously. The Jumong ancestral witch hurriedly spoke. Deliver the invitations and leave. This Fu Shi is quite polite, but old brother, Di Jun, they set up this what demon clan, clearly want to go against us Our clan sons and daughters take demonic beasts as blood food, but the demon clan incorporates them into the clan and gives them backing. Actually, Tai was able to corral enough demon race in such a short period of time, and really had the help of the witch race, being bullied too hard by the witches, don't want to be killed and eaten. Then they would have to throw themselves into the arms of the demon race and seek refuge from Di Jun, Tai and the rest of them. It's a good thing the demon clan hasn't been formed yet, coupled with the fact that the ancestral witches were really arrogant. Di Jun and the others were not willing to break out into conflict at the critical moment, so they all tried their best to restrain. Wu Tian was still pondering. At this time, Shu Rong ancestral witch, who had been knocked out by Xian Mo, ran back with a somewhat grimy face, muttering words as he came in towards the Ho Tu divine hall. What did I say? Just do it to me. Then he fiercely glared at the Gong Gong ancestor witch. I knew. You're the worst among our brothers. Do you like to see me laugh so much? The Gong Gong ancestral witch lightly chortled. Meh. You don't dare to mess with Sister Xianmei, so you're looking for me to take it out on you? You think you'll be able to beat me? The expression on his face was very exasperating. At once let Zhu Rong more angry. Raised his fist as going toward Gong Gong. Want to fight with Gong Gong properly? Let him have a little taste of his own medicine. Wu Tian's thoughts were immediately interrupted, and he looked at the raging two with a helpless face. It is true that the laws collide, and this is another fight. The other ancestral witches, however, all laughed. A look of watching the fun. Inside their concept. Anyway, the ancestral witches have thick skin and flesh, So what does it matter if they fight a few times? As long as they don't get killed, it's not a big deal. Xian Mo saw Wu Tian's expression. He turned his gaze and spoke in a cold voice. There, aren't we here to discuss business? If the two of you make a mess again, then go out and make a mess. And I will definitely tell Big Brother about this matter when I turn around, so that you can have a good fight in front of him. The raging Zhu Rong and Gong Gong instantly turned off their fire, each glaring at the other before not looking at each other. Wu Tian quietly reached out. Thumbs up to Genji. Awesome. It has to be Xian Mei usually cold and icy appearance. Even the other ancestral witches are a bit scared. With her words, immediately subside the fight. Xuan He gave him a blank look. Then without good humor, he said, you might as well get on with it. How exactly are we going to deal with the matter of Dijun and the others setting up the demon race? Wishbone interjected again. If I say that we directly stir up this matter of the establishment of the demon race, I think they just want to go against our witch race. Buddy, just give the word. The brothers are charging after you. Wu Tian instantly laughed bitterly. The ancestral witches were really combative. Zhu Rong's words also represented the thoughts of most of the ancestral witches, but before he could open his mouth to persuade them, he heard Gong Gong laugh. Just shut up. Asked you? Seeing that the two were about to fight again, the icy coldness on Xianmei's face became more and more intense, and the Xianmei fury was suddenly filled in the temple of the god of the backlands, making the ancestral witches all shiver. The two also stopped in a hurry. Only then did Wu Tian speak with a light smile. If you ask me, since they invited us, let's go. We can't let others say that our witch clan has no manners, right? As for what will happen to the demons, what are the plans of Emperor Jun and the others? Wu Tian looked at the crowd with a smile. To the ancestral witches, he asked rhetorically, could the older brothers be afraid of them? The ancestral witches shook their heads at once. Wu Tian secretly laughed in his heart. As long as you can feel clearly the temperament of the ancestral witches, it is not difficult to pin down. That's not all. Let them have all sorts of calculations. We will not move as if we were the Buzhou mountain, and if they are really unfavorable to our witch race, then we will strike a thunderous blow at that time. The emergence of the demon race is a great trend in the heavenly Tao. At this time, even if you go up to mess up, what can you do? Can you stop the demon race from appearing? No way. Instead, they are tainted with karma for nothing. Rather, it is better to be invited to go to the ceremony. The gift is impossible to have a gift, but the merit of the ceremony and other possible benefits, or can take a little. One more thing, if he had the opportunity, Wu Tian would still want to take the opportunity to fool Dijun and see if he could have a little influence on the subsequent development of the demon race. Remember Wu Tian's initial thoughts? He simply did not want to take the witch tribe and the demon tribe hard. Instead, he wanted to and the witch and demon two tribes are the strength of the full strength of the time. Directly with the witch tribe withdrew into the hell of the, leaving the demon race to go against the saints. He'd love to know. Wait for that day to show up. Would Ancestor Hongjun and the saints of the heavenly Tao personally take action to kill and destroy the demon race, including Emperor Jun? One thought in this. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Wu Tian's mouth. When the two of them, Xianmei and Hodu, saw this, they glanced at each other, and both of them had a puzzled look in their eyes, as if to say, what was Wu Tian thinking, laughing so strangely? At this time, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again, but this time to go to observe the ceremony. We certainly can't all go. Big brother and second brother are now in closed-door cultivation. If they all go just short of the two of them, it's inevitable that it will lead to speculation. This way, let's go 7 people. Me, Sister Xuani, Sister Ho too. This is already 3. There are still 4. Said looking towards the ancestral witches. Zhu Rong hastily blinked at Wu Tian, seemingly shouting non-stop. Choose me, choose me. But how could Wu Tian pick him? The first one is ruled out. Wu Tian spoke directly. Brother Zhu Rong, don't go. Stay and watch over the family. Zhu Rong jumped up at once. Older brother, you are retaliation. I am not just talking about you. As far as this, thanks for thinking of helping you. I'm going to get some ancestral dragon essence blood to replenish your body. Chapter 58. Do you want to touch the porcelain too? At this point the kami scoffed. You can pull it off. With that mouth of yours, it would be a wonder if you didn't get into a fight if you went. But of course I can't let you go. The two men were suddenly about to argue again. Xianming's face was also filled with speechlessness. Ancestral witches can occasionally listen to her, just out of the love and care of a brother for his sister. Xianmei is ultimately not as majestic as Di Zheng and Candle Join. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Brother Gong Gong is also at home on guard. There you go. Zhu Rong immediately stopped being angry, smiling and looking toward Gong Gong, with an expression that you are not so good. Less messing around with these two. Next, Wu Tian quickly discussed with the other ancestral witches. Apart from the three of them who had given birth to Yuan Shen, there were also Jumong, Matu, Qiangliang, and Xiaqi. A total of 7 people went forward to observe the ceremony. Then the ancestral witches dispersed, first going back to the tribe to command some, with the seat of the great witches to arrange things in the tribe. Wishful thinking about leaving, Wu Tian suddenly grabbed his arm, and in Zhu Rong's astonished eyes, walked outside the Hota Divine Hall and quietly asked, "Brother Zhu Rong, where do you get the ancestral dragon essence blood you mentioned?" Ancestral dragons have all returned to heaven and earth, their true spirits transformed into the spirit of the earth's veins, and their bodies transformed into the Yellow River. During the previous fall of the ancestral dragon, Hotu had forced 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood, which had already been refined into himself by Wu Tian. But who would have too much of such a good thing? Wishbone heatedly laughed. "I naturally know what you're talking about. Although the ancestral dragon is dead, but the dragon tribe is still there. I don't believe that this old thing does not leave a little for the dragon tribe," he said and tapped on Wu Tian's arm. "Don't worry, leave this matter to me. If the dragons don't hand it over, let's see if I don't boil their 4 seas and capture all the dragons as blood food." Wu Tian's face changed. "Why don't we just forget about it? The dragons had deep karma on them, and it was hard to rely on the ancestral dragon sacrifice to preserve a piece of their luck. So why bother to provoke them at this time?" But he wasn't finished. Zhu Rong then smiled and said, "Just stay out of it." Then with an expression of "I understand you," he patted Wu Tian's shoulder once again and turned into crimson arcane light and left. Wu Tian didn't even know what to say. Forget it. Suffer the dragons a bit. Anyway, the scolding has Zhu Rong to bear. And Wu Tian thinks that the dragon clan will not be hard to not give if they really have ancestral dragon essence blood. Just know the time. Wishful thinking wouldn't do much for them. Then he turned back and walked into the Backlands Divine Hall, waiting for the ancestral witches to arrange things and then set off together. Wait until the people are gathered. Xianmei and Hodu both struck out in unison, and instantly there was an incomparably thick and heavy force of laws that surrounded the Xianlight boundary, which rolled up all the people in the party and sent them straight up into the 9 heavens, toward the direction of the flooded stars. The place chosen by Dijun and the others was not the Sun Star or the dojo of Fuxi and Nuwa, and the Buzhou Mountain was even less suitable, having been circled by the Witch Clan as their own clanland. So simply in the flooded stars. After Wu Tian and the others crossed the whistling 9 heavenly winds and flew into the incomparably empty and endless flooded starry sky, they headed directly toward the Sun Star. Soon approaching the solar star, the closer he got, the stronger the oppressive feeling of the brilliant sun was, and the incomparably hot true fire of the sun made the cold and silent flood starry sky less boring. Wu Tian looked toward the Sun Star from afar. His eyes were dense with divine light, and across the distance, he could see the immense and incomparable Fusang divine tree. Wu Tian marveled in his heart. It's really something, as one of the innate 10 spiritual roots of the Fusang tree is very powerful, the bare sun true fire burning on it. Dijun, Tai, the 2 golden crows were conceived in the Fusang divine tree. Look at it from so far away. All can feel its compelling aura. Obviously it is strong and incomparable, but such a strong Fusang tree has never taken shape. Wu Tian muttered in his heart. Is it because the instants are too strong? All of the innate beings, the more powerful the physical body but the more difficult to take shape, such as the North Sea Shin turtle later chopped off the limbs. The physical body is too strong and the Yuanshan cannot withstand. I'm sure the fuchsia tree is the same. Then another thought popped up in Wu Tian's heart. It would be nice to get a branch of the Fusang tree and try to plant it then too. Thoughts together. It would be hard to contain it any longer. Immediately, he mulled it over in his mind, considering how he could get it from Emperor Jun. Now the Emperor Jun and the witch tribe is not officially opposed to each other. There are not so many disputes. Maybe there is still a chance. Just thinking about it, a cloud of arcane light suddenly appeared in front of them. A huge golden palace appeared in the flood starry sky, backed by the Sun Star, was held up by the river Mapluoshu, emitting infinite light. There are 10,000 living beings converging in it. Above the golden palace, a channel of arcane light is thick and rich, and the Tao rhyme is rich. But the many great divine masters who have come to observe the ceremony, each occupying a side of the void, Emperor Jun, Tai, Fuxi, and Nuwa, all 4 of them, gathered together just above the golden palace, with Tai's chaos seed hanging above them, suppressing this area of space. The 4 men estimated the time, is feeling about the same time, suddenly looked toward the front in unison. Face are violently changed. Other early arrivals of the Great Spirit, originally in the void on their knees to sleep, also opened their eyes, toward the law of the arcane light shot to look at. Eyes are born curiosity, surprised color. Only Jin Yuanzi, red cloud, to see clearly after the person. Face instantly reveal joyful smile. Red cloud is quietly voice words. Older brother Jin Yuan. I told you that your worries were unnecessary. Look, isn't old brother Wu Tian here? Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile. Being invited by Di Jun to come and watch the ceremony, he naturally couldn't help but worry that the ancestral witches would step in and cause trouble. And if that happened, he wouldn't even know how to handle himself. Do nothing? Or do you want to help Mr. Wu Tian? Phew. Jin Yuanzi breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Di Jun was also suddenly silent, his brows slightly furrowed, and he even muttered in his mind, still here? He sent out invitations before. It didn't even occur to me that the ancestral witches would come to observe the ceremony, but they just didn't want to fall in line and avoid stirring up strife at such an important moment as the establishment of the clan. I didn't expect the witch clan to actually come. Di Jun's eyes grew weirder and weirder. At that moment, Tai Yi stood up violently, his face full of gravity, but before he could say anything, he was blocked by a gentle force, and Di Jun's voice rang in his ears. You sit still. Then Di Jun turned toward Fushi to look. His face once again waves, half the color of surprise or not, light smile and said, fellow Fushi Taoist, the witch race has come to observe the ceremony. Can we go and welcome them? It will also save others from saying that we have no manners. Fushi nodded slightly, didn't say anything, just got up and greeted them. After flying out, Fushi's face had an incomparable smile on it, all in goodwill, and smiled at Wu Tian and the others from afar. Fellow Taoists come. I'm sorry to have missed you. With that, he flew in front of the ancestral witches. Shenmei and Hotu also dispersed the power of the laws around them, and Wu Tian and the others stood in the void. Hotu laughed softly and spoke, since a few fellow Taoists have invited me, the witch clan is not ignorant of etiquette, and naturally we must come to observe the ceremony. Tao friends do not need to be polite, or hurry to go busy themselves. Do not miss the hour. Fushi hurriedly arched his hand in thanks. The heart can't help but feel. There are still good people in the Wiccan race, like the Hutu ancestor witch in front of us. Determining that the ancestral witches had only come to observe the ceremony, Fushi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in his heart, and after politely saying a few words once again, he hurriedly returned. Another short while passed. Emperor Jun and the other four stood up in unison, with Taoist rhythms surrounding them and innate spiritual treasures flying around them. Di Jun suddenly spoke aloud. The great Tao is above. The heavenly Tao is in view. The flood and the heaven and earth are in view. And now there is Emperor Jun, Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa, who feels the suffering of the 10,000 tribes in the flood. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide open. What the hell? Just you guys want to touch the avenue. Did Emperor Jun and the others not know the reason for the appearance of the great Tao? Di Jun naturally knew that. He even specifically reprimanded Tai Chi, telling him not to be delusional. But by the time the four of them deliberated, they still couldn't help but have their minds shaken. But after all, it's the avenue dying. What if? It's worth trying if there's even the slightest possibility. Chapter 59, The Demon Race is established. The heavenly court comes into being. The corner of Wu Tian's mouth moved. The remaining light looked toward the ancestral witches beside him, and even Hotu, who had the most amiable character, had a faint disdain, as if to say, you guys? Wu Tian instantly smiled knowingly. Then his eyes turned toward the other great avatars, and he saw that Sansheng and the others all shook violently, and there was actually a look of anticipation in their eyes. With that, Wu Tian realized, if Di Jun and the others could do it, when they had something to announce to heaven and earth in the future, wouldn't they be able to win the favor of the great Tao as well? That's why these people reacted the way they did. Meh. Wu Tian laughed in his heart. After the touch of the great Tao as above, Wu Genius realized another special place and was shocked in his heart. Ha! Surprisingly, there's no Taoist ancestor up there? It's not like the witches are leading the charge again, is it? The witch race didn't have one. And if the demon race had an extra Hongjun Daozu on its head, it would obviously be a little bit worse. And Emperor Jun is ambitious, highly arrogant by nature, obviously not willing to condescend to others, or else in the Purple Heaven Palace, he would not have opened his mouth to ask Hongjun Taoist ancestor whether only the immortal way can prove the road to the mixed world, can become a saint. If you're willing to stoop to the level of the immortal way, like the Duke of Dongwang, perhaps Taijin's fate is different again. But, you're not witches after all. Wu Tian sighed in his heart, and then continued to look towards the figures of Di Jun and the others, who were at that moment at the head of the group, still making their oaths known. The power of the Great Way is nowhere to be seen, but the power of the heavenly Tao raged. Countless Yuan Qi and laws converge toward the flood starry sky, and the gorgeous light illuminates the entire flood starry sky. In the end, it's more preachy than the witches. Di Jun's small set of words. What for the welfare of the flood beings? For the 10,000 living beings to open up the road, said for a long time before Di Jun and the others spoke aloud. Hence, Today I want to unite all the races and set up the demon race, in order to pacify the strife of all the races in the flood. Among all the races in the flood, those who have a spirit can be a demon. And I would like to open up the demon path and educate the demon race, to suppress the demon race's chi with the Hichu Luo Shu and Chaos Bell. I, Emperor Jun, am the demon emperor. Tai Chi immediately spoke excitedly. I, Tai Chi, am the Eastern Emperor of the demon race. They were followed by Fushi and Nuwa, who also spoke aloud. I, Fushi, am the Shi Huang of the demon race. I, Nuwa, am Emperor Nuwa of the demon race. The words fell. The four of them looked at each other, and then their respective breaths converged and impacted towards the thick place of the heavenly Tao, and they drank in unison. Demon race, stand. The many demon clans that had already converged earlier also looked up to the sky, their faces uplifted in surprise as they looked up to the sky. The power of the heavenly Tao became more and more raging. An arcane and incomparable rune was born in the void. Demon. There was a hint of loss in the eyes of Di Jun and the others. Until now, the avenue half of the appearance of the signs are not only the power of the heavenly Tao reaction, obviously touching the porcelain failure. Alas, although it has been prepared for a long time, but Di Jun still can't help but secretly sigh. After all, is much worse than the witch tribe. The witch tribe not only has the great Tao Qingqing, even the witch runes are Pango God blessing. The others dimmed their eyes a bit. The glimmer of expectation in their hearts was very dryly cut off. And at once, some people looked towards Wu Tian and the other ancestral witches, with more and more envy in their eyes. Ti Jun quickly perked up. Originally, there are jujube no jujube to play a shot. Really do not have the avenue of the favor, also forget it. This is not still recognized by the way of heaven? But Wu Tian was a bit surprised. Ha! Surprisingly, the heavens are as usual, not the slightest bit angry at the behavior of Di Jun and the others? No, the heavenly Tao was merciless. I should say that it was ancestor Hongjun Dao, who was after all the only heavenly Tao saint right now, who surprisingly didn't intervene either. Looks like Hongjun is used to it. Wu Tian gave a cry in his heart, as the demon race's origin runes appeared and spilled directly toward the void. All the demon race beings, even Emperor Jun, Tai Yi and others, had a violent flash above their souls. The runes are branded on. Since then, these beings of different races had a common name, the demon race. Then the chi of all the demon races curled up, and under the force of the heavenly Tao, they converged together, and immediately gathered into a long river of chi, throughout the flooded stars. Ho hum! It skyrocketed after it appeared. At the same time the river map Luo book, Chaos Bell is also timely fly out, fell into the illusory long river above, sprinkle the metaphysical light, suppress the chaos, turbulence in which, next moment, there was a rumbling sound. It resounded throughout the flood starry sky like a thunderclap, and where the power of the heavenly Tao converged, the arcane golden light became denser and denser. Just when the crowd thought it was over and the heavenly Tao was about to rain down merits, they violently felt the flooded void being shaken, and each of them looked toward where the change was in horror. It seems like a behemoth has awakened, crashing through layers of space, tearing the void apart as if to drill out of it. Astonishment in the eyes of the crowd. Wu Tian, however, had anticipated this in his mind, staring at the expanding spatial crack, murmuring in his heart, sure enough, heaven is coming out. At the moment this dissension appeared, Emperor Jun was first surprised, and then the heart suddenly gave birth to a kind of throbbing. Seems to have a sense with the existence of this upcoming birth. What's the situation? Di Jun muttered in his heart, staring dead on at the place where the void had shattered, his brows furrowed. Such a critical time. Don't let anything go wrong. A few moments later, a corner of heaven crashed through the void. Countless pavilions and palaces, as well as vast and incomparable worlds, were displayed in front of the crowd, immediately causing a cry of surprise. Suddenly flew out a spiritual light, directly toward the Emperor Jun's spiritual platform shot. In a moment did not enter they. Immediately afterward, Di Jun's brows stretched. The astonishment on his face turned even more into a sudden realization, and he muttered in a low voice under his breath, Heaven, the 33 heavens. After thoroughly figuring out the existence of the heavenly court, and the reason for its emergence, Emperor Jun could no longer contain his surprise in his heart and laughed up in the sky. Ha ha ha, the demon race is established, and the heavenly court is now in existence. What's wrong with not having an avenue of favor? When I, Di Jun, established the demon race, there was a heavenly court that came into existence and was under my control. Isn't this a great blessing? Emperor Jun's eyes burned like flames. The eyes burned. Through the messages coming from the heavenly court, he already knew that the heavenly court was born of the heavenly Tao, the center of the operation of the rules of the heavenly Tao. The excitement grew in his heart. Heaven's destiny. I, Di Jun, am truly destined for heaven. The figure then flickered. Instantly, he flew towards the heavenly court and disappeared into it. And in the next moment, as Jun continued to take control of the heavenly court, the 33 heavens appeared completely, slowly stabilized, standing above the 9 heavens, embedded in the flooded heavens and earth. Wait until the heavenly court is completely stabilized. Jun reappeared, returning to Tai, Fushi, and Nua's side, tilting his head toward the place where the power of the heavenly Tao had coalesced, and the smile on his face grew more and more confident and exuberant. Rumble. This time the heavenly merit finally descended. As the 4 emperors of the demon race, naturally, they got the biggest share of merit, and the others who came to observe the ceremony also gained something and put away the share that belonged to them. And then he continued to look at Emperor Jun. The discerning can see, although the 4 emperors together set up the demon race, but the demon race is really the word of the people or Emperor Jun. Demon Emperor Jun naturally gained the most. As the heavenly Tao's merit landed, under the powerful demon race's chi boost, Jun's aura soared. In a moment it was actually going to break through. Chapter 60, Don't Come Over Here. There was a flash of arcane light on Jun's body. The aura around his body immediately tightened up. Jun did not choose to break through on the spot. He is also a great plan. Naturally, we must have a good sense of enlightenment, rather than such a hasty breakthrough. Wait until the heavenly visions disappear. The long river of chi of the demon race disappeared, and the river map and Luo book flew back into Jun's body, before he smiled and arched his hand at the crowd. Thank you, fellow Taoists. I am grateful to Emperor Jun for coming to watch the ceremony today. Some of the people nodded their heads in response. Some opened their mouths to respond with Emperor Jun, and for a while it was a happy time. With that, Emperor Jun made another invitation. A banquet was to be given to entertain the people, while they sat down and celebrated. But instead of going to the newly emerged heavenly court, the people were invited to go back to the Golden Palace before. Heaven has only just come out. Emperor Jun hasn't even taken complete control yet. To invite many great divine beings to go at this time, wouldn't it be foolish for them to probe for the truth? Emperor Jun was naturally reluctant. Originally the heart of the intention, extremely curious about the heavenly court of the great divine master, once heard that it was to return to that palace built by the sun gold essence, immediately lost interest. Many then excused themselves. Tai Ching was the first to speak. Tao Ancestor's 3rd sermon is just around the corner, so we'd better go back and make some preparations first, and then come back to discuss the sermon with you in the future when we have the chance to do so. Arching his hand slightly, he turned to leave. Yuan Shi naturally followed behind, but it was Tong Tian whose eyes flickered, and while following up, he turned his head towards Wu Tian. The curious gleam in his eyes could not be concealed. After Wu Tian noticed it, gaze turned, and Tong Tian to look up. See Tong Tian eyes and no malicious look, immediately smiled lightly and nodded. Tonto froze, also nodded with a light smile. The 3 figures then disappeared. At the same time a mysterious light shot out from here and fell toward all parts of the flooded earth, and the people also left. At this time, the Germang Ancestral Witch asked, "Buddy, let's go back too." Then without waiting for Wu Tian to respond, he spat out somewhat indignantly, muttering words. This demon race has a big mouth. Anyone with a spirit can be a demon. I see that he wants to wipe out all the races in the flood. Xu Rong was right before. This Jun really does not have good intentions. Wu Tian shook his head. There's no rush. Later on, go and talk to Emperor Jun for a couple of minutes to find out the truth. It just so happens that I still have things to find him. After saying that, he was afraid that the attitude of Jumong and other ancestral witches would cause a conflict and delay the next plan. Wu Tian hurriedly said again, "It's a great wish to establish a clan. Naturally, it is how big it is. Otherwise, how can we let the heavenly Tao recognize it? Several elder brothers. Later on you cannot make trouble. I still want to ask Emperor Jun to talk about something." A few of the Jumong froze for a moment, somewhat puzzled as to what exactly Wu Tian wanted to do, but still didn't ask anything and just nodded heavily. In the meantime, on the other side of the flooded starry sky, the Duke of the East King was again full of smiles as he moved toward the side of the Queen Mother of the West. Today, I witnessed the establishment of the demon clan once again. The vast amount of chi, the vast amount of merit, and the presence of the heavenly court's 33 heavens made the Duke of the East King's eyes red with envy. The idea of establishing a fairy court. It's getting harder and harder to contain. Therefore, even though Mother West had an impatient, even annoyed look on her face, the Duke of the East King still held his tongue and moved towards the front. No way. The two are the top male and female immortals in the world. If you want to set up the immortal court, you simply can't do it without Shi Wangmu. Alonin will not be born and Alone Yang will not grow. Not yet close. The Queen Mother of the West frowned slightly, a turn of breath around the body to leave. The East King Gong hastened to voice words. fellow Daoist Golden Mother. Wait, seeing the establishment of the demon race today, don't you have any thoughts, fellow Daoist? If the two of us join forces to establish the immortal court, we will also have boundless fortune and massive merits at that time. Cultivation can also be furthered. Seeing that the Queen Mother of the West was still silent, the Duke of Dongwang could only take a step forward again and spoke bitterly. But we have this heavenly Dao karma bestowed by the Dao ancestor. Isn't it only natural to set up an immortal court? Such a good thing. What exactly are the doubts that you, fellow Daoist, still have? The Queen Mother of the West finally raised her eyes towards the Duke of the East, a hint of contempt deep within her eyes. Although she had gained many benefits by becoming the head of the female immortals in the world, she was furious at the thought that she had been implicated by this guy in front of her and had to turn to the immortal path. Seeing the Duke of Dongwang so pressed, the Western Queen Mother couldn't help but sneer and say, "Set up a fairy court? Is it possible that you, Taoist friend, want to fight with the witches and demons, and repeat the past events of the time of the Dragon Han Cataclysm, when the three clans fought?" The Eastern Lord froze for a moment. "How? We are at ease with promoting the immortal way and spreading indoctrination for Dao ancestor. So how would we start a conflict with the witches and demons? Even if the immortal court sets up, they have to give face to Dao ancestor, right?" The Western Queen Mother once again confirmed in her heart. This is a guy with a big ambition. More and more do not want to get involved with him. Standing on the opposite side of the witch and demon two tribes, giving face to the Taoist ancestors? Do you see that when these two tribes notified heaven and earth, did they ever give face to Hanjun Daozu and ask him to bear witness? Seeing that the Duke of Dongwang is still chattering on and on, constantly persuading himself, talking about the many benefits of setting up the immortal court, and even taking Hanjun Daozu to press himself, Queen Mother of the West became more and more annoyed in her heart. Right now, even if he refused, turning around, this guy would still chase him to Zikenlun and give himself no peace. Sweeping her eyes toward the surroundings, coincidentally, she met with Wu Tian, whose eyes were darting around, and a thought suddenly arose in the heart of the Queen Mother of the West, and suddenly her eyes brightened up. Western Queen Mother immediately spoke. "I have no intention of doing anything about the immortal court." Seeing the Duke of Dongwang open his mouth to say something else, the Queen Mother of the West directly interrupted, gently smiled and said, "I still have something to discuss with fellow Taoist Wu Tian. Farewell." After saying that, he simply ignored the change in the Duke of Dongwang's expression and flew directly towards Wu Tian's direction. The Western Queen Mother secretly said in her heart, "Just don't be afraid of the witches. Come after me if you can." Seeing this, Wu Tian could not help but blink his eyes, and a trace of surprise was born in his heart. "Ha! What's Mother West doing over here?" He was the one whose eyes darted around, looking at the Queen Mother of the West and the Duke of the East, both of whom seemed to be arguing about something in a very unpleasant manner, and naturally became curious, unintentionally locking eyes with the Queen Mother of the West. Another polite smile. As a result, the Queen Mother of the West came straight to it. And what was with this grudging, angry look from the Duke of Dongwang, as if he had robbed his wife? Wu Tian frowned at once, but before Wu Tian could say anything, the several ancestral witches around them had already seen this scene, and the four ancestral witches such as Zhimang and Matsuo violently exploded around their bodies, spreading out towards the Duke of Dongwang, their tyrannical aura rushing straight towards them. "What are you looking at? How dare you stare at my brother Wu Tian?" Dong Wangdong's eyes stared at the situation, then turned his head away. Seeing that Sentinel and the others were still going after them, Wu Tian hurriedly opened his mouth to stop it. "Forget it, didn't I say? We won't fight this time out." Zhimang also obediently nodded his head, stopping his steps at once and collecting his aura around him, then smilingly spoke. "Okay, listen to you. Let him go for the time being. What is this Dongwang Gong, and dare to compete with my old brother Wu Tian?" Instead, Wu Tian suddenly had his hairs raised and felt something bad, only to feel four sharp swords behind him against his back. Where did Wu Tian not understand at this point? Obviously the Queen Mother of the West is impatient with the entanglement of the Duke of the East, simply to the most grumpy ancestral witches here, wanting to let the Duke of the East know difficult to retreat. Queen Mother of the West's purpose was achieved instead. However, Wu Tian was going to be pitted by her, and immediately blinked his eyes in a hurry, his eyes signaling, "Don't you come over here." Queen Mother West froze for a moment. The next moment, it actually revealed a sultry look. Wu Tian was speechless. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Mother West has wronged me. We haven't said a word to each other. We've never met. Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you trying to hurt me? Chapter 61. Do you want to kill the Duke of Dongwon? The scent behind him grew sharper and sharper. Wu Tian felt that if it wasn't for his thick skin, he would only be stabbed into a hedgehog by the gaze behind him. Zhimang and the other ancestral witches, however, were full of smiles. "Hey, who says we're a pain in the ass? Although the witch race is rough, it's not strange to give birth to a clear-eyed one who can attract the attention of the innate goddess. Right at this moment, the Hotu behind him was filled with a beaming smile and spoke to Wu Tian. Wu Tian, you were staring at people in the Violet Sky Palace before, and now that they're here, why don't you hurry up and welcome them? Wu Tian, however, shivered as he listened. Hiss, that's supposed to be rhetorical, right? And then couldn't help but slightly shake his head. This Hotu's sister said good virtue? Wu Tian himself didn't have much of an impression of what happened in the Violet Sky Palace before, but he didn't think that she still remembered it. At that time, the Queen Mother of the West was rewarded by Hong Jun. It's not like there's anything wrong with him paying a little more attention or observing, is there? The other side. After Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yin exchanged pleasantries and farewells with Emperor Jun and the others, they flew towards where Wu Tian was with excited faces. Just flew not very far. Jin Yuanzi directly stopped, but also a hand will be Red Cloud dragged. Make Red Cloud surprised beyond measure. Some strange asked. Jin Yuan Lao, what's wrong? Didn't you say you were going to greet old brother Wu Tian? The corner of Jin Yuanzi's mouth twitched. Naturally, I'm going, but you don't look at the current situation. What's the point of going at this time? Wait for a while, wait until Wu Tian's old brother's side is more peaceful before saying. Red Cloud's eyes rolled. It quickly understood what Jin Yuanzi meant. The two then stood in the flooded starry sky, smilingly looking toward Wu Tian's direction. A look of melon eaters. Even people like Emperor Jun originally wanted to come up to greet See the situation is also stopped. Curious towards the Wu Tian where looking. The heart is even more muttered up. The Queen Mother of the West has friendship with the Witch Clan. Haven't heard about it. By this time the Queen Mother of the West had arrived. The body is full and flavorful. The innate Yin Qi incarnation is really outstanding. The end is unparalleled beauty. Arching his hand at Wu Tian and the others, he said, Golden Mother greets you all. Wu Tian secretly sighed in his heart. No wonder. I don't know how many emperors in later times have dreamed of traveling with the Queen Mother of the West, and it is really very beautiful and touching. However, his face flinched and frowned, and he spoke very nonchalantly to the Queen Mother of the West. Fellow Golden Mother Daoist, that's not very decent of you, is it? Dare to use me as a shield. The Duke of the East King is afraid that he already hates me now, adding to the karma of my witch clan. How are you going to explain that? Originally, the face of the magnificent Queen Mother of the West changed instantly, adding a trace of panic. Her voice was even softer, and she bowed deeply to Wu Tian. Fellow Daoist, forgive me. I'm also being pestered. No way. Before seeing the Taoist friends before in the Purple Sky Palace selfless help Red Clouds, in the heat of the moment only dare to borrow the might of the Witch Clan a use. Mighty not necessarily, but the fury is sure. Decent people are afraid that there are not many people who are willing to clash with the Witch Clan, which is why the Duke of Dongwang turned away. The Queen Mother of the West didn't tell lies. Wu Tian, however, let out a light snort. The face still didn't look too good, playing soft and apologizing. Just to get by? Do you really think that I, the witch race, am a stupid big man with no brain, and that I am that easy to fool? Immediately, he spoke directly. Who am I to help you? At once, the Queen Mother of the West was confused by the question. Before helping Red Cloud did not ask why the Queen Mother of the West still thinks that the ancestral witches have a big personality, so they must not care too much about this, and they will pass after a few words of confusion. I didn't expect Wu Tian to not follow the routine. This, the Queen Mother of the West mused. Right at this moment, Wu Tian's expression suddenly changed, and a bright, cheerful smile emerged on his face as he laughed aloud and spoke. It's not impossible to help you. With the Duke of the East King, my witch clan doesn't carry fear. However, after getting so much karma for nothing, you must make up for it, right? How about taking the Western Vegetarian Cloud Boundary flag? Mother of the West froze again, and then he actually laughed in anger. Is this something the sorcerers can say? I'm just trying to get rid of the Duke of Dongwang by using the power of your witch clan, and you want my Western Vegetable Cloud banner? In an instant, the Queen Mother of the West no longer assumes a low profile. Directly to Wu Tian cold heave up. Behind Wu Tian's Shinmei, Hotu was also surprised a moment. The two looked at each other. Get half a day you are not thinking of the Queen Mother of the West. Is thinking of people's innate spiritual treasures it? The two were a little embarrassed. Looks like a mistake. Jumong and a few other ancestral witches on the other hand had a speechless look on their faces, looking at Wu Tian with some hateful eyes, itching to yell at Wu Tian. Buddy, you're not going to make it. We drove away the East Wangon, not for you to come to rob the West Queen Mother's magic treasure. Why don't you understand things? When the person is in hand, isn't the magic treasure also in hand? At this time, the Queen Mother of the West spoke faintly. This treasure was given by the Taoist ancestor. I don't dare to give it to just anyone. I hope you'll forgive me. And the heart is also a little upset, and is not a complete solution to her problems, just briefly forced back the East King Gong. This point of karma still want the Western vegetable plowed boundary flag? This is an extreme innate spiritual treasure, an existence that can suppress chi. In the face of the Queen Mother of the West's lack of color, Wu Tian did not get angry. Still smiling, he also knows that this reason is not enough to make the Queen Mother of the West hand over. Instantly, he turned his head, muttering to Xianmei and Ho Tu. Swish! The two ancestral witches instantly struck out. The power of the law rages, dividing a tiny heaven and earth in the void, shielding the sky from. At this time, Wu Genius continued to laugh. I know, this bit of karma is far from enough to make fellow Taoist hand over the Western Veiled Cloud Realm flag. But what if I can help you solve your troubles once and for all? The Western Queen Mother frowned. Somewhat surprised, he looked at Wu Tian, and a premonition had been born in his heart. Sure enough, Wu Tian spoke with a smile. How about this? You give me the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary flag, and I will help you get the Duke of the East King killed thereafter, and you will never have to worry again. How? The Western Queen Mother was shocked in her heart, looking at Wu Tian with an incredulous face. He then couldn't help but exclaim in shock. He is the head of the male immortals in the world appointed by the Taoist ancestor himself. Wu Tian, however, had a disinterested look on his face. So what? The Queen Mother of the West was suddenly silent. Yes, the witch race is such a lawless existence, only honoring their Pango father god, Hongjun Daozu is not even in the eyes. After a few moments of contemplation, the Queen Mother of the West eventually smiled bitterly and shook her head. No, although I loathe the Duke of Dongwang, I have no intention of beheading him, and if I give you the Western Vegetable Cloud Boundary flag, in an instant the Duke of Dongwang will be dead, and how can I get out of it? Chapter 62, how else can it be? Hear this. Wu Tian let out a light snort in his heart. You really don't want to kill Lord Dongwang? If you don't want to kill the Duke of Dongwang, how can I snub the Western Vegetarian Cloud Boundary flag from your hands? Before Wu Tian made up his mind to get the innate 5 square flag, and then hand it over to the ancestral witches and then into an innate 5 square 5 elemental array, placed within the 12 Du Tianxin Sure array, to come to a formation within a formation. For this reason, he even left all the innate gourd vines in the valley, waiting for the future of the three Chang and others to strike. Use this as an excuse. Take the flag from them. In this plan, precisely missing was this Western plain-colored Cloud Realm flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. But it's not like he can force it. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. There's no way. Who made me embarrassed to directly lay hands on the Queen Mother of the West, so I can only borrow the head of the Duke of the East King for a while. Immediately, he snubbed at the Queen Mother of the West. Wu Tian had a smile on his face, but it was a serious look. Very solemn words. That's not true. Fellow Taoist, you and Dong Wanggong are respectively born of the innate yin and yang qi, or else you wouldn't have been influenced by Dong Wanggong in the Purple Heavenly Palace, and by the Hongjun gave the world male and female immortal head of the karma. The karma entanglement between each other is very deep. Dong Wanggong is not dead. How can you get away with it? Wu Tian's words lurched slightly. Nothing else. If Lord Dongwang wants to establish the immortal court, can you stop it? If you can't, can you do it alone? When the time comes, even if the witch clan, don't come after you, I'm afraid that the demon clan won't let you guys off the hook, right? The Western Queen Mother frowned. The eyes snapped shut. Then snapping his head up to meet Wu Tian's eyes, he exclaimed words under his breath. The fairy court? How did you know that the Duke of Dongwang wanted to set up an immortal court? Wu Tian, however, just laughed. He is naturally because he knows the general situation, guessing that the next is the time for the Duke of the East King to establish the immortal court. But the Queen Mother of the West saw him smiling without saying a word. In his heart, he was thinking that the Duke of Dongwang, a loudmouth, had not yet accomplished anything, and was yelling about the immortal court all over the place, so much so that even Wu Tian knew about it. He was also more and more speechless. If things aren't kept secret, they can't be done. This Dongwang Gong is simply unuseful and disappointing. Not to mention, she hasn't even said yes yet. Is it possible that such a notification to the flood is an attempt to force and drag her into the game? Thinking about the Purple Heaven Palace, forcing her to change her practice to the immortal path, later on, she would have to drag herself to fall into the Great Tribulation. The Western Queen Mother was even more angry in her heart, actually really want to kill the East King Gong of the idea. Seeing the Western Queen Mother's color change, Wu Tian laughed lightly, then very sincerely. How about this? I give you an idea? Next, if the Duke of the East King still come to find you to discuss the matter of the immortal court, you will directly agree to it. The merit and fortune that should be taken normally, but wait until the immortal court is established. None of it. Just in the West Kunlun good cultivation. So I'll keep you safe. Wait until the Duke of Dongwang is dead. Then you can give me the Western Vegetable Cloud Realm flag. So that no one will implicate you in the Duke of Dongwang's death. Right? At those words the Western Queen Mother frowned. The mind keeps brooding. But Wu Tian did not stop at all after he said that, and directly stretched out his hand towards the Queen Mother of the West, and again spoke to her. Right. After saying so much, you have to give some benefits first, right? Can you first give me a branch from the innate nonpareil peach tree? I am very curious about the innate nonpareil peach tree. Mother of the West asked frostily. What do you want with its branches? Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. I want to try to see if I can plant it, not seeking to get the innate peaches, but to be able to reproduce the latter-day peaches. To give my sons and daughters of the witch clan a taste is also quite good. The Queen Mother of the West thought about it. A slender white palm reached into the sleeve of his coat. It seemed to contain a vast space within it, and a moment later, it actually did take out a branch with pink flower bones on it. The breath of innate Nongshui is strong. What Wu Tian didn't expect was that the Queen Mother of the West had once again taken out 10 innate peaches with a light purple striped core and handed them towards Wu Tian. Seeing the look of surprise on Wu Tian's face, the Queen Mother of the West also laughed and then spoke. Aren't you curious about the innate peaches? It just so happens that I still have some fruits in my hand, so I'll give you a taste of them. As a way of thanking you for your help just now. Wu Tian was not polite either. Directly take the innate peaches. Then he smiled at the Western Queen Mother. Okay. Deposit received. Don't worry, Dong Wanggong is dead. After saying that, signaled the Hotu duo to lift the boundary. Then once again, he arched his hand at the Queen Mother of the West and spoke with a loud smile. Fellow Daoists, just wait for the good news. Then he stepped in the void and took the lead in the direction of Xin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. These two guys watched the fun like loafers. Wu Tian had seen them long ago. Wait until Wu Tian walked out far away. The Queen Mother of the West suddenly shook her head, her eyes snapping wide with a look of this reaction. Nope. I didn't want to kill Lord Dongwang. How was this? Wu Tian said. Like I can't have peace until the Duke of Dongwang dies. Think about what Wu Tian said about the deposit. The Western Queen Mother murmured in her heart. The Witch Clan won't really make a move. Will they? But I do not know how. Her mind at this time is very contradictory. On the one hand, feel that this is very bad, but also vaguely give birth to pleasure. Suddenly the face is very tangled look. Then wanted to shout Wu Tian down. In the end, he did not open his mouth and stood still. His face very complicated as he looked at the back of Wu Tian and the others. And the mind gets stranger and stranger. How did the Witch Clan come up with such a being? Fooling himself? Is this still the witch race? Moreover, looking at Wu Tian speaking, the other ancestral witches were silent, with a look that Wu Tian was the main one. What exactly is his status in the Witch Clan? The Western Queen Mother muttered in her mind. Said the Ancestral Witch it? But before the 12 ancestral witches set up the tribe, did not see Wu Tian appeared, and even the 12 tribes of the Witch tribe. There is not a Wu Tian tribe. A long meditation. The Queen Mother of the West eventually twisted her head and left. This side, Manhwa also quietly transmitted his voice. After understanding that what Wu Tian is thinking about is not a person, but the Western Vegetal Cloud boundary flag in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West, Xianmei is a little less good. It felt like he had misunderstood Wu Tian. The tone of the voice transmission with Wu Tian was much warmer as he asked quietly, when are we going to do it? Do we have to wait until after the Duke of Dongwang establishes the Immortal Court? The meaning within the words was as if as long as Wu Tian gave an order, he would directly kill the Penglai Immortal Island in the East Sea and let the Duke of the East King taste the iron fist of the Witch Clan. Wu Tian turned back sharply at his words. First he froze, then smiled softly and winked. Hands? What do you mean? In the original general situation, the Duke of the East King died at the hands of the demon race, so Wu Tian only needed to wait quietly until something happened and head to West Kunlun to get the treasure. He was again worried about the ancestral witches striking, getting it wrong instead of interfering with the fate of the Duke of the East. The thoughts in his mind, immediately and quietly transmitted sound. Very solemn advice. You guys stay out of this. The Duke of the East King will be cleaned up by someone else. He's dead. There's no need for us, the Witch Clan, to make that effort. Let's just sit back and wait to collect the treasure. The ancestral witches instantly froze. They did not doubt Wu Tian's words. Previously Wu Tian's judgment of the future situation has never been wrong. But think carefully. The ancestral witches all felt a little off. Hotu's rosy lips opened slightly, looking at Wu Tian with some incredulity, her eyes flickering with a shimmering light, as if to say, still? Well, isn't that empty-handed? Not only that, Wu Tian also asked for a deposit from the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. The Queen Mother of the West also took the initiative to give 10 more innate peaches. Chapter 63, This is too honest. Seeing the ancestral witches' frothing looks, Wu Tian sighed in his heart. He muttered darkly. It couldn't be that the ancestral witches were too innocent and felt that it was not good for them to fool the Queen Mother of the West like this, could it? But the Queen Mother of the West messed with him first, trying to use himself as a shield, attracting the resentment of the Duke of Dongwang, adding a karmic consequence, and the party's posture, almost let himself be Xianmei. Ho Tu stared to death. Doesn't it make sense to screw her over for once? But what Wu Tian didn't expect was that the ancestral witches didn't think of this at all, and after marveling, Jumong directly spoke with a face of joy and admiration. Wu Tian, you're awesome. Sure has a good brain. The other ancestral witches also nodded their heads. Wu Tian also did not have the heart to explain. His heart surged a touching and joyful. Anyway, the ancestral witches will always be on their side. Wouldn't even be for those false ones. Just come and blame yourself. Just then, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun also came to Wu Tian smilingly. The curiosity in their eyes could not be hidden. Red Cloud was even more curious and asked, Elder brother Wu Tian, what just happened? Did something happen? Before Wu Tian could reply, he had brainstormed it himself. Queen Mother of the West, Duke of the East, Wu Tian. Before the Duke of Dongwang suffocated and went, a face of indignation expression, but let them see clearly. Naturally there are many associations in the heart. Gee, thinking so, the smile on his face grew more and more odd. Wu Tian could still not know what he was thinking and glared at him somewhat breathlessly before speaking with a light smile. You guys are overthinking it. Nothing. It's just that I asked fellow Taoist Queen Mother of the West for a branch of the innate nonpareil peach, and I'm going to take it back to the sorcerer clan so that my sons and daughters can plant it. Let's see if it can bear peaches. He didn't tell Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun about the matter of snubbing the Queen Mother of the West. The matter should still be kept secret, and with the character of these two, this kind of thing, it is better not to let them know. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun were instantly astonished. And it's really for you? Eyes full of incredulity. Wu Tian, however, was a bit unimpressed. Wasn't it just a tree branch? Why be so surprised? Said even more directly, take it out. Pure innate nongshui qi radiates. At this time, the innate peach tree is not the one that suppressed the qi of the heavenly court in the latter days and divided into 9,000 peach trees, which can be regarded as the innate nongshui peach mother tree. The breath and aura were naturally thick and rich. It also shocked the two men more and more. Red Cloud's eyes were even switching back and forth between Wu Tian and the branches of the innate peach tree, his gaze constantly changing as if to say, and you say it's nothing? Now he was half convinced. Seeing that Wu Tian still looked puzzled, Red Cloud also let out a light sigh and explained to Wu Tian, older brother Wu Tian, do you think that it's nothing more than a branch from the innate peach tree? But this cut-off branch carries the spiritual energy of the innate peach tree, with the power of the laws of innate none such. Seeing that Wu Tian was still unimpressed, Red Cloud mused for a moment and simply gave an example. Put it this way, as far as I know, the ancestral witch essence blood contains the power of the ancestral witch's laws, but the witch clan would let the ancestral witch essence blood fall into the hands of outsiders? Don't even think about it. Jumong spoke directly. Not since. Red Cloud spread his hands. Then he gestured towards Wu Tian with his eyes. Isn't that all? The fact that she can give you shows that the relationship between you two is not ordinary, Red Cloud said and winked again. However, after listening to it, Wu Tian couldn't help but frown, and his mind also began to ponder. Then if according to so say, the Queen Mother of the West before a look of being fooled by their own appearance, may not really fall into the trap. Rather, it's meant to be a smooth ride. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wu Tian let out a low cry in his heart. Also really almost let the Queen Mother of the West to deceive. Also really think that they have the power to compel the people. It turns out to be the people bent to meet. I'm afraid that even the entangled, aggrieved look just now was deliberately put on by the Queen Mother of the West. What is a practitioner's greatest hatred? It's not just an obstructionist vendetta. After that moment in the purple heavenly palace, Shi Wangmu could only choose the immortal path, and had no more chance to get out of the shackles of the immortal path, although she might be very suitable for the immortal path. But the Duke of Dongwang took away her chance of choice. So much for cause and effect. Can she not hate the Duke of the East? Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Sure enough, the prettier a woman is, the more deceitful she is. Other than Xianmei and Sister Ho Tu, the minds of the other innate goddesses are too complicated. The ancestral witches are violent though, but at least there's no hiding in the heart. And don't worry about being scammed. Phew, Wu Tian sighed softly. Forget it, no matter how the Queen Mother of the West thinks, is not acting. Anyway, they will never lose. Any deeper than your mind can withstand. I know the situation. Directly empty gloves for nothing? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Then he spoke to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. That's something I hadn't thought of. Alas, if you want to put it that way, then it's a bit of a problem. I was thinking of going to ask Dijun again for a spirit branch of the Fusang tree. Red Cloud didn't even think about it. Shaking his head directly, he spoke decisively. That's a little hard to do. I'm afraid. Dijun is not the Queen Mother of the West. How could he give it to you and let you gain insight into the laws of the Fusang tree? And perhaps even his own heavenly numbers and spiritual chances were leaked. At this time, Jin Yuanzi asked curiously. It's not like fuchsia trees can bear fruit. What do you want this for? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Isn't this being curious about innate spiritual roots? It's natural to want to see and collect them when you have the chance. Just like the Northern Xin Yuan water control flag. With this northern flag, one can't help and go with the flow of wanting to put together the other 4 flags. And the innate gourd vine arrives. Wu Tian wanted to gather the 10 innate spiritual roots. That was reasonable, right? As to whether or not it's possible. Whatever. Let's try it first. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yin both froze for a moment, not expecting it to be for this reason. And immediately they couldn't help but shake their heads. Treasures are more precious than precious. Old brother Wu Tian. Since you already have the gourd vine, the others are no longer very important to you. After saying that, seeing that Wu Tian didn't look like he was giving up, Jin Yuanzi sighed lightly, and then a slight hesitation in his heart, actually pulled out towards his sleeve. A few moments later, straight away, he took out a turquoise spirit branch. The innate Penta-Eartha's breath is strong. It is taken from above the ginseng fruit tree, handed over in front of Wu Tian, smilingly said, fuchsia trees even, after all, you and Emperor Jun. Jin Yuanzi's words paused, although it did not say, but the people present can hear. The demon race this establishment. Between the two races must be a little don't seedling meaning. This situation. Can Emperor Jun give it to you with confidence? Jin Yuanzi skipped this point and spoke directly. You want an innate spiritual root. Instead, why don't you take this? Jin Yuanzi had nothing to be afraid of. When he had assisted Wu Tian in coming up with the chaos gourd before, he had even extracted quite a lot of the origin of the ginseng fruit tree, not to mention a branch. But Wu Tian was touched beyond words. This Xin Yuan old brother. He's got plenty of real give-a. It is really worthy of the name of the old good man of the flood. And at the same time, this is also considered to be the trust of Wu Tian. But, this is also too honest, right? Jin Yuanzi even joked about it. But say yes. This branch can't grow ginseng fruit. So don't come to me then. Wu Tian's face was embarrassed. However, he didn't say anything more, just nodded to Jin Yuanzi, put away the branches of the ginseng fruit tree, and spoke softly. Thanks a lot. Meanwhile the mind was already thinking, what should I do to return the favor? For the Western Queen Mother like this, Wu Tian pit up without psychological burden, but for Jin Yuanzi like this, he is rather embarrassed to let him suffer. Alas, why are you guys being so honest? It makes me embarrassed to do it. Although again got the ginseng fruit tree spirit branch, but Wu Tian wants to Fusang tree branches of the idea, and did not dispel this. It's not like he's asking for it for nothing from Emperor Jun. Plus, how do you know if you don't try? Therefore, after putting away the branch of the innate spirit root, Wu Tian smiled and spoke again. I still want to try. What if Jun gives it? Jin Yuanzi was not surprised. Isn't that the character of the witches? Always just headstrong and stubborn again. Cannot help but sigh lightly in his heart. Anyway, what he can do has been done. I hope Wu Tian old brother will not be too disappointed at that time. Well, at least it's gotten 2 kinds. Chapter 64, Giving Emperor Jun Ideas. Having said that, Wu Tian smiled again and spoke. 2 old brothers, you wait for me here for a moment. We'll go to see Emperor Jun. Go and come. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yin looked at each other. With that, he nodded in response. They also want to see. Wu Tian can get the Fusang branch or not. If there is any problem in the middle, just can also turn around. However, Wu Tian didn't move straight away. Instead, he twisted his head and transmitted his voice to Ho-Tu, and the 2 of them muttered. Wu Tian very much dictated a lot, and Ho-Tu's eyes first flickered, and then her expression became more and more odd. His eyes were tightly fixed on Wu Tian. It seems to be asking, will it work? Eventually Ho-Tu nodded. The next contact with Dijun. Wu Tian did not have the idea of going out on his own, but rather after the earth is the main. Therefore, he also stopped slightly, letting Xianmei and Ho-Tu walk in front of him, with 4 black, strong, rough ancestral witches beside him. Like iron towers, he collected his breath, like a small follower of the ancestral witches, and like a little brother being protected in the middle. It then headed towards Emperor Jun. The other side. The 4 Taijins gathered together early. After sending off the various great avatars, he looked at the direction of Wu Tian and the others from afar, and his heart had long been muttering for a while. What's going on with this witch tribe? Surprised it didn't go. Wait until the Queen Mother of the West goes forward. The four of them suddenly realized that they generally thought they were waiting for the Queen Mother of the West, but they didn't expect that by the time the Queen Mother of the West left, the ancestral witches still hadn't left. Now it's coming towards you. Tai Chi twisted his head at once, looking toward his older brother, Emperor Jun. He asked in a low voice, "Brother, why is this witch race coming at us? Previously thought they would not come to observe the ceremony. Did not expect them to come, thought they were just going through a formality. Did not expect to stay specifically." Jun was also puzzled in his mind, but the expression remained very stoic. No harm done, and let's see what they're up to. After saying that, a faint smile was born on his face, and he took the lead in welcoming the ancestral witches in the direction they came from, with Tai, Fushi, and Nuwa following behind. Still a long way off, Jun then smiled brightly and spoke with a light laugh. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I apologize for not being able to come and greet the several ancestral witches in person, as I had a lot of business to attend to before. For the ancestral witches to come and observe the ceremony, Emperor Jun is grateful," he said and bowed slightly. Hotu laughed softly. It was also a very gentle word. "The demon emperor is polite. It was supposed to be that we came late, and besides, didn't Shi Huang come to greet us?" said the man, nodding gently at Fushi. This was followed by a nod to Tai Chi and Nuwa, who didn't fall. A lightness washed over the hearts of Emperor Jun's four men. See Hotu this attitude. Obviously not to find trouble. Immediately face more enthusiastic. To greet a few people to go to the Golden Palace with an arrest. But Hotu laughed softly and refused. "Not hidden from the demon emperor. We stayed also because we didn't greet you earlier. So we came to meet with all of you. And we'll be returning to the Witch Clan next." Then he looked toward Emperor Jun again. Hotu asked, seemingly curious, "I see that the demon emperor has hidden star power on his body, but he is going to refine the peripheral star dipper and use the peripheral star dipper as a formation. If that is the case, it's a good thing. The demon race can have a place to flourish. The demon emperor can also gather the power of the stars and buckets of the circumference in one body." Jun's eyes flickered for a moment. His face then rippled, still with a light appearance, and he spoke with a light smile. "How does the ancestral witch of the Backlands know? That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Desire to refine the circumstantial star dipper grand formation. The sorcerer clan had the 12th capital heavenly divine fury formation, and Jin Yuanzi had the earth book formation, which Jun had been considering in his mind even before he set up the demon clan." Hotu sighed softly in her heart. "Amount. What Wu Tian said doesn't work. Originally, what Wu Tian had told Hotu was to instruct Jun to sacrifice the Zhou Tian Xing Dota formation, so that Jun would owe him a personal favor. And anyway, even if he hadn't said anything, Jun would have done it sooner or later. I didn't realize that Jun had already started. So you're not going to get a prostitute for nothing now?" A slight movement in her heart. Hotu's heart again surfaced Fengkai Wu Tian's instructions, and immediately smiled softly and said, "Originally, I didn't know. I just saw that the demon emperor had a feeling. I didn't realize that the demon emperor had an idea long ago." There was a slight pause in the background. Again, he smiled again and spoke. "In that case, then I have another small suggestion. I wonder if the demon emperor would be willing to listen." Jun's face was curious. "Oh, ancestral witch of the Backlands, but say no harm." The nature of the witch race was straightforward, and he wasn't surprised that Hotu behaved in such a manner. But how could she have made a suggestion to herself? Now don't say hostile to each other. It's definitely not a good relationship, is it? Hotu organized herself a little in her mind, then spoke softly. "I, the witch race, have the responsibility of eliminating the baneful chi between heaven and earth, and have great merit, compared to the witch race. If the demon emperor can use the circumstantial star dipper formation to refine the chaotic chi, increase the abundance of spiritual chi between heaven and earth, and make up for the depletion of the, will have a great merit in the flooded heavens and earth." With the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace, the cultivation methods between heaven and earth became richer and richer, and even more beings stepped into the path of cultivation. But with the exception of the sorcerer race, all the others cultivated with innate aura. Nature consumes much. At this time there is no obvious manifestation, but under the accumulation of days and months, the consumption will certainly be more and more. And the quantitative robbery is also bred in this. Wu Tian had always felt there were quantitative robberies in the flooded heavens and earth every once in a while. Could it be that it was because the cultivators had consumed too much of the heavens and earth that there were great robberies to clean them up? The body dies and returns to heaven and earth. Then heaven and earth are balanced again. Quantum of solace is also dissolved. So he borrowed Hotu's mouth and made such a suggestion to Jun. If Jun could use the perimeter star dipper formation to refine the chaotic chi and replenish the aura of the flooded heavens and earth, perhaps the quantitative calamity of witch and demon could all be dissolved by a lot. At least delay it a little bit. Sure, If Emperor Jun really did as he was told, he could naturally receive great benefits, many merits and tons of chi, but Ho2, as the character who raised this point, also had to share in the profits, right? It is also of great benefit to the backwoods. In the future, the later Earth body reincarnation retained its own greater possibility. Wu Tian hugged the thigh is also more thick. These 2 points alone were enough for Wu Tian to remind Emperor Jun that he didn't need to bother anyway, and that it was still Emperor Jun himself who really contributed. Becoming natural is great, even if it doesn't work. Di Jun will also have to remember this favor. With this favor in front of him, if Ho2 then brought up the matter of the Fusang tree, would Di Jun still have the heart to refuse? The 4 emperors of the demon race all had astonished eyes. What the hell? No, you're serious. Ancestral witches giving ideas and advice to the demon emperor? At this time, Ho2 faintly spoke again. As the blood descendants of Father God, can have someone to help take care of this heaven and earth, so that the flooded heavens and earth can flourish more and more. We are also happy to see it. The ancestral witches may not think so, but Wu Tian told her to say so, that Ho2 had no choice but to do the same, but as she said it, she suddenly also felt that it made sense, and even her tone of voice was a lot more sincere. The 4 emperors of the demon race suddenly drifted off. That makes sense. Di Jun even laughed bitterly in his heart. Really think of the flood as your own? So give me ideas? Seeing this flooded heavens and earth as a legacy left to them by the great god Pangu, with an attitude that they are completely their own masters, that's why they have this idea, right? Di Jun thought so in his mind. Some irritation ensued. It's good that you are of Pangu's blood, but to put it more carefully, which of the other innate beings didn't have some relationship with great god Pangu? Even he, Di Jun, was born in the eyes of Pangu. Besides, there's still the 3 Qings. The words are so. Di Jun didn't show it. Instead, he began to ponder the feasibility of Ho2's suggestion, and the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter as the thought moved through his mind. It seems like, it's really reliable. The more he pondered in his heart, the brighter the light in Emperor Jun's eyes became, and even though Emperor Jun was calm and steady, he couldn't help but show the color of surprise. Chapter 65, I'll teach you a trick. According to Di Jun's original idea, Jun wants to even the circumference of the stars in Duke's array, is inspired by the witch tribe, Jin Yuanzi. You can tie the flood heaven and earth important part, either the earth veins or the pillar of supporting the sky, that I can also if the stars of the weak are tied to one body, what's up with him? The flooded stars shattered. It's also a huge deterrent. Did not think of this array for the flood world to do what contribution? As a way to seek merit, chi, was Ho2 so say, instantly opened the mind. Nonetheless, I can also wield the power of the stars and the circumference of the sky to irrigate the countless living beings on the flooded earth, helping them to open up their spiritual wisdom, and even directly branding them with the demon race. Then the thought turned. The witch clan wouldn't think the same way, would they? That if the floodlands prosper, the sorcerer clan will never need to lack food again? And no wonder he was rambling. It is true that Ho2 gave him an idea, or is it really such a useful suggestion? Di Jun's heart is really not a recipe. Although it has been constantly brainstorming and giving reasons to Ho2, Di Jun is still apprehensive in his heart. But anyway, Di Jun knows that he owes a big favor. In the meantime, after being surprised, Tai, Fushi, and Manhwa also began to ponder the feasibility of Ho2's suggestion, and the expressions on their faces became more and more complicated. With their strength, know that this advice is valuable, but also like Di Jun, his heart became more and more astonished. How did the ancestral witch suddenly change her nature? How did the ancestral witch suddenly change her temper? For Ho2 to say these words, Jumong and the other ancestral witches originally didn't feel anything, nor did they think there was anything special about it, but when they saw how delighted Di Jun looked, they naturally understood. All muttered in their minds at once, it's not about empty gloves. Getting a Fusang branch from Emperor Jun? Why are you really giving the demon race ideas? If there's such a good thing, let's the witch race do it themselves. Then he couldn't help but look towards Wu Tian. Although the heart does not understand, but Jumong and other people still quite understand, and did not yell up on the spot. If it were Zhu Rong, afraid not directly quarrel, Wu Tian's eyes signaled, talk to you guys later. Jumong and the others were then relieved. At this time, Wu Tian also sensed a turn of the gaze but found Manhwa a pair of bright eyes, staring at himself, eyes with curiosity, searching meaning. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be that something was found to be wrong? Wu Tian immediately revealed a warm smile, revealing his white teeth, and smiled at Manhwa, nodding his head slightly in greeting. Manhwa also seemed to think it was wrong. Somewhat embarrassed, he nodded in response, then withdrew his gaze. For Manhwa, Wu Tian's outlook was somewhat mixed. In the future, Manhwa will act as the holy mother of the human race and create the human race, but then abandon the human race to all kinds of calamities. As the Manhwa emperor of the demon race and the holy mother of the human race, the chi that Manhwa occupies can be described as immensely powerful, and her merit is massive. So she directly became a saint with her merit, and she has a brother who protects her. Such a good hand, but she beat the crap out of her. In the end, the human race does not respect the demon race resentment. Fushi all died in the witch and demon great disaster. Can only nest in the Manhwa palace? Half of the momentum of the heavenly Tao have no control. Alas, I don't know what she thinks. Wu Tian sighed in his heart. But this time it is different. The 9 heavenly resting soil is in his own hands, and the innate gourd vine is also in his own hands. Even if he creates a human being, that cannot be separated from himself. In time the merit of making a man. He said he would share the profits himself. The human race you can't manage, don't want to manage, then I will manage. Absolutely will not let the human race be as miserable as the original. Just then, Di Jun arched his hand very solemnly. Thank you, Ancestral Witch Ho-Tu, for your guidance. This favor is remembered by Emperor Jun, and I will certainly return the favor in the future. Ho-Tu spoke with a soft smile. The demon emperor is polite. Speaking of which, there is another matter. I would like to ask the demon emperor for a spirit branch from the Fusang tree. I wonder if it is possible. Di Jun and Tai Yi were stunned. Ha? The spirit branch of the Fusang tree? This Fusang tree was one of the innate 10 spiritual roots, carrying an incomparably rich sun true flame, and it was where the 2 brothers were born. Take a spiritual branch and give it to an outsider. They subconsciously tried to refuse. But, Di Jun heart bitter smile. He just said that there will be a return in the future. The result is that people mention a request directly back. This is not to hit their own face? Tai Yi saw that Di Jun was in the midst of his contemplation. A quick word was said, brotherhood. But before the words were finished, they were directly interrupted by Emperor Jun, who once again had a bright and incomparable smile on his face and waved his hand. Compared to the ancestral witch's nodding favor, what's one Fusang branch? Tai Yi, you quickly go back and get it. Tai Chi was about to say something else, but after coming into contact with Di Jun's eyes, he directly swallowed all of his words before arching his hand at Ho-Tu and the others. Gentlemen, wait a moment. After saying that, he turned into golden light. It instantly shot towards the solar star. Not much longer. Tai Yi returned again and again. His hand was already holding a golden Fusang tree branch, on which there was the sun's true fire burning invisibly, scorchingly hot. After falling and standing still, Ti Jun reached out and picked it up. Then he handed both hands to Ho-Tu, still smiling brightly, and spoke with a light laugh. Ancestral Witch of the Backlands, please accept this. Ho-Lu nodded. Waving his hand, he struck out a mysterious light, collected the Fusang tree branch, rolled it into his body, and disappeared. The purpose has thus been achieved. Ho-Tu also opened his mouth to say goodbye. Before leaving, Ho-Tu smiled again and said, now the demon race is newly established. Many people feel that witch and demon are antagonistic, but I think this flood is wide enough. And now that the demon emperor has obtained the heavenly court, and the flood starry sky, it's enough for the 2 races to coexist peacefully. Di Jun smilingly said, what ancestral witch? Ho-Tu said, I expect as much. As Tai Yi, who had personally gone to subdue the many demon clans and bring them under his rule, but had seen too many entanglements between sorcerers and demons, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart at the words, meh, peaceful coexistence? Then first, let your witch race stop using the demon race as a blood meal. Ho-Tu and the other ancestral witches fluttered away. After returning to Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, they didn't even need to take it out to show the 2 of them. They had already seen the Fusang tree's scorching hot and incomparable aura of the sun's true flame early on. It was instantly and incredibly exclamatory. How is that possible? And you got it. Red Cloud hurriedly grabbed Wu Tian's arm and asked very eagerly, Elder brother Wu Tian, tell me, how exactly did you do it? How did you make Di Jun willingly give you the Fusang spirit branch? Wu Tian burst out laughing. Di Jun may not be willing, but the words are there. Even if you bite your tongue, you have to hold up the scene and send out the Fusang branch. Seeing the 2 men's eagerness to learn, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. What's so hard about it? I'll teach you a trick. If you want to make a request with someone before, you might as well do him a small favor or make him owe him a favor, so that if you ask again he'll be too embarrassed to refuse. Look at the 2 men as if they were thinking. With a look of really listening in, Wu Tian's heart stirred and he hastened to add a bit more. Of course, gotta have the other guy want face. If they don't care about face or anything, then this won't work. Take the Western one, for example. P.S. Gentlemen readers, please ask for 5-star reviews and small gifts. The young author pays his respects. Chapter 66, Manhwa's Worries. Amount. Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun looked at each other. I don't think there's such a shameless person. Is there? A few people were talking as they landed towards the flooded earth, and Hotu also took out the branch of the fusang tree from her bosom and handed it to Wu Tian. At this time, Germain couldn't hold back the doubts in his heart and finally opened his mouth to ask, "Older brother, why are you really giving the demon race ideas? I see Dijun is so surprised. I'm afraid this method is really useful, right?" Jin Yuanzi and Hongyan became curious. Wait to hear it. Jin Yuanzi also spoke thoughtfully. If Dijun were to follow this, there would really be a huge amount of merit and qi, so it's no wonder he's willing to give you the branch of the fusang tree. Wu Tian could only explain. For the ancestral witches, he naturally couldn't say the 2 points that he had thought in his heart before, all of which were said to be that the great momentum of the heavenly Tao could not be changed. So Wu Tian had been holding the mentality of running away. Naturally, they don't care about that. Even for that matter, if Wu Tian really took the ancestral witches to run away to hell, the heavier the qi on Dijun, the more tricky Hongjun Daozu and the saints will be instead. Wu Tian could only explain patiently in a way that the ancestral witches could understand. Brother, you want it. This flood world was created by Father God. If Dijun can really make the flood more prosperous and perfect, it will be a good thing for us. The weather is rich in aura. There will be more demonic beasts. The witch clan won't have to worry about a lack of food. And with more demonic beasts, eating a little bit of demonic beasts won't be so heartbreaking. Wu Tian paused. Again, he continued to laugh and speak. And a little. If Dijun's perimeter star dipper formation had focused on refining the chaotic qi, wouldn't it have been less powerful in terms of offense? There's got to be some focus, right? There's no such thing as perfect in this world. Hearing this, Germain and the other ancestral witches finally looked like they had come to a sudden realization, being convinced by Wu Tian, and said in succession, "So it is." As for the witches themselves coming, the witch race cultivates with fury, and the 12 metropolitan divine fury great array gathers fury. It's not the right specialty. However, Jin Yuanzi muttered in his heart, it always seems like it's not that simple. The other side. Wait until the ancestral witches have left. Tai finally couldn't help himself and spoke with some worry on his face. Brother, why did you even give it? Do you truly believe that witches and demons can coexist peacefully? Previously, I went to gather the 10,000 clans, and if it wasn't for the oppression of the witch clan, it simply wouldn't have been so simple to suppress. Can't always become a demon. And all these grudges will be wiped out? The wizards are willing. Those demon clans are afraid that they are still reluctant? So knowledgeable people have long predicted that the witches and demons are destined to peace between them cannot be. The 4 kings of the demon race naturally have this psychological preparation. Dijun let out a soft sigh. Whatever. This time, I have indeed taken the favor of the ancestral witch of the backlands, and if I say that I want to return the favor to people on one foot, I can't just disown them on the next, right? As to your point about this, a pensive look showed in Dijun's eyes. At least for now, we still need to maintain peace with the witch race and try not to start a conflict with them. Because of the early establishment of the witch clan, Emperor Jun and the others had been a bit hasty in their preparations, and right now there weren't a lot of demon races that had been taken in, and their strength hadn't yet reached full strength. Further, the 4 of them still need to practice. Naturally, he couldn't let these strifes slow him down, and he had to hurry to improve his strength. Jun laughed again. Don't think about that yet. Now that the demon clan's chi luck is added, and there is merit in establishing the clan, we have to take advantage of this opportunity to hurry up and improve before. Also, it won't be long before the 3rd sermon is next. Prove the way of mixedness, achieve sainthood. This opportunity must be seized. Saying this, all 4 of them showed anticipation in their eyes, itching for the time of the 3rd sermon to come immediately, and immediately obtaining the dharma of witnessing the Tao and becoming a saint. Then Emperor Jun looked up, looking toward the newly emerged heavenly court. The elation on his face grew more and more intense, and he spoke with a loud laugh. Come on, let's go to heaven. Tai, take the many demon clans and head towards the 33rd heaven of heaven. Assign them places to live and cultivate in them first. Fushi and Nuwa, however, looked at each other for a moment, and finally Fushi smiled and politely declined. Demon Emperor, fellow Daoist, it's better for my brother and sister to return and cultivate a bit, so that we can digest what we have gained from the establishment of this clan and prepare for the sermon to come. The 4 were together in the standing demon clan though, but in fact, the 2 brothers, Dijun and Tai, are mainly, and Dijun is also more powerful, and this heavenly court has only just come out of the world and has not yet been completely refined. Fushi is naturally very knowledgeable, wouldn't go forward at this time, leave time for Emperor Jun to refine, also lest he be suspicious in his mind, thinking that he wants to grab the dominant power with him. Dijun was slightly stunned, then he spoke with a big smile. Good thing too. Fushi and Nuwa slightly arched their hands and once again bid farewell to Dijun and Taijun. Tough luck to you two fellow Taoists. After saying this, he fluttered into a mysterious light and headed toward the duo's dojo. Halfway, Fushi asked with sudden curiosity, "Sister, what happened to you just now? I saw you always staring at that Wu Tian of the sorcerer clan with a godless look." Nuwa couldn't help but frown as well. The tone of his voice was also full of doubt, and he spoke slowly. "I don't know. I always feel that there is some kind of aura on this Wu Tian that draws my divine soul to surge, as if there is some kind of chance on him. But he's a witch. What could I possibly have to do with him?" Nuwa naturally did not know that her chance to become a saint in the future lay in the creation of a human being, and that the 9 heavenly resting soil and the innate gourd vine needed for the creation of a human being were all in Wu Tian's hands. The mind senses it. It's natural to feel that way. Hearing the words Fushi is also a little confused. Railing Fushi wisdom is too much, but also completely unable to figure out this point, and ultimately can only guess. Perhaps there is some magic treasure on this Wu Tian that is destined to be with you? There's no hurry. After the 3rd sermon, let's find him and find out. Nuwa was instantly a little worried. "Brother, don't you dare. The ancestral witches are all very protective, especially of this Wu Tian." Before Jiayin and Junti had even said 2 words, the ancestral witches were about to confront them. Fushi burst out laughing. "Don't worry. You still don't know what kind of character your elder brother has? It's not like I'm saying I'm going to go after him. Just making friends with him won't do? I'd like to think that. This Wu Tian isn't difficult to contact. And since he can be friends with Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, I'm sure his character won't be bad. It should be considered a good person as well. Things come together in groups. Well, let's not think about that first. Let's just take the time to digest what we've gotten. The next 3rd lecture is extremely crucial." Fushi's face also became more and more solemn. "If there is a great chance, my brother is sacrificing his life to keep. For you." The worry in Nuwa's eyes was difficult to dissolve. In his heart, he always felt that the previous special sensation for Wu Tian was of great relevance. If that's true, it may not be what the elder brother thinks. Would Wu Tian be that nice? Chapter 67 Quarto, Bringing Up the Head. Wu Tian didn't know that. His own evaluation here in Fushi, surprisingly, had even been directly raised by a lot because of Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun. If only I knew. Be sure to cry and laugh. At this time, he had already returned to the floodlands with the ancestral witches, as well as Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun, and came directly to the Huta tribe. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun didn't leave either. Before that, Jin Yuanzi had made himself a bit empty because he had spawned the Chaos Gourd, and had hurriedly returned to the 5 Zhuangguan. It is in normal condition at this point. Plus, it was almost time, so the 2 of them didn't go back again and simply followed Wu Tian, ready to wait for Xianmei and Hotu to finish dealing with the matters of the witch race and then set off together to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Upon arrival, Jumong and the others excused themselves from the tribe, but in reality, they couldn't wait to find Gong Gong and Shu Rong to show off, so they hurriedly said goodbye to Jin Yuanzi, Hong Yun, and the others, just following along no, but Wu Tian's tawdry operation, so that they also have a kind of with the feeling of honor, as if the brain began to rise. It's natural to go and show off. Wu Tian shouted in a hurry. "Don't go yet. I haven't shared the innate peaches yet, so how can I share them with those who see them?" Ju Meng, however, smiled and waved his hand. "Forget it. This thing won't do much for us, and besides, if you give it to us, won't you give it to the other brothers? You'd better keep it for yourself." Wu Tian was instantly surprised. "Is this still Jumong? I can't believe I'm thinking about this." See Wu Tian's so surprised look. Zhimeng also cannot help but laugh, followed by Matt's several head held high and left. As it is, looking at the remaining few people, Wu Tian simply shared one with each person, and Red Cloud grabbed the peaches that were levitating in front of him and said with a smile, "Then I'm welcome. Then take a bite out of it." A rich spiritual qi emanated out, and the richness of its juice and flavor caused Red Cloud to be unable to stop marveling. Red Cloud said vaguely as he ate, "Elder brother Jin Yuan, I have to say, that the aura of this innate peach may not be as good as the ginseng fruit, but the taste is far superior." "Right, didn't you pick the ginseng fruit? Don't take it out yet." Jin Yuanzi smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You guy, you've eaten I don't know how many ginseng fruits, and now you're saying the flavor doesn't work? If you have the ability, you can spit it all out for me," Jin Yuanzi said as he spoke. At the same time towards his wide sleeve, he pulled out, directly took out a ball of spiritual light package. 5 ginseng fruit appeared in front of the crowd, smiling at Wu Tian again. "Wu Tian old brother, this ginseng fruit is not like the innate peach. The number is scarce. Let's just have a taste of one person first, and when the next round of ripening, then we will invite the old brother to go to the 5 Zhuangguan to taste it." He even glared towards Red Cloud after saying that. If it weren't for this glutton, Would his stock be so low? Wu Tian knew the difference between the two. The ginseng fruit tree blossoms once every 3,000 years, bears fruit once every 3,000 years, ripens once every 3,000 years, and bears a maximum of 30 fruits in one cycle. This is not the case with the innate peach tree. How the innate none-such peach was nowadays. Shi Wangmu hadn't shown it in front of everyone, so Wu Tian wasn't particularly clear. But in the midst of the original momentum, the innate nonpareil peach became the innate spiritual root of the heavenly court for suppressing qi, and was divided into a peach garden with 600 plants. The first one, 200 plants ripen once every 3,000 years, the middle one, 200 plants ripen once every 6,000 years, and the last one, 200 plants ripen once every 9,000 years, with the utility of the fruits borne on them increasing in turn. But even now there is no differentiation. The fruits of the innate nonpareil peach tree are also definitely much more abundant than the number of ginseng fruits, and the peach tree is already fruitful. Therefore, Wu Tian then smiled and spoke, "Ha ha, you're welcome, old brother Jin Yuan. Then I'll wait for the next round, and when I do, I'll be sure to make a trip down to the 5 Zhuangguan, and sit down with my oldest brother to discuss the Tao." After saying that, several people also began to taste it. Wu Tian first aid began to taste the innate nonpareil peach, only to feel that the entrance is melted, fresh and delicious, and immediately turned into a pure and incomparable innate spiritual qi, towards all parts of the body emanation. The pores of the body are to open. Among them, the meaning of the innate non-water, but also straight to the kidneys. The kidneys belong to water. Instantly have a sense of vitality. Wu Tian sensed for a moment, and taste the ginseng fruit. This famous ginseng fruit. Wu Tian is also curious. Looking at the exquisite fruit, Wu Tian eyes more and more surprised. The heart suddenly muttered, "There's a latter-day sense." After Jin Yuanzi accomplished the ancestor of the earth immortals, the fruits on the ginseng fruit tree were the fruits of the many earth immortals who cultivated by relying on the earth book. The fruits of their cultivation. Definitely not now. But if we really follow this, why did it feel like the thick-browed old Jin Yuan had a bit of a dark feeling all of a sudden? Wu Tian gently shook his head, shaking these chaotic thoughts away. He then concentrated and began to taste the ginseng fruit. And after one bite, Wu Tian rejected Red Cloud's claim in his mind. Obviously it's a no-brainer. How is it fresher than peaches? But then think about this guy squatting in the 5 Zhuangguan. So many years also do not know how many ginseng fruits to eat. Suddenly also heart understanding. Something more delicious. Eating too much of it also makes it taste average. However, the ginseng fruit's aura was indeed even greater, with the innate earth and earth aura in it heading directly towards Wu Tian's spleen. Swish! Wu Tian looked within himself. Watching the earth-colored aura flickering in the spleen, it became more and more robust and incomparable, and the strength of the fleshly body continued to grow under the impetus of this change. The 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong flew, constantly transforming the power of these two innate spirit fruits into vigorous and incomparable physical body power. The ginseng fruit lives up to its name. It's really subtle and very subtle. Wu Tian sighed with a light smile. Jin Yuanzi, however, smiled and spoke. Elder brother Wu Tian is flattered. This innate spirit fruit is certainly very good, but for cultivators of our realm, it's better than nothing, and it's just a taste, as strong as they are. Although it could supplement one's own mana in addition to adding an aura of innate non-Jue and an aura of earthen essence to oneself, it was really not very useful. Soon Wu Tian was completely refined. The mana of the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong is restored smoothly. After pondering in his heart for a while, Wu Tian simply sent out a message to the outside of the Huta Divine Hall. And a few moments later there were a few silhouettes that came, but it was 9 Phoenix and the other 5 great wizards. Previously, they searched for the innate gourd vine with great effort, and after finding it, they guarded it dutifully. Wu Tian was thinking about the reward at that moment, but there has never been anything suitable in hand. Right now there are still 5 innate peaches left, although this kind of innate spirit fruit is not very useful to them, but it is still a very good reward. Make people work. There's got to be some kind of favor, right? Waiting for the 5 great wizards to come, Wu Tian's eyes roamed over them before he smiled and spoke. Before you guys do things with heart, I also have nothing to give, so I will give each of you an innate peach. 1 peach is not enough to reward merit. I will reward in the future when my hands are spacious. 9 Phoenix and the others were immediately flattered. Where is this coming from? Lord Ancestor Witch? Isn't it proper to serve Lord Ancestral Witch? We are too happy to be happy. How can we take this? The words were not finished. Wu Tian then waved his hand and spoke. Take that. When did our witch clan get so squirmy? 9 Phoenix. Interpol. Ho-E. Shi-Yu. Quafu and other 5 great wizards hastily accepted the salute, and then thanked again. One by one. All excited little face read. Wait until they leave. Wu Tian added another sentence. When you finish eating peaches, peach kernels can try to plant, to see if they can grow peach trees. If they can grow peach trees, although it is the latter-day peaches, but other sons and daughters can also taste some. Wu Tian gave a slight lurch, looking towards Quaif. It is said that Quaif was transformed into a peach forest after his death, so maybe he has a relationship with the peach tree, and immediately sent the peach kernel left behind in his hand, and said with a smile, Quester, I'll leave this to you. Seeing this, Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud and the others all gave the peach kernels in their hands to Quafu, who immediately spoke with excitement. Don't worry, Lord Ancestral Witch, if you can't grow peaches, Quartet will carry your head. Wu Tian was speechless. Subconsciously, he looked towards Interceptor. Good thing we didn't ask Interceptor to do this job. Chapter 68, Planting Spiritual Roots in the Five Viscera. Wu Tian waved his hand in a hurry. All right, it's just planting a peach kernel. Why do you make it so serious? And raise your head to see. As far as it goes? Hurry back. That's the one thing that's bad about Wiccans. Seems to have no fear of death, and is quick to raise his head and put life and death at risk. Cotter touched his head. Ha 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 ha. Wait until the great wizards have left. Hotu looked towards Wu Tian with some curiosity. Her eyes blinked, and she spoke with a light smile. Earlier, when you wanted the spirit branch of the innate nonpareil peach and made that statement, I thought you wanted to cultivate and plant with it. Originally, Wu Tian was thinking like this, but wasn't it the Queen Mother of the West who gave the peach of heaven? Hence, Wu Tian smiled and spoke. It works both ways. As we all know, plants can be reproduced by cuttings as well as by fruits. Giving the peach kernel to Quaif, the spirit branch Wu Tian is ready to do it himself. Jin Yuanzi instantly asked curiously, Elder Brother Wu Tian, where are you going to plant it? These three kinds of innate spiritual roots have different laws and different requirements for the environment. So if Wu Tian really wants to plant all of them, he definitely needs to think about it. Wu Tian sniffed and hemmed and hawed, pointing toward himself. Jin Yuanzi froze for a moment, then murmured words with an expression of sudden realization. So it is. Before the achievement of the Chaos Gourd, the power of the innate gourd vine has opened up a heaven and earth in Wu Tian's Dantian, where the Chaos Gourd hides to avoid the shackles of heaven and earth. The innate gourd vine can stay. These other three spiritual roots can't stay? But, will this work? Jin Yuanzi was also puzzled. After all, the laws of each are different, and the newly opened heaven and earth are not yet perfect, in which the void is a piece of. Wu Tian, however, said with a smile, try it. The heaven and earth opened up by the innate gourd vine, in which the power of innate yin and yang in five elements naturally flowed, and there is naturally no shortage of the power needed for these three spiritual roots, so there may be other changes. It can promote the maturation of the Chaos Gourd. Nor yet. Jin Yuanzi nodded at his words, looking at Wu Tian with unblinking eyes. It seemed that he also wanted to see if it would give birth to a different kind of change, just like what Wu Tian had said. Wu Tian did what he said he would do. Immediately took out three kinds of innate spiritual roots above the cut spiritual branches. Suddenly in the temple of the god of the earth, three kinds of innate breath echoed. The mana in his hand turned. All of them were wrapped by Wu Tian's mana and sent towards the location of the dantian in his abdomen. Swish! The aura in front of his eyes disappeared. Falling towards the heaven and earth opened up in the dantian. The three kinds of spirit branches emitted different lights, instantly imprinting the obscure heaven and earth. But just then, the Chaos Gourd suddenly flashed with gray light. There was actually a powerful and incomparable repulsive force that went towards the three spirit branches, actually preventing them from falling. Hey, what is this? Is the Chaos Gourd so overbearing? Wu Tian was instantly speechless in his heart. Just as he was about to probe out his divine thoughts and teach this little guy a good lesson, he saw three corresponding law powers suddenly shoot out from above the Chaos Gourd and rolled the spirit branch in a single motion, guiding them beyond the dantian. The spirit branch of the innate Nanshui peach tree was brought to where the kidney was, and the light of the color of chaos flickered, also opening up a small space on top of it, and the spirit branch fell into it, transforming into a small peach tree, taking root and melting within the kidney. There was a surge of kidney power. Even more so, because of this innate nonpareil peach spirit branch rooted, there is a feeling of a constant stream of emergence. Next moment, the branches of the ginseng fruit tree are taken to the spleen, where the earth element belongs among the five organs, and the spirit branches of the fusang tree are taken to the heart, where the fire element belongs among the five organs. The branches of the innate spiritual root took root in the void, rooted in the open void. Originally Wu Tian thought that it would devour the power of his own flesh and blood, but did not expect to draw the corresponding power of the law from the void. All of a sudden, the three organs emitted a precious light. There is a steady stream of power being born in it, and with the power of these three, there are some vague signs of instability. Just as Wu Tian was worried, just as he wanted to run the 9 revolutions of Yuan Gong and refine its excess power, he saw the 3 newborn void spaces, following the gray channel, connecting together with the Dantian. The excess power falls into it, devoured by the chaos gourd. On the tiny gray gourd, the light flashed for a while, and there was even a feeling of cheering and responding in Wu Tian's mind. Wu Tian burst into tears. Well, he was originally going to use the power of the 5 elements contained in the innate gourd vine to nourish these 3 kinds of spiritual roots and catalyze their growth. With the growth of the innate spiritual roots, constantly opening up this void of the heavens and earth, filling it with the power of the laws, making the heavens and earth turn void into reality. One day Wu Tian will achieve enlightenment. The innate spiritual roots can naturally be perfected as well. It didn't occur to him that the chaos gourd was so overbearing that it did the opposite, bringing each of them to their corresponding 5 viscera, allowing them to refine the power of the laws to perfect themselves. Of course, in the process, Wu Tian's physical body would be continuously strengthened, the innate spiritual roots growing to feed back the 5 viscera, and the 5 viscera nourishing the physical body. Wu Tian felt the changes in himself. The mind wandered. So to put it this way, I'm still missing the innate gold attribute as well as the innate wood attribute spirit roots, so that I can make the 5 viscera complete, Wu Tian muttered secretly. Among the 10 innate spiritual roots, the one with the innate gold attribute was naturally the Bodhi tree in the hands of Jun Ti, which he had refined into the existence of the 7 treasures wonderful tree, and the innate wood attribute of the spiritual root. It is also owned by Wu Tian's old acquaintance, the Duke of Dongwang, and the Tongtian Jianmu in his hands is the genus of the innate armor wood. Think about it. Wu Tian's expression changed. Before the ancestral witches said to look for Jian and Junti to settle the score, he has not put in his heart, now encountered this situation. It seems to be forced to go, not only to take a linden branch, there was also the oriental treasure-colored green lotus flag in the hands of Junti, which was also something that was on Wu Tian's mind. As for the Prince of the East, in the eyes of Wu Tian is even a dead man. In the original momentum, he will certainly die in the hands of the demon race, the innate yin and yang qi, and the first male and female immortals in the world. Even if the Duke of Dongwang did not set up the immortal court, Emperor Jun would definitely want to get him killed. The presence of the King of the East, obviously, is to wait for the Emperor Jun death. After the destruction of the demon race, inheritance of the heavenly court too. Since then the heavenly court, the pivot of the operation of the heavenly Tao, fell into the control of Hong Jun Taoist ancestor. After Emperor Jun understood this, it must be very upsetting. I'm not even dead yet. The next heavenly emperor and you're ready? Then we'll have to kill the Duke of Dong first. Thinking of this, Wu Tian couldn't help but sigh lightly. He originally didn't intend to go and join in the fun. He was only prepared to receive the benefits of the death of the Duke of Dongwang. So to speak, when Duke Dongwang dies, I'll have to go and meet the situation. Or at least snatch back the Tongtian Jianmu in the hands of the demon race. Wu Tian opened his eyes, looking towards Xinmei and Ho Tu. It's okay. By the time the 12 ancestral witches are brought together, the 12 metropolitan gods' fury great formation goes up. Is it still not possible to snatch back a Tongtian Jianmu? That's how wizards use it. Chapter 69. I told you there was ancestral dragon essence blood. At this time, Jin Yuanzi saw Wu Tian open his eyes. Hurriedly, he opened his mouth and couldn't wait to ask, Elder brother Wu Tian, how's it going? How's it going? For the many changes and mysteries of the innate spiritual roots, because of his own roots, Jin Yuanzi paid extra attention. Wu Tian didn't hide anything. After all, one of them is still a person Zhen Yuanzi give it. At the same time also want to let Zhen Yuanzi counseling. Describe it carefully at once. It is a turn of mana. The changes in their own display in front of the Jin Yuanzi. In the back of the Wu Tian ton of vision, dense metaphysical light, the 3 shrunken version of the innate spiritual roots stand among them, constantly sucking the power of the law from the void. After solidifying at this point, the innate spiritual root's own characteristics were also revealed. The tiny ginseng fruit tree is immovable and solid, below the peach tree derived from the innate nonpareil peach branch. It is like an ocean, and on the young fusong tree, the true fire of the sun is burning. Wu Tian thought indistinctly. There seemed to be divine powers slowly being birthed, and seeing this scene, Jin Yuanzi also froze instantly, incredulously looking at the vision revealed on Wu Tian's body. Still, Jin Yuanzi couldn't help but murmur his words. After a few moments of contemplation, he spoke with a light smile. Perhaps this is more suitable for old brother Wu Tian. You are a sorcerer. Your physical body is fundamental. Use these 5 elements of the spiritual roots to strengthen yourself. Refine the energy of the innate spiritual roots as your own aptitude. This is the way of cultivation for old brother Wu Tian. But, Jin Yuanzi's face showed hesitation. I'm afraid the other 2 innate spiritual roots with the 5 elemental attributes are not that easy to get. right? Jin Yuanzi also knew that the other two were in the hands of Junti and the Duke of Dongwang respectively, but each of these two had another strife with Wu Tian, one of the conflicts with Junti, or because he and the Red Cloud only happened. At that moment, Jin Yuanzi was a little worried, but Xianmei and Hotu looked at each other, half worried, and the meaning in their eyes was very consistent. Scared of what? How dare they not? Plus the other side. After the 4 Jumong ancestral witches left, they immediately went to look for Zhu Rong and the others, only to learn that after arriving at the Zhu Rong tribe, Zhu Rong went to the Dragon Clan in the East China Sea, going to ask for the ancestral dragon essence blood for Wu Tian. This guy. Things are still going strong. The ancestral witches spat and didn't bother to help. Nowadays the dragon race had long since declined, and one ancestral witch was enough in their eyes. Above the East China Sea, Zhu Rong revealed his true body as an ancestral witch. His body was 1,000,000 feet tall, looking down at the few shivering dragons on the surface of the sea, and his body was covered in a blazing blessed divine flame that almost caused the entire surface of the sea to boil. The blue sea turned into a sea of fire. I don't know how many living beings in the sea died and suffered from this unwarranted disaster. Zhu Rong's voice was like thunder. Rumble. Hand over the ancestral dragon essence blood. The first 4 dragons, who were the future 4 sea dragon kings, were still very young at the moment, and were forced by Zhu Rong's aura to tremble a little. Zhu Rong ancestor Witch Rong Bing. We really don't have any ancestral dragon essence blood. The Dragon King of the East Sea forced himself to hold back the emotions in his heart and hurriedly explained very helplessly. If we had the essence blood of the ancestral dragon lord, we would have refined it ourselves long ago, and would we still be as strong as we are now? The other dragons chimed in. Yeah. When the ancestral dragon lord swore an oath to heaven and earth and directly transformed his body into a part of heaven and earth, he didn't even have the chance to leave behind his essence blood for the dragon clan. But how could Zhu Rong listen? If he thought the dragons had it, then they must have it. In front of me, these several small dragons explained to explain, but just want to coax themselves. Immediately some angry words. I don't believe it. The blessed divine flame around his body became even hotter. Zhu Rong said with some impatience. I'm discussing with you guys in a good voice. Don't give me the cheek. If you don't take out the ancestral dragon essence blood, then don't blame me for being impolite. Set eyes grew more and more tyrannical. The witch race is burdened with the Pango bloodline and can continuously purify their bloodline through their own cultivation. And the dragon race must be the same. No more honesty. Then I'll just grab some dragons and refine them myself. The Zhu Rong ancestral witch threatened so. The 4 dragon kings of the sea looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with panic, and their hearts were wailing. Alas! How did we get in trouble with the witch clan? Obviously there is no ancestral dragon essence blood. This Zhu Rong ancestral witch doesn't listen to us at all. Just as Zhu Rong snorted coldly and prepared to make his move, suddenly a ghostly sigh came from the depths of the seabed. A powerful aura rose, blocking the Zhu Rong divine flame that was continuously spreading on the surface of the sea. And then this voice faintly spoke. I apologize for wishing the ancestral witch to see you. These little guys don't know anything. The only remaining ancestral dragon essence blood of the dragon race is here with me. So give it all to the Zhu Rong ancestral witch. I still hope that ancestral witch Zhu Rong will be generous. Can spare the dragons for once. The voice rang out at the same time. A ball of blood-colored metaphysical light shot out from the depths of the ocean floor, eventually landing in front of Zhu Rong. Zhu Rong grabbed the ball of arcane light. Looking towards the depths of the seabed, he let out a cold snort. See no evil. The voice at the bottom of the sea explained helplessly. Forgive me, ancestral witch Zhu Rong. I am shackled by the power of the heavenly Tao and severely injured. So I really can't come out to meet with the ancestral witch, or else be sure to confess in person. Zhu Rong frowned slightly at his words. However, he quickly skipped this point and instead looked down at the arcane light in his palm. Looking at the 3 drops of ancestral dragon's essence blood wrapped in it, he couldn't help but reveal a smile, and spoke as if talking to himself again. I told you there was ancestral dragon essence blood. Sure enough, Zhu Rong's face showed delight. Just you. Still want to cheat me? Then the words changed. Ha, will there be more? Zhu Rong's eyes showed a color of suspicion. In his opinion this dragon race is very dishonest. Fong asked them to say no. Some threats before taking out. After putting away the ancestral dragon essence blood, Zhu Rong's gaze looked towards the breath that had erupted from the bottom of the sea. A divine light flickering in his eyes as if he wanted to see who the person who had uttered the voice was. Wishbone quickly frowned. The eyes were blocked by a black mist. The existence hiding in the black mist, obviously the dragon ancestors left behind at the time of the Dragon Han catastrophe, was also made somewhat helpless by Zhu Rong, and hastened to speak. Zhu Rong ancestor witch, I dare to swear to the great god Pangu, that the dragon clan really didn't hide anything, and now it's a drop of ancestral dragon essence blood that's gone. All swore with the great god Pangu, Then what else does Zhu Rong not believe in? It was only a slight nod. He didn't bother to say anything more to the dragon race. The purpose of his coming here had already been achieved, so he immediately put away his ancestral witch true body and disappeared above the East Sea. Then he hurried back towards the witch clan. Next, Wu Tian is going to the Purple Heaven Palace again. Zhu Rong is a little worried. If the delay is too long, we'll not be unable to catch up. Wait until after the Huta tribe. Zhu Rong snapped a sigh of relief. He had sensed Wu Tian's aura, and while striding towards the Huta Divine Hall, he spoke with a loud laugh. Ha ha! Look what I got for you, old buddy. Chapter 70, you're about to turn Zhu Rong into a warped beak. Walk into the Temple of Hutu. Before Wu Tian could react, Zhu Rong smiled and pulled out his ancestral dragon's essence blood in a manner that begged for compliments. Wu Tian and the others sniffed and looked. In a ball of metaphysical light, the rich and incomparable blood color, with a strong and incomparable power fluctuation, was precisely the ancestral dragon essence blood that Wu Tian was very familiar with. Wu Tian opened his mouth slightly. The mind was amazed at the thought. Ha! Is the action that strong? How long has it been since he said he was looking for the dragon clan to get the ancestral dragon's essence blood? Wu Tian just went to the demon race to observe the ceremony and wandered around for a while, and Zhu Rong fetched it back. Wu Tian's gaze quietly turned. With Xianmei, Hotu, two people looked at each other, before they squatted the ancestral dragon. In the ancestral dragon's body into the yellow river, forcibly seized 3 drops of essence blood. That would have been excessive. I didn't realize that Zhu Rong had struck again, having once again snatched 3 drops of ancestral dragon essence blood from the dragon clan. The ancestral dragon's true spirit would be afraid to go on a rampage if it knew about it, wouldn't it? Just caught him with a grip. Jin Yuanzi and Hongyun were also shocked when he saw the expressions of the crowd, especially Wu Tian's astonished look. Zhu Rong instantly had a feeling of satisfaction. His chin all slightly arched, and spoke aloud. Well, brother's a man of his word, isn't he? If I say I'll get you some ancestral dragon essence blood to replenish your body, I'll definitely get it for you. What else could Wu Tian be? Hurriedly arching his hand, he said, thanks, brother. At this time, the other ancestral witches also heard the news and rushed directly to the middle of the later Earth Divine Hall, especially Ju Mong and the others, who were about to mutter to Zhu Rong about their previous insights, and couldn't help but exclaim when they came in. Zhu Rong, you really got it. Immediately afterward, an ancestral witch asked curiously, how did you get it? This ancestral dragon essence blood is bound to be very important to the dragon clan, and they will willingly give it to you? An analogy can be made. Ancestral dragon essence blood is to the dragon race as Pangu essence blood is to the ancestral witches, which can enhance the strength of the dragon race, not to mention that even their own endowments can be changed. Zhu Rong sent out the ancestral dragon essence blood first. Let Wu Tian put it away in a hurry. Then the smug words. Naturally, it's not that simple. When I went there, a few small dragons came from the East Sea, and how to ask said that there was no ancestral dragon essence blood. That would fool me? Zhu Rong looked around towards the ancestral witches and saw that they were all listening intently to his explanation, and then he became even more complacent. Then the words continued. I told them at the time, either you hand over the ancestral dragon's essence blood yourself, or I'll capture all of the dragons and personally refine the essence blood with the blessed divine flame. Being so scared of me, the dragons really just handed it over. Wishful thinking also exclaimed, the dragons are really not honest. If I hadn't been certain that they had ancestral dragon essence blood, I would have almost been fooled by them. The ancestral witches let out a gasp of surprise. Some even complimented it outright. Zhu Rong, you can do it. Now grow a brain. Zhu Rong also nodded his head half modestly, then glanced toward Gong Gong again, smilingly said, that's natural. If Gong Gong went forward, I'm afraid that the dragons will be fooled in 3 or 2 times, but they can fool Gong Gong, but they can't fool me, Zhu Rong. It's natural. The 2 ancestral witches immediately quarreled again. In the middle of the noisy Huta Divine Hall, Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun couldn't help but carefully glance at each other after marveling, although Zhu Rong said it lightly. But they heard from it the helplessness of the dragons, as well as the brutality and tyranny of the ancestral witches, and the 2 had no doubt, if the dragons don't hand it over, Zhu Rong can really do something like refining the ancestral dragon's essence blood with thousands or tens of thousands of dragons. Thinking about the 2 of them, instead, they mingled with the witch clan and were treated as guests in the witch clan. There was also a pang of gratitude in his heart. At this time, Xian Ming suddenly opened his mouth. Is that all? The dragons are so dishonest, and you didn't teach them a lesson? This is also not like your character. Ah. Clear and cold words rang out. At once let the great hall in the middle of a quiet. Even still arguing Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, 2 people also stopped. Zhu Rong hastened to say, naturally it's more than that. At that moment, he He told a good story about the things of the dragons hidden in the deep sea. Xu Rong even added the words, "I did explore. An aura of decay. Looking like a karma-addled, not so long-lived look." Add to that the fact that he all swore to God the Father. And I was in a hurry to get back, fearing that my oldest brother had already set out for the sermon. So I didn't bother with him. Wu Tian was also puzzled in his heart when he heard this. The mind muttered, "There are still survivors of the dragon race's high-end combatants?" Looking towards the ancestral witches, they all looked clueless. Wu Tian looked toward Jin Yuanzi again, showing a solicitous look, and Jin Yuanzi slowly said after a little contemplation, "That's normal. As the only one of the three clans to leave so many clansmen behind after the Great Calamity and still occupy a part of the Four Seas, there will surely be some old men supporting. But back then, there were many experts around the ancestral dragon. Whether it was the Candle Dragon, or the Tsung Dragon hiding in the deep sea, that I can't say." Wu Tian nodded slightly. Then he spoke again to Xu Rong. "Thanks a lot this time, brother. However, the situation of the dragon race is more complicated. They have too much karma on them. But they also left a share of chi because of the appearance of the ancestral dragon. Better not to mess with them." Wishbone smiled back and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to you. The dragon clan. Except for that old guy who was about to rot and almost die. I don't think the rest of the clan is good, and there's nothing to mess with." And again, the witch race developed on the flooded earth. The dragons are low-key again. If it is not for the ancestral dragon blood, simply 8 pole cannot fight. The dragon tribe is also considered to have suffered an undeserved disaster. Xu Rong, with a generous look, waved his hand and spoke with a smile. "Then let the dragons go." At this point the kami let out a soft chortle. Once again, he choked with Xu Rong and spoke with some disdain. "So that's how strong the dragons are. No wonder you were able to retrieve the ancestral dragon essence blood." Seeing that Xu Rong was going to be in a hurry again, at that moment, he smiled and said, "If you're capable, go get a few more drops of Yuanfeng essence blood and a few more drops of beginning Qilin essence blood." At those words, Wu Tian's eyes also lit up. It also looked towards Xu Rong. "Is it really okay?" Xu Rong's expression froze. Being looked at by Wu Tian was also a bit embarrassing. Then he cursed at Gong Gong. Very angry words. "You guys just can't see me well. If you have the ability to go, I'll only serve you if you can find where the beginning Qilin is." The kami hemmed and hawed. "Isn't there still Yuan Feng here? If you can't find the beginning Kirin, you still can't find the immortal volcano. It just so happens that you're still the ancestral witch of fire." Xu Rong glared at him fiercely. "Do you really think I'm stupid? In case I really make the immortal volcano erupt and mess up the flood world, big brother and second brother shall not hammer me to death." Wu Tian was also this time to react. When he was worried that Xu Rong was impulsive and wanted to open his mouth to dissuade him, he never expected Xu Rong to be able to say these words, and was immediately shocked in his heart as well. Immediately, he gave Xu Rong a thumbs up. "Brother Xu Rong, you have great wisdom and know to consider the gains and losses here. If big brother and second brother came out of seclusion, I'm afraid they would have to praise you." Xu Rong instantly drifted a bit. It's okay for others to praise him, but this is Wu Tian, which race recognized as the smartest and most idea. How can Xu Rong not be pleased? At this time, Ho Tu looked towards Wu Tian and glared at him fiercely. How about Xu Rong? People still don't know. Definitely not considered to have great wisdom. At best it's a little more reliable this time around. Ho Tu's eyes seemed to say, "You can take it easy. It's getting to the point where the wishbone is a warbler. If this goes on, what if Xu Rong takes it seriously?" Chapter 71, in the end, it's the dragon clan that bears all the burden. Being said so by Ho Tu, Wu Tian also reacted. Xu Rong such a nature. Give a little sunshine will be bright, to really exaggerate very much. I'm afraid that the back will be very difficult to deal with, but the words have been spoken. Wu Tian can't afford to pull back, can he? There was also Xu Rong and Gong Gong, the two guys who had been bumping into each other, and as the youngest one, it was really hard for him to say anything, while Wu Tian was hesitating. The understanding Ho Tu had already understood, and immediately opened her mouth with a smile. She has the best personality as the youngest sister, and customarily doesn't talk much, but when she does say something, the other older siblings are on board. Ho Tu spoke with a light smile. "Brother Xu Rong, it's true that you've made a lot of progress in your actions lately, but your nature is too impatient. It would be better if you could change it." Wishbone nodded fiercely. Then Ho Tu looked towards Gong Gong again. The calm gaze looked at Gong Gong were a little embarrassed. So big, but could not help but shrink their necks. Neither waited for Ho Tu to say anything. Gong Gong directly begged for forgiveness. "Sis, you don't have to say it. Brother, I know I'm wrong. I'll never tease Xu Rong again. And I didn't really want him to go to the immortal volcano. Isn't that what we're talking about?" Gong Gong had a bitter smile on his face. Only then did Ho Tu smile and nod her head. speaking with satisfaction. It's good that brother knows. Let's just get along. Why do we have to fight all the time? Communion's assurances are less reliable. But it was rare for Ho-Tu to make him make such a statement, and Wu Tian immediately marveled in his heart. Sister Ho-Tu is awesome. If it were Emperor Jiang and Candle Join, the most they could do was to slap each of them a few times, and although they were able to suppress the situation, how could they possibly make the Gong Gong himself admit his mistake? Think about it. Wu Tian also sighed again in his heart. Alas. In that case, it seems that the essence blood of the beginning Qilin and Yuan Foam is not something that I'm afraid I'll have to think about for a while. The three clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn, all of whose patriarchs have notified heaven and earth and borne most of the karma for their races, but the results of the three clans have been different. The Phoenix clan fell apart and the clan was scattered. Wu Tian does know the two princes of the Phoenix clan, Kong Xian and Rock, but at this time also do not know where these two. And again, you can get the blood if you find them? Wu Tian didn't feel that way. As for the Kirin clan, hidden even more thoroughly, the beginning of the Unicorn Eternal Town Central Fake Earth, no longer present. Even the other unicorns are only auspicious symbols, by chance only appear. In this case, the Dragon clan, which had a certain number of clansmen and could still occupy the four seas, naturally became the best choice. No way. Who made you obvious targets? Wu Tian sighed lightly in his heart. Xu Rong's intimidation of the Dragon clan was no secret, and its huge ancestral witch true body manifested itself in the East China Sea between heaven and earth, instantly startling many people. The demon race also naturally knew about it. In the middle of the heavenly court, above the heavenly palace, Emperor Jun sat on top of the majestic and incomparable emperor's seat, and after listening to Tai Yi report this matter back, he immediately furrowed his brows and fell into a deep thought. You mean, Xu Rong took away the ancestral dragon essence blood? Tai Chi nodded. There was a glint in his eyes. Obviously already have some plans, and then after a light heave, faintly said, Brother, so it seems, that this dragon clan still has a lot of good things. Should I also make a trip and take some? The wizards can want it. Do I have to? If the dragon clan does not give, it is not giving face to the demon clan. Looking down on their demon clan four emperors, Emperor Jun also nodded his head gently. Ancestral dragon essence blood. Now that Xu Rong has taken a trip, the dragon clan may not still have it. However, the dragon clan has been over the flood for so long in the first place, and has a deep heritage, and there are a lot of other treasures. Our demon race is newly established. Just what we need for these. Tai Chi got up immediately, carrying the chaos bell. He was about to set off, but it was stopped by Emperor Jun, who smiled faintly, and after commanding countless demon tribes, his aura became more and more sufficient. Di Jun spoke softly. Why do you need to go there yourself? Just send a demon god forward. The dragon race is in such a state nowadays. Would they still dare to disobey us? After a brief moment of contemplation, Tai Yi, his face was full of smiles and he said in a loud voice, so much the better. What his witch clan needs an ancestor witch to do. Our demon clan only needs a demon god to go. So doesn't that mean our demon clan's power is even greater? As for Tai Yi's desire to overpower the witch race, although Di Jun understood, he couldn't help but persuade. Tai Yi, you're still a bit more restrained. Our demon clan is newly established. Our strength is still unable to fight against the sorcerer clan. So don't cause karma early. Tai Chi nodded. And I don't know if I'm listening. After talking to Di Jun again, he turned around and left the Ling Xiao Baodian, going to find the demon god and order the matter down. Above the East Sea, the dragon clan was cleaning up the mess, and although Xu Rong came and didn't really put up a fight, his fiery, explosive Xu Rong true flame had caused countless living beings to die and be injured. Look at the mess in front of you. Looking towards where the deep sea was again, the Four Seas Dragon King's heart rejoiced inside. Happily, after this battle they knew the depths of the dragon clan, and there were still experts left from the Dragon Han catastrophe. For them, with such an old ancestor who survived the Dragon Han catastrophe until now, the Dragon clan also has a few more points of confidence and a reliance. But even so, in the face of the aggressive Xu Rong ancestral witch, the dragon race had to back down. They say a skinny camel is bigger than a horse, but the situation of the dragon tribe now, but miserable, obviously once dominated the existence of the flood, and now it is everywhere cautious. No one dare offend. The dragons hidden in the deep sea, also after Xu Rong ancestral witch left, their breath completely disappeared, still not appearing. Alas, we are burdened with the karma of the heavenly Tao. Our own strength has been restricted and we can't improve at all. And even the true dragon bloodline in our clan is getting fewer and fewer, and a swarm of enemies coveting. If this continues, the dragon clan is afraid that it will decline more and more. What the hell are we going to do? Ao Guang, the dragon king of the East Sea, sighed. In his mind, He thought that after he had cleaned up the mess and settled the injured clansmen of the Dragon Clan, he would make a foray into the deep sea to meet this hidden old ancestor of the Dragon Clan and seek his help. Before the dragons could clean up the situation, the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas looked up in unison, a look of horror in his eyes, only to see a long rainbow of flames flying and cutting through the sky. The blazing fire vaporized the sea surface, and the Dragon King of the Four Seas exclaimed in his heart, "Why are you back again?" They thought it was Zhu Rong, but when they waited until they got a little closer, they were able to distinguish that it was not the aura of the Zhu Rong true fire, but a different kind of flame. Wait for the long rainbow to fall. A figure appeared. The faint flame around his body distorted the void. Standing in mid-air, arrogant and incomparable, looking towards the Four Seas Dragon King, softly speaking, "I am Bai Fong of the Demon Clan, came by order of the Eastern Emperor." Nonsense, not much to say. Now that my demon race is newly established, many demon generals are lacking in hand weapons and spiritual treasures. Still hope that the dragon race can lend a hand. Bai glanced over. The crimson eyes stared at Ao Guang. The Dragon Clan offered the ancestral dragon essence blood to the Sorcerer Clan, and my demon clan doesn't want the ancestral dragon essence blood. There is only this simple request. The Dragon Clan won't give no face to this, right? Ao Guang wailed in his heart at the words. Demons again? Ancestral Dragon Lord is above. When will this kind of day be the end? Though only Bai came, but the dragon race knew that behind them stood the demon race, the four emperors of the demon race, so how could they dare to offend? After some grunting, almost had the treasure trove emptied by Bai. Wu Tian also did not expect that he just wanted an ancestral dragon essence blood, but it led to the demon race also coming to the dragon race to scavenge. In the end it was the dragons who took it all. Chapter 72, Jumong is a real dog. Actually, the situation facing the dragons was inevitable, as the existence of the once dominant flood accumulated for countless years. The treasures are numerous, in the eyes of the flood crowd, as if a child holding gold over the downtown. It's a wonder it doesn't attract attention. Waiting for Biff to leave. Once again, he opened his mouth to the Dragon King of the Four Seas, asking the Dragon Clan to offer 49 true dragons and bring them back to the Demon Emperor June to pull the cart. The Dragon King of the Four Seas was suffocating. This is obviously to step on the identity of the dragon race's former hegemony, manifesting the majesty of the demon race today. But what else could they do? One can only pinch one's nose and answer. When Bai Fong left with satisfaction and complacency, the Dragon King of the Four Seas couldn't hold back any longer and headed directly towards the deepest part of the East Sea with a pang of bitterness in his heart. Old ancestors, show the dragons the way. Wizards, after Ho-Tu taught Gong Gong, Zhu Rong, Wu Tian also finally feel much more at ease. The heart even began to think about it. These two guys were born to clash. No wonder they would cause great trouble in the future. And Gong Gong even crashed headlong into the Buzhou Mountain, causing the Witch Clan to incur endless karma and cause and effect. Now the Buzhou Mountain is included in the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation. Compared to the original, has changed, but ultimately still not insurance. What's the best way to avoid it? After spending so much time with the ancestral witches, Wu Tian also developed more feelings for them and naturally wanted to change the basis of the quantum rain to preserve the lives of the ancestral witches. The mind is thinking. With a sudden throbbing of his heart and mind, Wu Tian violently raised his head to look towards the direction of the Pango Hall, his eyes filled with astonishment. The other ancestral witches did the same. Only Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud, two people, is not an ancestral witch, on the Pango Temple and not in 8 cents, so did not notice the difference, but see the situation as such. Both of them also reacted, and Red Cloud hurriedly opened his mouth to ask, Elder Brother Wu Tian, what's going on here? Wu Tian turned back in a hurry. A smile had appeared on his face. Ha ha, it's a good thing. Just now, there was a surge of breath in the Pango Hall. So I think it's because my two elder brothers have broken through to the mixed golden immortal and are about to end their seclusion. Immediately, he followed the ancestral witches and rose. Go, let's get together and see. Jin Yuanzi, Red Cloud in curious, but also some apprehension. Pango Hall is the important place of the witch race. And now Di Jiang, Candle Joeen is even in the breakthrough of the critical time. They go to the appropriate? Wu Tian hadn't said anything yet. Zhu Rong walked over and wrapped a hand around Red Cloud's neck as he spoke with a loud laugh. What's in this? It's not like you guys haven't been to the Pango Temple. Before, didn't you already say that you're also brothers of my witch clan? Why do you have to be so outgoing? Red Cloud instantly turned red in the face. For Zhu Rong's attitude, he felt happy in his heart. The two of them were the only ones who could make the witch clan treat them like this in the entire floodplain. But Zhu Rong acted in such an affectionate manner. But it was a little too much for him to bear. Seeing this, Wu Tian hurriedly smiled and relieved the situation. After freeing Red Cloud from Zhu Rong's clutches, everyone hurriedly headed towards the Pango Hall. Wait until you get to the Pantheon. Emperor Jiang and Candle 19 had already ended their cultivation, and their aura around them was still ferocious and incomparable, but with an internalized meaning that made them look unfathomable. There was a glint in his eyes, with a faint smile at the corners of his mouth. From the hidden space in the depths of the Pango Hall, he slowly stepped out, and by the time Wu Tian and the others entered, there was a surge of spatial power, and he appeared in front of Emperor Jiang and Candle 19. Shu Rong asked impatiently, "Big brother, second brother, you guys really broke through?" After the establishment of the Witch Clan, the strength of the other ancestral witches had also increased rapidly with the great increase in the Witch Clan's chi, as well as the constant flow of law deities bringing in reinforcements, but not so fast after all. Emperor Jiang nodded with a light smile. "Nice. Your second brother and I have already broken through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal, and have become the Tao with our own laws, so when this Tao is complete, we will be able to certify the Tao of mixed immortality," said the man. Emperor Jiang's expression fluctuated slightly. "Only by thoroughly embarking on this road do you understand how difficult it is to become a Tao with the law, and what is difficult is not now, but how to make your own way complete later and prove the Tao of mixed yuan." But the ancestors had no choice. They innately control the power of the law. They can go only this road. There is no opportunity to change course. Even if there is, they will never choose. The ancestral witches didn't read Di Zhang's mind. They were still a little bit short of the mixed golden immortal and hadn't really reached that realm. So naturally they couldn't have the same kind of enlightenment as Emperor Jiang and Candle Join. So just plain elated. Great. In this way, my witch race is stronger. Each one was filled with excitement. There was even a feeling of stupidity. Itching to hurry up and cultivate now. Breaking through to the mixed golden immortal just like Di Jiang and Candle 19. Seeing this Empyrean river secretly sighed softly. Then his eyes turned towards Wu Tian, his gaze constantly measuring and scrutinizing Wu Tian's body. And even more so, he muttered in his heart. Perhaps, Wu Genius is the true hope of our witch clan, isn't it? And only when the power of the 12 laws comes together like him is he truly getting the inheritance of Father God. Subsequently, Emperor Jiang once again laughed softly. Singling out Wu Tian, he asked, "Older brother, I see that your physical body and Yuanshan have almost reached the peak of the Diluo Golden Immortal. What are your thoughts on how to break through to the mixed Golden Immortal?" Wu Tian then smiled and spoke. "There's no rush for now. Even though I have reached the peak realm of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I always feel that I can still keep tapping into the power of my fleshly body. If we break through rashly, it may not be a good thing. In the future, if we regret and want to recompact the foundation, I'm afraid we won't even have this opportunity." At that moment, Shen Ming suddenly opened his mouth, telling the matter of Wu Tian planting the innate 5 elemental spiritual roots in his physical body and on top of his 5 viscera. He ended with another faint remark. Wu Tian, he still lacks 2 types of spiritual roots. When these 2 types of spiritual roots are replenished, the strength of the physical body will naturally be able to grow again, and it won't be too late to make a breakthrough at that time. Emperor Zhang's eyes glared. Still missing 2 spiritual roots? In whose hands? Shen Mei also spoke directly. The innate gold spiritual root is in the hands of Junti. The innate wood spiritual root is in the hands of the Duke of the East. That's when Zhimang suddenly leapt over, muttered in Emperor Zhang's ear. Emperor Zhang's eyes rounded at the sound of it, and he drank in anger. What is this Eastern King's Duke? Dare to steal a woman from my witch clan? Immediately, he waved his big hand. He was about to take the ancestral witches out and head straight for Panglai Immortal Island. When Wu Tian saw this, he hurriedly stopped them and then looked towards Jumong with a speechless face. My Jumong brother, you're a real sentence. What exactly did you say in the ear of the big brother? How to involve what woman again? What exactly? Are you not clear? Wu Tian also found out. The ancestral witches themselves are not interested in finding a Dao couple, and are not interested in this middle way at all, but they are interested in the matter of his little brother. He hated to announce it on the spot. I'm not interested in any innate goddesses right now. I just want to cultivate with all my heart and soul to grow the witch race and change its destiny. Chapter 73, 2 more drops of ancestor witch essence blood. Wu Tian didn't say anything in the end. He didn't think the ancestral witches would believe it. Then again, he's not particularly confident in himself. Wu Tian could only hurriedly stop Emperor Jiang. Brother, take it easy. Right now it's going to be time for the 3rd sermon. Maybe this Lord East has gone to the chaos early. If we go to Panglai and can't find it, won't we be pouncing on it? Then he glared hard at Jumong. Jumong heatedly laughed, and hurriedly attached to the ear of Emperor Jiang. Will be before Wu Tian empty glove white wolf thing said. Only then did Emperor Jiang's face lighten up a bit. So, then let's leave the Eastern Prince a dog's life first. Emperor Jiang directly chose to believe Wu Tian. Immediately put the target on the Western duo. But according to Wu Tian, the 2 guys, Jie Gue and Junti, may not still be there either. So they can only postpone the time. But Emperor Jiang had already made up his mind. When the third sermon is over, he will take his brothers directly to the west, not just to grab the innate root Bodhi tree, but to teach a lesson to Jie and Junti. Who made him offend Wu Tian before? The thought settled. Emperor Jiang and looked toward the candle 9. Two people's eyes look at each other, all deep and solemn color. Emperor Jiang then spoke to Wu Tian. Older brother, there's something I need to talk to you about alone. Wu Tian was suddenly surprised. What will happen to Emperor Jiang? Still have to talk to yourself alone, making it so secretive. Then he saw Di Jiang arching his hand and giving a confession to Jin Yuanzi and the two of them, and then asked the ancestral witches to entertain Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun. Jin Yuanzi hurriedly laughed. Out of the way. Ancestral witches be my guest is. Di Jiang smiled and nodded. Then his breath moved around him. The aura of a mixed golden immortal flourished, and Wu Tian only felt the space around him change instantly. Standing firm again, already appearing in the Pango Hall. In the other side of space, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were both looking at themselves with solemn faces. Wu Tian asked in a hurry. Two elder brothers. What is so mysterious? However, after seeing Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 look at each other, they both slapped towards their chests, and instantly the blood light flourished. A drop of essence blood flew out from each. The power of laws on it was raging, stronger than those ancestral witches' essence blood Wu Tian obtained before. After all, it was the essence blood of the mixed golden immortal realm. It's a natural departure from before. Looking at the ancestral witch essence blood that was incomparably thick with blood-devouring aura, Wu Tian was instantly astonished and looked at the two of them, puzzled in his heart. Ha! Giving the ancestral witch essence blood again? No need. Two elder brothers. Now that my 12 law powers are fused into one, I just need to slowly cultivate. There's no need to have to use ancestral witch essence blood to cultivate. Emperor Jiang gave him a blank look. You're thinking pretty good. This essence blood is not for you to cultivate now. It is for another wonderful purpose. With that, the two struck out, continuously put imprints in them. A few moments later, the two finally stopped, and Emperor Jiang let out a soft sigh of relief before pushing his essence blood towards Wu Tian, his face growing more solemn. After a little contemplation, speaking softly to Wu Tian, this time, your second brother and I have achieved the mixed golden immortal, and the two of us are going to join forces to wade into the long river of time and probe the fate of the witch race at the time of the third purple heavenly palace sermon. Wu Tian's eyes snapped wide. Before he could say anything, he heard Emperor Jiang continue to speak. This matter has long been settled between the two of us, just waiting to be promoted to the mixed golden immortal. Originally thought to be a little more secretive and not say anything to anyone, but after thinking about it, I still have to tell you. Emperor Jiang sighed softly. Wu Tian was different from the other ancestral witches. Even, the two will give birth to such a thought. It is because of Wu Tian's sake. If it were not for this most intelligent little old brother of their own family, who has been worried about the future of the witch race, they would not have made this decision. More importantly, 3 times things proved that Wu Tian's judgment of the general situation was very correct, simply accurate. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were naturally on board. It was also getting more and more disturbing. Hear this. Wu Tian's heart instantly set off waves of shock and disbelief expression, constantly murmuring in his mind. How come? Did Emperor Jiang and Candle Join do this in the midst of the original great situation? Or did they know the fate of the witch race? But under the influence of the Great Tribulation, it was difficult for them to be autonomous? Wu Tian didn't know, but he was suddenly born with apprehension. Although Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were already mixed golden immortals, how could it be so easy to probe the future trajectory? There shouldn't be any problem, right? The way of time is the great way, but it is the most subtle and perilous. One more thing. In the original great situation, Wu Tian, the 13th ancestor witch, did not exist. So was there any trace of Wu Tian in the future that Emperor Jiang and Candle Join were able to probe? At the same time, Wu Tian's heart became more and more moved. Emperor Jiang can be so critical. Important things, informed to himself, is already a great trust and recognition of him. Wu Tian's mind was in turmoil for a while. He even tried to say it outright. You guys just don't mess around. What do you want to know? I tell you, this is not on the line. Why take such a big risk? Is the future that easy to peek into? But to put it this way, how was he going to explain all of this? And how did he know about it? Moreover, would Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 really believe it? In the end, Wu Tian tried. Brotherhood. I still have some insight into the future development of the great power, so why should you guys take this risk? Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 saw this. Laughing softly, he glanced at each other. The expressions on their faces became relaxed, and there was even more of a hint of relief and joy. And Emperor Jiang even said with a smile, I knew you'd say that. But, it's not that the brothers don't believe you, but there are some things that must be seen with your own eyes. Wu Tian could only nod his head. He understood what Emperor Jiang meant. If not, Di Jiang and Candle 9 would not have approached him alone to inform him of such an important and secretive matter. Knowing that he is only the oldest and youngest within the ancestral witches, Emperor Jiang saw that he still had a heavy face. Another light chuckle spoke up. Don't worry, this matter I and your second brother to prepare for a long time. By then it is the time of Hongjun preaching. The power of the heavenly way gathered at the Purple Sky Palace. Just to us the least interference. And we still have the Pangu Temple to protect us. Wu Tian nodded with mixed emotions. Also, perhaps after Di Jiang and Candle 9 had personally explored and seen the future witch demon quantum jump, the ancestral witches would be more agreeable to Wu Tian when he made a suggestion in the future. At this time, Emperor Jiang spoke again. Take these 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood. If your second brother and I get lost in the river of time, we can rely on these coordinates to return. And then jokes again. You can't refine it now, even if we want to refine. It will wait until after we return. Wu Tian hurriedly spoke. Naturally not. He was just as greedy and impatient as he was. He wouldn't refine the coordinates left behind by Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 at this time. Give the ancestral witch essence blood to yourself. To inform this matter again. This was already a great trust. Even more than the trust placed in the other ancestral witches. And Wu Tian naturally would not fail to live up to it. But, listen to what Emperor Jiang is saying. When they come back, this essence blood will be completely theirs? Chapter 74 Ancestral Witches squatting at the treasure separation cliff. Put away the ancestral witch essence blood. Young hid it within his body. After doing so, Wu Tian pondered a little and suddenly stretched out his palms, his thoughts snapping in his mind. Swish! The Hongmeng measuring ruler appeared, with a thick and heavy incomparable merit and virtue golden light, appeared in Wu Tian's palm above. The breath of the innate merit and virtue supreme treasure revealed, but also another esoteric meaning. Wu Tian pushed this treasure forward. Then he looked toward Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 and solemnly said, 2 elder brothers, you will take this treasure with you. This Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven is being promoted after getting the merit of the great Tao, vaguely surpassing the level of the innate supreme treasure. If you guys bring it on your body, it will definitely be able to protect 1 or 2. The 2 ancestral witches, however, refused outright. Emperor Jiang was even more energized. Which has to be a brother? To rob his younger brother's things? The Purple Heaven Palace is not a completely peaceful place. Those guys have always looked at our witch race in the wrong way. And I think that Hongjun also has no good intentions towards our witch race. You might as well keep it for your own defense. Hongjun has no ill will. This is not necessarily. But Hongjun has no good feelings for the witch tribe. That is for sure. Who made the witch race disrespect the way of heaven? You don't care about him as a Taoist ancestor either? Cannot make a move against the witch race? That is because the rules of the heavens to limit. Pangu Father God blessing. But Wu Tian wouldn't say change. The witch of the witch race is originally a heavenly body. So do we really let the ancestral witches prostrate themselves under the seat of the Taoist ancestor? Seeing that Wu Tian still wanted to persuade, Di Jiang immediately glared with a look of anger, then spoke aloud. What? Just don't trust us? You protect our essence blood well. That is the biggest help to us. Don't think much about the rest. There are us brothers in. Where it is your turn to worry. What else could Wu Tian say? Only the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler could be put away. Afterwards, Emperor Jiang waved his hand and was ready to end this conversation. But Candle Join opened his mouth at this time and spoke with a light smile. The next step is to go to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Is there anything else you want to tell us or need us to do before you leave? Candlewick wanted to see more. Wu Tian's previous various predictions and suggestions had amazed the ancestral witches, and now they were touched by Wu Tian and wanted to find out. It's natural to want to try again before that happens. Wu Tian also heard Candle Join's meaning, coupled with Emperor Jiang and Candle Join's honesty towards him. The original worries in his heart were dispersed, and he directly smiled and said, one more thing. Wait until the end of the third sermon. Hongjun will surely bestow countless treasures and place a treasure dividing cliff on top of Buzhou Mountain. And then the people will set out from the Purple Heavenly Palace to grab them. Can brother make an early move? Especially this cliff of divided treasures. Make sure you grab it. If only before. Wu Tian certainly wouldn't say that. The Dragon Han catastrophe and so on can still be said to be a deduction of the general situation, or any other suggestion. Also because of the clever little brain. But this Hongjun Daozu action, you can even guess. That would be a bit of a stretch. However, Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 were already going to peek into the future. And after such a frank exchange, there was no need for Wu Tian to cover up. So what if there's a secret? The ancestral witches wouldn't care anyway. Just be their good buddy. Both ancestral witches nodded their heads in response. Then Di Jiang asked curiously again. Split treasure cliff? Is this thing important? How does that work? Among the original great powers, the Cliff of Divided Treasures was obtained by Yuan Shi, who is said to have combined the Cliff of Divided Treasures with half of Buzhou Mountain and refined it into the Seal of Heaven. Wu Tian is an ancestral witch. Take not Zhou Mountain refining treasure is a little too filial piety. But with the split treasure cliff with other materials when you then cohesion point Pango breath, first grab the name Pantheon Seal again. It's all become an ancestor witch. It always feels almost flavorful when you don't carry a big slab. Wu Tian then spoke honestly. I want to use the treasure dividing cliff to refine treasures. When the time comes to refine a powerful and sturdy magic treasure, it is most suitable for the use of a strong flesh body like our witch race. Emperor Jiang answered directly at his words. No problem. When you set out, I'll have Zhu Rong, Gong Gong, and the others go to the top of Buzhou Mountain to guard, until the separation of Treasure Cliff appears, then summon the other brothers. Wu Tian froze for a moment. There's no need to be so early. At this time, the Buzhou Mountain was still intact, and the aura of the Pango Father God was strong, and the further to the top of the Buzhou Mountain, the heavier the pressure became. Even the Wiccans are only active at the foot of the mountain on weekdays. If we let Zhu Rong and Gong Gong go on guard so early in the morning and bear such heavy pressure, wouldn't they be subjected to the test of Pangu's pressure every moment? It took Zhu Rong to get the ancestral dragon's essence blood. There's no need to screw him over like that. Therefore Wu Tian laughed. No need to be so early. Just estimate the end of the sermon and go up a little early. Even though Wu Tian said that, but Di Jiang had already made up his mind that he must let Zhu Rong and the others go up to keep watch, in case Hong Jun made an early move. Missing the moment. Wouldn't that delay my brother's treasure making? As for the Father God's pressure, let it be a test for them. It might even allow for a rapid increase in strength and an early advancement to the mixed golden immortal. Emperor Jiang then smiled and spoke. Alright, just leave this matter to us. You don't have to worry about it. It's getting late. We'd better hurry up and get out. You also set off with Jin Yuanzi and the others to the Purple Heavenly Palace. Then he flew out with Wu Tian. One side of the space conversion. Di Jiang is still muttering and urging. Anyway, the general idea is that it is not important to be able to learn anything from Hong Jun, but must not be wronged in the Purple Heavenly Palace. Can't beat it first remember. When he comes back, he will have so many brothers to avenge him. Listening to Wu Tian was amusing and touching. By the time they came out from the depths of the Pango Hall, it hadn't actually been long at all, but the ancestral witches, as well as Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, had already returned to the Huta Divine Hall. Wu Tian also returned in a hurry. After arriving at the Huta Divine Hall, everyone looked curiously toward the three. Zhu Rong was even more surprised at the words. How come so fast? Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. Big brother is just bugging me for a few words. How much more time can I use? Zhu Rong elder brother. Gong Gong elder brother. Big brother has something to find you. Zhu Rong and Gong Gong froze, then ran towards the outside in a hurry. Wu Tian looked towards the outside, a little embarrassed in his eyes, staring at their disappearing backs, muttering secretly in his heart. It's going to be hard on you guys this time. Then he nodded to Xianmei and Ho Tu, and then looked toward Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, smiling and speaking. Let's get going too. Jin Yuanzi nodded with a light smile. Also good. Although there's still some time left, but after all, it's the third sermon, so it's better for us to set off earlier, in case we're delayed along the way. That's not good. A few people then got up, arching his hand in farewell with the remaining ancestral witches. Red clouds very consciously take up the heavy responsibility of rushing. Mana surges will Wu Tian they rolled up, then turned into a red arcane light, toward the 9 heavens above the flying. Looking at the approaching chaos, Wu Tian also developed a sense of anticipation for the third sermon and spoke silently in his heart. Hongmeng Purple Chi? The Way of the Three Corpses? I'd like to see what is all about. Chapter 75. The third sermon begins. Smooth sailing. After all, it wasn't the first time, and the crowd was more familiar with the path to the Purple Heavenly Palace, arriving at a faster speed than the previous times. After entering the Purple Heavenly Palace, Wu Tian nodded to the two little children, Hao Tian and Yao Qi, and then walked towards his seat. They kind of came early, but not the earliest. 3 Cheng had already sat on the futon, closing his eyes and pretending to sleep, looking like an old god, only opening his eyes when Wu Tian and the others came in. Each looked different, but as far as Wu Tian seemed to be concerned, the aura was getting deeper and deeper, and it was obvious that they had all broken through the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and reached the Quasi-Sate realm. Wu Tian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Not so much. He plans to after the third sermon. With the chance of the innate gourd, he surrounded them and then snatched the 2 innate 5 elements flags from Tai Ching and Yuan Shi. Now the trio is much stronger. Naturally there is some apprehension. Forget it. No need to dwell on it. Then how strong? We have 13 it. Big brother. second brother has already broken through. The other elder brothers may also break through one after another. 12 our heavenly god break array together. Still cannot trap the three Chang? The more Wu Tian thought about it, the more relaxed he became. Advantage on me. This is a solid win. After another moment, Kuan Peng came in through the door, and after nodding to Wu Tian, he settled into his seat, his eyes staring intently at the void in front of him. Shining. Earlier Wu Tian reminded. Let Kuan Peng to the seat of the position. The more and more expectations, already in the free thinking after the third sermon. That may come the chance. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. In the original general trend, Kuan Peng was robbed of his position by Jiein and Junti, and lost the Hongmeng purple chi, which is the most crucial for becoming a saint. This time because the witch race stepped in, Kuan Peng was able to preserve his position and not be snatched away by Jiein and Junti. But could he really get the Hongmeng purple chi? If you can get the Hongmeng purple chi, can a kunai become a saint? If Kuan Peng really becomes a saint, that was definitely a great change to the great power of the heavenly Tao, and it meant a great deal to Wu Tian. It means that the phrase the momentum cannot be changed is not 100% valid. Then Wu Tian can turn around. More places to operate. One time. Anticipation arose in Wu Tian's heart. More and more hope. Kuan Peng can get Hongmeng purple chi. There was also Xianmei, who had also taken up a position. If Kuan Peng could get it, then wouldn't Xianmei be able to get it as well? Don't care if it's useful or not. Take it first. Think about it. Wu Tian's eyes lit up, but then it dimmed, and the heart sighed softly. Alas, I'm afraid that Hong Jun won't follow the rules. Just then, the four emperors of the demon race entered the Purple Heaven Palace together. Fuxi and Nuwa did not change much, except for Nuwa who looked at Wu Tian with a somewhat strange look, curling up and sitting in her original position. Di Jun and Tai Yi were spirited. The corners of his mouth all hung with a faint smile as Di Jun, the newly promoted demon emperor, grew more majestic and noble, and the confidence in his eyes deepened. Look toward the seat in front of you. The eyes flicked up slightly. So what if you don't have a seat? Now that my demon clan's chi luck is added, it may not be inferior to you people. Di Jun even thought in his mind. The next third sermon, if there is any chance thing, the demon race now has 4 emperors present. That is, the 3 Qing can grab a grab. Next successive figures entered, but fewer than the first 2 times to listen to the sermon. After 2 sermons, the flood cultivation more and more prosperous, but the strife also became more numerous. I wonder how many have fallen. When the time finally came, the Hongjun Taoist ancestor once again silently appeared in front of the main hall, and everyone looked forward in unison with a sense of surprise in their eyes. Greetings, Tao ancestor. Some of those who know what they're doing have already started chanting. Ancestor Hongjun only nodded slightly. His eyes moved towards the crowd above the great hall, and all of a sudden everyone felt that Ancestor Hongjun was looking at them. Many hearts were agitated. Overflow. In fact, at this moment, Hongjun's mood was not very calm. After the second sermon, the witch and demon tribes were established one after another. The wizards are even. These ancestral witches are obstinate in nature and have always acted in such a way that it is understandable that they do not respect the heavenly Tao or him, the Tao Father. But I didn't expect it. Even the demon race is like that. Hongjun Daozu's eyes, imperceptible towards the Emperor Jun, looked at the Emperor Jun complacent look, and then think of them to open up for the flood tribes have spirit demon road. Ancestor Hongjun Dao couldn't help but move his gaze. But the most troublesome and worrying thing for Hongjun Daozu is not this, but the location in the Purple Heavenly Palace, and the more the third sermon is approaching, the more obvious this problem becomes. Did you really want to give the Hongmeng Violet Chi to Xianmei and Kuanpeng? To give them both? What about Guiding and Junti? It wasn't that Hongjun Dao ancestor liked these two people, but he owed the West a great deal of karma for shattering the Western heaven and earth before he became a Taoist. If we don't take this opportunity to end it, how can I merge with the Wei and advance to a higher realm without any worries? But if we don't give it to Xianmei and Kuanpeng, how can we explain the 7 seats at the top in front of everyone? Xianmei can excuse that the witch race has its own chances and is not in line with the heavenly Tao. But what about Kuanpeng? Alas, Ancestor Hongjun Dao looked at Wu Tian. This guy can get me in big trouble. The gaze seemed to be. Wu Tian instantly developed a sense in his heart. The Hongmeng measuring ruler in the divine soul instantly releases the golden light of merit and virtue, suppressing all of its own chi, and the heavenly chances are disturbed. And then Wu Tian looked up, looking toward Hongjun Dao ancestor, showing an innocent and incomparable smile to him. That flavor of the witch race instantly rushed up. Hongjun Daozu was speechless, thinking of the program prepared earlier. His heart also settled again, and without further thought, he slowly opened his mouth. Child, close the gate. Hao Tian and Yao Qi got up in a hurry. Straining, he pushed the gate of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Wu Tian instantly spat in his heart. obviously can close the door with a wave of the hand. And even the idea of moving the purple heavenly palace will give birth to a response. Why do you have two small children to push so hard? Is that more pushy? Or maybe, if these two little guys get involved, there will be merit to be gained? Wu Tian speculated in his mind. Soon, when Haoqian and Yaoqi closed the gate of the purple heavenly palace behind them, only then did Hongjun Daozu withdraw his gaze. In the midst of unbridled anticipation from the crowd, pale and unmistakable opened his mouth. Third sermon begins. In an instant, the aura on Hongjun Daozu's body changed. Behind the power of the law intertwined, the Tao appeared. Countless visions dense. The entire purple heavenly palace also gave birth to changes, and the power of the heavenly Tao became denser and denser. Then he heard the words of the great ancestor Hongjun. There are 3 paths to witnessing. P.S. Happy New Year, and 3 wishes from the young author. Good health, good intentions, and a prosperous new year. Chapter 76, The Method of Decapitating 3 Corpses. The power of the heavenly Tao was thick. Ancestor Hongjun's curling Taoist voice sounded. There was a fall of heaven and earth, along with the infinite visions born in the violet sky palace. Countless laws and avenues diffracted. Hongjun Dao ancestor also finally said everyone's most concerned, the most urgent that question. How do you prove it? How do you achieve hybridization? The topmost of them all is to prove the way by force. According to the words of ancestor Hongjun, the great god Pangu is to use force to prove the way. But this use force to prove the way is not the great way of force, but to break through with great strength. After hearing this statement, Wu Tian could not help but nod his head slightly and said in his heart, also right, as long as I have enough strength, no matter what hardships, dangers, and avenues of shackles lie ahead of me, I will only forcefully blast them away with one punch. Or in layman's terms, to testify with power is to work miracles with power. It's just a shame that Discord's heart is too high. What he wanted was to take a direct step, open up the flooded heavens and earth, and prove the great Tao, the true great Tao. As a result, after the opening of the flooded heavens and earth, under the pressure of the power of chaos, the heavens and earth merged. In order to forcibly hold up the newly opened heavens and earth and resist the power of chaos, the great god Pangu eventually exhausted himself and transformed himself into all things in heaven and earth. For this uppermost method of proving the way by force, Wu Tian was incomparably curious in his heart. But what makes Wu Tian secretly spit out is that Hongjun Daozu also simply explains a few sentences, and does not tell the specific cultivation method. Others, on the other hand, had different faces. Many people look embarrassed. How could they walk the path that even the great god Pangu had not been able to walk? Even though it was different from the great god Pangu, they were not trying to prove the great Tao, but rather to prove their own way of mixed yuan. All these years of cultivation had also told them that this path was incomparably difficult. At once there was an eagerness in the minds of some. At this time, ancestor Hongjun Dao continued to speak, followed by the way of the 3 corpses. This method was pioneered by me, cutting away good, evil, and obsessive thoughts, hosting innate spiritual treasures in order to form 3 corpses, and then the 3 corpses are united to certify the way of mixed yuan. In fact, the way of chopping off 3 corpses is also an alternative to prove the way by force. Through chopping off 3 corpses, cultivating 3 corpses, another way to achieve the requirement of proving the way. 1. I don't top. What about 3 more? The accumulation of quantities causes qualitative changes. As for why it must be an innate spiritual treasure, it is because in every innate spiritual treasure, there is an innate indestructible spiritual light, so that it can host good and evil, obsessive thoughts, and achieve 3 corpses. And here's the important thing. After stripping away the obsession of good and evil, one's own Taoist mind is calm and quiet, getting closer and closer to the heavenly Tao that does not think and does not want to think. And naturally, one's perception of the great Tao is on a higher level. It is also beneficial to one's own practice. Immediately after that, the great ancestor Hongjun added, the lowest of the low is meritocracy. What is meritocracy? That is, to obtain enough heavenly Tao merit, and under the favor of the heavenly Tao, directly infuse it with the heavenly Tao laws and forcefully push it up to the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. After all was said and done, the purple sky palace and the crowd are exposed to the color of contemplation. But also a lot of people look at each other. Their hearts are pondering. The great god of Pangu cannot go through the power to prove the way. They naturally do not hope. As for the merit testimony, it is more dependent on chance and luck. Naturally consider the way to chop 3 corpses. After all, in front of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor, but a living example, relying on the method of chopping 3 corpses to achieve the mixed yuan Dalajingxian, certified Sing position. Immediately, someone spoke up. Dare I ask the ancestor, how do you chop off 3 corpses? Ancestor Hongjun nodded slightly at his words. Immediately, it will be how to cut off the good, evil, and obsessive thoughts. how to rest on the innate spiritual treasures, and how the three corpses can be united, in which all kinds of laws are told in detail. The stronger the innate spiritual treasure used to host the three corpses, the stronger the strength will be, and the more difficult it is to unite the three corpses. But after achieving the mixed Yuan Dalat Golden Immortal, the strength will naturally be stronger as well. Waiting to hear ancestor Hongjun Dao say so, Wu Tian was expressionless, but his heart was astonished. Ha! Isn't it said that the innate spiritual treasures hosting the three corpses have to be compatible with each other, preferably a complete set of innate magic treasures? Otherwise the three corpses can't be united at all. Why didn't Hongjun say anything about this? He couldn't help but be a little suspicious. However, he was not prepared to follow the path of the three corpses, and the witch race did not have this possibility, so Wu Tian did not open his mouth to ask, but muttered silently in his heart. Also listen to the method of decapitating the three corpses. Continuously draw on the subtle meaning of, actually, whatever. The ultimate goal is all about being strong. With his own overwhelming strength, he breaks the shackles of proof, the barrier in the realm, only. The great god Pangu was strong enough that he does not need to behead three corpses at all, and Hongjun Daozu was much worse. Then, through the skill of chopping three corpses, to make up for their own gaps, if I can obtain the Chaos Bell, Taiji Diagram, and Pangu Banner, or the three books of heaven, earth, and man, which are such sets and powerful innate magic treasures, I can still consider the method of severing the three corpses, but it's almost impossible. Wu Tian suddenly had a movement in his heart. Hey, how about if I obtained the innate 5-square flag and directly chopped out 5 doppelgangers with it, and then the doppelgangers united? Or with the innate yin and yang 5 elements gored, or as in the stories I read in my previous life, chopping off the past, future, and present bodies? Thoughts churned in Wu Tian's mind, constantly thinking about the possibilities. But in the end, still being overturned one by Wu Tian himself, he did not choose any of the paths related to the method of chopping the three corpses, but instead, he became more and more determined to use the Tao to prove the Tao. I already carried the laws of the 12 ancestral witches, fused into one, and devoured the innate yin and yang and 5 elemental laws of the innate gourd vine. It's so hard to mix as one. Brainstorming, to chop them off and separate them again and then figure out how to fuse them? And Wu Tian always felt, chopping off one's own thoughts is not the right way, although it allows the body to be closer to the heavenly Tao and facilitates the realization of the great Tao. But there will always be hidden dangers. There is no presence of one's own emotions. Is it still him after all? Or maybe it's an empty, great Tao law-bearer? What's the difference between that and a powerful rock? As for meritorious sanctification, Wu Tian had even less idea. Think about it. Wu Tian suddenly raised his eyes toward Hongjun Taoist ancestor directly in front of the purple heavenly palace. The light in his eyes flickered, deep and profound, and his heart was even more firm and incomparable words. My future path will be to gather all the greatness in myself, all the power mixed as one, all under my own control. And why the need for decapitation? Feeling Wu Tian's gaze, there was a slight difference in the heart of the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, and he subconsciously looked towards Wu Tian. But just at that moment, someone suddenly opened his mouth and asked, "The Taoist ancestors are here." Previously, the Dao ancestor said that the heavenly Dao saints must be mixed Yuan Daoluo Jingxians, but mixed Yuan Daoluo Jingxians are not necessarily saints. The method of decapitating three corpses can prove the way. Then how do you become a heavenly sage? Ancestor Hongjun Dao's attention was instantly attracted, and his gaze turned towards the person who had asked the question. But it was the head of the male immortals in the world that he had personally enthroned, the Duke of the East King. In addition to Dong Wang Gong, who else is going to say, "The Taoist priests are above us"? He boasted that he was enthroned by the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, the closest to the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, and in his haste, he directly opened his mouth to ask. Chapter 77, Hongming Purple Qi. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze was bland, looking toward the Eastern King's Duke. At this time, the first position in the front row of the Tai Ching was originally in the heart of the continuous deduction of the method of decapitation of the three corpses. Deduction to the end, cannot help but slightly wrinkled eyebrows. I was about to ask a question about the doubts in my mind, but he was directly interrupted by the Eastern King's Duke. A hint of displeasure was born in his heart, but he was also quickly attracted by this question from the Eastern King. The saintly genesis rests on the heavenly Tao, immortality, then the regular mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal, more heavenly Tao authority. In the flood is far beyond the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. Who do not want to achieve? Everyone. Just some are still pondering the method of decapitating the three corpses. Some dare not open their mouths to ask questions. At this time to see the Duke of Dongwang open their mouths, but also one by one towards the Hongjun Taoist ancestor to look at. A look of anticipation was revealed in his eyes. Ancestor Hongjun Dao faintly said, To become a heavenly Tao saint, one needs to have the opportunity to become a saint. The Hongmeng purple chi. There was a light in the eyes of the crowd. Hongmeng purple breath? Just then, Hongjun Daozu's hands appeared a Hongmeng violet gas, like a deep purple ribbon, in the void constantly rolling, floating, a glance at the esoteric and incomparable, between the real and nothingness. Wu Tian's heart also perked up at the words. Finally, we're talking about the Hongmeng purple chi. 7 Hongmeng purple chi. I want to see how you want to divide it. Is it according to the original seat order, or according to the original candidates among the great powers? Wu Tian thought in his heart, also looked at it with burning eyes. At this time, Ancestor Hongjun Dao spoke again. There are 9 positions of saints in the heavenly Tao, and the last saint is not out of the flooded heaven and earth for an infinite amount of time. So, there are still 7 channels of Hongmeng purple chi in my hands. That said, there was a clamor in the Purple Heaven Palace, and the crowd couldn't help but gasp in surprise, unanimously looking toward the 7 seats at the very front. I knew it. The top 7 seats aren't that easy, someone said with great frustration. There were others with fierce glints in their eyes, already considering how to seize the Hongmeng purple chi from the 7 people in the front row. And after some selections, most of the gazes landed on the Kuan Peng's back. The 3 Qings are not good to deal with. Nuwa, on the other hand, has become the demon tribe's Nuwa emperor, with Fushi in the demon tribe behind her, and is not something that can be easily messed with. Not to mention Xianmei and Ho too. No one was willing to take the risk if they could not provoke the witch clan. The fallen kunai. It was an instant target. For a time countless gazes fell, so that the Kuanping like a thorn in the back, feel the great pressure, are a little fidgety, but ecstasy grew in his heart. Sure enough, Wu Tian didn't lie to me. Originally, in Kuan Peng's heart, there was still some reluctance for giving the innate Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, but at this moment, there was half of that. Instead, there was gratitude towards Wu Tian. Wu Tian's previous outing. Where's the point of letting him keep his seat? It is for him to preserve the Hongmeng purple chi, for him to preserve this chance to become a saint. Kuan Peng couldn't help but want to turn around, wanting to look towards Wu Tian and cast a look of gratitude, but fearing the countless gazes staring at him, he ended up sitting still. Turn and start thinking. After getting the Hongmeng purple chi, how do you hide from the covetousness of so many people? On the other hand, Red Cloud, who had lost his seat, had a chagrined look on his face and couldn't help but sigh, and Wu Tian quietly transmitted his voice when he saw this. Ha ha, elder brother Red Cloud, regretting it? Red Cloud denied it in a hurry. Where are these words from old brother Wu Tian? There is a saying that I am fortunate to have gained and I am destined to lose, since I have already given up to Xianmei Ancestral Witch. I, Red Cloud, will naturally not say anything more. I am only chagrined at my own nature. What if you were more resolute? Red Cloud thought in his mind, but quickly shook his head again. The Witch clan can keep the seat, but it's not as if they and old brother Jin Yuan. So think. Red Cloud in turn had a feeling that his thoughts were flowing freely, and the original chagrin on his face disappeared without a trace, only to be determined again and again in his heart. The way is only contested. This should never be the case in the future. Red Cloud was relieved. However, the 2 people, Jain and Junti, who had failed to grab the seat before, were whimpering in their hearts and constantly crying out in sorrow. Alas, I knew there was bound to be great fortune in this seat. If it weren't for the witch race, how could my brothers and I have lost the Hongmeng purple chi and lost the opportunity to become saints? Originally, the 2 were scornful of the witch race, but after the emergence of the Hongmeng purple chi, such a precious opportunity, so that the more the 2 think about the more difficult in the heart. Junti is even more angry from the heart, the evil to the side, even a turn of the gaze, toward the direction of Wu Tian angrily. Wu Tian naturally sensed it immediately. He had originally observed the expressions of the people in the Purple Heaven Palace with great interest, watching their various changes of expression, while anticipating in his mind exactly how Ancestor Hongjun Dao would solve the problem of the seat change. Suddenly feel the gaze full of malice, at once twisted his head, followed this gaze then looked back, and when he saw that it was Junti, instead of being angry, there was a sense of absurdity. Asterisk. Do these 2 brothers really consider Red Cloud and Kuan Peng's seats as their own? Is that so outrageous? Then he smiled coldly at Junti. Dare to blow jabs with me? I'll be sure to. Back. I'll make sure my elder brothers teach you a good lesson, and if I don't beat your eyes out, my elder brother won't be worthy of being a space ancestor witch. Wu Tian snorted coldly in his heart, and Zhuanti, after seeing Wu Tian's cold smile, also felt a chill in his heart, and immediately gave birth to a bad feeling, and hastily withdrew his gaze, head slightly bowed, not knowing what to think. After finishing his party's words, the great ancestor Hongjun paused for a moment to take in the crowd's reactions. and then purposely glanced towards Xianmei and Ho-Tu. These two ancestral witches had always behaved in an indifferent manner, and did not seem to have the slightest urgency for the Hongmeng purple qi. Ancestor Hongjuan's gaze was deep. The idea in his heart was also once again firm, and then he continued to open his mouth, speaking faintly. The Hongmeng purple qi has 7. Under my door, there shall be 6 saints. The crowd's eyes snapped open. What does that mean? Don't the 7 channels of Hongmeng purple qi correspond exactly to the 7 seats in front? Wasn't it divided according to the seats? The crowd's eyes flickered. Looked to Xianmei and Ho-Tu. The heart gave birth to a trace of dawning color. Yes. How could the ancestral witches worship under the disciple of Hongjun Taoist ancestor? In their eyes, there is only the great god Pangu. How can they worship Hongjun as their teacher? So that means, ancestral witches may not necessarily obtain the Hongmeng purple qi, but those who do not occupy a seat may obtain it? Thoughts together. Those listeners in the back row who were self-conscious that there was no hope for them to listen to the sermon, their eyes instantly flickered with light and lit up directly. Duke Dongwan was trembling with excitement. Remove the witches. There are 2 more Hongmeng purple qi. Isn't this just for me? The Duke of Dongwan was slightly pleased in his heart. Who dares to say that he was wrong to turn to the immortal path? He is the head of the male immortals in the world, who was appointed by ancestor Hongjun to spread the teachings of immortalism for the ancestor. Doesn't it count as Hongjuan's disciple? Mustn't he have a share of the Hongmeng purple breath? Even the Western Queen Mother's face revealed a look of astonishment as her gaze swept over the immensely excited Duke of the East, muttering words in her heart. No way? Did I wrongly blame this guy? I still really have a chance to get the Hongmeng purple qi? Chapter 78. Ancestral witches have their own chance. But soon, the Queen Mother of the West then realized she was wrong. Understood a little bit too. Unsolicited offers are the least valuable. Ancestor Hongjun Dao simply ignored the eager gaze of the Duke of Dongwang, and instead, his gaze lowered towards the 3 Qing, and he eventually spoke to them. The 3 pristine ones have a master and disciple relationship with me. Are you willing to join the Xian sect and be my personal disciples? Is there any hesitation in that? But any hesitation of half a point is a disrespect to the holy position of the heavenly Tao, and a disrespect to the witnessing of the Tao of mixed Yuan. The 3 Qing instantly wore a happy face. Without hesitation, they worshipped towards the Hongjun Daoist ancestor, and the 3 of them straightened their mouths in unison. Disciples pay their respects to their teacher. Ancestor Hongjun Dao finally had a smile on his face. Looking at the 3 Qing couldn't stop nodding, and waited until the 3 Qing had finished saluting, and completely made the name of master and disciple, and each other's qi was intertwined with each other, and only then did he open his mouth with a smile. You needn't be polite, said waving his hand directly. 3 channels of Hongmeng purple qi flew out at once. Swish! The purple light shone, floating and fluttering towards each of the 3 Qing. It fell towards the spiritual platform of the 3 Qing in a moment, and then instantly disappeared into the body, directly melting towards the Yuan Shen. Boom! The 3 men looked uplifted. At once, I felt that in the violet gas tumbling. There are infinite great Taoist mysteries from the Hongmeng violet gas is dense, but also with the deeper sensation between the heavenly Tao. It's not over. After ancestor Hongjun Dao gave the Hongmeng purple qi, in a pair of envious eyes in the purple sky palace, he gave each of the 3 many spiritual treasures. The most important thing that Tai Ching obtained was naturally the Taiji diagram. Yuanshi was the Pango banner, and these 2 magic treasures were made from the axe back and axe blade of the heaven opening axe respectively, and were of the grade of the innate supreme treasure, together with Taichi's chaos bell, for the 3 greatest treasures of the opening of the heavens. In theory, the chaos bell should be obtained for Tong Tian. In this way, it happens that the 3 Qing, who were transformed into 3 parts of Pangu's original spirit, one of them controls a fragment of the heaven opening axe, but also somehow, the chaos bell surprisingly went to Tai's hands. Sure, if it is not so, perhaps this opening of the 3 great treasures all fall in the hands of Hongjun Daozu. He may not be given is. Isn't it good to use the 3 greatest treasures to decapitate corpses? Looking at Tai Ching and Yuanshi both got many innate magic treasures, as well as each one of the heavenly treasures. Tong Tian suddenly had a look of anticipation in his eyes. At this time Hongjun Taoist ancestor palms gently turned over, holding up a side of the muddy color of the array. The 4 sides stand for ferocious abnormal immortal sword. The array suspended above a gray array map. The entire grand formation was like a world of sword chi. Looks awesome very much. At this time, ancestor Hongjun Dao spoke. This is the immortal execution sword formation. Was refined by the devil ancestor Luo Throat at the time, and after it was destroyed for me, this treasure fell into my hands. Not to mention Tong Tian. The other hearers of the sermon were amazed at the words, giving Tai Ching and Yuanshi each a heavenly treasure, and then giving Tong Tian a sword array? But then I heard the great ancestor Hongjun continue to speak. Tong Tian, Today the teacher will give this treasure to you. The immortal execution sword formation together. Not the four saints cannot be broken. The original countless astonished gazes. It changed instantly, turning into a look of astonishment. Not the four saints are unbreakable? If this is the case, does it mean that after Tong Tian completely refines this formation, he can be called the number one in terms of battle power under the Hongjun Taoist ancestor? Tong Tian was also overjoyed at the words. Originally did not get the opening of the treasure of the lost. Instantly washed away by the words not the four saints cannot be broken. Moreover, Tong Tian is originally suitable for the Tao of the sword and the Tao of formation. And the treasure that fell into Tong Tian's hands after the three pristine ones encountered the 24 pints of the green lotus of creation on the Kunlun mountains and divided was precisely the Qingping sword. He also had another magic weapon. Smallpox Wonder Drop Flag. It is the formation to the treasure. This immortal execution sword formation happened to combine his two great Tao paths together, and it was simply perfect for Tong Tian. So how could he not be happy? Thank you, teacher. Tong Tian hurriedly took away the immortal execution sword formation, and then he loudly thanked Tao ancestor Hongjun. The great ancestor Hongjun also smiled lightly and nodded his head slightly as he spoke again. No need to be polite. After the three clearings worshipped under Hongjun Daozu and became a personal disciple, not only did they get the Hongmeng purple chi, but they also got such a powerful spiritual treasure, which immediately made everyone envious. All looked straight at Hongjun, fantasizing about the great opportunity that will fall on their own bodies. Even the proud and incomparable demon Emperor Jun, who is bent on gathering the 10,000 tribes of the flood and creating the demon Tao, is also muttering in his heart at this moment, should I also worship the Xian sect? Only Wu Tian, knowing the development of the great power in the latter days, he sighed softly in his heart when he saw Tong Tian get the immortal execution sword formation. Alas, the bane of the god-sealing catastrophe is buried. The immortal execution sword formation is refined by the devil ancestor Luothroat, in which the four immortal swords are controlled to form the formation, which is Luothroat extracting the western earth veins into. That is to say, whoever takes this immortal execution sword formation will make a big karma with the western world for nothing. Plus this immortal execution sword formation is ferocious and incomparable. If it is used to suppress the chi, it will definitely make the chi stained with viciousness. In the future, in the midst of the great god-sealing catastrophe, Junti rolled away 3,000 disciples of the Interceptor sect and transformed them into the Western world, in order to repay this karma. But who would have thought it at this time? Who would think twice about it? Although Wu Tian knows this, he does not have this motivation to remind Tong Tian. To be honest, the immortal execution sword formation that is not broken by the four saints, even if he knows that there is a danger, Tong Tian is not likely to give up. Combine that with Hongjuan's words earlier, Wu Tian also vaguely speculated in his heart. It appears that the opportunity to take advantage of the opportunity to completely end the Western karma. Hongjun still cannot give up. Doomed to play tricks and not follow this seat. Whether Xianmei and Ho2 can get the Hongmeng purple gas is not very important. But Hongjun Daozu's blatant rogue practice makes Wu Tian's heart very unhappy. Can't play? Then don't put up 7 seats. While Wu Tian was muttering in his mind about what he would do to fight back a bit, Ancestor Hongjun Dao looked towards Nuwa again and spoke with a light smile. Nuwa, you should have great opportunities in the future. And you can also become a saint. Are you willing to worship under me and be my personal disciple as well? Nuwa nodded her head in a hurry. Disciple willing. Nuwa pays homage to her teacher. Behind him, Fushi was also ecstatic. He had given up his own chance to protect Nuwa, and he was finally able to get something out of it. Wait until Nuwa pays his respects. The same as the 3 Qing. Also got the Hongmeng violet gas, and many innate magic treasure. Innate aura flashes. Directly shook the eyes of the Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon. Among these innate magic treasures, the most powerful ones were the creation Qin Kuan tripod, the innate red embroidery ball, and the mountain river and Jigong diagram. And other innate magic treasures were just to name a few. After Nuwa passed, it is the Xianmei who occupied the original red cloud seat. Xianmei, as an ancestor witch, has a bland face that is incomparable, and even thought in her mind that if Hongjun Daozu opens his mouth, she will reject it in one bite. We are of the blood of God the Father. If you have your own bloodline inheritance, how can you worship another person as your teacher? And why do we need to worship another person as a teacher? Even in this moment, Xianmei's heart gave birth to some dissatisfaction and disdain for the 3 Qing, obviously the 3 parts of the Father God's Yuan deity, the same as their witch race, the same as Pangu Zhengzong. How can they worship under Hongjun for the sake of the Hongmeng purple chi? Humph, it is a disgrace to God the Father. Xianming thought so in his mind, but she simply did not wait for the opportunity to reject Hongjun Daozu, and it is well known that the best way not to be rejected is to preemptively reject others. Hongjun Daozu did the same thing. Looking at Xianmei, His eyes turned and glanced toward Ho-Tu, and after some meditation in his heart, he faintly said, "The two of you are not related to my Xianmen." The implication is that there is no relationship with the Hongmeng violet gas. After saying that, Hongjun Taoist ancestors' eyes look at the back of the earth with deep meaning. Continued to say, "Ancestral witches have their own chances." Ancestor Hongjun Dao deliberately said this, since he didn't want to give the Hongmeng purple chi to Xianmei and Ho-Tu. He couldn't single out Ho-Tu alone and say that he had a great chance and would surely become a Taoist in the future. Could he? Hongjun Taoist ancestor is minded to reverse the errors in the great trend of the heavenly Tao, wanting to find ways and excuses to let the great trend of the heavenly Tao deviate back to the original situation in their favor. But there was one thing he overlooked. As a heavenly Tao sage, especially at the most important moment of preaching in the purple heavenly palace, one's words and actions generated a sense with the heavenly Tao. When these words came out, the heavenly Tao responded at once. Ho-Tu is fine. In the future, she would open up the hell and incarnate in reincarnation, becoming the controller of the earth's path, with little relationship between her and the heavenly path. But Genji was different. Under the surge of the power of the heavenly Tao, its heavenly chances and destiny instantly undergo a violent upheaval. Chapter 79, the famous scene reappears. Xian Mo was also surprised in his heart. For the party Hongjun Daozu said, she originally did not feel anything. Not just Hongmeng purple gas? If you don't have it, you don't have it? But what she didn't expect was this. After ancestor Hongjun Dao said this, the futon under his seat suddenly gave birth to a strange movement, and countless forces of the heavenly Tao madly poured in. The many law powers contained in the heavenly Tao that were related to Xianhua flew towards Xianhua's Yuanshan and branded it. Outside the purple heavenly palace, in the middle of the flooded heavens and earth, the original Xianmei god ghost phantom that had been accomplished at the time of the founding of the clan suddenly appeared in the middle of the heavens and earth, huge and incomparable. The surrounding body was dense with infinite divine light. The power within the Dharma phase is constantly surging, and also constantly generating sensations with Xianmei himself, as the god of the north, the god of ice and snow, and the winter god. Ancestral Witch Xuanmei's chi was already very high, and it suddenly became even stronger at this moment. The deity Dharma phase became more and more solid. In contrast, the power of Xianmei ancestor Witch's Yuanshan soared by leaps and bounds. Within a short period of time, Xianhua's Yuanshan power was actually promoted to the mixed golden immortal realm in one fell swoop, and under the power of the heavenly Tao, the original obstacles of the realm and the shackles of the physical body were as if they didn't exist. Wait until the aura of the mixed golden immortal is solidified. At this time, even if Xianmei Ancestral Witch did not have an innate magic treasure to protect her, she did not have to worry about the erosion of her fleshly body's baneful qi, and even in the process, the innate prohibitions in the northern Xianyuan water-controlling flag were refined as much as they could be, thoroughly merged with the Xianmei Yuanshan. Boom! The breath of Xanadu shook. A vision densified behind him, which seems like a dark, deep world. Ancestor Hongjun Dao also froze for a moment, instantly understood the cause and effect of this, and instantly regret arose in his heart. He just didn't want to give the Hongmeng violet chi to Xianmei, and didn't expect to casually pull the reason. Surprisingly, the chances of achieving a genesis. Alas, the way of cause and effect is so subtle. Ancestor Hongjun Dao sighed secretly in his heart, and his eyes flickered slightly at this moment, looking towards the Xianmei ancestor Witch whose breath was constantly changing. A cry of alarm rang out from the Purple Heaven Palace. In this moment, the Yuanshan of Xian Mo was directly revealed. The crowd was shocked beyond belief, and everyone was appalled in their hearts. How is that possible? Isn't the witch race unable to cultivate Yuanshan? How is it that Ancestral Witch Xianmei is able to cultivate Yuanshan, and his Yuanshan cultivation has directly reached the mixed golden immortal realm? Even now, at the time of the third sermon, those in the Purple Heaven Palace who had failed to achieve the mixed golden immortal and whose own realm was stuck at the Dala golden immortal still made up the majority. How do you keep them from being surprised? Make them not envious? Wu Tian laughed at the sight. Not bad, not bad. Although Hongjun plays tricks and doesn't distribute the Hongmeng purple chi according to the seats, it's enough to get this chance. The seats weren't wasted. A few moments later, the aura on Xianmei's body tightened. It was still a cool and incomparable expression, but there was a hint of joy hidden in the bottom of her eyes, and she couldn't help but turn around and glance towards Wu Tian. A look of gratitude was transmitted to Wu Tian. Yes, Xianmei didn't thank Hongjun. Instead, she felt that it was all because of Wu Tian that she was able to achieve what she was doing now. If it wasn't for Wu Tian, would she be able to cultivate the Yuanshan? Could she have gotten her current seat? Wu Tian responded with a light smile. The interaction between the two people looked more and more unpleasant in the eyes of Hongjun Dao ancestor, but he also gave up probing into Wu Tian's bottom line, who was protected by the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven. It is difficult to see through the sky at idle. Immediately, his gaze turned towards Ho-Tu. There was no movement on Ho-Tu's body, which also made Hong Jun's eyebrows stretch a lot. It's actually quite normal. Ho-Tu's chance is not in the heavenly Tao, and naturally nothing will change at this time. The same. Although Ho-Tu was surprised in her heart, but on their own did not manage to follow the same Xianmei. Yuanshan realm in one fell swoop to break through the mixed golden immortal, and did not have the slightest sense of loss. After this sudden change, Ancestor Hongjun Dao once again looked towards the sixth seat, the direction where Kun Pang was, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Seeing Hongjun Daozu with such an expression, the Kun Pang's heart stuttered, and a thought came to him. Could something have changed? There was some immediate panic. It was also too late to wait for Hongjun Dao Ancestor to open his mouth, and he directly bowed down towards his body, shouting under his breath, Kunpeng would like to worship the Genmon. Ancestor Hongjun sighed softly at his words. Alas, Kun Pang, you and I are not masters and disciples. Kun Pang also raised his head with an incredulous face, looking at Hongjun Daozu with eyes full of disbelief, and his heart even cried out, no master and disciple? It's just as well for the ancestor witches. Every other person who got a seat has worshipped the Xianmen and gotten the Hongmeng purple breath. How come I can't do the same? Does the seat not make sense? In that case, and why are you setting up 7 seats? The others in the Violet Sky Palace also let out a gasp of astonishment. They had similar thoughts as Kun Pang and originally thought that the seat was related to the Hongmeng purple chi. As a result, the 2 ancestral witches didn't get. That's even so, Kun Pang actually did not get it either, being judged by Hongjun Daozu himself as having no master and disciple relationship. But soon, other people's gazes flickered, their expressions eager. Kunpeng could not worship under Hongjun Daozu and get the Hongmeng purple chi. Wasn't it just one more chance for them? For a while the minds were divided. Reception and Junti looked at each other. Immediately and without hesitation, he bowed down to the great ancestor Hongjun and shouted under his breath. Guiding and Junti implore the Dao ancestor for mercy. Admit the 2 of us into the Xianmen. Others chanted at the sight, especially the Duke of the East. The joy on his face became thicker and thicker, and in his heart he was thinking, aren't the 2 still left just for us? Even Di Jun and Tai Yi. At this moment, he was also hesitant in his mind. This is the Hongmeng purple chi. Want to beg for it too. Kunpeng saw this and became even more anxious, hastily pleading up to Hongjun Daozu, but he was not a person who could speak well, so he could only shout again and again, please have mercy on the Taoist ancestor. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was filled with a look of difficulty. It seems that the heart is torn beyond. Clearly has said that there is no master and disciple relationship with Kunpeng, but seeing Kunpeng's so earnest appearance, there is some intolerance. Just then, Yuanshi suddenly turned his head and coldly spoke to Kunpeng. Kunpeng, since the teacher has already explicitly said that he has no master and disciple relationship with you, why do you need to be bitterly entangled? Or an other feathered spawn, scaled and armored generation, what face is there to be with me and other fellow disciples? There was a violent silence in the Purple Heaven Palace. Wu Tian was also shocked in his heart. I thought the seat-grabbing thing was interfered by me, and this famous scene would never be seen again. I didn't expect it to land here. The people of the Purple Heaven Palace were also surprised. Di Jun and Tai Yi, who were originally still struggling with whether or not to plead and worship under Hongjun Dao ancestor, instantly changed their faces drastically. Humph. His eyes looked coldly at Yuanshi. After this was said, Di Jun and Tai Yi, even if they were shameless, they couldn't kneel down and beg Hongjun Dao ancestor to accept their disciples, not to mention that they were already incredibly proud. And the kunai's expression snapped. Then the color of blood surged on the face, the shame and indignation incomparably toward the beginning of the look. Hate to get up to fight with the beginning of the life. Chapter 80, the first time witches and demons join forces. It's a shame. The kunai didn't have that kind of bloodlust. Even in this regard, he is not as good as looking at the weaker and more underrated Red Cloud. Among the original momentum, when Red Cloud was ambushed and robbed of the Hongmeng purple chi, he was able to ruthlessly explode his Yuanshan, and his true spirit was torn apart all at the same time. The kunai simply can't do it. Eyes in the body of the 3 Qin looked back and forth. Kunpeng ultimately did not dare to sudden outburst, face a burst of change, more and more ugly. The gazes of the people of the Purple Sky Palace, as well as the vague mutterings, made Kunpeng feel more and more humiliated and disgraced. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. Alas, those who help themselves are helped by others, and those who are self-strong are always strong. At this point in time, are you still looking forward and backward? Still not daring to offend the origin? Do you still have fantasies about the Hongmeng purple chi? Worried about offending Hongjun? The witch race is not afraid of the 3 Qing. Even Wu Tian is also mindful of the Northern Xianyuan water control flag as a cause and effect, and is willing to stand up for Kunpeng, so that Kunpeng can have a step down. but you've got to make the first noise yourself. Being looked at by Wu Tian's burning gaze, Koan Pang seemed to be aware of it as well. Even Xianhua and Hotu all looked sideways towards Koan Pang, their gazes deep and profound. Koan Pang read these gazes, or perhaps felt the expectations and support of Wu Tian and the others. Gaze snapped. After a few moments of agonizing, he spoke through clenched teeth. How about a feathered spawn? So what if it's cloaked in scales and horns? Yuan sure. You boast that Pangu is authentic, but after the great god Pangu opened up the flooded heavens and earth, his body transformed into all things. Who among the 10,000 spirits of the flood wasteland is not bearing the legacy of great god Pangu, and does not have the Pangu aura above his true spirit? Wu Tian's eyes lit up, almost couldn't help but scream. Bravo! The kunai was still a little understated in that statement, but after all, he dared to open his mouth to angrily denounce the first foundation, which was already a great progress and a great change. And there's nothing wrong with what he said. In the middle of the flooded heavens and earth, all of us are of different races, origins, and followers. But wait out the flood. When they traveled through the chaos, there was only one common name for all the people of the flood. The Discordians. Genji's face was astonished. He didn't expect Koan Pang even had this courage to dare to call his bluff to his face. Immediately his face turned cold and his expression became more and more displeased. One more thing. Hongjun Daozu up to now did not open his mouth, and did not stop the strife between the two, but also let the beginning of the feeling that their behavior got Hongjun Daozu default. Use this to discourage the kunai. Therefore, Yuan Shi became more and more somewhat reckless, looking at Koan Pang with more disdain in his eyes, and with a turn of his thoughts, he was ready to sneer some more. With you? How dare you mention the name of Pango? How dare you choke on my Pango clan? Just as Yuan Shi was about to open his mouth, he was suddenly interrupted by Ancestral Witch Xianhua, whose unmistakably cold voice resounded in the Violet Sky Palace. The beginning. The heel of Pango Jingzong is our responsibility to maintain the flood. Father God's legacy is deep, but it is not for you to get the Hongmeng purple breath based on this status, nor is it a reason for you to act like a bully and treat others like weeds. Origin's expression froze for a moment. In an instant it was gloomy. He instantly heard the meaning of Xianmei's words. Moreover, he did not expect that at this time, Xianmei would stand up for Kuanpeng. Xianmei opened his mouth at this point. In addition to the reason because of the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag, but also some do not like the Three Qing's behavior, do not like them for the sake of Hongmeng violet gas, directly worship Hongjun as a teacher, a good pancake mass immune. Why do you need to be his disciple? And the beginning of the first is very embarrassed. If the other people will be just, the beginning of the first at most is the heart of the anger. Not as embarrassing as now, but it was the Ancestral Witch who said this. It's the Ancestral Witch he's always looked down on, and also said very reasonable. Naturally let the beginning of the face more and more obscure. Hidden shame and anger colors appear. What's the saying? Lies don't hurt. The truth is the quick sword. Prefer Xianmei said. He cannot even cannot refute. Which tribe in the flood world in the act, may not have the Three Chang low profile, has always been arrogant and incomparable, but people only recognize Pango Father God. Even the Hongmeng purple chi was in front of them. The Ancestral Witches did not change themselves in half, and were very indifferent. Instead, it's like their three clearings. After hearing the Hongmeng purple chi in the position of the heavenly Tao sage, the head was bowed and there was no half hesitation. Koan Pang was also stunned at his words. Great joy ensued in his heart. Sure enough, the wizards did speak up for him. Originally, he was still a little heartbroken about the Northern Xian Yuan water control flag that he had given away, but now it was half of it, and a fluke was born in his heart. If it wasn't for this innate spiritual treasure, Genji would speak up to relieve him? Naturally not. Watching the change in Yuan Shi's face, Koan Pang's original embarrassment and shame disappeared for the most part, and his heart felt much more comfortable. Koan Pang spoke with indignation in his heart. Aren't you just relying on the fact that you have more people and are stronger than me? You Three Qings have more people. I can't afford to mess with you. If you have the ability, you can compare with the Witch Clan. Then he looked at Xianhei with incomparable gratitude. The others in the Purple Heaven Palace were also violently shocked. One by one, all incredible look. Eyes are wide. They also didn't expect Xianhei to open his mouth. What's more, he also didn't expect that the Ancestor Witches, who usually look like a hamstringed and reckless, could say these words, directly letting Yuan Shi plummet his face. But, Genji really had the nerve to say that. Never mind how much the Witch Clan attracts scorn on a regular basis and is disliked by all the people of the flood. But the Witch Clan's defense of the flood and the heavens and the earth is more than just a slogan at the time of the founding of the clan. People are really eliminating the fury. Purify the flooded heavens and earth. More than that, it guards the pillar of heaven and earth, Buzhou Mountain. At this time, Emperor Jun's eyes flickered, and after a moment of contemplation, he suddenly opened his mouth to speak aloud as well. What Ancestral Witch Xianmei said is very true. Are those who wear scales and horns and are feathered and oviposited not flood spirits, are inherently inferior, and are to be detested by the heavenly Tao? Isn't it said that heaven is selfless? Jun craned his head towards the violet sky palace, his gaze roving over the faces of the many hearers of the sermon, searching for a look of approval. Most of my demon race is the generation with scales and horns, feathered and oviparous, and the number of people here to listen to the sermon is also quite a few. But I founded the demon race with a few friends of the Tao to open the way for all the souls in the flooded heavens and earth. Is it also inferior? Jun's words immediately resonated. Originally, when Yuanshi humiliated Kuan Pang, many of the Zishao Palace hearers who felt the same way, but also didn't dare to mess with Yuanshi, immediately let out a clamor, have expressed their own dissatisfaction. At the same time there was a slight change in the way they looked at Jun, and many great avatars were already muttering in their hearts, want to join the demon clan? Jun took all of this in, and then nodded slightly, turned his head again and looked at the beginning of the beginning. The witch tribe is not afraid of the beginning, not afraid of the three Qing, and he is the same for the demon tribe. Wu Tian looked at Jun in surprise. Is this the demon emperor? At this juncture, he can still come out and say something like this, still thinking of charging the hearts of the listeners of the Purple Heavenly Palace, so he really has a meticulous mind and extraordinary tactics. By chance, the witch race and the demon race are actually joining forces for the first time to fight against Yuanshi. Chapter 81. The Heavenly Tao is selfless, but the Tao ancestor is selfish. See the situation. Wu Tian got excited for a moment. Witch and demon versus three Qing? Witch demon soldiers besieging the Kunlun Mountains. One by one, possible situations emerged in Wu Tian's mind, getting more and more excited. A twinkle in the eye. The eyes burned at Emperor Jun. When Jun felt Wu Tian's gaze, he turned back somewhat strangely and met Wu Tian's eyes, and all of a sudden, the two of them made a gesture with their eyes. Without even having to explicitly say so, Wu Tian's incredibly excited eyes were instantly interpreted by Jun. Join forces to him up? If sorcerers and demons can join forces, that really is the unimagined path. Wu Tian, who knows the original heavenly greatness, has a kind of inexplicable excitement just by thinking of this possibility. At the same time, Wu Tian was still a bit curious. Jun came forward at this time, certainly can get the hearts of the other listeners in the Purple Heaven Palace, but he is not afraid of evil Hongjun? No longer want to get the Hongmeng Purple Qi? In fact, Emperor Jun knew it very well. Originally, all people thought that the 7 seats in front of the Purple Heaven Palace were exactly where the Hongmeng Purple Qi belonged, but it turns out not to be. The witch race was deprived of the opportunity. The Kuanping was also deprived of the opportunity. Obviously these are not allowed to Hongjun Taoist ancestor to rejoice. Then he demon Emperor Jun cannot be the same as the Kuanping. Which race? Jun laughed bitterly in his heart. If I turn to the immortal way, it is still possible to worship the Xian sect and obtain the Hongmeng Purple Qi. But after I established the demon clan and wanted to open up the demon way for all the spirits of the flood, it is absolutely impossible. Why was fellow Taoist Nuwa able to join the Xian sect? Could it be that there is really some extraordinary chance? Jun pondered in his mind. For Wu Tian's eager eyes, Jun did not give a response. He stood out. In addition to pulling together the hearts of the people in the Purple Heaven Palace, there is also what Yuanshi said makes him extremely unhappy. It's almost as if it's aimed at the demon race. If he doesn't come forward, where is the dignity of the hundreds of millions of demon race? Where is the dignity of the demon emperor? But going up against the three Qing, who was almost certain to become a heavenly saint, was not his main purpose. Sure, if Yuanshi is still unforgiving, what does my demon race have to fear? Jun thought so in his mind. At this time, Yuanshi was Kuanpeng. Xuanha. Jun words squeezed one after another. His face became more and more ugly. Originally worshipped the Xianmen. Get the Hongmeng violet gas. Let him be complacent. This matter is simply a head-on blow. They're not afraid of him at all. Jun, you also desire to be my enemy. Origin's face was gloomy, squeezing the words through his teeth. Jun's face suddenly changed, and his body's aura sharpened violently, his eyes flickering as he looked toward Yuanshi, just as Wu Tian was rejoicing in his heart. When Meiji watched the conflict intensify, originally Hongjun Dao ancestor, who had been sitting back and watching the development of the situation, suddenly opened his mouth at this time. Well, this matter is closed. A majestic aura swept towards the purple sky palace, dissolving the aura that had suddenly coalesced on Jun, Yuanshi, and the others in a matter of moments. The atmosphere of saber rattling dissipates. Wu Tian sighed in his heart when he saw this. Alas! Pity! but in a flash the heart is happy again. The Purple Sky Palace is naturally impossible to fight, but as long as there is this seed, there is this seedling on the line. I just don't believe it. Genji can completely drop this one, being forced to suppress the conflict by ancestor Hongjun Dao. Despite the fact that the several people involved were upset, no one was at this point in time not giving ancestor Hongjun Dao face. A few moments later, ancestor Hongjun Dao looked at Koan Pang and spoke faintly. Koan Pang, you are indeed not related to my Xian sect. Koan Pang nodded in silence and did not beg as bitterly as before, even acting a bit cold. All of them were so humiliated by Yuan. Sure, if he's still stalking, then half of its own face would be left. After Koan Pang nodded his head without saying anything, his eyes also became deeper and deeper, and the thoughts in his heart were by no means as calm as they appeared on the surface. Still waters run deep and rough. After being completely rejected by Hongjun Daozu, the Purple Heavenly Palace was violently quiet, and all the people's faces were different and their thoughts were diverse. There's the words from before the Genesis. Even if one extremely wanted the Hongmeng Purple Chi, it was not good to beg and kowtow to the Hongjun Taoist ancestor at this moment, praying to be worshipped under the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. Some people, however, had faces that were overwhelmed with surprise. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West both had their eyes burning towards Grandmaster Hongjun Dao, and their hearts were also constantly muttering, is it really going to be given to us? Within the Xianmen, there are also two Hongmeng Purple Chi, and the two of them happen to be the head of the male and female immortals in the world, and the two of them also turned to the immortal way, contributing much to the immortal indoctrination of ancestor Hongjun Dao. Anymore, it's kind of one of our own, isn't it? Many people thought so as well, enviously and incomparably looking towards the Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West, a hot gaze that made the Duke of the East King more and more red-faced. But there are still people who don't give up. At this time, after Guiding and Junti looked at each other, they once again worshipped in the direction of Hongjun Daozu, crying with tears streaming down their faces. I hope the Dao Father will have mercy. The two of my brothers were born in the Western world, where the West is characterized by intense fury and broken veins, and is even more sparsely populated and barren. It's not easy to get a great chance to come to this Purple Heaven Palace to listen to the sermon. I still hope that the Taoist ancestor will have pity on the two of us and the living beings of the Western world, and accept us into the door wall. After Paramount cries out, suddenly his face changed, and he spoke solemnly and incomparably. If the two of us can prove the Tao and become saints, we will teach the living beings of the Western world well and bridge the lack of the Western world. Originally, Wu Tian scoffed a bit. At least a great avatar at the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal. How could he still be really crying? With a snotty look? This acting is way too top-notch. However, after waiting to hear these words from Junti, his eyes slightly shrunk, and his evaluation of Junti instantly increased by a few points. Well, this guy's got a good look at it. Whether or not he can get the Hongmeng Purple Chi, all on the Hongjun Taoist ancestor and the Western world of the Great Karma. At this time so say, almost with the Hongjun Taoist ancestor guarantee. Just give me the Hongmeng Purple Chi, karma in the Western world. We two brothers resisted. Ancestor Hongjun Dao was silent for a moment. The others in the Purple Sky Palace were also surprised. No way? A little crying helps? The joy on the faces of the Duke of the East and the Queen Mother of the West also disappeared in an instant, and the Duke of the East was filled with a look of panic as he kept thinking in his mind. No way? Dao ancestor. I'm spreading the immortal Dao indoctrination for you in the East Sea. I'm the one who's on my own. And the Queen Mother of the West laughed bitterly. Alas, I knew it. After a few moments of silence, Dao ancestor Hongjun nodded his head slightly, and in the midst of the huge surprise of Jiayin and Junti, he faintly spoke. Just as well. The two of you have commendable hearts. However, the path you cultivate is not compatible with my Xian sect, so I will accept you as a registered disciple. The two people, Guiding and Junti, were ecstatic. Thank you, teacher. Ancestor Hongjun Dao's palm flicked up. The two Hongmeng Purple Chi fluttered toward the reception. The collateral fall. There was silence in the Purple Heaven Palace. The Duke of the East King and the Queen Mother of the West had ugly faces, such as Di Jun and other wisdom over the top. Can see the meaning behind the scene in front of them. Understand that Hongjun Daozu is for the cause and effect of the Western world. Suddenly the eyes have become deep and incomparable. Koan Pang was even more in his mind. Alas, heaven is selfless, but the Taoist ancestors are not selfless. Chapter 82, The Last Hongmeng Purple Chi. Even so, they saw the intention of Hongjun Daozu, the operation of ending their own karma with the Hongmeng Purple Chi. What can be done about it? And stand up for an angry rebuke? In addition to Koan Pang, who obviously had a seat but was not able to obtain the Hongmeng Purple Chi, there was also the Duke of the East King who was also having a hard time in his heart, and it was almost difficult to accept. O Taoist ancestor, I was the first to turn to the immortal path. More than that, he was thinking of setting up an immortal court to promote the teachings of the immortal way and enhance the immortal way's chi. But he didn't expect that he wouldn't even count as a Shinmen Zhongren. What is he then? A clown? The Duke of Dongwon's eyes were incredibly complicated. But from the beginning to the end, Hongjun Daozu did not look at him more than a glance, as if they simply do not remember that there is this head of the world's male immortals like. The two people, guiding in Junti, joyfully put away the Hongmeng purple chi, in which Junti's eyes turned and once again cried out to the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. What a barren west! Spiritual treasures are scarce. If you want to become a saint and go through the method of chopping 3 corpses, you naturally need innate spiritual treasures, and the Western duo is indeed lacking in this regard. Otherwise, Junti would not have refined the Bodhi tree into the 7 treasures wonderful tree, which is a waste. Crying comes into play again. Hongjun Taoist ancestor waved his hand to give the treasure, which is the most notable is the 12 pints of merit and virtue golden lotus, for receiving the income, the first day of the 5 flags of the Oriental green lotus treasure color flag. For the income of the tea, the rest is pretty average. Named disciples, after all, are different from personal disciples. Most people were staring at the 12 pieces of merit and virtue golden lotus with envy in their eyes. However, Wu Tian, as well as Xin Mei and Ho Tu, all had their gazes fall on Junti in unison. That's when Paramount felt something. His eyes turned towards Wu Tian. There was a smirk in his eyes, as well as a faint hint of contempt, as if to say, you witches force your way in, so what if it makes the 2 of my brothers lose their seats? In the end, won't this Hongmeng purple chi still be in our hands? What's it called? It's called the Divine Order. The expression on the face of the Commodore grows more and more dejected. Wu Tian, however, just smiled faintly and let out a light snort, not at all angry at this display of Quinties. Angry about what? Anyway, he's going to make amends with the 5 square flags of the first heaven. The Shenmen disciples of ancestor Hongjun Dao had been finalized, and each of the 6 Hongmeng violet chi had been distributed, and all of a sudden there was only one last Hongmeng violet chi left. After bestowing the treasure for Jian and Junti, Hongjun Dao ancestor paused for a moment, his palm gently turned over, holding the last Hongmeng violet chi in the air, and faintly said toward the crowd, the last Hongmeng purple chi, and there is no fixed number. Win for those who have the destiny to get it. After saying that, the palm of his hand shook gently. Swish, purple light is incredibly dense. Instantly shot Hongmeng violet gas also towards the purple heavenly palace hall above the flying. Has been said, this purple heavenly palace in the inner space, the place where the people are, is also a side of the esoteric heaven and earth. The Hongmeng purple chi hangs high in the sky, like a purple stardust. It rendered the purple heavenly palace into a purple light, attracting everyone's attention. Boom, boom, boom. A sound of mana bursting out came out, and countless arcane lights shot towards midair, and after freezing for a moment, the crowd struck out without hesitation. Says it's for the faint of heart. But we are not children anymore, so how can we not understand what determines whether there is a destiny or not in the flood? Rely on the fists, rely on your own strength. Even the 3 Qing and the others also made a move in unison, although they had already obtained the Hongmeng purple chi. Who would not want to obtain one more? Just in case you can get it. It's okay to pass it on to a disciple later. Countless arcane lights flourished, and a powerful mana and thick law collided in the void of the purple heavenly palace, constantly impacting. Under this onslaught, the gusts of Hongmeng purple chi fluttered about. The great ancestor of Hongjun Dao also looked at the crowd scrambling in a bland and incomparable manner, without the slightest thought of interfering. But right at this moment, the great ancestor of Hongjun Dao's face changed violently. Boom! The breath around his body instantly flourished. Letters struggling to fight the purple heavenly palace crowd are surprised beyond measure. The action has stopped for a moment. One is surprised beyond measure to look at the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. What's going on with Daozu? But the next moment, the crowd also noticed something. Only feel the dense heavenly power in the purple heavenly palace. At this time, even more and more chaotic. Originally in the infinite visions behind Hongjun Daozu, but also a burst of shaking, fuzzy. Ancestor Hongjun's gaze was deep and profound. Looking towards the concentration of the heavenly Dao's power, the deepest depths, an unbelievable glint emerged in his eyes. Wu Tian was being curious. Suddenly felt that in the body, there are 2 drops of incomparably hot ancestral witch essence blood, constantly leaping, to the inexplicable nothingness, emanating arcane imprints. The 2 older brothers did it? Wu Tian's heart snapped. Di Jiang and Candle Join wanted to have a look at the future of the witch race after they had achieved the mixed golden immortal, and they even picked the time of the sermon of the Hongjun Taoist Grandmaster. Apparently it was unleashed at this moment. The heavenly plane was suddenly confused, seeing that Hongjun Daozu showed signs of wanting to make a move. Wu Tian's mind turned and hurriedly spoke to Xinmei and Ho Tu. Let's strike too. Grab the Hongmeng purple breath. Although the sorcerer clan was not looking forward to the Hongmeng purple chi, after hearing Wu Tian's words, Xianmei and Ho Tu did not hesitate to step in. Everyone else woke up too. No matter what happened to the heavenly Tao, it has little to do with them. The most important thing for them at the moment is to snatch the last Hongmeng purple chi. Once again, they all struck out in droves. Wu Tian was even more afraid of not moving too much, and directly took out the Hongmeng measuring ruler, and ruthlessly slashed in the direction of the Hongmeng purple chi. Swish! The matchless power tore through the void. The small world within the purple heavenly palace are going to be Hongmeng measuring ruler. The strike cut through, struck before the Hongmeng violet chi. Hongmeng violet chi suddenly flew in a certain direction. Hongjun Daozu turned back, a slight frown. As soon as the divine soul moved, the space within the purple heavenly palace was once again reinforced, and the original spatial cracks were instantly bridged. But just this delay, the glimmer of sensation that was born in his heart, the cause of the chaos in the heavenly Tao, had been all disturbed. The other side, the two of them, Red Cloud and Jin Yuanzi, teamed up to run the power of the four elephants, wanting to incorporate the Hongmeng purple chi and bring it back with the power of the four elephants, but under the impact of countless arcane lights, it's really a bit tough. Ha! Red Cloud exclaimed. Under the strike of the Hongmeng heavenly measuring ruler, that last Hongmeng violet chi was sent flying, and after piercing through countless spaces, it actually inexplicably fell towards Red Cloud. Without thinking, Hong Yun hurriedly put it away, waiting until he had thoroughly incorporated the Hongmeng violet chi into his body, and there was no longer any risk of losing it. Only then did Red Cloud laugh aloud. Ha ha! Many thanks to old brother Wu Tian. The movements of the others stopped violently, looking at Red Cloud with some speechlessness, and then towards the direction where Wu Tian was. All of them could not help but spit in their hearts. Wu Tian was also surprised in his heart. I didn't expect a casual hit. Surprisingly, it still fulfilled Red Cloud's chance. But in an instant, his attention was on the ancestral witch essence blood in his body, and under the suppression of the metaphysical golden light of the Hongmeng measuring ruler of heaven, this marvelous leap was covered. And don't worry about being seen. Wu Tian then muttered in his mind. I don't know how they are now. Seeing the future of the witch race, seeing the development of the witch demon Quantum of Solace. Chapter 83 Red Cloud lets in the Hongmeng purple chi again. At this time, the heavenly Tao became more and more chaotic. But Hongjun Daozu has lost the opportunity. The party fluctuations fleeting. The great ancestor Hongjun could only press down the astonishment in his heart, and turn towards the red clouds that had obtained the Hongmeng purple chi. At this moment, Red Cloud was overwhelmed with excitement. But after the initial excitement, a few moments of hesitation arose on Red Cloud's face, and his expression began to change and his mind began to rise and fall greatly. Originally, after Sancheng and Nuwa got the Hongmeng purple chi, Red Cloud was chagrined beyond measure and constantly regretted in his heart. Why didn't it just stick? If you can be determined not to let it, will you be able to get the Hongmeng purple chi yourself? However, after seeing Kuan Peng's situation, and seeing him being taunted by Yuan Shi in such a manner, Hong Yun suddenly had a trace of gratitude in his heart. Got it as well as anyone else. Hongmeng purple gas may not be issued according to the seat. Anyway, the Hongmeng violet gas is in the hands of Hongjun Taoist ancestor. It is natural to follow his heart. The Tao of Heaven is selfless, but the Tao of Heaven saints may not be selfless. For your own chi, for a breakthrough towards a higher realm. Of course, Hongjun Dao ancestor has to choose the candidate that is most favorable to him. And is there anything about himself that can be seen by Hongjun Dao ancestor? Red Cloud mulled it over in his mind, and then couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Everyone says that old brother Jin Yuan and I are the numbered good old men in the flood, and I'm afraid that this good old man appellation is also more than a bit of flirtation, right? Red Cloud thought so in his heart. More and more, I feel that if it is not for Wu Tian's hand, himself, it is impossible to get this last Hongmeng purple chi. A few moments later, Red Cloud looked a little coy, twisting her head towards Wu Tian, saying with some reluctance, yet unusually firmness, Elder brother Wu Tian, why don't we return this Hongmeng purple chi to you? He said that he was about to hand over the Hongmeng purple chi. Wu Tian, who was in the midst of contemplation, was interrupted by this action of Red Cloud, and hastily broke off his mind's contemplation, looking towards Red Cloud with some amusement. Old Red Cloud, this is the Hongmeng purple chi, the chance to become a saint. You're willing to give it to me just like that? Hearing Wu Tian say that, originally Red Cloud face still with tangled, this time all dissipated. Actually some righteousness said, that's not true. If it wasn't for the fact that old brother Fong just swung a blow with the Hongmeng heavily measuring ruler, how could this Hongmeng purple chi run to my side? Now it's kind of like returning things to their rightful owners. Wu Tian was more and more astonished at his words, wide-eyed towards Red Cloud. His face also grew more and more approving colors. To be able to make this decision under the temptation of the Hongmeng purple chi, it was evident that Red Cloud's heart was in the right place. Unfortunately, such a character is rather unsuitable for the flood. In the original Great Momentum, Red Cloud first gave up his seat and consumed the blessing of obtaining the Hongmeng purple chi once, and then once again obtained the last unowned Hongmeng purple chi and consumed the blessing once more. The Red Cloud is said to be the first cloud in the flood, born at the time of the opening of the heavens and the earth, but also stained with a trace of the heart blood of the great god Pangu, so it became a red cloud. The blessing is deep, but what kind of blessing can withstand the consumption of 2 Hongmeng purple chi chances? So in the midst of the original general trend, after Red Cloud got the Hongmeng purple chi, on his way out of Jin Yuanzi's 5 Zhuangguan and back to the Fire Cloud Cave, he was ambushed by Kuanpeng, Styx and others, and his body died. A thought popped up in Wu Tian's mind. According to the current situation, the seats in the top row were changed by Hongjun, which can't represent the attribution of the Hongmeng purple chi at all. Does that mean Red Cloud's chi is still there? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that Red Cloud's destiny has been changed, not needing to die and have his true spirit shattered, as in the original Great Power? Wu Tian thought of this. His eyes lit up, but he didn't dare to be 100% sure, so he didn't completely reject Red Cloud's Hongmeng purple chi after pondering for a while. Instead, he smiled and spoke. Here's the deal. You take this Hongmeng violet chi first. It's considered to be obtained by several of us joining forces, and it's a common thing for us, whether it's old brother Jin Yuan, or my 2 sisters. We can all comprehend it. Who can thoroughly sen it? This Hongmeng purple chi is counted as someone's. Since he became friends with the Red Cloud, it is natural to find a way to change his miserable fate. So arranged. Even if the significance of the front row seats represent no change, a few more people take on the Hongmeng purple chi. It could also save Hong Yun a bit of fortune and chi, so that he would not end up only reincarnating as a fragment of his true spirit, as he had done in the original Great Power. That's why the arrangement was made. After saying so, Wu Tian added smilingly, old brother Red Cloud, what do you think? Red Clouds where there should not be the reason. Immediately nodded quickly, the smile in his eyes even more, but it is Jin Yuanzi somewhat embarrassed to say this. I didn't do anything in the party. How can one be qualified to participate in the Hongmeng purple chi? Wu Tian's gaze turned to look at Jin Yuanzi. Looking at his embarrassed and somewhat expectant expression, he said with some amusement, Jin Yuan Lao, you say this is not true. You and the Red Cloud 2 people won. He has the Hongmeng purple chi cannot with you to participate in the Enlightenment? Can he exclude you alone? Even in the midst of the original Great Power, after the Red Cloud got the Hongmeng purple gas, the very beginning has been hiding in the 5 Zhuangguan Enlightenment. There will be no one will feel. The Red Cloud has always been their own hide. Did not give the Hongmeng purple gas to Jin Yuanzi Enlightenment, right? These 2 were not born from the same source though, but more intimate than the average brother born of the same origin. That's really good to wear a pair of pants kind of. As for Wu Tian and Xian Mei and Ho too, although they did not need the Hongmeng purple chi, all 3 of them had cultivated the Yuan Shun. So what if they could realize something from the Hongmeng purple chi? Jin Yuanzi sniffed and no longer pushed back. Gratefully, he looked at Wu Tian. Not hard. It was more of a very emotional statement. Everyone says that Red Cloud's blessings are deep, but I don't think he's considered a person of great blessings until today. There aren't even a few decent innate magic treasures. On the contrary, it's old brother Wu Tian, just befriending you for this short time. Both of us have already gained great benefits. Red Cloud nodded in agreement. Even Xianmei and Ho Tu looked deeply impressed, feeling that Jin Yuanzi had hit the nail on the head. A few people in the Purple Heaven Palace, so no one else's humility up, so that the many listening to the sermon are shocked beyond measure. Even the Hongjun Dao ancestor are surprised in the eyes. This is the Hongmeng purple chi, the opportunity to become a saint, essential to becoming a heavenly sage. You guys even humbled yourselves here. How can the people who are thirsty beyond measure in their hearts, and even begged bitterly to Hongjun Daozu, how can they live with themselves? One time, I don't know how many eyes became unkind. Chapter 84, a familiar figure. Hongjun Taoist ancestor's eyes are also a slight movement, spared a deep meaning to look at the red cloud. In addition to being surprised that the red cloud will actually make this move, he's also keenly aware. Red Cloud's chi fortune at this moment, a huge change, vaguely chaotic up, towards the unknown, inexplicable. But, Hongjun Daozu didn't really care. Isn't it normal to get the Hongmeng purple chi and have some changes on top of the chi? Then his eyes flickered, eyes ghostly toward Wu Tian looks. Wu Tian wasn't worried that ancestor Hongjun Dao would step in and do something, at least in this purple sky palace, in front of so many hearers of the Dao. Ancestor Hongjun Dao would definitely not step in. Becoming a heavenly saint can be supported by the power of heaven, but it is also subject to the shackles of the rules of heaven. Not that I want to. Just do what? Still, he was eager as hell in his mind. The serious sermon has been finished. The Hongmeng violet gas has also been distributed. Wu Tian is half do not want to stay in the purple heavenly palace. He cannot wait to return to the Pango palace now. Go see how Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 really are. The 2 drops of ancestral witch essence blood hidden in the depths of the heart became hotter and hotter, constantly leaping, as if a guiding light, constantly flickering. The 2 elder brothers won't be lost, will they? Worry rose in Wu Tian's heart. Just then, in the Pango temple, deep in the layers of space, the heavenly Tao was shielded by the thick and incomparable Pango aura emanating from the Pango hall, and a momentary fluctuation was sensed by the Hongjun Daoist ancestor in the purple heavenly palace, but it was also interfered with by the scramble for the last Hongmeng purple chi, and Wu Tian's sudden strike. The flood of time and space that ran through the chaos and was hidden in the great Tao had been pulled out. Under the intersection of the laws of space and time, the balance is tenuously maintained, turned into a long river of nothingness, shattering the impact of heaven and earth here. The mana of both Emperor Jiang and Candle Join intertwined and condensed into a ball of arcane light. It was incomparably difficult to wade through the space-time torrents, and the incomparably strong physical body was shocked with a wound that was hideous and bloody, but it was as if the 2 could not feel the pain above their bodies, eyes gleaming towards the nothingness. Further on, be sure to see. The 2 ancestral witches cried out in their hearts. I don't know how long the trek has been, perhaps a moment, or perhaps countless years. A blurry image appeared in their eyes. The 12 capital heavenly divine furies grand formation appeared above the flooded earth and collided fiercely with the giant pillars condensed from the starlight in the sky. The flooded heavens and earth shook. The picture shatters in an instant. The 2 were shocked beyond measure amidst their eyes locked. The power of the diffuse stardust. Could it be the demon race? T-Jun? Next moment, another image appeared ahead. It is actually gone with a face of grief and indignation crashed into the Buzhou mountain. Tongtian thorough the pillars of heaven and earth actually collapsed at this moment. The boundless karma toward the witch tribe fell. No way. How? The 2 ancestral witches who had already had their souls shaken. At this moment their hearts were full of disbelief. Buzhou mountain is a pillar of the heavens made of the spine of the father god. Moreover, when the witch clan was founded, it had already sworn to guard the flooded earth and the Buzhou mountain. Being a witch, and how did you hit the uncharted mountain? Damaging the legacy of the father god and breaking your own vows to found a clan? Just when the 2 people are shocked and horrified, suddenly a huge and incomparable figure rises from the broken 12 metropolis godfiend formation, with a thick and incomparable Pango breath, reaching out toward the Buzhou mountain to help. At the same time, actually twisted his head toward Dijiang. Candle 9 seems. Boom! All the images shattered. The 2 of them fell straight out of the space-time torrent as if they were struck by lightning. Unable to hold back a mouthful of blood gushing out, neither of them had time to recover from the wounds crisscrossing their bodies and suppress the injuries in their bodies. The 2 of them looked at each other in shock and horror. That's Pango's true form. Or is it Wu Tian? That last look. It brought a great shock to Emperor Jiang and Candle 9, as if that Pango's true body had self-awareness, knowing of their arrival at this moment. But that's exactly why. This eye contact across space and time, cause and effect, directly caused a disturbance in the long river of space and time, not only causing the 2 of them to suffer an immense and incomparable backlash, and let the 2 fall into nothingness, lost in the turbulence of time and space. Boom! Originally 2 people in the deep space within the Pango Hall. There is the Pango Hall under the breath suppression. Although the physical body is involved in the long river of space and time, but it is in between the real and the imaginary. At this moment time and space tremble. Despite the shelter of the Pangu temple, this side of heaven and earth is also completely broken, turned into nothingness. Emperor Jiang, Candle 9 also fell directly into the void. I do not know by the time and space turbulence rushed to where. No good. The 2 men couldn't be bothered to think any further, forcibly urging all of his own power. At once the laws of space and time intersected, directly transforming into a glittering light boundary outside of the 2 men's bodies. Wait until it stabilizes a little. The 2 men only came and probed the place they were in. Their eyes swept suddenly appalled. Where is this? Emperor Jiang exclaimed, only to see that the 2 are in a piece of absolute nothingness. Silence, even in the chaos. There are countless tumbling chaos chi, but here there is nothing. The only thing that was there was a little bit of glistening light, lights up around the body. Ha! Chaos demon god! Emperor Jiang exclaimed once again. However, he saw a huge and incomparable corpse in front of him, emitting a faint chaos demon god aura, resisting the erosion of nothingness, with 4 feet and 8 hands, and a body as if forged in purple and gold, a huge gash in the chest, It is the axe blade chopping marks, almost chopping the body in half, and now it still exudes a lingering and incomparable aura. The aura is amazing. The unwillingness and resentment of the Chaos Demon God before his death was clearly visible on his face. This can't be the Chaos Demon God that Father God struck out to kill, right? How did it come here? Emperor Jiang and Candle 9 looked at each other. Soon the two found out again. In addition to this Chaos Demon God body, there are many clusters of glittering light. Distantly seen, there are magic treasures. There are spiritual roots, but too far away to probe clearly. Yet they all share a common trait. These vitality faded, but it was as if they were completely frozen, like amber made by the power of space and time, displayed in this strange place. Where the hell are we? Emperor Jiang asked in astonishment. At this time, the two also noticed that, although there are too powerful and incomparable power of the law to protect, but their own vitality constantly fading, even the innate spiritual light was dimming. After tossing and turning for a while, Emperor Jiang is also a little discouraged up. They are in this void. Do anything is useless? The void will not give them any feedback, but rather make their own spiritual energy flow more serious. What now? Waiting for Emperor Jiang to ask again, Candle Join, who had been pondering for a long time, only then did he speak with a bitter smile on his face. Big brother, it's possible that we've been taken into the gap between space and time by the chaos and turmoil of the party. Candlewick, who controlled the laws of time, knew that time was not continuous, and they fell into this discontinuity, not existing with the past, present, or future. Emperor Jiang exclaimed. Ha! What then? If we cannot return to the 12 Du Tian Godfiend Grand Formation is incomplete. Not waiting for a glimpse of the future to appear, the Witch Clan is afraid that the vitality will be greatly injured. Both ancestral witches felt some remorse. This is a big game. P.S. To report back, it was a full 23 hours of traffic. Just got off the highway this afternoon. Chapter 85 Emperor Zhang's Logical Self-Consistency. Face to face, Di Zhang and Candle 9 could both see the bitter smiles in each other's eyes. The reason why they made this decision was completely driven by Wu Tian. Their own little old brother was right on the money when he said so, and always showed his concern for the future of the witch race intentionally or unintentionally. As big brother and second brother, we can't let our little brother's wisdom reign supreme, can we? We are not as smart as you. Not as far and smart as you are about the big picture of heaven, but we can work miracles and peer into the future directly through our own laws of time and space. Unexpected. Again. It makes sense. The two did play a bad game. It's okay. Didn't we purposely leave behind a backhand? Leaving behind the ancestral witch essence blood on Wu Tian's body? There are many arrangements in it to prevent this scene from occurring. After a bitter laugh, Emperor Jiang suddenly spoke, immediately to promote their own, probing the sense of the underworld, with their own leftover blood as a mark, guiding themselves to break free from this nothingness. But Candle Join suddenly spoke. Big brother, are we doing it wrong this time? Those who play with time will be played with by time. We are so peeping into the future. Will the original Wu Tian come forward at the time of the destruction of the witch race? And as a result, we are interfered with? The fate of the witches. Candle Join coughed up blood as he did so, asked with immense worry on one side. Emperor Jiang was also a bit uncertain. The expression on his face changed for a while, but in the end, he raised his head violently and said decisively, no way. What heavenly greatness! The fate of the witch race? As a descendant of Father God, the witch race doesn't believe in this. So what if it's the demon god of destiny? In front of Father God, it's just a matter of blowing it apart with a single punch. Saying that, he pointed towards the chaos demon god's corpse in the distance with a disdainful look on his face. Candle Join smiled bitterly. Words to the wise, but we are not God the Father after all. In the last moment, after the two gazes of the future and the present met, all the images of the future were shattered and turned into chaos and the unknown. It was impossible for Candlewick not to be anxious, but together with Emperor Jiang, he had glimpsed the images of the great battle between witch and demon in heaven and earth, and had seen countless sons and daughters of the witch clan fall, as well as the ancestral witches die and return to the earth. At the moment, I am not willing to be more discouraged. And as if Emperor Jiang was trying to constantly consolidate his mind after suffering a huge shock, he didn't care about the injuries on his body at all, but instead, his eyes burned and kept saying, the future of witchcraft. It must be a step by step. If someone wants to overthrow the witch race, big deal. At worst we'll return to Father God's embrace. And what? Plus, we still have Wu Tian, the ancestral sorcerer who carries the power of 12 laws, the true inheritor of Father God. As long as we have him in, our sorcerer clan will definitely be fine. The more Ti Jiang said, the eyes also became brighter and brighter. Even Candle Join was also infected general. The original shocked color disappeared, turned uplifted. Eyes turned actually began to contemplate. A few moments later, Candle Join muttered his words. If we go by the last information we read, Wu Tian is the last card, the last reliance of our witch clan. Candle Join once again expressed concern. And I don't know if this snooping of ours will have any effect on him, and if it does, what will it take to make up for it? Candle Join was still relieved. The more control of the law of time, the more you know the power of the way of time, which is the genus of the great Tao. He just controls some of the power. He can be in the ancestral witches in the battle second. If it's because of a forced peek into the future. If the time path backfired and the future situation changed, affecting Wu Tian and then the witch race, it would be too late to regret. After a little bit of contemplation, Emperor Jiang, the eyes were brighter and brighter, and the look was more confident, and he even laughed aloud. Don't worry, it won't. Have you forgotten? Before we made this move, we told my brother that if it affected him, he would agree to us making such a move? Candlewick froze for a moment. What do you mean? Emperor Jiang, however, perked up. If, according to the scene we saw, Wu Tian was able to look at us across the river of space and time after making use of his true body of Pangu, he will definitely be able to witness the great Tao in the future. He is the one who carries the power of the 12 laws, the true inheritor of Father God, and should logically also be certified to the great Tao. It's called one proof for all time. If we would have interfered with Wu Tian in any way, would he, who has already achieved the great Tao in the future, let us do so? He would have stopped us long ago through the mouth of the past. Rao is Candle Join control the law of time. The brain is not worse than Emperor Jiang. Are going to be Emperor Jiang these words around the dizzy. Big brother, you really trust Wu Tian? So sure he'll make it to the great Tao? Candle Join spoke somewhat breathlessly. Is the great Tao so easy to prove? Strong as Pango Father God. Born as the son of the great road. Kill 3,000 chaos demon god. Open up the existence of the flood heaven and earth. All chess is not one step. And Wu Tian will definitely make it? In the flood world, the witnesses to the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal are able to have their own way mixed as one. And their true spirit is immortal. Even in the midst of chaos. This kind of place without the existence of all kinds of avenues, but also can become a world of its own, a cycle of its own, and even wear out the chaos of the gas to feed itself, without fear of depleting themselves, but to truly achieve the one proof for all time, to transcend the limits of time and space, and to collect the countless karma and time into itself, it is still a higher realm. So tough. Is it that easy? But in this moment, Emperor John's logic reached self-consistency. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was just like what he thought. Or else how could Wu Tian be so intelligent and know so many of the heavenly Tao's great powers? Everything Wu Tian said, all of them were confirmed one by one. If it wasn't for the future Wu Tian, informing him through some kind of arcane and incomparable means, how could he be so clear and accurate? Right. That's it. Once again, Emperor Jiang was certain in his heart. Seeing how optimistic Emperor Jiang was, Candle Join also stopped refuting, only secretly letting out a soft cry in his heart. Let's hope so. If that's the case, the fate of the witch race naturally doesn't need to be worried. And then there was no more hesitation. Speaking directly to Emperor Jiang, Big brother, if we delay any longer, the injuries on our bodies are afraid that they will all be difficult to recover. It is not too late, or hurry to sense the coordinates in the essence blood. Emperor Jiang also nodded slightly. The two ancestral witches immediately joined forces, their mana, chi and blood surging around them, operating in an arcane and incomparable melody that was almost like the Tao, almost like rules. Bifocals fake sleep, face to face, sit down on your knees, constantly sensing the coordinates left in advance by the two people in those 2 drops of essence blood before. Chapter 86, The Tangled Nature of Hongjun Dao Ancestor. In the Palace of the Purple Heaven, just when Wu Tian was anxious in his heart, suddenly, the 2 drops of essence blood in the body leaped more violently, and the powerful blood chi contained therein kept surging, and there was actually a sense of rolling heat. Wu Tian's mind moved, hurriedly used the Hongmeng measuring ruler to suppress this movement. This is the Purple Heavenly Palace. Cannot let the Hongjun Taoist ancestor found out what. Just as he was worried, Ancestor Hongjun finally withdrew his gaze and spoke faintly. So much for the method of witnessing to sainthood, and so much for the distribution of the 7 channels of Hongmeng Purple Chi. The Purple Palace Sermon. This is the end. The 3 Cheng and the others had heard the method of becoming a Taoist, and had been given the opportunity to become a Taoist, and had even been given many of the innate spiritual treasures for decapitating corpses, so they were naturally overjoyed, and shouted in succession, "Thank you, teacher." The others were upset though. However, along with the Xianmen, they also thanked Hongjun Daozu and all spoke aloud as well. "Thank you, Daozu." Wait for the crowd to say thank you. The power of the heavenly Tao that had been shrouding the Purple Heavenly Palace suddenly gave birth to changes. and countless arcane yellow colors quickly condensed, in which the golden light of merit and virtue shone brightly. A few moments later, accompanied by bursts of celestial sound, thick and immense merit falls. As the initiator of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace, Hongjun Daozu naturally got the biggest share, and the crowd of listeners in the Purple Heavenly Palace, as the participants, also all have a share. Hongjun Daozu gently put away the heavenly Dao merit, as if this huge merit is just a floating cloud. Actually, yes, the greatest harvest of the great ancestor Hongjun Dao was not these heavenly Dao merits that he had now obtained, but the immense, incomparable, and everlasting Qi fortune. This sermon, Hongjun stabilized the name of Dao ancestor. The sons of fortune of the flood world, such as the three pristine ones, were included in the Shinmen, and the karma of the Western world was ended with the Hongmeng purple Qi. For him, that's the biggest and best takeaway. Think about that. Ancestor Hongjun also couldn't help but smile slightly, waiting for the crowd to put away the heavenly Dao merit. Do not even need to Hongjun Taoist ancestor command. Hao Tian, Yaoqi, two children strained to push open the door of the Purple Heavenly Palace, revealing the vast chaos outside. Hongjun Daozu did not, as originally, directly disappeared away, but sat in place, as if to see off the crowd. The crowd, however, did not move a muscle. A few moments later, Hongjun Dao ancestor asked with some surprise, "The sermon is over. Why do you wander away?" A number of people looked at each other and seemed to be weighing how to speak in their minds. Now the sermon in the Purple Heaven Palace is over. 7 Hongmeng purple Qi issued. The 3 Chang and others even got a lot of innate magic treasure. Those of them who have listened to the lectures up to this point. And yet nothing was gained. How can I be willing? Sanching they are full of. We can't go back empty-handed. According to the words of Hongjun Dao ancestor, if they want to be certified as a great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element, they don't have to think about certifying the Dao by force. This method is too difficult. Even Hongjun Dao ancestor can't do it, and merit the path. And too much emphasis on chance. They naturally had to choose the method of decapitating the 3 corpses that was well documented and had successful precedents. But this method requires an innate spiritual treasure. If you want to chop off the 3 corpses, you need at least 3 innate spiritual treasures. And not everyone present is rich. The 2 people, Guiding and Junti, cried all day long about the barrenness of the West, but these 2 guys at least had the guiding treasure block and the 7 treasure wonderful tree, already considered rich. Immediately, someone took the lead, following the example of Guiding and Junti, and cried out to ancestor Hongjun Dao. At once, there was a great deal of wailing in the Purple Heaven Palace. Wu Tian blinked his eyes at this scene in front of him, feeling the leaping of the ancestral witch essence blood within his body while anticipation rose in his heart. It's finally time to share the treasure. I hope that my elder brothers are ready and won't let me down. But, as long as I can bring back the split treasure cliff, I will be satisfied. Wu Tian was muttering secretly. Sure enough, Ancestor Hongjun opened his mouth. After listening to the cries of the crowd, Ancestor Hongjun frowned slightly and finally let out a soft sigh. Just as well. After today, I will use my body to merge with the Tao. In the future, there will be no major events in the flooded heavens and earth, and the many treasures that I have collected from my previous travels through the flooded wasteland, which are useless to keep, will be bestowed upon you. These many treasures, I will place it on the cliff of treasure dividing above the summit of Buzhou Mountain. All of you can go and get it. And the many innate spiritual treasures will be won by those who have the destiny to get them, Hongjun Daozu said, stretching out his hand toward his sleeve. He was about to throw the already prepared cliff of divided treasures, as well as many spiritual treasures toward the top of the Buzhou Mountain. The bottom of Hongjun Dao ancestor's eyes flashed violently. Just in the instant his divine thoughts probed out, he had already discovered a few angsty, titanic hulks crouching listlessly on the top of the uncharted mountain. Who else but an ancestor witch? Hongjun Daozu's gaze condensed, directly toward Xinmei, Ho Tu, and Wu Tian seemed. The bottom of his eyes hid the color of surprise and doubt. Even the movement of his hands stalled. How is that possible? Why are they here? Look at the stance. It's obviously a squat. The extremely light change of mood and the success in disguising it caused the other unknown listeners of the Purple Heavenly Palace to hastily thank Hongjun Dao ancestor after hearing his words. Thank you, Daozu. Then a swarm of people rushed toward the gate, said to be known to those who have a destiny. Who knew if it would be the same as this hearing? First come, first served? They naturally had to rush back towards the flood world. Feel the gaze change. Wu Tian secretly laughed in his heart, pretending as if nothing had happened, and hurriedly got up to greet Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun, as well as Xinmei and Ho Tu. Move, grab the baby. The 4 of them immediately got up, and even Koan Peng subconsciously looked towards Wu Tian. The 2 of them, Xinmei and Ho Tu, turned around and were about to leave. Wu Tian couldn't help but spit. What a waste. hurriedly with the two voices, let them put away the bushel under the seat, which represents the chance of becoming a saint of the heavenly Tao bushel, although the name of the churned up does not match the truth. Sitting on it may not get the Hongming purple chi, but that's no ordinary stuff. The two froze, turning around with a single bolt of mana. They put away their respective futons. Shenmei even turned his gaze and looked toward the futons under the seats of several other people. The kunais were not on her mind. They directly stared at the bushels under the seats of Sancheng and Nuwa, who were about to get up at that moment, and by this gaze, how could they not know? 2 words. Put it away yourself. Then he bowed again to Hongjun Daozu and nodded to Wu Tian and the others, and flew toward the outside of the gate of the purple heavenly palace. Wu Tian could only sigh. Shenmei was still too simple and did things with too many traces, which didn't let others see it all of a sudden. At that moment there was no more delay. Go! A group of people flew out in the form of arcane light, leaving Hongjun Dao ancestor tangled in place. This divided treasure cliff. Put, or not. Chapter 87, sure enough. It's here. Hongjun Daozu's heart was torn. The crowd naturally doesn't know. One by one, after exiting the gate of the purple heavenly palace, each of them displayed their own means, transforming into metaphysical light of different colors, carrying different breaths and Tao rhythms, breaking through the chaos and heading towards the flooded heavens and earth. Unity of purpose and clarity. Nothing among them, although the 3 Chang and others are the latter, but the speed of breaking open the chaos recluse away, obviously much faster than others. After Wu Tian exited the purple heavenly palace, already they were gone. Red Cloud immediately spoke anxiously. Hurry, Wu Tian old brother, this time or I'll rush. I run fast, will definitely not let them preempt them. Wu Tian just nodded his head, didn't say anything. Immediately, he was carried by the red cloud and flew towards the vast chaos. But after Wu Tian had not entered the chaos and was completely far away from the purple heavenly palace, he directly opened his mouth. Elder brother Red Cloud, put me down. Red Cloud snapped. The power of the 4 elephants that had originally enveloped the crowd dispersed, and a ball of red light was eroded by the power of chaos, revealing the assembled few. What's wrong? Don't we have to rob the treasure? If we're late, it'll all be over for them, Red Cloud said with some anxiety. Wu Tian, however, shook his head slightly. What's his hurry? As long as the splitting treasure cliff appeared on the top of the Buzhou mountain, the ancestral witches who had been squatting for a long time would rush up, and as long as they dared to make a move, the other ancestral witches would also come in droves. He's on top of things right now. Hurrying to find a hidden place, he checked the situation of the 2 drops of ancestor witch essence blood in his body, which were different and made Wu Tian feel bad. Something shouldn't have happened to the elder brother and the others, should it? Naturally not in the purple cloud palace, where the heavenly Tao was thick and there was the Hongjun Taoist ancestor watching intently. Wu Tian had been suppressing himself with all his might, so how could he dare to explore with confidence? The pantheon is naturally very good, but it was too late. Simply in this vast chaos, chaos isolates the paths, and it just so happens that there is no need to worry about the power of the heavenly Tao, or the probing of the Hongjun Taoist ancestor. So, Wu Tian spoke with a light smile. 2 old brothers, you go ahead. I have another thing to do. I'll come when I've taken care of it. Don't they say that those who are meant to have it will get it? It's mine. No one else can take it away. Red Cloud's face became even more anxious. Heart said, you witches are still too truthful. This flood, the destiny of the person to get that is a pretext. You really believe it? Even I know. Is the strength of the person to get it? No matter what is also first come first served. He tried to persuade a few more. But Jin Yuanzi could see Wu Tian's determination and understood that Wu Tian must have something extremely important but hidden. Otherwise he wouldn't have let the spiritual treasures on the treasure dividing cliff go without, and still hid it from the 2 of them. Immediately, he pulled a Red Cloud. Smiling again, he spoke to Wu Tian. Yes, old brother Wu Tian, then you must seize the time. This opportunity is rare. If you can, do not delay. Wu Tian smiled and nodded. At this time, Red Cloud also came back to his senses, and no longer persuade Wu Tian more, but still feel some pity. Such a good opportunity. In the end, what can be delayed? He was still muttering until he and Jin Yuanzi moved again. Also, the big deal is that we'll make a few more attempts. If we can get a few more spiritual treasures, we'll share a few of them with old brother Wu Tian at that time. Wu Tian violently swung out a foot, let the Hongmeng purple gas fall into the hands of the Red Clouds, but also generous and incomparable willingness to share this chance to become a saint with the Red Clouds and others. The Red Clouds are now grateful beyond. Talk about an exaggeration. He was willing to let him split a few clouds on the spot and give them to Wu Tian to use to catch up. Jin Yuanzi smiled without saying a word, and even more so, as he watched Red Cloud with a look of complete submission. He couldn't help but shake his head slightly. Then the heart sighed. Also, it's a chance to become a Hongmeng purple breath, a chance to become a saint. Who is not confused when it comes to, isn't he himself grateful beyond measure? Immediately, he smiled and opened his mouth. Okay, just stop muttering. If you dawdle a little longer, it's not surprising that the spiritual treasures are going to be snatched up. Red Cloud took a moment to listen. Strive even harder to activate his own mana. The speed of the two increased again, in front of Wu Tian. Although Jin Yuanzi didn't ask, but his heart was inevitably curious, and at this moment when he rushed back to the floodplain, he finally couldn't help but ponder in his heart. What the hell? To be able to make old brother Wu Tian take it so seriously? After Jin Yuanzi and Hong Yun left, Xian Mei and Ho Tu, led by Wu Tian, ran towards the unknown chaos for a long time more, until they felt that even if there was a huge fluctuation here, it wouldn't attract the attention of the flood world. Then the three of them stopped. Xian Mei and Ho Tu were also curious. Never spoke until this moment. Wu Tian. What the hell? Wu Tian also inked a turn of mana around his body. Immediately 2 drops of bright red incomparable ancestral witch essence blood emerged from above his body. Thick fury, blazing blood, as well as the immensely dense laws of space and time. There were also countless subtle patterns on it. At this moment, the power of the essence blood was like a red flame burning, and under this power, the mark in the essence blood became more and more distinct and flickered continuously, as if catalyzed by the power of the essence blood. It was constantly leaping according to arcane rhythms, emanating inexplicable information towards the void. A scene in front of me. It made Xianmei and Ho Tu gasp in shock. Big brother and second brother's essence blood? How did they give you essence blood again? And the scent on this? The two of them, Xianmei and Ho Tu, knew at a glance that this essence blood would not be simply for Wu Tian to refine, or else it would not have so many imprints in it. With the consumption of the power of essence and blood, these seals are constantly being urged. Obviously there is some special role. The two are even more frowning, began to ponder the wonders of. Wu Tian didn't delay either. Straightforward words. Elder brother and the others gave me their own essence blood because they went to do an extremely dangerous, but extremely important thing. Fear of getting lost in time. Let this essence blood be the coordinates. Ho Tu's gaze was fixed. When he heard the long river of time, he thought of something and exclaimed again, looking towards Wu Tian with wide eyes, still wanting to ask something, but was interrupted by Wu Tian. There's no time to explain. Hurry up and think of a way. If we wait for the power of the essence and blood to run out, then the elder brothers will really be in danger. Xianmei and Ho Tu were suddenly speechless. His brow instantly furrowed, and he hurriedly worked it out in his mind, pondering what could be done. The other side. As the three Qing and the others took the lead in rushing back to the floodlands and arrived on top of the Buzhou mountain, they were also astonished to see the several ancestral witches who were bored to death. What are they doing here? And Hongjun Daozu finally made a decision. Said it in front of so many people. It can't change again, can it? Finally, a ball of precious light in his hand was raised, and immediately broke through the chaos, shooting toward the direction of the flooded heavens and earth, the Buzhou mountain. Among the squatting ancestral witches, Zhu Rong was the first to feel the breath, snapping his head up to look at it remotely, and immediately said with a wide-eyed smile, "Ha ha, sure enough, it's here. P.S. I got back too late yesterday. I'm sorry. Here's the promised third chapter. Good night, everyone."